Not being able to respond to Long Yu's flexible attack in the air in time, Yu Qianning was immediately enveloped by the road to the underworld, and was so frightened that he couldn't move in an instant. Long Yu immediately seized the opportunity, ignored the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear colliding with the 5 Golden Royal Airstreams, and quickly punched Yu Qianning down. The chi of 9 Netherness instantly condensed on Long Yu's fist, and the fist slammed into Yu Qianning's snow-white chest. Yu Qianning hardly had any power to resist, and her whole body was blown away by this punch, and the Emperor Spirit of the Emperor of Great Sword that she summoned stopped moving for a while when she was shocked. It wasn't until Long Yu's punch sent Yu Qianning flying that she finally let out a painful snort and came back to her senses. Kill him. Yu Qianning did not admit defeat, but had a fierce look in his eyes, commanding the Emperor Spirit of the Emperor of the Sword. The Imperial Spirit of the Emperor of the Great Sword burst out a pair of golden pupils, and then galloped towards Long Yu, swiping the big sword in his hand quickly, condensing a whirlwind of golden swords, intending to chop Long Yu into pieces. However, at the next moment, Long Yu raised his hand and held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear that was blown away by the 5 Royal Auras again. Immediately afterwards, Tian's wings stretched and flapped, and Long Yu turned into a gray-black streamer, and quickly put the tip of the spear against Yu Qianning's neck. You lost, admit defeat. Long Yu said coldly. However, Yu Qianning didn't say a word, only a pair of vicious eyes showed unwillingness. Of course, she would not be willing to lose to a mere kid at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. A whirlwind of golden sword light came, and Yu Qianning, regardless of her own life being pinched by Long Yu, wanted to kill Long Yu in the Forbidden Army field. Stop. She's already lost. On the Tian Sec's viewing table, Bai Yunzong stood up, looked at Chu Chaoxing, who was not far away, and shouted loudly. The tip of Long Yu's 9 Dragon Spear was pressed against Yu Qianning's neck, and as long as she exerted force, she could be killed in xuanhuan. Under such circumstances, Yu Qianning naturally lost. However, Yu Qianning did not admit defeat, and instead let the Emperor of the Great Sword continue to attack Long Yu. This is obviously extremely shameless. Yeah? Chu Chaoxing smiled lightly, completely ignoring Bai Yunzong's loud shout that everyone could hear, and instead said, if he can kill Qian Ning, let him kill him. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yunzong's expression changed. Poison. In the previous walk, he was poisoned by Qian's own disciple Yu Jiamei during the melee stage, but now that Long Yu and Yu Qianning have been fighting for so long, it is of course possible to be poisoned. Mean. Bai Yunzong cursed secretly, stood up immediately, and wanted to go to the field to rescue Long Yu. But soon, something unexpected happened to everyone. Since you don't admit defeat, you are courting death. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Of course he has already felt that there is a toxin in his body that is swimming. If this toxin erupts, it will definitely make his whole body numb and unable to move, just like walking back then. Just now, when he pressed the tip of the gun against Yu Qianning's neck, the toxin exploded instantly. However, the 9 Nether Dragon Seal had a sudden fever, which completely suppressed this toxin, and within a few breaths, it was completely dispelled. In other words, others thought that Long Yu was poisoned, but Long Yu was not poisoned. Yu Qianning's eyes were full of viciousness. She thought that Long Yu could no longer move. It was because of this that she didn't admit defeat, instead let the Emperor of Great Sword continue to attack Long Yu. The whirlwind of the golden sword glow broke through the airstrike and swept in, with awe-inspiring killing intent. Long Yu let out a cold snort, and stabbed directly piercing Yu Qianning's snow-white shoulder, and the blood instantly stained the tip of the spear. Ah! Yu Qianning was not prepared at all, and suddenly let out a cry of pain, and the fierce look in her eyes became even worse. Did the toxin not take effect? Stop. This time, Chu Chaoxing couldn't sit still anymore, his expression changed drastically, and he stood up. Yu Qianning is his daughter, although he has always been used as a tool, but of course he doesn't want to see Yu Qianning being killed in the Forbidden Army field. Long Yu was not controlled by the poison, that is to say, the current Long Yu really has the ability to kill Yu Qianning. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Chu Chaoxing not to take action. Swish. 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 At this critical moment, several figures who were approaching the extreme rushed towards the field at the same time. Long Yu was about to provoke Yu Qianning with one shot, and let her taste the power of the golden sword light whirlwind, but at this moment, a gust of fragrant wind hit Long Yu's chest, followed by a continuous palm. The Lord of Qianxi sect, Yu Ruyan, was the first to strike, blasting Long Yu into the air with one palm, and saved Yu Qianning by the way. Puff. Long Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. As the Lord of Qianxi sect, Yu Ruyan has already reached the state of unity of true spirit, and his strength is comparable to that of Bai Yunzong. Even a random palm can severely injure Long Yu, his internal organs are like being shattered. From the very beginning, Yu Ruyan had been paying attention to the situation on the court, and was already ready to make a move. Even Bai Yunzong couldn't catch up. When Bai Yunzong leaped high and headed towards the forbidden military arena, Chu Chaoxing smiled faintly, and stood in front of Bai Yunzong wearing a golden royal robe. Sect Master Bai, the outcome of this battle has been decided, what else do you want to do? Chu Chaoxing said playfully. Is the ending set? Bai Yunzong snorted coldly. He wanted to see what kind of face Chu Chaoxing had and what tricks he played. That's natural. Yu Qianning almost killed Long Yu when she used the Summoning Emperor spiritual art. If Ruyan hadn't pushed that kid, he might have become a dead soul under the whirlwind of the sword. Chu Chaoxing said lightly, this battle, Yu Qianning wins. As soon as these words came out, tens of thousands of people in the audience were in an uproar. This Chu Chaoxing is really shameless. Everyone saw the situation just now. Long Yu was about to kill Yu Qianning, and it was Yu Ruyan who forced Yu Qianning to leave, by the way, wounded Long Yu with a palm. This Chu Chaoxing actually said that Yu Ruyan saved Long Yu. Chu Chaoxing, your ability to turn right and wrong into black and white is improving day by day. Bai Yunzong's face darkened. He didn't expect Chu Chaoxing to be so shameless, but here, what Chu Chaoxing said was the truth, and no one would refute what he said. With Bai Yunzong alone, and at most Tang Qin, the head of the ice sect, it is impossible to deal with Chu Chaoxing. Here, Chu Chaoxing stopped Bai Yunzong, while Yu Ruyan on the field did not stop after saving Yu Qianning. Feather-like smoke, dressed in white, dignified and glamorous, slowly paced towards Long Yu, who vomited blood and fell to the ground. In her eyes, there was a hint of banter, a hint of playfulness, and a hint of pleasure and revenge. You and that bitch's son is in front of me right now, and I can take his life at any time. When Yu Ruyan remembered that 20 years ago, Long Zaitan ignored her, but was fascinated by the woman from Tianyu Holy Academy, the resentment in her heart could not be calmed down. Now, looking at Long Yu, looking at the son of Long Zaitan and Bei Yuyao, in front of her, life and death are decided by her, her resentment of the past 20 years seems to be concentrated together. She wants to kill Long Yu. In this session of the 7 schools of martial arts, she saw Long Yu's incomparably terrifying martial arts talent, and if he continued to grow, she might not be able to restrain him. Enough is enough. Just as Yu Ruyan was pacing forward, an old Sai came from an inconspicuous corner of the spectator seats next to him. Immediately afterwards, an old man in a grey robe and a cloak walked out towards the field. Step by step, following the old man's steps, there seemed to be a bloody smell in the air, making everyone smell a bloody smell. Old man. Yu Ruyan's face changed. Of course she recognized who this old man was, the previous patriarch of the general clan's Long family and the father of the current patriarch Long Ruatian, Long Yuanjian. At the same time, this old man, Long Yuanjian, is also Long Zaitan's father, that is, Long Yu's grandfather. Grandfather? Long Yu reluctantly stood up, and as soon as he saw the old man, he guessed the identity of the old man accurately by relying on his intuition. His grandfather, Long Yuanjian, is very strong. The current Long Yu can probably guess that suzerains like Bai Yunzong, Yu Ruyan, and Tang Qin, as well as patriarchs like Wang Ju, all possess the strength of the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. As for Chu Chaoxing, he should have just stepped into the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And the grey-robed old man Long Yuanjian in front of him, that is, Long Yu's grandfather, has already reached the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he is only one step away from stepping into the legendary realm of harmony between man and nature. Even if Chu Chaoxing fought Long Yuanjian, he would definitely not be Long Yuanjian's opponent. Not to mention feather like smoke. You, leave Datong. Long Yuanjian came to the field, lowered his voice, and said to Long Yu. These words made Long Yu think of the warning that Long Yuanjian entrusted to him not long ago. Leave Datong. However, the 7 sects discuss martial arts. Long Yu said in a deep voice. He was not reconciled. The arrogance of Qianxi Zhongyu Channing, who was supposed to be able to suppress it, was wasted because of Chu Chaoxing's nonsense. It's none of your business. Long Yuanjian let out a low cry, and raised his head. Under the cloak was an old face, but his eyes were extremely firm. Good. Long Yu's heart sank. He knew that there might be an inside story about this whole matter that he didn't know, and with his current cultivation base, it was impossible to affect the overall situation at all. Now, the 7 schools of discussions on martial arts are over, and it really doesn't make any sense for him to stay with Long Yu. That being the case, we should follow what Long Yuanjian said and leave Datong first. As for where to go, it is not a problem for Long Yu at all. The Tianyu continent is extremely vast, and he can find a place to settle down wherever he wants, and wandering outside to practice may allow him to improve his martial arts realm faster. Even if Chu Chaoxing wants to seize Tianju and suppress Tianzong, it will not be effective immediately. Long Yu, have enough time to improve yourself and train yourself until you have the strength to control the situation of the entire Great Tang. With Long Yuan's foresight, no one could stop Long Yu from leaving here. However, just when Long Yu made up his mind to turn around and wanted to leave the Forbidden Army martial field, he turned around and saw a familiar figure. Feng Yao? Fly in the air? As soon as Long Yu raised his head, he saw Feng Yao, accompanied by a handsome young man, flying against the sky, like a streamer, flying over from the field of the Forbidden Army. Flying in the sky, the legendary realm of harmony between man and nature. This scene immediately caused tens of thousands of people in the audience to erupt. 7 schools discuss martial arts, the final second round. The audience has twists and turns. Originally, everyone thought that Long Yu chose to challenge Qianxi sect because he had no choice but to fight hard, but soon they discovered that Long Yu really had the strength to defeat Qianxi sect. 2 tricks defeated the 14-year-old genius Yu Yumei. Comprehending during the battle, relying on terrifying strength to fight against Yu Channing, who is in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and almost took Yu Channing's life in the end. There is no doubt that Long Yu won this wonderful battle. However, Chu Chaoxing, the prince of the left, turned black and white, announcing that Yu Channing had won, and no one could refute him. In this way, the 7 major sects will undoubtedly be weakened. After all, in the next round, Yu Channing will choose her opponent. As long as she randomly chooses a major sect to challenge, with her martial arts realm, she will definitely be able to win easily. Wu Jian. At that time, Qianzong will be the champion. What surprised tens of thousands of people in the arena was that before the final round came, unexpected changes occurred in the arena. Yu Ruyan took the lead in attacking, wanting Long Yu's life. Bai Yunzong of Zhenshenzong and Tang Qin of Hambingmen wanted to rescue each other, but they were stopped by Chu Chaoxing alone. Even with one enemy and two, Chu Chaoxing had no fear at all. And just when Yu Ruyan was about to attack Long Yu, the mysterious person who injured Wang Ju before finally appeared. Long Yu's grandfather, Long Yuanjian, wearing a gray robe, stepped onto the field of the Forbidden Army, prevented Yu Ruyan from killing Long Yu, and ordered Long Yu to lead the Tang dynasty immediately. Just when everyone felt that the good show was about to end, an even more shocking scene appeared. A young and handsome young man, carrying a girl in a light green long dress, flew in from outside the Imperial Army Marshall Field. Boom! 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 The hearts of countless people beat faster at this moment. The legendary strong man in the realm of harmony between man and nature appeared in front of them like this. Some people have never seen such a strong man in their entire life. The most important thing is, that handsome young man looks less than 30 years old, but he has already reached the realm of harmony between man and nature. What is so divine about it? A handsome young man in the realm of harmony between man and nature, dressed in a blue robe, with short hair, and a pair of eyes shining brightly like stars, with a hint of cynicalism in his eyes. On his blue robe, there was a pattern of an endless sea of stars engraved. Countless stars seemed to twinkle on the robe. It is the Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 plagues. In the arena, there are still people with knowledge. In Tianyu continent, each of the 7 disaster stars is famous, and they are murderers who have reached the realm of harmony between man and nature. Even in the Great Tang Kingdom, many people have heard about the legend of the 7 calamities. Because of this, when they saw the handsome young man in blue robe coming with Kong, some people quickly guessed his identity. Xinghai Impeller. Long Yu quickly guessed the other party's identity, but he really didn't expect that the other party was so young. Oops. The moment he saw the Xinghai Impeller, Long Yuanjian's face darkened. He knew it was too late. Today, it may be very difficult for Long Yu to leave this place. Yower. In the field, members of the Lu family were of course also present, and Lu Yu was among them. When she saw her daughter with a handsome young man who could fly in the sky, she immediately beamed with joy. Not bad, not in vain as a mother who raised her since she was a child, and now, she really didn't let her down. Flying in the air, the unity of heaven and man, this realm can be said to be the highest level that Lu Yu can know. It is the strongest existence in the entire Great Tang Kingdom. To reach the realm of the unity of man and nature, let alone the Wan family, the Yuqi family, and the Jintian sect, the 3 top sects in the entire Great Tang Kingdom do not need to be taken too seriously. Feng Yao actually met such a strong young man, which filled Lu Yu with joy. Feng Changge, on the other hand, has been in seclusion recently, trying to break through the realm of unity of true spirit, and is not there now. Otherwise, Feng Yao might not appear with Xinghai Impeller. Because, it was Long Yu who she was going to deal with here. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? The moment Tang Qin, head of the ice sect, saw Feng Yao and Yi Luan, her heart skipped a beat and she had a bad premonition. This made Tang Qin feel very uncomfortable. No matter what, Feng Yao was once a disciple of her ice sect. Head. Feng Yao raised her head and looked at Tang Qin with a sneer on her lips. I still call you sect leader, because you used to be my sect leader after all. But in the Frost sect, there was no one like me from the beginning to the end. Location, since this is the case, why don't I find another place? The meaning of the words is very clear. Feng Yao is in the ice sect, and she does not receive key training, which makes her psychologically unbalanced. It was precisely because of this that she looked for another place, and when she left, she found Xinghai Impeller. Who is this? Tang Qin set her sights on Xinghai Impeller. Although she and most others had already guessed his identity, it still needed to be confirmed after all. My name is Yi Luan. I'm here today for one thing, and I'll leave when I'm done. A young and handsome young man, Xinghai Impeller, with a gentle smile on his face, brought Feng Yao together, and landed in the center of the Imperial Army's Marshall Field, and landed not far from Long Yu. fly in the air, light as the wind. After saying this, Yi Luan looked at Long Yu with a look of indifference in his eyes. Of course he came here today to deal with Long Yu, but just a mere Long Yu is nothing in his eyes. Several subordinates he dispatched by Xinghai Yeluan before, including Feng Yao, wanted to surround and kill Long Yu, but Long Yu counter-killed him, and let him know that this Long Yu is not a simple person. Because of this, Xinghai Impeller decided to do it himself. If you want to kill him, pass me first. Long Yuanjian was wearing a grey robe, and as soon as he moved, he stopped in front of Long Yu. Although he was not an opponent, it was impossible for Long Yuanjian to watch Long Yu be killed. Senior Long, you are not my opponent, let's get out of the way. Xinghai Impeller said very politely. On the surface, this Xinghai Impeller is very polite, but anyone who is familiar with him knows that if he kills someone, he is a vicious person. It is precisely because of this that Xinghai Impeller is listed among the 7 disasters. Of the 7 disasters in the Tianyu continent, which one is not the cruel and merciless one? Seeing the tense situation in the arena, which was about to explode, the hearts of tens of thousands of people present were raised at the same time. Xinghai Impeller unexpectedly came to kill Long Yu. Some people know that Long Yu seems to have offended Feng Yao from the Ice sect, but now Feng Yao is naturally no longer a disciple of the Ice sect, but a member of Xinghai Impeller. As for the relationship between Feng Yao and Xinghai Impeller, I'm afraid no one will know. In the Zhenchenzong spectator seat, a large group of people including the 3 heroes of the Feng family, Ling Han, Lu Guanming, and Liao Lei looked nervously at the field. They couldn't hear some people's conversations, but they could tell with their brains that Long Yu was definitely facing a very bad situation right now. Even the suzerain, Bai Yunzong, was stopped by Chu Chaoxing, and they, the disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect, could only pray on the sidelines. Under the current circumstances, no matter who they stand up to, the result will be the same, looking for death. In the face of the absolute strength gap, the number of people can't solve any problems at all. When Xinghai Impeller let Long Yuanjian get out of the way, Yu Ruyan at the side finally found a chance. She wanted to kill Long Yu for a long time. He was stopped by Long Yuanjian just now, but now, Long Yuanjian is busy dealing with Xinghai Impeller, and he has absolutely no time to pay attention to her feather-like smoke. A fierce light flashed in Yu Ruyan's eyes, but suddenly he heard 4 loud words from Long Yu's mouth. Where is the Lu family? Where is the Lu family? The head of the Lu family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families in the Tang dynasty, is also the strongest in the 8th level of the True Spirit secret realm. When Long Yu sold the meteorite containing the mysterious jade-level meteorite law to the trading world, the manager Lu Fuji had promised Long Yu that he would do something for him. Now, it's time for them to play. Long Yu glanced at the spectator seats not far away, where the Lu family of the aristocratic family was, but found that at this moment, the head of the Lu family, Lu Fuji, and other members of the Lu family did not intend to move at all. Brother Long, what I promised you is that I will help you if the Lu family can do it, but now, forgive our Lu family for being powerless. When Lu Fuji heard Long Yu's words, he stood up and said something lightly. The realm of the unity of man and nature, one of the 7 plagues, Xinghai Impeller, how dare they offend the Lu family? Stand up and help Long Yu at this time? It's courting death. Stop Yu Ruyan, you can't do it? Long Yu snorted coldly. Lu Fuji glanced at Yu Ruyan, then glanced at Chu Chaoxing not far away, shook his head and said, there is nothing we can do. The Lu family is actually going to regret it. The patriarch of the Lu family is also the 8th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. Who would believe that he couldn't stop Yu Ruyan? They were just afraid that after this incident, Chu Chaoxing would cause trouble for their Lu family. The most important thing is, anyway, Long Yu is going to die soon, why should they do things for a dead person? Good, very good. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. It seems that this aristocratic Lu family is not a good guy. Up to now, Long Yu can only use his final trump card, but even he is not sure that he can use this to deal with the Xinghai Impeller in the secret realm of heaven and man. Hehe, when you are about to die, you still want someone to help you. I think it is impossible for anyone to stand by your side except old fool. Yu Ruyan sneered. Long Yu's calm expression was reflected in her pupils, which made her feel a little bad. At this moment, the first real strong battle finally broke out, not far away. Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin finally looked at each other and shot at the same time. The two people's true spirits were released in an instant, and the sky-suppressing domain and the ice domain roared towards Chu Chaoxing, who was blocking them. When Long Yu was in danger, even facing an invincible opponent like Xinghai Yeluan, Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin still desperately wanted to fight for him. Just because Long Yu is a disciple of Zhenshenzong. As for the Hambing men, they have cooperated with Zhenshenzong in the 7 schools of martial arts, and Tang Qin, relying on this friendship, also brazenly made a move. Anyway, Chu Chaoxing has already attacked the 7 major sects. Even if he turns against Chu Chaoxing now, it doesn't matter. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In an instant, Bai Yunzong and Chu Chaoxing fell into a fierce battle, and the terror-suppressing Sky Domain and the Emperor Domain erupted, causing people nearby to quickly evacuate towards the distance, for fear of being affected by Qiyu. But Tang Qin, ignoring Chu Chaoxing, immediately ran towards where Long Yu was. Running all the way, leaving a trail of frost, in just a moment, the distance between Tang Qin and Long Yu was shortened by half. Want to take him away? Don't think about it. Yu Ruyan reacted, snorted coldly, and blatantly shot at Tang Qin. 2 women, each with peerless looks, fought for Long Yu. Yu Ruyan wanted to kill Long Yu, and Tang Qin wanted to protect Long Yu. The head of Tang Qin actually. Long Yu couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He never thought that there would be someone to help him in this situation. It was understandable for Bai Yunzong to make a move, but Tang Qin's move was something he never thought of. No matter what, Tang Qin did not hesitate to offend Yu Ruyan and Chu Chaoxing for Long Yu's sake. Long Yu will definitely keep this kindness in his heart. On the other side, Xinghai Impeller made Feng Yao take a few steps back, and then waved his hand, condensing a starlight, and a terrifying sky tablet law spread instantly. The law of the Star Sea. Xinghai Impeller, when he was young, got a piece of Xinghai Tianbei by chance, so he continued to comprehend and work hard, and finally stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, and achieved the law of Xinghai. The strong in the secret realm of heaven and man can fully comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and only those who have reached the secret realm of heaven and man can upgrade the field they have comprehended into the real law. The difference between domains and laws is simply too great. Just like Long Yu, if he can comprehend the law of suppressing the sky, the coercion will definitely be more than 10 times stronger than that of the field of suppressing the sky, not to mention the law of the sky tablet and the law of Xinghai, which are at the seal level. The law of Xinghai spread, and instantly enveloped Long Yuanjian in a gray robe. Bursts of starlight made Long Yuanjian's whole body blue. Blood Dragon. Not to be outdone, Long Yuanjian immediately released a strong blood dragon true spirit behind him, and the terrifying strength that had reached the peak of the true spirit secret realm burst out all of a sudden, dissipating a lot of the burst of star brilliance. However, the gap between the secret realm of heaven and man and the secret realm of true spirits is too great. Even if Long Yuanjian is the pinnacle of the true spirit secret realm, at this moment, he is no match for Xinghai Impeller at all. In just a few breaths, bursts of starlight continued to attack, completely suppressing Long Yuanjian's blood dragon true spirit, and he was afraid that he would be completely defeated after a while. Tens of thousands of people were watching this situation in the Forbidden Army martial field. Seeing the strong man in the realm of harmony between man and nature make a move, all of them opened their eyes wide, for fear of missing any wonderful scene. When they saw that even Long Yuanjian was completely suppressed by Xinghai Impeller, they all felt emotional. It's too strong. Ordinary martial arts practitioners can't even imagine how strong a strong man in the realm of harmony between man and nature is. On the contrary, many people were upset. This Shanghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars in the Tianyu continent, was able to show off its might in the Great Tang Kingdom. Does this mean that the entire Great Tang Kingdom is not in the eyes? However, when they looked at the left Prince Chu Chaoxing, they found that Chu Chaoxing had completely suppressed Bai Yunzong, and even Bai Yunzong had vomited blood and was injured. As for Chu Chaoxing, he didn't pay any attention to the Shanghai Impeller who was acting wild from outside. Looking at him, he seemed to have known that Shanghai Impeller would come. It seems that the appearance of Shanghai Impeller was arranged by Shanghai Impeller. Of course, Long Yu also discovered this. He didn't believe that there wasn't a strong man from the secret realm of heaven and man in the Great Tang Congress to fight against Shanghai Impeller. The only explanation was that Shanghai Impeller came here with the tacit approval of some people in Datong. And this person was undoubtedly Chu Chaoxing. The dragon of the netherworld, it's up to you. Long Yu looked around and saw Bai Yunzong spewing blood under Chu Chaoxing's continuous attack, and he flew upside down. He also saw that under Yu Ruyan's obstruction, the impatient Tang Qin made repeated mistakes, and was trapped by Yu Ruyan into the shadow spider web, and was in danger. He also saw the scene where Long Yuanjian's old figure was completely suppressed under the starlight cast by Shanghai Impeller, and even the blood dragon's true spirit began to shatter. Besides these people, the tens of thousands of onlookers in the Forbidden Army martial field were all watching the fun. For example, the aristocratic Lu family, Wang family, Luo family, Yuqi family, and the master of Qingqing Pavilion and his disciples, Hua Haishan, the master of the Tibetan Fire Palace, and Chu Shanwu, the master of the Broken Knife Gate. Wait, a group of people are looking at the field with a sneer. They all hope to see the scene of Long Yushan's death. The scene of the entire Forbidden Army martial field ignited Long Yu's anger, and the true spirit of the 9 Nether Dragon was about to roar out at last. Although normally, he would not release the 9 Nether Dragon true spirit, because he was afraid of causing some bad effects on his body, but now, he couldn't care less about it. If he didn't use his trump card, no matter if it was Bai Yunzong, Tang Qin, or Long Yuanjian, he would at least be seriously injured, or even killed on the spot. No matter what, Long Yu will never let such a thing happen. The Dragon of 9 Serenities, the true spirit, appears. Long Yu looked up to the sky and let out a stern shout. The aura of the 9 Netherness erupted from his whole body, immediately condensed on top of his head, and instantly condensed into a mighty and extraordinary dragon spirit of the 9 Netherness. The Dragon of the 9 Serenities seemed to come from the underworld, and as soon as it appeared, it completely turned the surrounding area into a netherworld domain. Once the 9 Nether Dragon true spirit condensed into a solid body appeared, it would be like the real 9 Nether Dragon descending, shocking everyone in the Forbidden Army martial field on the spot. Even the Star Sea Impeller in the secret realm of heaven and man is no exception. At this moment, tens of thousands of people were enveloped by the aura of the netherworld, and even breathing became extremely difficult, and it was not clear what happened in the field. 9 Nether True Spirit got angry and took control of the audience. Kill? Run? Long Yu released the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit entity, and immediately discovered that everyone around him was completely shocked by it. Shanghai Impeller? This young and handsome young man maintained a posture of swaying starlight, his eyes were full of shock, and he stayed on the spot. Chu Chaoxing? The whole person was enveloped by the aura of the 9 Serenities, as if trapped in the quagmire of the underworld, unable to move for a moment. Feather-like smoke made her look even more unbearable. When the true spirit of the 9 Nether Dragon appeared, there was only shock in her eyes. She was caught off guard by Tang Qin's palm hit her chest, flew upside down, and fell heavily to the ground. It's just that at this moment, both the enemy and the friend are all stunned by the true spirit of the Dragon of the 9 Serenities at the same time. Long Yuanjian stood on the spot blankly. Bai Yunzong fell to the ground, Tang Qin froze in place after swiping a palm. When the nine-nether dragon true spirit was released, the surrounding time seemed to be completely stagnant, only the constant breeze was telling Long Yu that time was still going on. It's too unrealistic to kill Xinghai Impeller, the best way now is. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and the tiny wings stretched and exploded instantly, and then turned into a gray-black streamer, and with a flash of body, he flashed behind Feng Yao, who had retreated not far away. He grabbed Feng Yao's neck with one hand, and then led Feng Yao to evacuate towards the gate of the Imperial Army Marshal Field. Since Xinghai Yeluan is willing to go so far to kill Long Yu for Feng Yao, it can be seen that Feng Yao has a close relationship with the Xinghai Yeluan. Taking Feng Yao as a hostage is the only possible way for Long Yu to escape now. And if Long Yu hadn't released the nine-nether dragon true spirit, it would be impossible to cross the Xinghai Impeller and kidnap Feng Yao. It can be said that even if Long Yu releases the true dragon spirit of the Nine Serenities, it is only a glimmer of life. Stop. The first to wake up was Xinghai Impeller. His martial arts realm is the highest, and he stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man. Even if Long Yu released the nine-nether dragon true spirit entity, he could not be shocked for long. He quickly woke up, and saw Long Yu holding Feng Yao and leaving outside the Imperial Army Marshal Field at a glance, and immediately shouted angrily, wanting to chase and kill him. If you take another step forward, I will kill her. Seeing that Xinghai Impeller woke up, Long Yu snorted coldly and pinched Feng Yao's neck hard. The Impeller really stopped. There was a hint of disbelief on his handsome face. He never imagined that Long Yu would have a way to frighten him and snatch Feng Yao from behind him. Now that the Impeller is awake, the nine-nether dragon true spirit is useless. Long Yu took back the true spirit entity of the dragon of nine nethernesses, then pinched Feng Yao's neck, and walked step by step towards the outside of the Forbidden Army Marshal Field. Soon, Long Yu and Feng Yao disappeared from Yiluan's sight, making Yiluan bite his lip, quite unwilling. The majestic powerhouse in the secret realm of heaven and man, Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 disaster stars, was actually planted in the hands of a boy in the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm. If this news spread, it would be enough to make him lose face. Yiluan doesn't care about face, but he cares about Feng Yao. As Long Yu and Feng Yao disappeared, Yiluan immediately wanted to catch up. No matter what, his strength was much stronger than Long Yu's. Taking Feng Yao as a hostage, he can only hold on for a moment at most. It is impossible for Long Yu to escape from Yiluan's hands. At this moment, the true dragon spirit of Nine Serenity dissipated in the air following Long Yu's departure. Tens of thousands of people in the Imperial Army Marshal Field finally came to their senses again. However, what caught their eyes was an unbelievable scene. Long Yu disappeared, even Feng Yao disappeared. In the arena, the most conspicuous thing was the handsome young man in blue robe, Impeller. When he raised his hands, he immediately flew up. Heaven and man are one, and walk in the sky. Whether it was Long Yuanjian who had just woken up, Bai Yunzong, or Tang Qin, it was impossible to catch up with the Impeller at this moment, and he could only watch helplessly as he was about to leave the range of the forbidden military field. However, at this moment, a series of elegant piano sounds came from the sky one after another, and immediately under everyone's gaze, the Xinghai Impeller, which had already flown into the sky, seemed to have touched some barrier and was bounced back. Mo Shanjian? Impeller's face darkened, he stood still on the ground, raised his head and looked at the sky. Mo Shanjian, the Lord of the Mountains. When Bai Yunzong heard the series of elegant piano sounds, he was finally completely relieved and saved. It seems that the powerful talent shown by Long Yusua finally attracted Mo Shanjian's attention. Now that Mo Shanjian has made a move, Long Yu's life can finally be guaranteed. Otherwise, even if Feng Yao was taken as a hostage, would Long Yu really be able to escape? There were tens of thousands of people in the imperial military arena. Many people heard the sound of the piano and guessed who it was. The previous head of the Mo family of the Xiong family, Mo Shangjian, the owner of the elegant residence in the mountains in the imperial city. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. As long as it is a strong man who has stepped into the secret realm of heaven and man, he will have a certain reputation in the entire Tianyu continent. For example, the 7 catastrophes including Xinghai Impeller, and the previous head of the Mo family of the Xiong family in the Tang dynasty, Mo Shangjian, the owner of the elegant residence in the mountains. This kind of existence is never easy to appear in front of ordinary people, but at the time when the 7 schools are discussing martial arts, Chu Chaoxing wants to change the pattern of the entire Tang dynasty, and it is completely normal for Mo Shangjian to hide and watch. Perhaps, originally Mo Shangjian didn't want to interfere in this matter, but when he saw the real dragon spirit of Long Yu burst out in anger and shocked the audience, even Mo Shangjian was shocked by Long Yu up. Wouldn't it be a pity for such a talented person to die like this? As the last patriarch of the Mo family of the Xiong family, most of what Mo Shangjian considered was the interests of the Mo family of the Xiong family, as well as the interests of the entire Tang dynasty. Keep Long Yu. In this way, not only can it cause some troubles for Chu Chaoxing and Jiangzu Long's family, but it can also bring in a powerful ally for Xiangzu Mo's family, which may come in handy in the future, so why not do it? Mo Shangjian, from the eruption of the true dragon spirit of Long Yu Jiuyo, has seen his infinite potential. And Xinghai Impeller, of course, has also heard of Mo Shangjian, the title of Lord of the Mountains. Although he was not afraid of Mo Shangjian, it became impossible for him to break through Mo Shangjian's barrier and chase Long Yu who was running away. What's more, the place where his impeller is now is the Great Tang Kingdom. In the entire Great Tang Kingdom, Mo Shangjian is not the only martial arts expert in the mystic realm of heaven and man. If other people also make a move, Xinghai Impeller will not be able to eat and walk away today. Originally, the impeller was guaranteed by Chu Chaoxing, which is why he took the risk to come here. But now, he clearly understood that Chu Chaoxing's guarantee meant nothing at all. The powerful talent displayed by Long Yu made Mo Shangjian in the secret realm of heaven and man love talents. The atmosphere in the entire Forbidden Army martial field became extremely tense. However, after Mo Shangjian repelled Xinghai Impeller, he didn't show up. Obviously he didn't want to deal with Xinghai Impeller, but just wanted to prevent him from chasing and killing Long Yu. According to Long Yu's speed, Mo Shangjian only needs to block the impeller for half a day, and Long Yu can take Feng Yao to an extremely far place. As for why Long Yu was not allowed to come back, Mo Shangjian had his own plans in mind. How can an eagle really soar above the sky without being honed? With Long Yu's current level of martial arts, he has already stood at the peak of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom. If he stays in the Great Tang Kingdom, no one can teach him. If he wants to make further progress in martial arts, it is Long Yu himself, and going out to practice is the most important thing. Mo Shangjian didn't show up, and the impeller didn't move at all, so he sat down in the imperial military arena, closed his eyes and rested his mind. Mo Shangjian, who had a secret realm of heaven and man, controlled the scene. Of course, other people in the field did not dare to act rashly, including Xuanhuan, Chu Chaoxing. Although he was only inferior to a few people in the Tang dynasty, Mo Shangjian was one of them. Tang Qin had just injured Yu Ruyan, and now she returned to the Ice Sect camp, and with a wave of her hand, she was about to leave with the disciples of the Ice Sect. Since Chu Chaoxing turned black and white and played tricks, there is no need to continue these 7 schools of martial arts anyway. If Tang Qin doesn't leave, why stay here? Ice Gate, evacuated. As for Tang Qin, the first thing she did when she returned to the Zonmen was to prepare the Hanbing Heart Sutra of the Hanbingmen and hand it over to Chu Chaoxing. It wasn't that she resigned to her fate, but that with the resistance of her and Bai Yunzong, it was impossible to stop Chu Chaoxing. If she resisted stubbornly, the entire sect might be uprooted by Chu Chaoxing. It's not that Chu Chaoxing is incapable of doing such a thing. Now, what Tang Qin expects is only for Long Yu to step into a higher level of martial arts realm, and wait for him to return. Bai Yunzong, who had already been seriously injured, returned to Zhenshenzong's spectator seat. "Sovereign, how are you?" Many disciples and elders of Tiantian's sect immediately came to greet him. It doesn't matter, since Senior Shanjian has appeared, Long Yu is not worried for the time being. Bai Yunzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Up to this moment, he was still worried about Long Yu, but not much worried about his own injury, which shows that he has far surpassed himself in the importance of Long Yu. Suddenly a figure came galloping from outside the Forbidden Army martial field. Everyone in the Zhenshenzong spectator seat looked at it, but they saw that it was Feng Chang'e, the head of the Feng family who had been cultivating in the mountain villa before, trying to break through the realm. Feng Chang'e lived elegantly in the mountains, and finally broke through to the realm of unity of true spirit and stepped into the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm. However, before he had time to be happy, he felt a breathtaking aura from the Forbidden Army martial field, which erupted in shock, causing him to rush over in a hurry. "Where is Long Yu?" Feng Chang'e entered the Forbidden Army martial field, and soon came to Zhenshenzong to watch the battle. He looked around, but he didn't see Long Yu's figure, only saw a handsome young man in blue clothes sitting upright with his eyes closed in the Imperial military arena. Feng Chang'e felt a strong aura from this handsome young man. Bai Yunzong told Feng Chang'e to be calm, and then told what happened just now. "Feng Yao? Was Xinghai Impeller?" Feng Chang'e frowned, and looked at the field. He really didn't expect that the young man in blue sitting in the center turned out to be a strong man in the realm of harmony between man and nature. A burst of anger surged in his heart, followed by a desolate sigh. What made him angry was that Feng Yao didn't give up and wanted to attack Long Yu, but what he sighed desolately was that now that Feng Yao fell into Long Yu's hands, according to Long Yu's character, he might never forgive her for doing this once again. "I'll chase it out and have a look." Feng Chang'e immediately made a decision. No matter what, he would fight for another chance for Feng Yao, and then, he would take Feng Yao by his side firmly to prevent her from having any chance to act recklessly. "Wait." Bai Yunzong shook his head, and stopped Feng Chang'e. "Since you didn't see them when you came in, chase them out now. Do you know where they went?" "Chase, you will definitely not be able to catch up. If you can't catch up, you have to catch up," Feng Chang'e said stubbornly, and he was about to leave. However, at this moment, a pretty figure in a light green long dress suddenly appeared at the gate of the Forbidden Army martial field. It turned out to be Feng Yao. There was a trace of despondency on Feng Yao's face. She raised her head, and saw Feng Chang'e's expression looking at her at a glance. "Long Yu, let her come back." Obviously, after Long Yu left the Imperial military field, he saw the scene where Xinghai Impeller was blocked by Mo Shanjian and was driven back. Therefore, it would be useless for him to bring another Feng Yao, and it would become his burden instead. "Father." When Feng Yao saw Feng Chang'e, she became flustered. Feng Chang'e snorted coldly, and walked forward. "Look at the good deeds you have done. Starting today, I will move the Feng family to the Imperial City and settle in the Imperial City. And you, follow me." Feng Yao lowered her head. If she faced the original Feng Chang'e, she might go her own way, but now, Feng Chang'e has not only recovered her cultivation, but also stepped into the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm. And this, when she first came to the Imperial City, she heard that it was Long Yu who exchanged a heavy treasure for a black-grade pill, which cured Feng Chang'e. This made her feel a little grateful to Long Yu, but she had already brought Xinghai Impeller over, and she couldn't do anything without it. General Feng. At this moment, in the center of the Imperial military arena, Xinghai Impeller, who had closed his eyes to rest his mind, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Feng Chang'e. Feng Changge turned his head, frowning slightly. Your injury has healed. A sigh flashed across Xinghai Impeller's face, and he said, in this case, there is no need for me to stay, you, take care. This sentence made many people around stunned for a moment. You? Take care of yourself? This Xinghai Impeller actually knows Feng Changge, and even respects him very much. What is going on? You know me? Feng Changge asked subconsciously, but the next moment, Xinghai Impeller's body took off, flying against the sky. This time Mo Shanjian didn't stop him again, probably because he saw that Xinghai Impeller no longer had the intention to kill Long Yu. In an instant, Xinghai Impeller disappeared from everyone's sight. Yaoer, who is this Xinghai Impeller? Feng Changge asked Feng Yao, with a serious face. He was rescued by you when he was a child, and he saved his life. After that, he got a Star Sea and Heaven monument, practiced the law, and achieved the secret realm of heaven and man. Feng Yao lowered her head. It's my fault. When I saw him, he immediately saw that I was your daughter and said he wanted to repay her kindness. I used him and wanted him to deal with Long Yu. Feng Changge never imagined that he would be the benefactor of Xinghai Impeller, and Xinghai Impeller did not come to deal with Long Yu with her because he fell in love with Feng Yao, but just to repay his favor. However, Dad, Yiluan said that it would be fine if your cultivation level doesn't recover. Once it recovers, I'm afraid there will be many remaining troubles from the past coming to you. Feng Yao said with some worry. Now I have not only recovered, but also stepped into the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm. What's the trouble? Even if I come, I'm afraid he won't succeed? Feng Changge's eyes shone brightly. Of course he knew that there would be trouble for him to restore his cultivation, but why should he be afraid? It's a pity that Feng Changge has saved too many people before, and he can't remember when he saved Xinghai Impeller. And Xinghai Impeller didn't know the importance of Long Yu to Feng Changge, so he followed Feng Yao's words and wanted to kill Long Yu. However, when he saw Feng Changge rushing to the field, the first one was looking for Long Yu's figure, and of course he understood what position Long Yu occupied in Feng Changge's heart. Xinghai Impeller is gone, and the 7 schools of martial arts are coming to an end. Yu Qianning chose to challenge the Ice Sect, and the disciples of the Ice Sect had already withdrawn, so they were regarded as abstentions, and the Chanxi sect successfully became the number 1 among the 7 sects of martial arts. Except for the Chanxi sect, the 6 major sects will hand over all the cultivation methods to Chu Chaoxing. The Great Tang Kingdom has entered a new era since then, and the sect power belonging to Chu Chaoxing is about to be established. As for sects such as Zhenchenzong and Hambingmen, the only thing they can look forward to now is to wait for his return. Waiting for Long Yu's return. No one doubts that when Long Yu returns next time, the entire structure of the Tang dynasty will undergo another earth-shaking change. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The last day of the 7 schools of martial arts. Facing Yu Ruyan, Bai Yunxing, and even the strong Xinghai Impeller in the realm of the unity of man and nature, Long Yu burst out with a burst of terrifying power and escaped calmly. This incident spread throughout most of the Tang Kingdom like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and everyone was familiar with the name of Long Zai Tian's son and Long Yu. And after that day, the 7 major sects of the Great Tang Kingdom each handed over the cultivation methods of the sect to the left prince, Chu Chaoxing. Based on these methods, Chu Chaoxing created a personal force, Great Tang Wuzong. It is conceivable that from now on, most of the young martial artists who want to find the power of the sect will choose to join the Great Tang Wuzong instead of the 7 major sects. Because Chu Chaoxing announced to the world that once he joins the Great Tang Wuzong, he can choose the cultivation methods of the 7 major sects, and even if he makes a certain contribution to the Great Tang Wuzong, he can also choose the 2nd and 3rd cultivation methods. Practice at the same time. This kind of temptation is undoubtedly great for many young martial artists. What is even more unexpected is that on the day when Great Tang Wuzong was established, many disciples from the original 7 major sects transferred to become disciples of Great Tang Wuzong. Among them, the most representative one is Qianzizong Yuqianing, Yuxamai. Broken Knife Door, Broken Off. Allure Pavilion, by Linsha. These sect disciples had all demonstrated their strength in the 7 schools of martial arts. After joining the Great Tang Wuzong, the momentum of the Great Tang Wuzong undoubtedly reached an unprecedented level. As for Qingqing Pavilion, it was disbanded directly. After handing over the sect's heart method, Feng Qianyun was defeated in the 7 schools of martial arts. Feng Qianyun couldn't think of any reason to continue to linger on. Anyway, Qingqing Pavilion will decline in the near future, it is better to disband it directly. And Feng Qianyun herself also joined Great Tang Wuzong and became an elder of Great Tang Wuzong. This behavior made Hua Haishan of the Tibetan Fire Hall, Chu Shanwu of the Duandomen, etc. a little moved. Joining the Great Tang Wuzong, they must enjoy much better treatment than ordinary disciples. Everything is moving in the direction Chu Chaoxing expected. The only thing he didn't expect was Feng Changge and Zhen Tianzong. Feng Changge led a total of more than 40 members of the Xinfeng family to settle in the Tang Imperial City and became a force in the Datong Imperial City. Since Feng Changge's own strength recovered, he even stepped into the realm of unity of true spirits, which made the overall strength of the Feng family exceed most of the Imperial City families or second only to the 4 great aristocratic families. The result of this must be a series of weakening and suppression. No matter what kind of power it is, the Xinfeng family is not pleasing to the eye, except for one party, the Xiong family Mo family. Secretly, the Mo family of Xiangzhou supported Feng Changge and helped him gain a foothold in the imperial city. And the situation of Zhen Tianzong was beyond Chu Chaoxing's expectation. Although he handed over the Xintianju, the number of young martial artists who wanted to join the Xintian sect increased instead of decreasing. There is no doubt that these young martial arts all went for Long Yu's name. After the 7 sects discussed martial arts, although Qianzizong and Chu Chaoxing were victors, Zhenshenzong also ushered in a golden period of development. Will Chu Chaoxing allow Zhen Tianzong to develop like this? Obviously not. Feng Changge, Bai Yunzong, Long Yu, Yu3, just wait and see. Standing at the pinnacle of the newly established Great Tang Wuzong, Chu Chaoxing had a cold light in his eyes. The 7 schools of discussion on martial arts is over, but the entire imperial city and even the Tang dynasty are still undercurrents. No one knows when the next wave will break out. After leaving the Forbidden Army martial field, Long Yu ran straight towards the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Seeing someone blocking the Xinghai impeller for him, he let Feng Yao go. After all, keeping her is just a burden. Long Yu didn't know what happened after that in the Forbidden Army martial field, but he could guess most of it. The Chanxi sect won, the 7 major sects were weakened, and Chu Chaoxing gained more power. Whether it's Zhenshenzong or Xinfeng's family, life in the Tang dynasty will not be easy. Besides, Chu Chaoxing will definitely send killers to hunt me down everywhere. If I want to escape from the hunt, there is only one place to go for the time being. The current Long Yu must improve his martial arts realm as quickly as possible while ensuring his own safety. At least, he must be able to defeat Chu Chaoxing before he can return to the Tang dynasty to help Zhenshenzong, Hanbingmen and Zhenfengjie. Now, the only favors he can remember are Zhenshenzong, Hanbingmen, Zhenfengjie, and Lu Yuan from Qingqing Pavilion. In order to help him, Lu Yuan not only turned against the owner of the Qingqing Pavilion, but also saved the life of Walker. No matter what, now Long Yu must not treat Lu Yuan lightly. I don't know if Lu Yuan's father will. As soon as Long Yu thought of the demon seed of hell that Lu Yuan's father had caught, he was a little worried. Once the demon seed of hell broke out, the entire Tang dynasty and even the entire Tianyu continent would not be spared. It's a pity that if the current Long Yu goes back, he will only have a dead end. I hope Lu Yuan can take good care of her father. The tying wings stretched out behind Long Yu, turning him into a gray-black streamer, and soon left the great Tang imperial city, heading towards the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley at high speed. The reason why he chose the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley as his target was not only because he didn't know about other places, but also because he felt the vague consciousness in the tying wings seemed to want him to go to the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Tying Feather Wings is a warrior refined from the body of the powerful monster in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, the body of Giguishur. The consciousness generated in it is of course related to Giguishur. It's just that the dead Ghost Valley Wing envoy seemed to have incomparable resentment, and it was because of this that he had a strong will, wishing Long Yu to go to Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Tying Wings is the strongest soldier I have now. If I can better fit with it, my speed will be unmatched by anyone in the same realm. In order to further integrate with Tying Yui, Long Yu decided to take a risk. Going to the outskirts of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley is definitely useless. If you want to really achieve your goal, you must go deep into the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. At least, you have to pass through the Butterfly Valley. The Butterfly Valley can be said to be a buffer zone between the periphery and the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. On the outskirts of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, the strongest monsters are the Ghost Valley snakes at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, there is a complete society of monsters. Monster beasts all live in clusters, and in each cluster, there will be a powerful existence in the realm of unity of true spirits. Only in this way can they cluster in the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. Otherwise, you can only live in the Butterfly Valley. Butterfly Valley is an extremely vast valley, in which there are countless powerful monsters below the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and most of them act in groups. Once a monster reaches the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it will lead the group to the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley to obtain better training resources. Long Yu's current goal is Butterfly Valley. He can deal with Yu Qianing at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so of course he can deal with monsters of the same level. As for the powerful existence at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu doesn't want to touch it for the time being, otherwise, if something happens, it will be possible. It's over. In one day and one night, Long Yu had already left the border of the Tang dynasty, approaching the direction of Mixed Sound City and Tianshan Ghost Valley. Before I left last time, I offended Feng Hai, an alchemist in Mixed Sound City, so I don't want to go in this time. Long Yu saw the mixing city wall from a distance, shook his head, and decided to take a detour. That alchemist Feng Hai is a member of the strongest guild in Mixed City. If he enters Mixed City now, he will definitely be targeted by everyone. No matter how strong he is, he will not be able to escape. Although he has the Xinghai sword and flame banner of the spiritual level, which can be exchanged for a lot of pills, but this alone does not allow him to advance to a higher realm, and there is no need to enter the Mixed Sound City to take risks. Soon, he bypassed Mixed Sound City and came straight to the entrance of Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Just like the last time I came here, dozens of Jianghu Wuxiu gathered at the entrance of Tianhun Ghost Valley, discussing how to enter Tianhun Ghost Valley in groups to hunt monsters. Long Yu remained vigilant, pretending to be casually walking towards the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Stop. At this moment, a sudden shout came from the side. Immediately after the stern shout, several Jianghu Wuxiu jumped out, stopped Long Yu one after another, and looked at him with malicious intentions. You are Long Yu, the city lord told us to bring you back alive. The leading Jianghu Wuxiu was actually the 5th level cultivation base of the True Spirit Secret Realm. He shaved his head and held a ghost head knife. He stared at Long Yu playfully and fiercely, and threatened, "Are you obediently following us? Should we walk back, or should we break our arms and legs, and be carried back by us? You choose yourself." Sure enough, it came. Long Yu had already guessed that there would be an ambush here, But he didn't expect that the other party would send a strong man from the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to intercept him. At the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, dozens of Jianghu Wuxiu looked at this side, pointed and laughed. It turns out that this kid is Long Yu. I heard that his father is Long Zitian, who was kicked out of the Tang dynasty because of treason. Now this kid has also been kicked out. He really follows his father's orders, haha. The last time Long Yu came to Mixed Sound City, he killed an errant servant of the alchemist Feng Hai. He was so daring. Now he wants to come to the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It's wishful thinking. Being stopped by the ghost knife, I think this kid can't bear it and walked around. If he is not obedient, losing 2 arms is considered light. Many people laughed jokingly and pointed at Long Yuji. And the ghost-headed knife they said in their words was the bald leader among the group of people who stopped Long Yu, the guy in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It seems that this ghost-head saber is quite famous in the surrounding area, but unfortunately, its strength is definitely not as good as Yu Channing. Even Yu Channing was defeated by Long Yu. How could a mere ghost-head saber win Long Yu? Take him down. The bald Gui Tu Dao saw Long Yu standing still without saying a word. A look of impatience flashed in his fierce eyes, and he waved his hand to give orders. Immediately, the surrounding 6 martial arts practitioners from the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm attacked Long Yu at the same time. At this moment, Long Yu finally moved. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. If Long Yu doesn't move, that's all. One move can kill someone. Facing the 6 Jianghu martial arts practitioners at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Long Yu had no pressure, and the great power of the sun was released in an instant, and the power of infinite frost made the 6 people tremble. It's cold, it's too cold. Before they could think of any way to resist the cold, Long Yu's fist had already arrived. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. A simple punch, containing the aura of the 9 serenities, came with a bang, and knocked a strong man in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm into the air. Jianghu Wuxiu, the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is already considered a very powerful existence in the Mixed City area. Standing alone, can be regarded as the boss of a party. But now, these 6 people seemed vulnerable in front of Long Yu. 10,000 people killed. The tip of the 9 Nether Dragon spear was condensed with a destructive thunder strike. Under the flickering thunder, with killing intent, it pierced the other person's chest with one shot and killed him on the spot. Long Yu was so brave that Gui Tu Dao, who was in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, frowned slightly. It seemed that with just a few subordinates at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, they were no longer Long Yu's opponents. Gui Tu Dao immediately swung the long knife in his hand, and a ruthless sword light slashed at Long Yu's head. The Gui Tu Dao didn't intend to kill Long Yu just because of this. After swinging out the light of the saber, the Gui Tu Dao flashed behind Long Yu and slashed at Long Yu again. Gui Tu Dao actually made a move in person. You really think highly of that Long Yu. Humph, that kid killed 2 of Gui Tu Dao's subordinates in an instant. Can he still hold his breath? It seems that Long Yu's strength is indeed good, but it's a pity that he can only die when he faces the ghost head saber. Dozens of onlookers, Wuxiu Jianghu, couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw the situation in the field. They didn't like ghost swords, but this guy's strength was beyond doubt. To deal with Long Yu, who is only the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is of course no problem. It's a pity that just a little over a day has passed since Long Yu defeated Yu Channing on the last day of the 7 schools of martial arts, and the news hasn't reached here yet. Otherwise, they would never have thought that just a ghost head saber at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm would be Long Yu's opponent. Facing the 2 sword lights that came quickly from the ghost knife, Long Yu was calm and composed, and punched out, condensing the energy of the 9 secluded worlds, forming a barrier of the underworld. On the barrier of the underworld, the lines of the 9 nethernesses circulated, easily blocking the 2-blade lights of the ghost head saber. What? Gui Tudao's expression changed. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to be so difficult to deal with, even his 2-sword lights were completely blocked. You know, his martial arts realm is the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, and his basic strength should be twice as strong as that of Long Yu. Facing his attack, how could this kid resist it? However, the facts are the facts. Gui Tudao's face changed, and he immediately wanted to use stronger moves, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that his whole body was bound by an invisible creature. The spirit of xuanhuan. The invisible spirit of the underworld bound the ghost knife on the spot, and then Long Yu punched him, and the aura of the 9 secluded erupted instantly. Gui Tudao was blown away by the 9 nether chi column and fell heavily to the ground. The meridians all over his body began to be eroded by the 9 nether chi, and he seemed unable to survive. The ghost head saber flew backwards, and his 4 remaining subordinates of the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm were shocked for no reason. Even the ghost head saber was defeated face to face by Long Yu in front of him. How could they be able to deal with Long Yu? Hurry up and inform Mixed Sound City, there is news about Long Yu, and the ghost knife was defeated by him. At the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, there was a middle-aged man with a beard and a shirtless arm. There was a long scar from his left shoulder to the back of his hand, which made him look quite vicious. Yes, Brother Gua. Hearing this, a younger brother turned around and left the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, heading towards Mixed Sound City. Long Yu noticed this scene in a blink of an eye, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Gua? If Long Yu's guess is not bad, this Brother Gua should not be a member of the gang in Mixing City, or else he would not have stood up to help Gatudo. One must know that this Brother Gua possesses the 6th level of the martial arts realm of the true spirit secret realm. Next to Brother Gua, several experts from the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm gathered. A group of people rested in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It seemed that a large-scale hunting operation was about to take place. The reason for asking someone to notify Mix City is purely a small gesture made by the middle-aged man surnamed Gua, who wants to make friends with Mix City. Long Yu never left trouble for himself. After he defeated Gatudo and blasted him to death with the spirit of 9 seclusions, he quickly beheaded the remaining 4 martial arts practitioners in the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm led by Gatudo. Although they sensed something bad and wanted to escape, how could they outrun Long Yu, who had the wings of the sun? Ghost Head Sword and the 6 subordinates he brought, all of them died in the hands of Long Yu. Seeing that Long Yu finished cleaning up, took away all the valuable things from those people, and then continued to walk towards the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, dozens of Jianghu martial arts practitioners were all a little scared. This kid, as expected of the kid who dared to kill alchemist Feng Hai's dog leg, unexpectedly killed Gui Tudao and his subordinates so decisively. You know, if killing Feng Hai's dog leg is just offending Feng Hai, then killing Gui Tudao and his subordinates can be said to be offending the entire Mix City. However, it's not over yet. Long Yu took away the high-grade spirit-level warrior machete in Gui Tudao's hand, and then walked towards the Brother Gua who had someone notify Mixing City. What do you want to do, kid? This action of his made all the martial arts practitioners nearby couldn't help trying to guess his psychology. If it was said that this kid was so heaven-defying that he could kill a ghost knife, they still believed it. But if they said they wanted to deal with Big Brother Guawei, they would never believe it. Guawei, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard, saw Long Yu walking towards him with a look of surprise in his eyes. He never thought that this kid named Long Yu would dare to trouble him. He is about to lead a large hunting operation, and he doesn't want to fight here. Little brother, if I were you, I would obediently go far away now, so that I won't find trouble with an unbeatable opponent before the big enemy comes. On Guawei's shirtless arm, a scar was clearly visible, looking extremely fierce, and his eyes were full of bloodlust. Brother Gua told you so much, because he didn't want to cause trouble. It's still too late for you to leave obediently now. Beside Gua Wei, a monkey-like Jianghu martial artist said contemptuously. If you don't want to cause trouble, why send someone to notify Mixing City? Long Yu spoke lightly, but kept walking towards Gua Wei. Seeing Long Yu's footsteps, Gua Wei felt vigilant, but at the next moment, Long Yu suddenly moved. Even Gua Wei couldn't react to this movement. After all, who would have thought that a kid at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm would dare to take the initiative to attack a strong man at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm? Gua Wei, but a well-known Jianghu martial arts nearby, is in his 40s this year, and countless lives have been lost under his hands, which is frightening. He has lived most of his life, and he never thought that there would be a kid who was 2 levels lower than him, trying to take the initiative to attack him. Is this courting death? Recalling the death of Gui Tu Dao just now, of course, Gua Wei would not let his subordinates fight, but stood up in person. Good boy, enough courage. Gua Wei laughed loudly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. He stepped on the ground, and 2 bloody flying knives appeared in his hands. Bloody throwing knife. All the wuxia martial artists who were watching nearby, including Gua Wei's subordinates at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, were all surprised. The bloody flying knife can be said to be Gua Wei's strongest method, and it usually doesn't appear easily. But now, just to deal with a kid at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Gua Wei actually took out the scarlet throwing knife. The general trend of the sun. Long Yu noticed the 2 bloody flying knives in his hand, his heart moved, he became vigilant, and at the same time, the great power of the sun was released again. It's the law of the steel, no wonder it's so arrogant. Gua Wei grinned as if he had met an opponent, but anyone who knew him well knew that the ultimate blood was hidden deep in this smile. I saw the bloody flying knife in his hand spun twice quickly, and then a burst of bloody law field power swept towards Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. Drunk in the underworld. Yellow Spring Barrier. Long Yu didn't dare to be careless, and immediately threw out a punch, and the power of reincarnation enveloped the 2 bloody flying knives, weakening their power a bit. Immediately afterwards, the chi of the netherworld condensed into a barrier of the underworld, blocking around his body. Hey! Gua Wei smiled disdainfully, and with a wave of his hand, he actually retracted the 2 blood-colored flying knives, as if they were fingers and arms, extremely flexible. Long Yu frowned slightly. He could tell that Gua Wei didn't have the slightest intention to underestimate the enemy, but was extremely cautious even when facing a weaker who was 2 levels lower than him. It's really not easy to deal with martial artists like this who have rolled on the tip of their knives too many times. At least, it will never be easier than dealing with Yu Channing. This will be a hard battle, but for Gua Wei, it couldn't be easier. He doesn't need to take Long Yu's life, he just needs to drag Long Yu down, and wait for the people from Mixing City to deal with Long Yu. Anyway, he was just killing time, and by the way, he could give Feng Hai, an alchemist in Mixed City, a favor, so why not do it? Forcibly rush, kill. Under such circumstances, it is obviously not a wise choice for Long Yu and Gua Wei to procrastinate. Immediately afterwards, I saw the tying wings stretch out from Long Yu's back, turning him into a gray-black streamer, and quickly swept towards Gua Wei. At the same time, he condensed the spirit of the 9 serenities with one punch, and the drunken xuanhuan blasted out. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Faced with Long Yu's punch, Gua Wei was extremely conservative. Show. Gua Wei still had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and the 2 bloody flying knives intertwined to form a bloody barrier, trying to resist Long Yu's punch. However, what he didn't expect was that Long Yu swung his fist, and before the spirit of the 9 serenity sprang out, he changed his direction, turned around and ran towards the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It turned out to be a feint attack, and then took the opportunity to escape. It seems that this kid is afraid that Big Brother Gua will attack him, so he pretended to take revenge on Big Brother Gua, but it turned out to be just a bluff. I just said that the martial artist who finally condensed the true spirit into a solid body should not be so stupid that he can't see his own strength. Dozens of Jianghu Wuxiu in the arena immediately saw Long Yu's thoughts. Everyone felt that Long Yu wanted to take the opportunity to escape and enter the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. Guo Wei also thinks so. In fact, when Long Yu just launched an attack on him, he had already guessed this possibility, and now Long Yu's actions really did not meet his expectations. If you hadn't done anything to me, I, Guo Wei, might have turned a blind eye, but now. Guo Wei's eyes flickered fiercely, and his whole body suddenly turned into blood, and he galloped towards Long Yu. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Two bloody flying knives came out instantly, forming two bloody whirlwinds, attacking Long Yu's back eerily. Guo Wei is best at chasing and killing people who turn around and run away. No matter who it is, as long as they turn around and run away in front of him, they will die. The hunting ability of the scarlet throwing knife is extremely terrifying. Even a strong man with the same level of martial arts as Guo Wei would have little chance of escaping his bloody pursuit, let alone Long Yu, who was 2 levels lower than him. At this moment, everyone in the arena almost saw Long Yu being chased by bloody flying knives and bloody dismembered. But then an incredible scene appeared before their eyes. I saw that Long Yu, who was fleeing at an extremely fast speed, floated up at an even faster speed when the bloody whirlwind formed by the bloody flying knives was about to catch up with him, and his whole body flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu held the 9 nether dragon spear tightly in his hand, and with a psychic martial art move against the scales, he condensed the infinite destruction and lightning, and shot towards Guo Wei. Can you guess that I will turn and run away, but I can't guess that you will launch a surprise attack on me when I turn and run away? The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and the 9-yu-long spear was thrown out, as if it wanted to pierce through the void. As for himself, after the tiny wings stretched out, he easily dodged the 2 whirlwinds of bloody saber light, and appeared beside Guo Wei in an instant. Returning to the horse and shooting, Guo Wei was caught off guard. He really didn't expect that the kid in the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm in front of him was really fighting hard with him, and why was this kid so fast? Even Guo Wei might not be able to catch up with the sudden burst of speed. The 9 nether dragon spear struck. Guo Wei withdrew the 2 blood-colored flying knives as quickly as possible, and used the blood-colored throwing knives to block Long Yu's 9-youth dragon spear. But at this moment, Long Yu punched him from the side. Wake up, palm reincarnation! Long Yu punched out, and the power of reincarnation enveloped Guo Wei in an instant, causing Guo Wei's martial arts realm to drop to the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm in an instant. This sudden change caused Guo Wei's fierce expression to change drastically. His martial Dao realm actually fell down? How can this be? Before he could react, Long Yu punched drunk in the underworld, and smashed out. The invisible spirit of the underworld completely restrained Guo Wei, and then the chi of the 9 secluded condensed. 9 nether blast. Long Yu punched the ground, and a burst of 9 nether chi condensed under Guo Wei's feet. Immediately afterwards, it condensed into a column of 9 nether chi, which exploded out. Brother Guo, be careful. A Jianghu Wuxiu at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm reacted instantly and knocked Guo Wei aside. However, the chi of 9 netherness completely erupted, but it enveloped the Jianghu Wuxiu and let out a scream. After being violently eroded by the chi of 9 netherness, that person would never have any way out. In order to save Guo Wei, that man was willing to sacrifice himself, which shows that Guo Wei is quite popular. Let's go together and kill this kid. And Guo Wei's other subordinates at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm were filled with righteous indignation, and they didn't have to show any mercy to those who dared to kill their own brothers. Now, there is no need to wait for the alchemist Feng Hai from Mixing City to arrive, they alone want to tear Long Yu into pieces. Immediately, four martial artists from the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm stopped in front of Guo Wei, and then charged towards Long Yu. Withdraw. Long Yuhong killed one person, and seeing that the other party was well trained and closely coordinated without any flaws, he knew it was time to retreat. If you continue to fight, even if you won't lose, once the people from Mixed Sound City are dragged over, you won't be able to eat and walk away. Long Yu didn't care about fighting at all. The Dantian in his body jumped up, quickly recovering the consumed profound energy, and at the same time stretched out the Taiyin wings, and rushed towards the mouth of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. After he broke out with the fastest speed, no one present could catch up with him. Guo Wei and his 4 subordinates at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm could only watch Long Yu's back as they walked away, disappearing at the mouth of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Hateful. The vicious look in Guo Wei's eyes became more apparent. One of his brothers, the 5th-level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm, was originally one of the pillars of the upcoming large-scale hunting operation, but now he was bombed and killed by a Long Yu. In particular, his brother died because he saved him. If he had known that this boy named Long Yu was so difficult to deal with, he would not have sent someone to notify Mixed Sound City. Now he has not gained any benefits, and even a brother died. Brother Guo. Beside him, the skinny monkey-like martial artist turned pale with fright. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that a mere boy in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm would possess such terrifying strength. Wait a minute, that kid is hard to deal with. Guo Wei glanced around, lowered his voice and said to his own people, just wait for the people from Fenghai from Mixing City to come, and just leave this troublesome matter to him. Brother Guo, why don't we avenge the 5th brother in person? The thin man was taken aback. He had never seen Brother Guo say such frustrating words. In the past, if the brothers encountered some difficulties, when did Guo Wei not rush to the forefront? This time, when I met a kid at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, I actually wanted to shrink back. This revenge, of course we have to avenge it ourselves. Guo Wei sneered, and the long scar on his arm was extremely conspicuous. You think that bastard Fenghai can deal with this Long Yu? When they fight and lose both, let's make a move again and be an Oriole. That's right, the praying mantis catches the cicada, and the Oriole is behind. Big Brother Guo is right, this way we not only save energy, but we may also get some money from that guy Fenghai. The skinny Wuxiu realized it, and immediately felt that Big Brother Guo was Big Brother Guo, and his knowledge was different from his own. If he hadn't followed Guo Wei from the very beginning, he wouldn't be able to step into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm now. All of this was brought to him by Guo Wei. Every one of Guo Wei's subordinates is similar, and it is because of this that some people are willing to die to save Guo Wei. Not long after, a group of people hurried over from the direction of Mixed Sound City, and they were none other than Alchemist Fenghai. Alchemist Fenghai also appeared this time in person. It seems that he hates Long Yu very much. Fenghai, the alchemist of the No. 1 guild in Mixed Sound City, was wearing a noble golden robe, with an arrogant expression and a deep chill in his eyes. Fenghai's martial arts realm is actually the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but as the alchemist of the 1st gang in Mixed City, he is accompanied by 3 masters of the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to protect him. At this moment, 3 masters from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm followed Fenghai to protect his safety and obey his orders. Guo Wei, what about Long Yu? Fenghai brought people over and asked proudly, if you dare to play tricks on me, do you know what the consequences will be? How can I play tricks on you? Guo Wei was in a bad mood. Seeing Fenghai so arrogant, he snorted coldly, Ghost Dao and one of my subordinates died at the hands of that boy Long Yu. If you don't believe me, you can ask the neighbor's brothers. At the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, many martial artists from all corners of the world gathered. Fenghai sent people to go around to ask questions, and soon he knew the facts. His face darkened. That kid, he killed Gui Tu Dao again. This is really going against the entire mixed city. Feng Hai's face was gloomy, and he sensed Long Yu's difficulty. As an alchemist, although he has an arrogant personality, he is not reckless, otherwise he would not be able to do such complicated work as alchemy. Through his limited understanding of Long Yu, he can feel that Long Yu's true strength is not in line with his own martial arts realm, and he also has a lot of ghost ideas. Just talking about the shot back when dealing with Guo Wei surprised many martial artists present. However, after all, that kid only has the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. Yang Hui, Yang Ku, follow me into the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and hunt down that kid. Feng Hai quickly made a decision, and quickly directed the 3 bodyguards at the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm. As for Yang Yu, you stay at the valley entrance. Once you see that kid appear, immediately set off a signal flare and notify us. The Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley is so big, how do you find it? One of the bodyguards, Yang Ku with a white face, said with a slight change of expression. That kid is only at the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. He must only dare to act outside of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Let's search the outer areas of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley first. Feng Hai's hatred for Long Yu is very high. Since Long Yu threw himself into the trap, he has no reason to let go of the chance to kill Long Yu. In the sight of Guo Wei and others, Feng Hai took Yang Hui and Yang Ku, 2 experts in the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, and several other attendants, into the Valley of Heavenly Souls and Ghosts. Brother Guo, shall we go in? The thin man asked anxiously. He was afraid that if he went late, there would be no bargains to pick up. Not in a hurry. Guo Wei squinted his eyes, his thoughts changed sharply. He was guessing what the goal of Long Yu's trip was. The periphery of Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley? Ghost Valley snakes? Impossible. Since that boy Long Yu has the strength to fight against him, it is impossible for him to be satisfied with being only on the outskirts of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, so to speak. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Butterfly Valley. Guo Wei guessed that Long Yu's destination was probably in the Butterfly Valley, which coincided with his goal. If so, there was no need for him to enter the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley prematurely. Originally, Guo Wei was here to wait for another group of companions, but now that the companions haven't arrived, it is impossible for him to lead others in first. After the alchemist Feng Hai led people into the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley for a period of time, at the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, another strong man from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm came. This is a middle-aged man, wearing a black coat, a black hat, and a black scarf. It seems that he is afraid of the cold, but in fact, of course, he will not be afraid due to his cultivation. Generally cold. His name is Jianhei. Jianhei's cultivation level is the same as Guo Wei's at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he is Guo Wei's waiting companion. In order for this large-scale hunting operation to succeed, they must make full preparations. 2 strong men from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm stepped into the Butterfly Valley, which was enough to ensure safety. After Jianhei arrived, Guo Wei led many brothers into the Valley of Heavenly Souls and Ghosts, and at the same time explained to Jianhei what happened just now. You mean, a kid from the 4th level of the True Spirit Realm can fight against you and even kill one of our brothers? Jianhei's voice was full of evil, and the eyes exposed under the black hat and scarf looked extremely hazy, as if covered with a layer of black ash. That's right, that kid's name is Long Yu. A fierce light flashed in Guo Wei's eyes, and he said, Very good, I'm going to peel off his skin and pay homage to our brother. After Jianhei finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, but those who are familiar with him know that if he said he was going to skin someone, he was really going to skin someone, and he was not joking at all. After Guo Wei and Jianhei led people into the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, dozens of Jianghu martial arts practitioners in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley started whispering. Today they saw too many strong men. As many as 5 strong men in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm appeared. The 3 bodyguards of alchemist Feng Hai, as well as Guo Wei and Jian He. Besides that, there are also quite a few experts in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who are rarely seen, such as Guo Tu Dao and Guo Wei's brother, etc. The most important thing is that there is actually a boy in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who can compete with Guo Wei and even kill one of Guo Wei's brothers. It seems that a bloody storm is about to break out in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, but who will be the final winner in this storm? Anyway, everyone agreed that Long Yu's move was dangerous. Because 5 strong men in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm are all targeting him. It's not over yet. Not long after Guo Wei and Jian He led people into Ghost Valley, Yang Yu, Feng Hai's bodyguard who stayed behind to guard the entrance of the valley, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the direction of Mixed Sound City. He was keenly aware that another strong man was coming to the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Soon, he really saw a handsome young man in green clothes and a white-haired girl in a black dress. They walked out of the woods together and came to the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. The 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm at such a young age. Yang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and the expression he looked at that handsome young man suddenly changed. As for the other white-haired girl, she is the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which is not too surprising, but what happened to the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley today? There are so many strong people here? Could it be that there is something wrong in Butterfly Valley? Yang Yu didn't pay attention to the 2 newcomers, because he didn't dare to make troubles. He absolutely wouldn't believe that such a young powerhouse in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm had no backer behind him. His duty is to guard and prevent that boy Long Yu from escaping. He doesn't need to care about the rest. Lu Yuan, I'll ask those people if they have seen Long Yu. Mo Fengming, a young man in Xing Yi, smiled at the white-haired girl Lu Yuan beside him, and then stepped forward, casually looking for a Jianghu martial artist from Taniguchi of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and asked. The Jianghu Wuxia was taken aback, and quickly and honestly answered everything that happened just now. Very well, we found him, let's go in. Mo Fengming's eyes flashed brightly. Lu Yuan glanced around. On such an occasion, she was still a little cautious. After all, she had never left the Tang dynasty before. But fortunately, Mo Fengming was there to make her feel at ease. Now, the Mo family has made friends with Zhenshenzong, and Mo Fengming, also ordered by the Patriarch, to go out to practice and prepare for the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Selection in the near future. Qingqing Pavilion had been disbanded, Lu Yuan had nowhere to go, so she came out with Mo Fengming, and the first goal of the 2 was to find Long Yu. When going out, there are many people and strength is great. If you can find Long Yu and join him, the 3 of you will definitely be much safer. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan also stepped into the Valley of Heavenly Souls and Ghosts. A group of people were left at the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, looking at each other in blank dismay. Many of the 6th-layer powerhouses of the True Spirit Secret Realm who came today came because of Long Yu. That kid, who is so sacred. In any case, it is impossible for them to go to Butterfly Valley, otherwise they would be courting death. For them, this kind of thing can only be discussed after dinner, and they cannot participate in it in person. In the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, Long Yu took the lead and headed towards the Butterfly Valley. With his current strength, if he encounters the Gigu Snake Disciple, the 4th-level monster of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he doesn't need to be afraid at all, and he can easily deal with it. Of course he knew that there were many strong men behind him, but he was not afraid. In the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, there are crises everywhere, especially when entering the Butterfly Valley, surrounded by monsters, there are many crises. In such an environment, Long Yu doesn't feel that he has any disadvantages. On the contrary, the more complicated and dangerous the environment is, the more he can use the harsh and dangerous environment to maximize his own interests. After aligning with the Tying Wings and Apocalypse, Long Yu's speed became extremely fast, and now that he has stepped into the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, his speed is even faster. It can be compared with the True Spirit Unity powerhouse of the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. A streak of gray-black streamer moved extremely fast in the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, leaving the alchemists Feng Hai, Guowei, Jian He, and others far behind. Someone really wants to sneak up on me. Long Yu came to a muddy swamp. Suddenly 2 Giga snakes came out of the swamp and made a surprise attack, making the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. If he had encountered such a sudden attack when he first came to Tianhan Ghost Valley, he might have no way to deal with it, but now, it is too easy for him. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Long Yu punched out, and immediately the aura of the 9 Netherness condensed, forming a barrier of the underworld, which easily resisted the sneak attack of the 2 Ghost Valley snake disciples. At the same time, the invisible and invisible spirit of xuanhuan emerged, completely restraining the 2 Giga snake disciples, making them unable to move at all. The 2 Ghost Valley snakes are not idiots. They obviously realized that they had kicked the iron plate, but they were bound by the spirit of the underworld, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The 9 Nether Dragon Fist was swung loudly, and in Long Yu's 9 Nether space, there were 2 corpses of Giga Snake disciples. This can also be worth thousands of crystal coins. Long Yu is in a good mood, but he also knows that there will be no such advantages to take advantage of in the future. The news about the monsters in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley is very well informed. He easily killed 2 Ghost Valley snake disciples here, and the news will soon spread. In this way, other monsters will take a detour when they see him, and they will never come up to him foolishly. Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley is a kingdom belonging to monsters and beasts. When human martial arts are hunting monsters, why aren't monsters hunting humans? Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is not only the skill of human martial arts, but also the instinct of monsters. When they see the invasion of human martial arts stronger than them, they will not trouble them at all. After running for a day and a night in Tianhan Ghost Valley, a continuous mountain range appeared in front of Long Yu. Butterfly Valley is in this mountain range. Long Yu thought in his heart. He had investigated before that the Butterfly Valley is a butterfly-shaped valley in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It is relatively wide near the outer and deep ends of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, while it is very narrow in the center of the valley. Generally speaking, in the narrow area in the center of Butterfly Valley, there will be many powerful monsters from Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley guarding it. A martial artist who has not reached the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm cannot pass through the narrow area in the middle of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. The scope of Long Yu's actions this time is in the front of the Butterfly Valley. This area alone is already extremely wide, and all kinds of powerful monsters and beasts appear one after another. If human martial arts hadn't come together, it would definitely be a disaster. Even the powerhouses in the realm of unity of true spirit have died in the Butterfly Valley, which shows how dangerous this place is. Passing through the Butterfly Valley is the hinterland of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley Monster Kingdom. One can imagine how many monsters gather in the Butterfly Valley. Whether it is the powerful monsters sent out from the depths of Ghost Valley to guard the Butterfly Valley, or the swarms of monsters looking for opportunities to live in the depths, none of them are easy to deal with. As for Long Yu's whereabouts, it is only natural that some monsters in the Butterfly Valley heard about it. Among the monsters, the communication is very simple and fast. There is a human martial artist going to the Butterfly Valley, and the news spreads quickly. A human martial artist at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This means a delicious meal for all the monsters in Butterfly Valley. The profound energy stored in the dantian of human martial arts is like a pill to monsters, which can improve their cultivation. A martial artist at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, although they can't let them directly step into another level, it can at least shorten their training time. When Long Yu came to the mouth of Butterfly Valley, he became extremely careful and vigilant. Of course he knew that in the Butterfly Valley at this moment, there were definitely countless monsters waiting for him to throw himself into the trap and send him to his door. For him, the current Butterfly Valley is a place of death. Of course he wouldn't foolishly enter it from Taniguchi. No matter how confident he wasn't so stupid to directly face an unknown number of monsters at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. His figure flickered, and he galloped towards the nearby mountains. This mountain range is extremely steep and towering, and it is impossible to climb it without reaching the realm of harmony between man and nature. However, Long Yu can soar for a short time relying on the tying wings that fit the apocalypse. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. No one could have imagined that Long Yu entered the Butterfly Valley from the side of the steep mountain range that soared into the sky. A large group of powerful monsters that had been guarding Butterfly Valley suddenly rushed to nothing. However, they did not leave the mouth of the Butterfly Valley, but continued to wait for something at the mouth of the valley. To them, a mere human kid in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm was not worth noting. What they care more about is the large group of powerful martial artists following this kid. At the entrance of the gloomy Butterfly Valley, the fierce light of the eyes of monsters kept shining, and tyrannical monsters of different shapes squatted at the entrance of Butterfly Valley. As for Long Yu, no monsters cared about him at all. The 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it is not very useful for them to eat it is better to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Behind Long Yu, the wings of Tying stretched out, leading him like a soaring eagle, over the steep mountain wall soaring into the clouds, and then fell into the Butterfly Valley. Long Yu leaned against the mountain wall, slowly climbed down, and landed on the edge of Butterfly Valley. Here, the giant trees cover the sky, and the sunlight rarely penetrates through the thick leaves to reach the ground, filling the entire valley with a depressing atmosphere. Here, it already belongs to the range of Butterfly Valley. This is a kingdom belonging to monsters. Here, human martial arts have no status. Once they appear in front of other monsters, they are just like the monsters that human martial arts have seen in the outside world. In the Butterfly Valley, and even deeper in the entire Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, the status of humans and monsters has been completely reversed from that of the outside world. Here, the monster is the master. Long Yu entered the Butterfly Valley, and his whole body was as tense as if he had just stepped into the periphery of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. Everyone knew that the Butterfly Valley was extremely dangerous, and even a strong person in the realm of unity of true spirit and spirit might die in it. Not to mention Long Yu, who is only at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It is said that the front part of the Butterfly Valley is full of clusters of monsters, and each cluster of monsters has at least one leader of the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Long Yu thought of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley that he had known before, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Once this leader monster enters the realm of the unity of true spirit and the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he will lead the tribe to go to in the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, strive for more cultivation resources. The kingdom of monsters is stricter than that of human beings. The most central place with the richest resources can only be occupied by the strong, and if you don't reach that level of martial arts, you won't be able to enter the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley at all, unless you have a powerful fellow. The weakest monsters at the 4th level and below of the True Spirit Secret Realm can only move around the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley outside the Butterfly Valley. And the 4th to 6th level monsters can live and practice in Butterfly Valley. Only monsters who have achieved the unity of the True Spirit and stepped into the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can lead the group to the center of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, the vast area with the most abundant cultivation resources. In the entire Butterfly Valley, there are very few monsters acting alone. Relying on his previous experience, Long Yu quietly walked through the tall and dense trees in Butterfly Valley, like a ghost, moving quickly through the woods without making a sound. Soon, he saw the lair of a monster tribe. It was a group of monsters that dug caves on the mountain wall. Each of them looked like a pangolin that could stand upright, and its whole body was covered with extremely thick scales. Some small pangolin beasts that have not been able to condense their true spirits are fighting with each other and practicing their predation skills under the protection of the elders of the monster group. Long Yu could clearly see that the group of pangolin beasts consisted of hundreds of pangolin beasts. Among them, the strongest one was not seen, but as far as he could see, there were 4 or 5 of them from the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Such a cluster of monsters is already stronger than most families in the Great Tang Imperial City. However, in the Kingdom of Monsters, the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, this group of pangolin beasts is not qualified to go to the central area, and can only inhabit the Butterfly Valley. Long Yu made some calculations, and found that it would be very difficult for him to completely wipe out the group of pangolin beasts, mainly because he still doesn't know where the strongest leader of the opponent is. In case 2 pangolin beasts from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm appeared, Long Yuka couldn't bear it and walked away. It seems that if you want to hunt here, the vast majority of people can only target the monsters that go out to hunt. Such a huge group of monsters is too difficult to deal with. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu passed by quietly, not to provoke the group of pangolin beasts. Along the way, Long Yu saw several clusters of monsters like this, but they didn't have the slightest chance to use their mobile phones. It can be seen that although these clusters of monsters seem to be scattered, in fact, they are still somewhat connected with each other. Even if they are of different monster races, once a nearby monster lair is invaded by human martial arts, a group of nearby monster beasts will definitely move out together. It is true that these monster groups will compete with each other for cultivation resources, but if there is an invasion of human monks, they will definitely point the finger at human martial arts. This is the unity among monsters. Is it true that there isn't even a single monster around here? Long Yu frowned slightly, suddenly thought of something. Just like this, he swaggered from the outside of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and guessed that there would be a large group of monsters waiting at the entrance of the Butterfly Valley. Now those monsters have not moved, are they still guarding the valley entrance of Butterfly Valley? Now that Long Yu has come to the Butterfly Valley, what he thinks in his heart is of course to hunt enough monsters, capture their inner alchemy, and then quickly improve the realm of martial arts. Since there is no chance now, it is better to go back to the mouth of Butterfly Valley, to see if there is a good chance. If Long Yu's guess is correct, at the mouth of the Butterfly Valley, there should be many monsters hunting alone, or 2 or 3 together. In this way, it is much easier than dealing with the entire monster lair. Do whatever comes to mind. Long Yu changed direction, turned back and walked towards the mouth of Butterfly Valley. His footsteps were extremely light, and he walked through the forest like a gust of wind. It didn't take long for him to approach the mouth of Butterfly Valley. Sensing the vague murderous aura around him, Long Yu slowed down his forward speed, looked around, and suddenly found a very tall giant tree. He jumped up lightly and hit on the giant tree. Just as he hit his body, there was a panicked cry and a cry for help. It was obvious that a human martial artist had come to the mouth of the Butterfly Valley and was ambushed by a monster. Who is the one? Long Yu squinted his eyes, listening to the voice. It didn't look like Guowei's group of people he encountered before. Long Yu should have never seen this group of victims before. Is it alchemist Feng Hai? Long Yu thought for a while, and quickly made a guess. The first to catch up with him was probably Feng Hai, the alchemist of Mixed Sound City. At the entrance of Tianhun Giga Valley, after Long Yu Hong killed the ghost head sword in Mixed City, Guowei, a Jianghu martial artist, sent someone to notify Mixed City. It is conceivable that the alchemist Feng Hai will be there soon. Those who can break into the Butterfly Valley must have a good level of martial arts, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to pass through such a vast outskirts of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley to reach the Butterfly Valley, and still have the guts to break into it. Feng Hai, the alchemist in Mixing City, led the Jianghu martial arts with this strength and motivation. Chasing and killing me, even chasing and killing me to the Butterfly Valley, is really persistent. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and the cries for help soon fell silent. It seemed that many people died at the hands of the monsters. But then, there was a rush of footsteps, and then 3 figures passed through the grass and appeared in Long Yu's sight. These 3 people, 2 strong men in the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, were wearing gray robes, and they looked like the bodyguards of the man in the middle. And the man in the middle, wearing a golden robe, looked noble, but the haste in his eyes revealed the fact that he was fleeing in embarrassment. It really is the alchemist Feng Hai. As soon as Long Yu saw these 3 people, he knew that his guess was right. Sure enough, it was Feng Hai who brought his bodyguards to Butterfly Valley. The 3 of them ran away in embarrassment, and soon came to the big tree where Long Yu was hiding. They never thought that there would be people on this tree. The 3 stopped under the giant tree, still in shock. Damn it, where do so many monsters come from? They seem to know that we are coming. They are all lying in ambush at the mouth of the valley. It's really disgusting. The alchemist Feng Hai, who was wearing a golden robe, cursed softly with a gloomy face. Lord Feng, what shall we do now? The 2 gray-robed bodyguards were relatively calm now, because they were quite strong. After leaving behind the group of slow-running entourages, they finally protected Feng Hai from being chased by the large group of monsters. Look. Find that kid Long Yu first. If I don't kill him, I won't be at ease. Feng Hai said with a malicious face. Long Yu hid in the tree, and sneered in his heart. This alchemist Feng Hai indulged his subordinates and acted tyrannically. At that time, he just wanted to sell things, but Feng Hai's subordinates wanted to rob him by force, and asked him to keep some things on his body, such as his heart, which clearly wasn't a good thing. Now Feng Hai, taking such a big risk to break into the Butterfly Valley, chasing and killing Long Yu, is definitely not just for revenge for that subordinate. Its biggest purpose is probably to catch Long Yu and find out the secrets of Long Yu. The current Long Yu is a bit like Tang monk meat. Everyone wants to get a piece of it, to get his secrets and 2 celestial monuments. If we find that kid, shall we kill him and bring him back? One of the bodyguards asked, quite calmly. No, let's lie to him first and kill a few monsters together. Feng Hai said viciously, since we've come to Butterfly Valley, we can't justify going back without killing a few monsters. Let's use that kid first. Anyway, with the 2 of you around, he can't escape. If he refuses, just kill him. Yes. If he is willing to cooperate, let's use him for a while. Feng Hai never expected that Long Yu, who was hiding on the giant tree, would hear every word of what he said. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Since Feng Hai wanted to use Long Yu, now that Long Yu knew their plan, and wouldn't let them use him, how could he be worthy of eavesdropping for so long? Do you want to hunt down a few monsters first? That's exactly what I mean. Long Yu thought lightly in his heart. The mysterious energy in his body was activated quietly, and his whole body turned into ghost energy, and he appeared in the woods not far away, pretending to be advancing, and making some noises. Who? Alchemist Feng Hai and his bodyguards Yang Hui and Yang Ke noticed Long Yu's movement almost at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other, and without thinking about it, they rushed towards Long Yu's place, and soon saw the scene of Long Yu walking through the forest, and they were overjoyed. This kid was originally here, and finally found it. Who are you? Long Yu pretended to be puzzled. While maintaining vigilance, he turned around and asked. He had never met alchemist Feng Hai before, so it was normal not to know each other now, and this way, the defensive psychology of Feng Hai and the others could be more thoroughly reduced. When alchemist Feng Hai heard the words, he secretly laughed in his heart. What an idiot. he said with a friendly and gentle smile. We are all Jianghu Wuxiu, who came to the Butterfly Valley to explore. I didn't expect the monsters in the Butterfly Valley to be so fierce. Little brother, you are the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, why are you here? Oh, I was hunted down and ran in accidentally. Long Yu sighed. In that case, why not come with us? Alchemist Feng Hai smiled immediately. In this monster's territory, the more people the better we can take care of each other. It just so happens that we just found a monster that was alone, so why don't we go and kill it together? It hunted and killed, how? What realm is that monster? Long Yu didn't show his feet, but pretended to be very vigilant and asked. True Spirit Secret Realm, the 6th level. Yang Hui interjected at the right time and said, with me and my big brother here, killing that monster is not a problem. Little brother, you just need to guard it for us and don't let it get away. Well, if I kill that monster, what can I get? Long Yu continued to ask. But he was thinking in his heart, these 3 guys are quite good at putting on a show, but it's a pity that he already knew each other's identity and thoughts. A monster in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, the inner alchemy is worth thousands of crystal coins, plus some parts of its corpse. It is not a problem to be worth 3,000 to 5,000 crystal coins. The bodyguard Yang Ku said, little brother, help us stop that monster and don't let it escape, and we can give you 30% of the value. 30%, so good? Long Yu expressed doubts. Don't worry, when we talk, we always keep our promises. Yang Huidao, that monster is quite cunning, if no one is watching, it can easily slip away, so your position is very important, understand? Okay, then we can cooperate once first. Long Yu nodded solemnly. That's it, let's go find that winged flying squirrel first, Mr. Ge, after chasing us for so long, it's time for him to try his best. A malicious look appeared in Yang Hui's eyes. This is not an act, just now they got rid of a large group of monsters, but only one winged squirrel was still flying behind them, chasing after them. If it wasn't for the fear of being chased by the other large group of monsters, they would have turned back to deal with the winged flying squirrel long ago. It wasn't until not long ago that the winged flying squirrel turned around and left after seeing that it couldn't catch up with the 3 of them. However, in such a short period of time, it definitely couldn't run very far. They turned around and chased after them, and they were able to catch up to the winged flying squirrel very quickly, and within a short period of time, the winged flying squirrel must have not joined other monsters. Long Yu and the 3 of them had their own plots and were interested in the mouth of the Butterfly Valley. Not long after, Yang Hui found a series of trails of the winged flying squirrel, and chased and killed the winged flying squirrel at the fastest speed. The winged flying squirrel can glide briefly among the trees, so it is extremely fast and flexible, and ordinary martial arts can't catch it at all. However, Yang Hui and Yang Ku's speed is not slow. As human martial arts masters at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Yang Hui and Yang Ku joined hands and quickly blocked the winged flying squirrel scurrying in the forest. The winged flying squirrel wanted to escape, but Long Yu was the only one left. In a hurry, the winged flying squirrel flew towards Long Yu. Only then did Long Yu see clearly the appearance of the winged flying squirrel. It turned out that this was a big mouse with wings that could glide for a short time, with 2 extremely sharp teeth, like ivory, extremely sharp. These 2 fangs are the strongest attack method of the winged mouse, which is equivalent to the soldiers used by human martial artists. Little brother, stop it. The voices of Yang Hui and Yang Ku sounded at the same time. There is no doubt that these 2 people deliberately drove the winged flying squirrel to the place where Long Yu was, in order to test Long Yu. No matter how strong Long Yu is, he will be affected by this winged flying squirrel. If Long Yu was too weak, they would undoubtedly be injured by this winged flying squirrel, but if Long Yu was stronger, they could use this moment to attack Long Yu easily and kill him. Long Yu had heard the conversation between Feng Hai, Yang Hui and Yang Ku earlier. At this moment, of course, he would not let the other party get what he wanted. Do you want to take this opportunity to plot against me? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Yang Hui and Yang Ku's thinking was too naive. I saw the tiny wings spread out behind Long Yu's back, and his whole body turned into a gray-black streamer in an instant, passing by the winged flying squirrel, and attacked Yang Hui and Yang Ku behind him at an unimaginable speed. The flying squirrel originally intended to kill this human martial artist at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but it never expected that Long Yu would have such a terrifying speed. When Long Yu's figure came like a streamer, Momo was taken aback, thinking that he was about to be injured by this human martial artist. But then, it found that the human wuxia didn't attack it, but quickly passed it and killed the 2 stronger human wuxia behind him. The winged mouse didn't dare to think too much, took this opportunity, quickly fled, and disappeared in the dense forest. Die. Long Yu's behavior completely exceeded Yang Hui and Yang Ku's expectations. He turned into a gray-black streamer, and the next moment he appeared in front of Yang Hui, and in front of him, he slammed into the underworld. The chi of 9 netherness condensed in an instant. Before Yang Hui had time to react, he was bound by the shadowless and invisible spirit of xuanhuan. Then, the power of reincarnation descended, knocking his martial arts realm into reincarnation, and temporarily fell to the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And this temporary drop in martial arts realm killed him. The road to the underworld spread in an instant, covering Yang Hui, and then a punch condensed with the aura of 9 seclusion struck him suddenly, knocking him into the air. The chi of 9 netherness quickly invaded his body and began to erode the meridians of his whole body. Before Yang Ku could react to what happened at this moment, his brother Yang Hui was punched flying by Long Yu and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Seriously injured in Butterfly Valley, one can imagine what will happen to him. Dare to hurt my brother, court death. Yang Ku was suddenly filled with anger, his eyes seemed to burst into flames. The alchemist Feng Hai, who was in the other direction, was also stunned for a while, and then a ruthless expression appeared on his face. It seems that Long Yu has been playing tricks on them all this time. Kill him. Feng Hai gave the order immediately, and Yang Ku didn't hesitate. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he attacked Long Yu. The domain of law understood by the Yang family brothers is the domain of the downwind, and when the domain of the downwind is used, they can become extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ku had already arrived in front of Long Yu, and kicked Long Yu's head with terrifying force. So fast. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't bypassed the flying squirrel and made a surprise attack just now, it would have been difficult to seriously injure Yang Hui in one face-to-face encounter. Although Long Yu, relying on the tying wings, possessed a speed comparable to that of the 7th-level powerhouse of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but the 2 bodyguards of the Yang family were faster. Yellow Spring Barrier. Long Yu didn't have time to do anything, he could only stimulate the chi of the netherworld, and condensed a layer of hell. With a loud bang, Yang Ku raised his foot on the barrier of the underworld, and instantly broke the barrier of the underworld into pieces, which shows its terrifying power. Long Yu didn't have many opponents in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The first one is Yu Channing of Qianxi sect. In fact, Yu Channing's strength is much stronger than Long Yu's. Just by displaying the mysterious level martial arts and summoning the Emperor Spirit technique, he can firmly suppress Long Yu. Long Yu's victory in the end probably depended on Yu Channing's underestimation of the enemy. After all, Yu Channing thought that he would be affected by the toxin. This is also thanks to the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. The next person that Long Yu faced was the 6th-level expert of the True Spirit Secret Realm, Guo Wei, a Jianghu Wuxiu, whose pair of bloody flying knives left a deep impression on Long Yu. Although Guo Wei was almost killed at that time, no one knew whether Guo Wei still had a killer weapon to use. Every strong man in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm has extremely strong strength. This is the case with the bodyguard named Yang Ku in front of him. The martial skill he used, that kick, couldn't be said to be fancy, but the speed and strength reached the ultimate level that the 6th level of martial arts in the true spirit secret realm can achieve. With a kick, Long Yu couldn't dodge, even the barrier of the underworld was kicked to pieces. So strong. Long Yu's heart trembled. Fortunately he didn't face the two brothers Yang Hui and Yang Ku at the same time, otherwise, he could be sure that he was definitely not the opponent of the other two. Fortunately, it is better to act first, and Long Yu directly seriously injured Yang Hui. There is only one Yang Ku left, so the threat to Long Yu is not that great. In a dangerous place like the Butterfly Valley, it is undoubtedly extremely dangerous for human martial arts to fight each other. It is very likely that both parties will be buried here and become the prey of monsters and beasts. But whether it is Long Yu or Yang Ku, it is impossible to stop now. Shunfeng legs. Yang Ku snarled, and continued to kick Long Yu with his foot, making a whistling sound. But at this moment, Long Yu has not recovered from his breath. Although the defense of the Netherworld barrier is strong, it is not so easy to condense the energy of the 9 serenities. At least in terms of speed, it is definitely not as fast as Yang Ku's kick. Faced with Yang Ku's kick, Long Yu had no choice but to fight head-on. Wake up Palm Reincarnation, 9 Serenity Dragon Fist. Gritting his teeth, Long Yu first made a move to wake up the Palm Reincarnation, which slightly reduced the power of Yang Ku's kick, and then he punched xuanhuan. The terrifying power of the two erupted in Butterfly Valley in an instant. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Click. Yang Ku's kick contained a terrifying power of more than 30 June, and it smashed Long Yu's fist into pieces. As for Long Yu, he punched Yang Ku's feet, and the aura of the 9 netherness erupted instantly, eroding the meridians of his whole body, and his face turned black all of a sudden. The two flew backwards at the same time. If it was said that this round of confrontation, who was injured more seriously, it was obviously Yang Ku. No matter how injured Long Yu was, it was just a broken fist. As long as he took a pill and took good care of him, he would be fully recovered soon. But Yang Ku was invaded by the Qi of 9 serenities, and if he couldn't get immediate treatment, he would die. This. The golden-robed alchemist Feng Hai, who was watching and waiting for Long Yu to be killed, froze on the spot. How can it be? How could Long Yu, who was only at the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, fight against Yang Ku and make Yang Ku even more injured? This is so shocking. As an alchemist, Feng Hai was already well informed, but he had never heard of such a heaven-defying thing. Yang Hui, Yang Ku, get up. After Feng Hai was shocked, what emerged in Feng Hai's mind was endless fear. Yang Hui and Yang Ku were his biggest reliance on breaking into the Butterfly Valley, but now, Yang Hui was unexpectedly attacked by Long Yu and fell to the ground, and even Yang Ku was seriously injured in the confrontation with Long Yu. Yang Hui and Yang Ku can be said to have lost their fighting power at this time, but Long Yu still has extremely strong fighting power. Alchemist Feng Hai, although the realm of martial arts is the same as Long Yu, which is the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, but in fact, his combat power is not even comparable to the ordinary 4th level martial arts of the true spirit secret realm, let alone fighting against him. Long Yu compared them. At this moment, facing the murderous Long Yu, Feng Hai almost peed his pants in fright. He is extremely regretful now. This Long Yu just killed one of his followers, so why did he pursue him to Butterfly Valley with such deep hatred? Now in this place where birds don't lay eggs, he really can't work every day, and the ground should not respond. If he was still in Mixed Sound City, as long as he called Hai Dengao, there would be a large group of strong people to protect him. It's a pity that now. Feng Hai didn't expect that? Long Yu endured the pain of a broken fist bone, and grinned. In your eyes, The waste of the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm actually defeated your 2 bodyguards at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. How do you feel now? Don't be complacent. Feng Hai was so frightened that he kept backing away, with a look of horror on his face. When I return to Mixing City, your death will come soon. Do you think you still have a chance to return to Mix City? Long Yu sneered. The reason why he talked so much with Feng Hai was because the punch he had just fought with Yang Ke made the blood in his body not smooth, and he needed a short period of time to adjust. After these 2 sentences, he started to walk towards Feng Hai, and it seemed that he was going to attack Feng Hai. Don't come here, don't come here. Feng Hai was so frightened that he rolled and scrambled back, until he bumped into the trunk of a giant tree and stopped. And at this moment, a fiery red petite figure suddenly jumped out from behind the giant tree, and immediately bit Feng Hai's arm, dragging him away at an extremely fast speed. It's a fox demon. Long Yu's heart trembled, and he took a closer look, only to see that the fox demon was wrapped in fiery red fur, and his movements were extremely fast, like a fiery red lightning, dragged Feng Hai after a few ups and downs, and disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. Fox demon, what are you going to do with Feng Hai? Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't think too much, but first walked to the seriously injured Yang Hui and Yang Ku, killed them respectively, and then found more than 1,000 crystals that they carried with them from each of them. Currency. As for the warriors, I didn't find out that the martial arts these 2 brothers practiced seemed to be all about fists and feet, and they didn't need the warriors to carry them with them. As for the elixir, who would not take the elixir immediately, but carry it around for a walk? More than 1,000 crystal coins are better than nothing. Long Yu threw it into the 9 nether space, and then quickly walked towards the direction where the fiery red fox dragged away Feng Hai. He could smell the special smell of the fiery red fox. It wasn't a fox smell, but it had a bit of intoxicating fragrance, which was refreshing. Following this faint smell, Long Yu walked all the way, and soon went deep into the Butterfly Valley. Not long after he left, another group of people, Guo Wei and Jian He, came to the place where Long Yu and the Yang family brothers were fighting fiercely. Tow away. The corpses of human martial arts are good food for some monsters, and the profound energy in their dantian can be absorbed by monsters, so that monsters can quickly improve their cultivation. Guo Wei and Jian He ignored those winged flying squirrels, because the speed of such monsters was too fast, and they might not be able to catch up. Yang Hui and Yang Ku are dead. There was a slight look of regret on Jian He's face. These 2 brothers are well-known masters in Mixed Sound City. They have always been the alchemist Feng Hai's bodyguards. Unexpectedly, they would die in the Butterfly Valley, and they don't know why they were ambushed. There are traces of fighting near here. Although Guo Wei said that he was shirtless and looked bloody and fierce, but in fact he had a delicate mind. He frowned slightly, sniffed the vicinity a few times, and suddenly said, "It's that weird smell. That kid named Long Yu has been here, and even fought here." "It's here?" Jian He was taken aback. He didn't expect Guo Wei's nose to be so sensitive. "That's right, not only that, our target has also appeared here before. That nest of cowardly foxes dared to go out unexpectedly. It's really unexpected." Guo Wei smiled confidently. "Next, we will be much more relaxed. As long as we follow the scent of those 2 people, neither of them will be able to escape. Last time, Big Brother Guo injured 2 fox demons in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and tracked down their lairs. This time, we must wipe them all out." A thin and small follower of Jianghu Wuxiu said with a smile. "Thanks to Brother Guo's nose, we can move forward so easily in Butterfly Valley, otherwise, we might have been eaten up by the monsters here." Several other martial artists also laughed. With the news of their target and opponent, they were in a good mood and walked deeper into the Butterfly Valley. But they didn't know that not far behind them, there were 2 uninvited guests, Mo Fengming, a young man in Xing Yi, and Lu Yuan, a white-haired girl in a black dress. The two followed Guo Wei all the way and used some means to prevent Guo Wei and Jian He from noticing that someone was following him. Someone opened the way along the way, but Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan did not encounter any danger. After entering the Butterfly Valley, both of them obviously noticed the difference in the atmosphere. Even if they were still following Guo Wei and Jian He's team, the two of them had to be extremely careful, otherwise they would still be easily attacked by monsters. Follow them and you will find Long Yu. Mo Fengming had a handsome face and always had a calm smile on his face. His first goal when he went out for training this time was to keep up with Long Yu. This keep up has two layers of meaning. The first layer of course refers to finding Long Yu and acting with him, and the other layer of course refers to actual combat ability. Although Mo Fengming is 2 levels higher than Long Yu in the realm of martial arts, Mo Fengming is very clear that if there is a real fight, Long Yu will never be afraid of him. Even if Long Yu uses his trump card, he will definitely not be an opponent. Mo Fengming will never forget the shocking scene at the moment when the true spirit of the 9 nether dragons appeared in the Forbidden Army martial field. Because of this, the Mo family of the Xiong family will help Long Yu, and standing on the side of Xinfeng's family, they are obviously very optimistic about Long Yu's future. Mo Fengming, of course, also came here to make friends with Long Yu. I just hope to have a chance to save his life. In this way, things will be much easier in the future. Mo Fengming thought in his heart, then smiled slightly, and together with Lu Yuan, continued to follow Guo Wei, Jian He, and others. The martial arts of the Xiong family and the Mo family follow like a shadow. This move is a well-known top-level spiritual martial skill of the Mo family of Xiangzhu. Once it is used, it can follow the target like a shadow without being noticed by the opponent. The fact that the Mo family of the Xiong family can have their current status and power is closely related to this martial skill that goes hand in hand with them. At this moment, Mo Fengming used this martial skill, even together with Lu Yuan, Guo Wei, and Jian He would not be so easy to find out. A group of people, the praying mantis, catches the cicada, and the oriole follows. Long Yu, who was walking in the front, didn't know that there were more than one group of people behind him. What's more, he didn't know that Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan would follow him. He followed the scent of the fox demon, and soon came to an extremely huge ancient tree. With a glance, he saw dozens of tree holes under the ancient tree, and the big one could almost accommodate a person. Into it. The fox demon with fiery red fur lives in the tree hole of this ancient tree. What did they arrest alchemist Feng Hai for? If they just want to absorb the profound energy in his dantian, they should kill him and drag him away. Long Yu frowned slightly, puzzled. The fox demon with fiery red fur definitely possesses the strength of the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm. It is easy to kill Feng Hai. But it only dragged Feng Hai away, and even now, Long Yu could still hear Feng Hai's screams coming from the tree hole. Obviously he was not dead yet. That fox demon, what do you want to do? Who are you? Just as Long Yu was hiding aside, observing the hollow of the ancient tree, a thought suddenly came from behind him, which startled him. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see that fiery red fox demon he was following appeared silently behind him, looking at him with strange eyes and a pair of clever eyes. This fox actually knew how to communicate with humans, and didn't take this opportunity to sneak attack Long Yu, as if he didn't regard him as an enemy. Long Yu immediately felt something unusual in it. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu and the fiery red fox demon looked at each other for a few breaths, not knowing how to answer it. This was the first time he saw that a monster would actually convey its thoughts to him and communicate with him, which caught him a little off guard, and he didn't know whether he should kill this fox demon for a while. Although this fox demon with fiery red fur has reached the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, it is not difficult for Long Yu to defeat. Only. Are you thinking, are you going to kill me? Just when Long Yu was hesitating, There seemed to be a smile in the eyes of the fiery red fox demon, and then a ray of thought came over. I'm very strange, you are obviously a human, but you have a monster's breath on you. The breath of a monster? Correct. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he thought of the best spirit-level soldier, Tying Wings. Tying Wings, originally called Ghost Valley Wings, but because of the 9 Nether Dragon seal, they were transformed into Tying Wings according to the Tying law, and thus upgraded to the highest grade. This Ghost Valley Wing is a warrior forged from the wings of the powerful monster in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, the Ghost Valley Ishur. Among them, there are still some resentments from that Ghost Valley Wing envoy. Sometimes Long Yu can clearly feel these resentments, and they contain extremely unwillingness. But now, he and Tying Yui are in harmony with the apocalypse, and while Tying Yui has a vague consciousness, he also carries a trace of Gigu Ishur's aura. I guess, you have matched a high-level soldier to the level of apocalypse. The fiery red fox walked around Long Yu for half a circle, with a strange expression on his face. This is the first time I have seen a warrior who can be refined from the corpse of a monster to match the human martial arts of the apocalypse. Long Yu thought to himself, if it wasn't for the 9 Nether Dragon seal, he might not be able to do this. At the beginning, he found it difficult to resonate with Ghost Valley Wings, let alone apocalypse. However, with the seal of the 9 Nether Dragons, he really achieved this almost impossible goal. Thinking of this, Long Yu concentrated and tried to ask the fiery red fox demon in his heart, how can I communicate with you? What he has received has always been the ideas of the fiery red fox demon, not its language. It can be seen that most of the communication between monsters is through ideas. Therefore, Long Yu concentrated on trying it out. However, this time, it didn't work. The fiery red fox demon did not receive his thoughts. Could it be through the wings of the sun? Long Yu tried to concentrate his thoughts on Tying Wings, and then conveyed it to the fiery red fox demon. At this moment, the bright eyes of the fiery red fox demon suddenly lit up. That's how we communicate. Most of us monsters use our thoughts. You can communicate with us through the soldier that matches your apocalypse. The fiery red fox demon looked very interested in Long Yu, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Strange, you are clearly at the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but you can defeat 2 guys at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it's so strange. That's nothing. Long Yu shrugged, and his thoughts were conveyed through Tying Wings. Can you tell me, why didn't you directly attack and kill me? First, with my strength, I'm afraid I can't kill you. Second, I need your help now. The fiery red fox demon said straightforwardly. It saw Long Yu generals Yang Hui and Yang Ke kill 2 brothers with its own eyes, so of course it knows Long Yu's true strength and his insidious and cunning personality. If it took a sneak attack, it probably wouldn't be Long Yu who died. Need my help? Long Yu was a little surprised by this, and immediately asked, speaking of which, what do you want to do by capturing that alchemist Feng Hai alive? My parents are injured, I want to arrest him and let him concoct alchemy to heal my parents' injuries. The fiery red fox replied directly, you can match the apocalypse with the monster warriors, so you should be able to understand us monsters. We monsters, like you humans, are creatures that exist in this world and have their own thoughts, have their own emotions. Long Yu understood now. It turned out that he had a certain affinity with the fiery red fox demon because of his compatibility with Tying Wings and Tianqi. Alchemist Feng Hai, although he will definitely refine healing pills, those pills are all taken by human martial arts. Long Yu was a little speechless about the thoughts of the fiery red fox monster. For you monsters, I am afraid that even the alchemist Feng Hai himself does not know what effect the refined medicine will have. Anyway, I'll have to try. The fiery red fox demon conveyed his indifferent thoughts, and then turned around and jumped towards the tree hole in front of him. Come with me, I will take you to meet my parents. Long Yu hesitated for a moment. If there is a monster outside, He can still deal with it, but what if he enters the lair of the fiery red fox and encounters an ambush? Although the fiery red fox demon sounds nice, in fact, Long Yu certainly wouldn't trust it so much. If you don't come with me to the human beings chosen by the chief wing envoy, you will regret it. The fiery red fox demon ran a few steps, and seeing that Long Yu hadn't followed, she turned her head and conveyed some profound thoughts. The human chosen by the head of the wings department? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Ghost Valley wing emissary? Department head? This fiery red fox demon actually found out that the soldiers who fit him into the apocalypse were refined from the corpse parts of Giguisher? However, what does department head and selection mean? Then go and have a look. Long Yu finally made a decision. This is a very rare opportunity to mingle with the demon, and the alchemist Feng Hai was also captured by the fiery red fox demon. What is certain is that the tribe where the fiery red fox demon really needs a middleman to communicate with the alchemist. Seal the sea for communication. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get tiger cubs? Without much hesitation, Long Yu followed the fiery red fox demon all the way into the tree hole of that huge ancient tree. In the tree hole, there is another cave. Under the roots of the ancient tree, many huge underground caves have been dug out, and they are connected with each other by underground passages. The tribe where the fiery red fox demon lives is still very large. The stone walls at the edges of these caves were planed very flat and smooth, and looked quite comfortable, without any primitive and rough feeling. Your tribe has quite a lot of members. Long Yu followed the fiery red fox all the way, and saw many foxes walking through the underground caves under the tree hole. When these fox demons saw Long Yu, they all showed obvious hostility, but it seemed that under the comfort of the fiery red fox demon, this hostility turned into doubt and curiosity. It's a pity that many brothers and sisters died when they escaped. The idea of the fiery red fox demon came, and there was a touch of sadness in it. Escape? Long Yu was a little puzzled. From the depths of the heavenly soul ghost valley. My father and mother were originally united with each other, but unfortunately, they were injured by a tribe of Giguisher not long ago, and their strength was gone. They could only escape to the Butterfly Valley to recuperate. The fiery red fox demon conveyed some sad thoughts. Unity of souls. When Long Yu heard this, his heart shuddered. He didn't expect that the tribe that the fiery red fox belonged to escaped from the depths of the heavenly soul ghost valley. Moreover, he was wounded by a tribe of Giguisher. That being the case, why does Long Yu and Gigi envoys fit in with Tianchi, and with the aura of Gigi envoys on his body, why does this fiery red demon fox still show friendship to him? Could it be that this was a trap from beginning to end? But now it doesn't look like it. If there was an ambush in the tree hole, he should have launched an attack on him long ago, and he shouldn't be leading him to walk such a long distance in the tree hole. No matter how much Long Yu thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. It seems that only by seeing the parents of this fiery red fox demon can we know the truth. Now that he has followed, of course Long Yu will not back down anymore. All he can do now is to move forward bravely. Soon, he heard alchemist Feng Hai scream again, coming from a cave not far in front, but it sounded like a man without illness. This tribe of fiery red fox monsters wants alchemist Feng Hai to help them. Before they can communicate with him, they will definitely not use any cruel methods against him. This alchemist, Feng Hai, was probably caught in the lair of monsters. He was so scared that he peed his pants, right? My name is Chihua, your name is Long Yu, right? While leading the way, the fiery red fox demon asked Long Yu's thought. Chihua, it turns out that monsters also have names. The corners of Long Yu's mouth turned up slightly, which was a little surprising. You humans are allowed to take names? We monsters can't? Regarding Long Yu's reaction, the fiery red fox demon Chihua was obviously a little upset. Let me tell you, the names we monsters choose are much better than your human names. Just like me, Qihua, it means that my fur is like a flame. Shining, and also mastered the domain of the law of red fire, how appropriate. But in this way, people will guess your ability as soon as they hear your name. Wouldn't it be a disadvantage in a fight? Long Yu replied. Now he thinks that the fiery red fox demon Qihua seems quite interesting. Although he has already attained the 6th level of the true spirit mystery realm, he still thinks like a child. This? Qihua couldn't refute for a while, but he gritted his teeth quickly. So what if you guess my ability? If you can't beat me, you still can't beat me. If you can beat me, you don't bother to guess my ability. Long Yu didn't speak now, so as not to irritate the little fox demon. That would be no fun. Hey, the alchemist is right ahead. But I have to take you to see my parents first. Qihua bounced and ran ahead, and soon led Long Yu to a cave. Here, Long Yu really saw the alchemist Feng Hai, who was tied up with a thick rattan. He was wearing a golden robe and had been cut into strips by the barbs on the rattan, looking extremely embarrassed. As soon as Feng Hai saw Long Yu passing by, his eyes widened immediately, obviously in disbelief. This Long Yu actually walked with a monster? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Feng Hai would not be surprised to see Long Yu in the monster's lair, because maybe Long Yu was caught by the monster for dinner, just like him. But what Feng Hai saw now was that Long Yu was walking freely behind a fiery red fox, as if he was a guest of this monster tribe. When Long Yu saw Feng Hai, he didn't say anything, he just looked at him, then turned around and followed the fiery red fox demon Qihua, continuing to go deep into the cave. Next, he will meet Qihua's parents, who are the leader of the entire fox demon tribe. I don't know, what kind of cultivation bases do they have? Soon Long Yu knew. When he followed Qihua to the deepest cave, he saw 2 other relatively large fiery red foxes resting in it. Compared to Qihua's normal fox size, these 2 fiery red foxes are obviously much bigger, even comparable to cattle and sheep. Thanks for your trust. One of the fiery red foxes with extremely thick hair looks like Qihua's father, with extremely bright eyes. When he saw Long Yu, he conveyed a thought, my name is Liu Hua. Liu Hua is Qihua's father. Long Yu glanced over, and soon knew that Liu Hua's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm, but at this moment, the strength it could display was probably less than 10%. In other words, he was weaker than the current Long Yu, and he did not know what kind of serious injury he suffered. On the other side, a fiery red fox with lighter eyes, named Yunhua, is Qihua's mother, and the fox demon tribe they belong to is called the Firefox tribe. The fox demons of this tribe are born with the ability to sense the power of the law of fire. As for what kind of law of fire they can sense, it varies from fox to fox. After seeing Liu Hua and Yunhua, Long Yu felt relieved. The 2 leaders of the Firefox tribe were both seriously injured. Even if there was a real fight, Long Yu's own life would be guaranteed. Everyone called me here, is there anything I can do for you? Long Yu didn't say a word or be humble, and sent out a thought to ask. Correct it. Liu Hua stood up, with the corners of his mouth curled up, as if smiling. Actually, it wasn't us who asked you to come here, but the soldier who matched the apocalypse with you, guiding you to come here. Oh? How do you say that? Long Yu frowned slightly. The soldier who fits the apocalypse with you should be the leader of one of the tribes of Gigu from the depths of Gigu. Liu Hua said while signaling Qihua to go out first. The little fox demon, Qihua, didn't stay here, and soon left this place obediently. Immediately afterwards, Liu Hua told Long Yu a fact that happened not long ago in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It turns out that monsters, like humans, not only unite with each other, but also fight with each other, especially in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, where the battles between monster tribes are particularly fierce. Giguisher is a very powerful monster race in the depths of Tianhun Gigu, and it can even be said to be the right arm of the ruler of Tianhun Gigu. The status of the monster race, Giguisher, in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley is almost equivalent to the status of the Jiang clan's Long family in the Tang dynasty, which shows that its racial strength is tyrannical. It's a pity that recently, Gigui caused civil strife to break out within the race, splitting into three major tribes, namely the Xiangkong tribe, the Kunz tribe and the Guizhong tribe. Among them, the Guizhong tribe retains the strongest fighting power of Giguisher, and the other two tribes can only go to the dark place to resist the Guizhong tribe. The Guizhong tribe also received the support of the ruler of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. After becoming authentic, they wantonly expanded their territory and suppressed other monster tribes around them. For example, the Firefox tribe led by Liuhua and Yunhua was invaded by the Guizhong tribe, and the leader was injured. As a result, they were driven out of the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and could only inhabit the Butterfly Valley. The Giguisher race, originally the strongest person was the old patriarch of the Heavenly Human Secret Realm, but unfortunately the old patriarch has no successors, and just died. The whole race was divided into three major tribes. The idea of Liuhua continued to spread, and finally shifted to the origin of the Taiyin wings, behind Long Yu. The old patriarch Giguisher, who died not long ago, was a powerful existence in the secret realm of heaven and man. He had only one son under his knees, and he had also reached the 9th level of the secret realm of true spirits. After the civil strife broke out, the son of the old patriarch led the Xiangkong tribe to fight fiercely with the Guizhong tribe who wanted to seize power, but in the end fell into a trap and was brutally besieged and killed, seriously injured and fled. In the end, he died in the Butterfly Valley, but his body was taken away by a human wuxiu who happened to pass by. As soon as the old patriarch died, his son was massacred by the Guizhong tribe. It can be seen that the Guizhong tribe completely wants to seize power. Moreover, after the Guizhong tribe came to power, their methods were extremely ruthless, and many monster tribes had been driven away and eliminated, so they wanted to occupy more cultivation resources. The ferocious means made Giguisher's Guizhong tribe become the target of many monster tribes in Tianhun Gigu. However, the Gigu clan is powerful, and they are inextricably linked with the ruler of Tianhun Gigu. The ordinary monster tribes dare not do anything to the Guizhong tribe. This Ghost Valley wing emissary is actually the son of the old patriarch. After hearing what Lu Hua said, Long Yu's heart moved. He originally thought that the resentment of the monsters on the wings of Ghost Valley came entirely from the resentment of being killed by humans, but now it seems that this is not the case. This Ghost Valley wing envoy was severely injured by his fellow clansmen, and was finally picked up by a human martial artist, brought back and refined into a warrior. If Long Yu hadn't come to this Firefox tribe by chance, he might never have known this secret for the rest of his life. However, what did Liuhua want to do after talking so much with him? Let me deal with Giguisher's Guizhong tribe? I don't think my life will last. Long Yu thought in his heart. In the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, it is a real kingdom of monsters and beasts. With his current strength at the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm, there is only one dead end to enter it, and there is no luck at all. So, young man, if you want to be more compatible with your soldier, then you should follow his obsession after death and take back the ghost clan controlled by the thieves. Lu Hua shook his head while talking. Unfortunately, your current level of martial arts is really too low, let alone dealing with the people of the Guizhong tribe. Even in the Butterfly Valley, your life is not guaranteed. Good. Long Yu nodded. In that case, I should come back after my strength becomes stronger. At least, I have to wait until the realm of harmony between man and nature. How long? 5 years? 10 years? Liuhua smiled calmly. Why don't you think about it? How can you quickly improve your martial arts realm? Once Gigui killed the son of the old patriarch, the entire Xiangkong tribe would be leaderless. According to what I know, the Xuanhuan tribe has been thinking about choosing a new boss will come out. What does this have to do with me? Could it be that I can still compete for the head of the Xuanhuan tribe? Long Yu was puzzled. He would like to quickly improve the realm of martial arts, but this not only requires a large amount of elixir or monster inner alchemy, but also requires sufficient combat experience to make it easier for him to break through. Exactly. When Liu Hua's thought came, Long Yu was immediately shocked. To compete for Gigui, to make one of the tribes, the leader of the Xuanhuan tribe? Long Yu instantly felt that Liu Hua was joking with him. Do you think it's impossible? Liu Hua smiled indifferently. You don't know. Our monsters respect the leader far more than you humans respect the king. The soldiers refined by you and the son of the old patriarch are in line with the apocalypse, which is equivalent to inheriting its will. As long as you with enough strength and courage, it is not impossible to become the head of the Xuanhuan tribe. The problem is that I am not strong enough now. Long Yu spread his hands. Anyway, he would never do anything about this matter. The danger is too great, and even if it succeeds, so what? The flying clan of Gigu Ishur is different from our Firefox clan. Liu Hua's thoughts continued to spread. Although the members of our Firefox clan understand the power of flames, they are born without loyalty and cannot make alchemy. But the Xuanhuan tribe is different. The old patriarch has always had a powerful alchemist under his command. To gain his trust, think about it, wouldn't it be easy for you to improve your martial arts realm? Are there alchemists among monsters? Long Yu has learned a lot now, but that alone is not enough for him to take risks. This fire, the old fox is the old fox. He wants to dig a hole for Long Yu to jump in, and deal with the Guizhong tribe for their Firefox tribe. Is Long Yu really a fool? Of course, now is not the right time to turn against Liu Hua. After all, they are still on the opposite side. We'll talk about this matter another day. Long Yu laughed, changed the subject and thought, Master Liu Hua, how is your injury? Is it serious? What kind of pill do you need to recover? The pills of our monsters are slightly different from your human pills. Liu Hua's face darkened, and then came a thought, but now we can't get the healing pills from monsters, so we can only try your human pills first. The golden-robed alchemist outside, in your human country, the level of alchemy should be considered good, right? Then I don't know. Even if he has a high level of alchemy, there is no guarantee that he will do his best for you. Long Yu shook his head. In my opinion, Master Liu Hua, it's better not to put your mind on that alchemist. You might as well believe in me if you believe in alchemist Feng Hai. Long Yu thought in his heart. The last time he helped Bai Lao to refine Xian-level pills, he also had some experience in alchemy, not to mention that with the seal of 9 Yulong, he didn't need to think about whether he had a heart or not. For alchemy, there are only two things that Long Yu lacks now. The first is the knowledge and principles of the properties of various herbs, and the second is the practical operation experience. If he could learn alchemy, it would be much more convenient for Long Yu. It's a pity that in a place like the Firefox tribe, there must be no chance for Long Yu to learn alchemy. Suddenly, there was a sound of panic and movement, which was transmitted from the surface of the tree hole. It could be heard that the entire Firefox tribe's Firefox monsters were in a mess. At the same time, Long Yu seemed to hear a familiar voice from outside, but it was far away, so he couldn't hear what the other party was saying. Father, Mother, human martial arts have invaded 2 6th-level True Spirit Mystic Realms, and 4 5th-level True Spirit Mystic Realms. Soon, the little fox demon Chi-Hua ran in, sending thoughts in a panic. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Has a human martial arts invaded? Long Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of someone, Guowei with his shirt off. At the entrance of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, Guowei notified the whereabouts of Long Yu to the Mixed Sound City, so that the alchemist Feng Hai chased him all the way. At that time, Guowei led his people to wait at Taniguchi, obviously not chatting there, but preparing for a large-scale hunting operation. The sixth level of the two true spirit secret realms, could it be that Guo Wei and others have brought another helper of the same martial arts realm? Just as Long Yu was thinking, Lu Hua had already stood up and ordered, "Let's go out and have a look." "Father, is your injury?" The little fox demon Chi Hua was a little worried. "It's okay, go out and have a look, it doesn't matter. This time, it's up to you to protect our tribe." Lu Hua stared at Chi Hua with relief and encouragement in his eyes. Now the entire Firefox tribe, except Chi Hua, who is the sixth level of the true spirit secret realm, no one can fight against the invading human martial arts. There is no doubt that it can only rely on Chi Hua. When Lu Hua sent out this idea, he seemed to glance at Long Yu inadvertently. "Still hitting your head on me?" Of course Long Yu knew what Liu Hua meant, and with a thought, he sent out a thought, "Don't worry, Master Liu Hua, if the person who comes is my enemy, I will help you." This is very clear. If it was really Guo Wei and his men who came to invade the Firefox tribe, Long Yu would definitely stand by the Firefox tribe and deal with Guo Wei. After all, Guo Wei offended Long Yu first, and Long Yu killed one of Guo Wei's subordinates. This feud has been forged. As long as there is a chance, the two sides will be in a life-and-death situation. Guo Wei didn't take Long Yu seriously, and wanted to use Long Yu's news to inform Huning City, and sell Hunianqing a favor. This kind of behavior is of course on the opposite side of Long Yu. "If you don't mess with me, I don't bother to talk to you. But if you mess with me, I will put you to death." This kind of thinking of Long Yu is not arrogant and domineering, but the most secure way to protect himself in a world like Tianyu continent where martial arts are respected. If Guo Wei is not killed, Long Yu will not be at ease. "I hope those human martial arts will be your enemies." Lu Hua glanced at Long Yu meaningfully, and then, together with the little fox demon Chi Hua, ran quickly towards the surface entrance of the tree cave. As for Chi Hua's mother, Yun Hua, she has never had any communication with Long Yu. For monsters, gender seems to be very important. In the presence of Liu Hua, Yun Hua doesn't need to say anything, just watch from the sidelines. Soon, Yi Feng followed Liu Hua and Chi Hua to the surface entrance of the tree cave, and found dozens of Firefox monsters, and retreated to the depths of the tree cave. When encountering the invasion, all members of the Firefox clan took action. Several Firefox beasts of the fifth level of the true spirit secret realm were carefully blocking the intruders at the entrance of the tree hole. Since they couldn't figure out what was in the Firefox tribe's lair, the intruders didn't rush in, but harassed outside first. "Wait for them to come in." Lu Hua squatted down near the entrance of a series of tree holes, not in a hurry, and sent out a thought to order Chi Hua. Although Chi Hua is still young, he is not inexperienced in combat. At this moment, there is no tension in the eyes of this little fox demon, only dignified and vigilant. Obviously, the little fox demon Chi Hua calmed down after seeing his father in flames. I found out earlier that the leader of the Firefox monster tribe was seriously injured. They should have been kicked out from the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. "Don't worry. Then let's go straight in. Be careful of the sneak attack of that little fox demon. After all, it has reached the sixth level of the true spirit secret realm. If we are not careful, we will really fall for it." Outside the tree hole, there were several voices of discussion, finally allowing Long Yu to confirm the identity of the other party. It really is Guo Wei. Guo Wei, leading his remaining 4 subordinates at the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, the target turned out to be this tribe of Firefox monsters. This guy really knows how to choose targets. The 2 leaders of this tribe of Firefox monsters were seriously injured. Only the little fox demon Chi Hua could fight against Guo Wei's powerhouse. As long as you find another martial artist from the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, you can easily defeat this. The tribe of Firefox monsters is uprooted. Among them, just being the leader of the 2 Firefox monsters is very valuable. You must know that Liuhua was originally the 8th level monster in the True Spirit secret realm. It can be inferred that the effect of the monster beast inner alchemy of the flowing fire on human martial arts is equivalent to that of a super spiritual pill. One can imagine how attractive it is. Long Yu had thought of this before, but he didn't intend to kill Lu Hua and take the inner alchemy. There are not many chances to communicate with the goblins, and Lu Hua knows a lot of things in the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, so of course Long Yu will not lose the big because of small things. If you really find out some things in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, it will be very convenient for Long Yu's future actions. Being able to communicate with goblins is his biggest advantage, compared to other martial artists. After discussing with Guo Wei and others outside the tree cave, several figures appeared one after another at the entrance of the tree cave, attacking towards the depths of the cave where Qihua and Long Yu were ambushed. Guo Wei took the lead, and the long and thin scar on his bare arm made him look extremely hideous. And another strong man in the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm is wearing black clothes, a black hat, and a black scarf. He looks extremely strange and eerie. This person is Jian He. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know his name yet, but he only knows that this person's strength will definitely not be weaker than Guo Wei Lai. Guo Wei and Jian He led their men into the lair of the Firefox monster tribe, and they were immediately attacked violently. Many Firefox monsters of the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm, who were originally guarding not far from the entrance of the tree hole, spewed out flames of various colors and burned towards Guo Wei and Jian He. Help! Help! At this moment, the voice of alchemist Feng Hai suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Obviously, when the alchemist Feng Hai was in despair, he heard the conversation between Guo Wei, Jian He, and others discussing, and his hope of survival surged. Hearing this voice, Long Yu's expression changed. Then, what he was worried about finally happened. I only heard the alchemist Feng Hai shouting for help, while reminding him, everyone, be careful of Long Yu, that kid actually teamed up with a monster, you must be careful not to be attacked by him. Long Yu, joined forces with monsters? Guo Wei, Jian He, and the others suddenly showed serious expressions on their faces. This sounds a little unbelievable, but Long Yu is too wicked to treat him with a normal heart. If this kid joins forces with monsters, it is really possible. Careful. Guo Wei, Jian He, and the others immediately became more cautious. Long Yu cursed secretly in his heart. In this way, even if he launched a sneak attack now, Guo Wei and Jian He are already prepared, and he will definitely not be so easy to succeed. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Feng Hai, the alchemist who was rushed over, would do something wrong, and Lu Hua was a little sorry for that. It has very little experience in catching human martial arts alive, and forgot to gag alchemist Feng Hai's mouth, and Long Yu never thought that Guo Wei would lead the crowd to attack this tribe of Firefox monsters. So negligent. But even if it's a head-on fight, I might not lose to you, Guo Wei. Long Yu was more focused, hiding in a groove in a cave, ready to strike at any time. Hold head high. The little fox demon Qihua groaned softly at this moment, and the entire fiery red body rushed out. At the same time, the domain of the law of red fire was released, filling the entire cave with the power of the law of red fire. It's that little fox demon, kill it. Guo Wei's eyes lit up, and he immediately held 2 bloody flying knives in his hands. With a thought, the true spirit of the bloody flying knives emerged from behind, and the bloody aura spread throughout the cave. As Guo Wei's true spirit of the bloody flying knife emerged, the power of the law of red fire in the entire cave was completely suppressed by the bloody aura, but immediately after, the true spirit of the little fox demon red fire was also released. 9 tails condensed from flames, are true spirits. The true spirit of Qihua emerged, and the power of the domain of Qihua law soared in an instant, suppressing Guo Wei's bloody aura once again. It turned out to be a 9-tailed true spirit, a rare species, let's capture it alive. When Wu Wei saw it, his eyes became brighter, and he put away the bloody flying knife that was ready to go. Such a precious species must be captured alive. A fox demon with a nine-tailed true spirit is worth 100 times more alive than dead, and it is precisely because of this that Wu Wei and the others are ecstatic. This little fox has actually condensed into a nine-tailed true spirit. Long Yu hid aside, also seemed a little surprised, but now he doesn't know what the nine-tails true spirit means to the fox monster. Seeing Wu Wei take back the 2 bloody flying knives, Long Yu decided to do it. Don't miss this opportunity. Of course, through the previous battle with Wu Wei, Long Yu knew that Wu Wei was not easy to deal with. Even if he was withdrawing the scarlet throwing knife, he was definitely guarding against Long Yu's sudden attack. Drunk in the underworld. Long Yu simply swung his fist, condensing the spirit of the Nine Serenity. The shadowless and formless spirit of the underworld suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei. Swish! Wu Wei had already prepared for this, and before Long Yu swung his punch, he had already reacted. His whole body turned into a bloody light, and rushed towards Long Yu quickly. Even the spirit of the underworld had no time to restrain him. Yellow Spring Barrier. Long Yu's heart trembled. This Wu Wei was really difficult to deal with. The netherworld barrier emerged, and then Wu Wei swept over with 2 blood-colored flying knives, blasting the netherworld barrier to pieces. The difference in basic strength between the 2 sides was really too great. I cover you. Qi Hua had seen Long Yu Hong kill Yang Hui and Yang Ku brothers, and had great confidence in his strength. At this moment, Qi Hua's nine-tailed true spirit was released, filling the entire cave with high-temperature flames, forming a layer of flame shield in front of Long Yu's body. And at this moment, Jian He, the man in black, who was always calm and composed, finally made a move. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Jian He's aura exuded a burst of weirdness and mystery. When Qi Hua and Long Yu joined hands to strike, he finally made a move. The black hat on his head suddenly flew up and was thrown aside by him. What appeared in front of everyone was a bald head covered with scars. This bald head makes ordinary people feel horrified when they see it, and they don't know what made Jane Hay look like this. At this moment, the dozens of scars on his bald head suddenly revealed an evil spirit at the same time, and they condensed into a little ghost in front of him. The Law of Ghost Marks. This condensed little ghost contained the mysterious jade-level ghost mark law, and as soon as it appeared, it screamed and rushed towards Long Yu. It's weird. Long Yu's heart trembled, and he waved his hand immediately, and the barrier of the underworld immediately condensed. Although there is a flame shield condensed by Qi Hua in front of him, he is not at ease. When he sees the evil spirit condensed by Jian He, he always feels a little restless. As expected, the evil little ghost flew over to kill him, but he was not stopped by Qi Hua's flame shield at all. He went straight through that layer of flame shield and continued to kill Long Yu. Be careful, this kid is not a real entity, but just a phantom, not affected by any profound energy or real entity. The mainstream of the Firefox department is well informed, and immediately reminded, the targeted attacks is your spirit and brain. It turned out to be an aggressive brat. Long Yu was taken aback. How could such an attack be prevented? However, at the next moment, he found that this little ghost obviously hesitated when he was approaching the barrier of the underworld, and then decided to pass through the barrier of the underworld. And when it passed through the barrier of the underworld, it was actually eroded by the aura of the 9 seclusion contained in the barrier of the underworld. The Qi of 9 nethernesses can actually deal with this brat. Long Yu was overjoyed. It seemed that the 9 nether Qi was indeed one of the most tyrannical forces in the world. That being the case, he has nothing to be polite about. 9 nether dragon fist, drunk in the underworld. Long Yu punched out, and the road to the underworld immediately stretched out, enveloping the little ghost in an instant, causing it to annihilate in the air quickly after it let out a scream. This scene made Jane Hay's face change drastically. For a long time, the xuanhuan level law and the ghost mark law that he comprehended by chance have always been invincible, and even made opponents with a higher level of martial arts than him go crazy. But now, the little ghost he condensed with the power of the law of ghost marks was wiped out by Long Yu with ease. Although the ghost-scarred brat was just his simplest attack method, Long Yu was so strong that Jian He had never expected it, and he felt the need to change his combat strategy. Immediately afterwards, Guowei's two blood-colored flying knives radiated light one after another, and charged towards Long Yu. Blood Knife Lotus. Guowei used this top-level spirit-level martial skill, and immediately countless blood-colored sword lights flew out of the sky, like blooming petals, scattered one after another, and came towards Long Yu from all directions. There was even some bloody saber light, which shot backwards from other directions, and attacked the little fox demon, Qihua, behind Long Yu. Yellow Spring Barrier. All Long Yu can do now is defend. Guowei's attack is too violent, leaving him no time to spare. Once he gives up defending, he will be bombarded by the bloody knife in the next moment. And Jian He's ghost mark law also suddenly released a little ghost to harass Long Yu, making him tired of dealing with it. Fortunately, there is the flame shield of Qihua, which can resist a lot of bloody saber light for him, otherwise Long Yu would have been defeated and died long ago with one enemy and two. I can't go on like this. Long Yu felt that the profound energy in his body was rapidly exhausted, and finally he could only choose the entity that released the true sun spirit. Immediately, the sky-suppressing sun spirit rose up from behind him, releasing a tyrannical sky-suppressing coercion, which slightly slowed down Guowei's onslaught. The next moment, the sun will prevail. A burst of cold air swept across the entire cave in an instant, enveloping Guowei and Jian He, making their movements much slower for a while. Thunderbolt momentum. Long Yu sternly shouted, and the power of the thunderbolt exploded instantly, and the entire cave was thundered and lightning, which contained the artistic conception of Jiuyo condensed on the tip of the Jiuyo dragon spear. Inverse Scale Touch. The 9 Serenity Dragon Spear, which contained infinitely destructive lightning, flew towards Guowei, who was blocked from moving, like a stream of light after being stained with Long Yu's blood. Blood Knife Shield Wall. Guowei took his two blood-colored flying knives back in a calm manner, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming an extremely wide blood-colored barrier. Blood Knife Shield Wall. Long Yu could feel that the defensive ability of Guowei's move was somewhat stronger than the barrier of the underworld he used. The fundamental reason is that Long Yu's martial arts realm is too low. Although he can rely on some advantages to deal with opponents in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, if he cannot win for a long time, he will gradually be at a disadvantage. Ghost Mark Flurry. And when Long Yu took the initiative to attack and Guowei retracted his defense, Jian He's cooperation with him was perfect. A large wave of the power of the ghost mark law suddenly condensed into a tornado, carrying an extremely gloomy aura, rolling towards the depths of the cave. The tornado formed by the flurry of ghost marks spread all over the cave, not only attacking Long Yu and Qihua, but also a large group of monsters from the Firefox clan behind them. Wake Up Palm Reincarnation. Long Yu stood in front alone, his eyes gleaming. He punched out heavily, the power of reincarnation exploded, and the power of the tornado formed by the flurry of ghost marks dropped by more than half. The Chi of 9 Netherness is completely the nemesis of the law of ghost marks. Long Yu immediately released the artistic conception of 9 Netherness that he had comprehended. Jian He's ability was completely restrained by Long Yu, which made Jian He's expression very bad. Not very easy. Jian He said in a deep voice, the scar on her bald head looked shocking. Retreat first. Guowei was also downcast. He didn't expect that Long Yu, who was only the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, would be so difficult to deal with. Even if he and Jian He joined forces, they couldn't break through its defense. The two slowly gathered their strength, as if they were about to retreat. But at this time, Long Yu was extremely vigilant. Guo Wei and Jian He were very insidious, and now on the surface they said they were going to retreat first. Who knows if they will turn around and kill another wave. Soon, the two retreated out of the tree hole. If you can't attack for a long time, there is no need to stand still. It seems that Guo Wei and Jian He really feel that Long Yu is not easy to deal with. While Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. His awakening palm reincarnation, at the peak of his punch, just now finally allowed him to see the future again. What he saw this time was the method of performing the super-powerful martial skill, Yulong 9 Explosions, which he obtained when he condensed the true spirit entity. Yulong 9 Explosions is a super-powerful martial skill inherited from the Great Desolation era, far surpassing the classification of all martial arts in the Tianyu continent. Any mortal-level martial arts, spiritual-level martial arts, or even mysterious-level martial arts are completely scum in front of Yulong 9 Explosions. It's a pity that this martial skill is too difficult to practice, and Long Yu has never had time to calm down and practice. Fortunately, now that he has comprehended the reincarnation of the awakening palm at the peak state, he can see his future self and the scene when he casts Yulong 9 Explosions, so he can practice in battle. Yulong 9 Explosions is a martial skill of the Great Desolation level, surpassing all martial arts in the Tianyu continent. Once this move is released, it can release 9 dragon chants, triggering the explosion of heaven and earth, which becomes stronger and stronger one after another until the 9th explosion, which can almost shatter the whole world. Long Yu recalled the explanation of Yulong 9 Explosions in his memory, and of course he had some expectations. The introduction of this martial skill might be somewhat exaggerated, but for the dragon of the 9 nethers who can destroy the world, it is not considered impossible. Yulong has 9 explosions. The first explosion is stronger than the first explosion, and the 9th explosion is the most powerful. Long Yu saw the future scene of him casting the 9 explosions of Yulong in the future scene shown by his reincarnation. The first explosion, head start. With a punch, there was a dragon roar, and then the world where the target was located exploded, and weaker opponents would die if they couldn't even sustain the explosion. The second explosion, the Phantom Dragon Chant. After the first explosion, the opponent has already become a little vigilant, but this second explosion is not an actual sonic boom attack, but some harassing phantom sounds. Among the 7 consecutive Phantom Sound Dragon Chants, only one it is really capable of triggering the explosion of heaven and earth. If you learn the 9 explosions of Yulong successfully, you will be able to display the first explosion and take the lead. If you want to perform the second explosion, the Phantom Sound Dragon Chant, you must comprehend the Yulong 9 explosions to the level of Xiaocheng, and the deeper you comprehend in the future, the later you will be able to perform the sonic boom move. The basis of the 9 explosions of Yulong is also the Qi of the 9 nethers, or the law of the 9 nethers. If my understanding of the law of the 9 nethers can surpass the artistic conception, reach the level of the charm, and even the general trend of the world, this trick of the Yulong, the power of the 9 explosions, will be greatly enhanced. Long Yu closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again suddenly. Although Guo Wei and Jian He had led the crowd to retreat, Long Yu did not relax. Careful. Long Yu conveyed his thoughts towards the little fox demon Qi Hua, and almost at the same time, a gloomy and strange little ghost fright came down from the top of everyone's heads through the ground. Jian He's ghost mark law can penetrate all entities and profound energy barriers, including the ground, of course. After Guo Wei and Jian He retreated to the ground, they even attacked the Firefox tribe's lair through the ground, using the law of ghost marks. All of a sudden, the little ghost's frightened sound resounded throughout the entire cave space, causing most of the Firefox monsters to panic and lose their ability to think for a short time. Immediately afterwards, a crashing sound came from above and below. Guo Wei actually led his men to bombard the ground with great force, trying to collapse the entire Firefox lair. The 9 explosions of the Yulong hit the bulls across the mountain. Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and through the ground that was about to collapse, punched upwards. With a nine-nether dragon cry, it roared proudly. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Following the nine-nether dragon cry, as if roaring out of the void, Long Yu directly blasted out the first explosion of Yulong 9 explosions through a thick layer of ground. In his memory, the first explosion of the Yulong 9 explosions was just a head start, and its power was not very strong, which meant that it was only used to scare the enemy. But even so, after the explosion of the dragon chant sound, there were muffled groans from several people on the ground, apparently seriously injured by this move. Among them, there are the muffled groans of Jianhei and Guowei. That punch just now. The little fox demon Chi stared blankly at Long Yu, feeling the terrifying power contained in that punch just now, which made the little fox demon extremely shocked. On the other hand, Lu Hua's eyes were shining brightly. This human martial arts is too strong, right? It is completely inconsistent with my own martial arts realm. To be able to cross the two martial arts realms, to resist or even injure opponents, such an existence has never appeared in the entire Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. However, only Long Yu himself knew the suffering after using this move, Yulong 9 explosions. The repercussions are too great. Long Yu punched out, triggering the sonic boom of the 9 nether dragons. Although the power was strong, Guowei and Jianhei were injured even across a layer of ground. However, just after performing this move, he became incomparably stiff all of a sudden, and the aura of the 9 serenity penetrated through his body, producing a ray of backlash against him. 9 explosions of Yulong, there will be a backlash. Long Yu's heart was shocked. He could feel that if he wanted to move now, he could only use the second explosion of the 9 explosions of the nether dragon, but in that case, the backlash he would suffer from the 9 nether chi would be even stronger. In other words, once Yulong 9 explosions are cast, either the opponent will die or you will die. This is completely a lose-lose style of play, not to mention the fact that Yi Feng still doesn't know how to use the second explosion of the 9 explosions of the nether dragon. This move is too dangerous. Long Yu's heart was awe-inspiring. He knew that it was best not to use this move of Yulong 9 explosions in normal times, otherwise it would easily bring about infinite crises. As for now, fortunately, there is the little fox demon Qihua by his side, protecting him, so there shouldn't be any problems. Long Yu's whole body was stiff, and he watched helplessly as the ground above his head collapsed, gradually filling up the entire cave. The little fox demon Qihua, and some other firefox monsters in the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm immediately exerted great force to overturn the collapsed soil, and soon the entire cave was exposed to the air. If not, I am afraid that many young little fox demons will be crushed to death by the thick soil. The Firefox tribe cannot afford this loss. The figures of Long Yu and the little fox demon Qihua appeared on the ground, in the dense ancient forest. At a glance, they could see the people on the ground turning their backs. Guowei and Jianhei vomited blood, and fell to the ground, obviously seriously injured. As for the 4 subordinates from the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm they brought, their meridians and internal organs had already been shattered, and they fell to the ground dead. Breathe. With one move, the ghostly dragon explodes 9 times, killing thousands of powerful men. Even Long Yu himself was deeply shocked by the terrifying power of this move. Is this the power of the great wilderness-level martial skill? Although Long Yu couldn't move, but the power of this move of Yulong 9 explosions was so powerful, it still made him ecstatic. At least at the critical moment, he had another killer move that would kill everything. Thank you, little friend Long Yu. The figure of Hua, the leader of the Fox Demon Department, jumped up from the ground, and then swept towards Guowei and Jianhei, who were lying on the ground. A pair of bright eyes revealed a fierce light. This is the nature of monsters. Qihua, kill them. Under Liu Hua's order, the little fox demon Qihua didn't hesitate, and the 9-tailed true spirit was released from far away, and the Qihua domain immediately covered the entire audience. Immediately afterwards, the little fox demon Qihua condensed 2 tails of scarlet fire, respectively entangled Guo Wei and Jian He, who were injured by Long Yuzhen. Kill. In the face of human martial arts, Qihua showed no mercy at all. When the profound energy was urged, the tails of the 2 scarlet fires burst open immediately, and the infinite flame power completely surrounded Guo Wei and Jian He. Help me! Guo Wei screamed and called for help from Long Yu. At this moment, as a human martial artist, he can only pin his hopes on Long Yu. Watching monsters kill people, it is impossible to say that Long Yu's heart is not touched, but it is a pity that even if he wants to save Guo Wei and Jian He now, he can't do it. Because after casting the 9 explosions of the Nether Dragon, his whole body became stiff and eroded by the chi of the 9 nethernesses, which actually made him unable to move for nearly half an hour. If it weren't for ensuring his own safety, he would never use this trick again. This feeling of being bound was too unbearable. In an instant, Guo Wei and Jian He were swept in by the tails of the 2 scarlet flames, and almost burned to ashes. Without any hesitation, the little fox demon Qihua rushed forward, grabbed the 2 charred corpses, and dragged them back. Qihua glanced at Long Yu at the side, as if hesitating. Don't worry about me, you do yours. Long Yu conveyed his thoughts. It is said that if monsters kill human martial arts, they will devour their dantians, which is of the same nature as human martial arts devouring the inner alchemy of monsters. However, this is only a rumor after all. Long Yu has never really seen what it is like to see a monster devouring his dantian. After receiving Long Yu's thoughts, Qihua didn't hesitate anymore. It opened its small mouth, and just sucked in from the air, it absorbed a strong profound energy from the dantians of Guo Wei and Jian He, and was sucked into the body by it. This stream of profound energy from the dantian of human martial arts cannot be absorbed by other human martial arts, only monsters can absorb it. It is like taking pills, which can make one's martial arts realm rise faster. Immediately afterwards, the red fire did not stop, but activated the true spirit entities of Guo Wei and Jian He to absorb the essence of the true spirit. The monster beast that condenses the true spirit into a solid body contains the demon spirit essence in its true spirit. In contrast, the true spirit entity of human martial arts naturally also contains the true spirit essence. From this point of view, human martial arts and monsters are born as 2 completely opposite creatures. The meeting between the 2 sides can almost be said to be an endless situation. Because of this, Long Yu cherishes the opportunity to communicate with the monsters of the Firefox tribe. This is a great opportunity to learn about monsters, and perhaps in the near future, it will bring him a lot of benefits. After absorbing the profound energy in Guo Wei and Jian He's dantian, and absorbing the true spirit essence from their true spirit entities, the little fox demon Qihua seemed to be about to undergo a change. I saw that the 9-tailed true spirit behind it became more and more solid, and it seemed to gradually merge with this world. The world is the 9 tails, and the 9 tails merge into the heaven and the earth. Is this going to step into the realm of unity of true spirit? Long Yu's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the little fox demon Qihua, after absorbing the power of Guo Wei and Jian He, is ready to step into the realm of unity of true spirit. It seems that the 9-tailed true spirit possessed by the little fox demon Qihua is indeed not a simple existence, otherwise it would be impossible for such a small person to step into the powerful realm of unity of true spirits. Stop. At this moment, an anxious shout came from the nearby bushes. It's human martial arts. Long Yu, the little fox demon Qihua, and the big fox demon Liuhua all changed their expressions. Could there be another group of human martial arts, besides Guo Wei and Jian He? Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and the demons saw 2 figures running out from the bushes beside them. One of them, dressed in Xing Yi, was handsome and carried a long sword on his back, exuding the breath of the law of the sun. It turned out to be Mo Fengming from the Mo family, the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. And the other person was wearing a black dress, with long white hair fluttering in the wind, exquisite and translucent skin, as if blown to pieces, and a look of worry and tension hung on his delicate and charming cheeks at this moment. It was Lu Yuan. Seeing that it was her, Long Yu couldn't help frowning slightly. Mo Fengming, how could he be with Lu Yuan? And, why is it here? Long Yu, are you all right? As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, she immediately ran in the direction of Long Yu, and at the same time was always on guard against the many fiery red fox monsters in the direction of the firefox monster. Looking at Lu Yuan's star-like eyes, Long Yu couldn't help but feel a little strange about the worried look in his star-like eyes. Did this Lu Yuan appear specifically to save him? It's a pity that Long Yu's whole body is stiff and unable to move. He can't even speak, he can only convey his thoughts and communicate with monsters. Don't worry, we'll get you out. Mo Fengming said in a cool and unrestrained manner, grasped the long sword behind his back that was full of yin, and laid it across his chest, ready to deal with the monsters of the Firefox tribe at any time. Finally, he found a chance to rescue Long Yu. One of his goals during this trip was to establish a good relationship with Long Yu. Now that he has saved Long Yu and made Long Yu owe him a favor, this relationship is settled. The little fox demon, Qi Hua, is at the critical moment of stepping into the realm of unity of true spirit, so naturally he has no time to pay attention to Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan. If the two of them have any thoughts about Qi Hua, all the firefox monsters nearby will definitely rush up, and Mo Fengming alone may not be able to resist it. Fortunately, in the thoughts conveyed by Long Yu, many monsters in the Firefox tribe knew that the two newly appeared friends were Long Yu's friends, and they had no malice towards Long Yu. Let's go first. Mo Fengming saw that many monsters did not move, so he said in a deep voice, and stepped back cautiously. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, supported Long Yu, who was stiff, and retreated with Mo Fengming. While Long Yu was puzzled, he was quite fortunate that the two sides did not fight, otherwise, there would be quite a lot of trouble. I'm afraid Mo Fengming also sensed that the little fox demon Qi Hua was advancing, so he didn't dare to stay here for a long time. Follow them. Seeing that the figures of the three were about to disappear, Hua, the leader of the fox demon department, wanted to give an order, but before the order was finished, a sinister and strange smile came down from the sky. Heck, when did the Firefox tribe fall to the level of human beings? A sharp laugh came from the sky, which shocked the hearts of the monsters of the Firefox tribe at the same time. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. For the monsters of the Firefox clan, this kind of sharp laughter was all too familiar. Lu Hua raised his head, and sure enough, he saw two Gigi envoys flying from midair. It's the Ghost Clan. Two powerful beings from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Are you trying to drive them all out? Liu Hua's heart trembled, and even the Firefox monsters with the entire Firefox tribe became nervous. Giguisher, the Guizhong tribe, was the chief culprit who wounded Liu Hua and his wife, but now, he still didn't let them go, and sent two members from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to kill the entire Firefox tribe. Catch them all. Obviously, this is to prevent the Firefox tribe from counterattacking in the future. Among other things, the nine-tailed true spirit of the little fox demon Qi Hua represents that it has quite terrifying potential. Father, I'm here. The little fox demon, Qi Hua, looked away from the disappearing Long Yu and the others, then raised his head, looking at the two Ghost Valley wing envoys flying in the sky. A ray of hatred flashed in its bright eyes. Now it has finally advanced to the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and has reached the realm of the unity of the True Spirit. Even if the opponent is two people from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it can still fight. You are no match. Lu Hua's eyes showed extreme unwillingness. Could it be that the entire Firefox tribe is going to be wiped out like this? The two strong Gigi envoys at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm couldn't resist at all. Although the little fox demon Qihua had just stepped into the same realm as the opponent, he was definitely not an opponent. Everyone scatter and run away, let's try to save our lives. A gloomy look flashed in Liu Hua's eyes. As the head of the Firefox tribe, Liu Hua was seriously injured, unable to display the strength of the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and even the safety of the tribe could not be guaranteed. What a failure! How can we escape? The little fox demon, Qihua, suspected that he had heard it wrong, and looked at Liu Hua in bewilderment. There is no other way to survive. Liu Hua's face darkened. There's no time, let's go. You can go to that human Wushou Lonyu. It is very likely that he will go to trouble the Guizhong tribe, and then you will be able to avenge me. The communication between monsters and beasts is the exchange of ideas. These ideas that Liu Hua conveyed to the little fox demon Qihua will not be received by Gigu Yishur. You guys are dead. The two Ghost Valley wing envoys grinned grinningly, stretched their wide wings, and then swooped down towards the Firefox tribe. Their first target is the mainstream fire of the Firefox department, and the little fox demon Qihua. Of these two, one is the leader of the entire Firefox tribe, and the other is not only the son of the leader, but also the most talented person in the entire tribe. Therefore, Liu Hua and Qihua must die. Flame. When the two Ghost Valley wing envoys galloped down, Liu Hua's eyes showed determination, and then he raised his head, and a stream of flames burst out from under its feet in an instant. This stream of flames not only swept towards the two Ghost Valley wing envoys in the sky, but also pushed Qihua to the side and rolled to the side. At this moment, Liu Hua unexpectedly burst out the power of the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Father! Seeing this scene, the little fox demon Qihua's heart trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. It clearly knew how serious his father's injury was, and he had to use 90% of his strength to suppress the ghost spirit in his body. Now Liu Hua has unleashed its full power, that is to say, it has begun to let the spirit of the ghost sect in its body rage. If this continues, Liu Hua will probably die within half an hour because of the ghost sect chi in his body. It's really hard. Seeing this, the two Ghost Valley wing envoys each wanted to fly away, but since Liu Hua had unleashed all its strength, how could it be possible for them to escape so easily? Come back to me. The fiery red fur of Liu Hua's body stood up, and the real spirit entity of the flame tornado rolled out from behind, instantly trapping the two Gigi envoys in the flame tornado. Don't fight him hard. The two Gigi envoys knew the power of it. They didn't fight recklessly, but started to deal with Liu Hua. Once they want to escape, Liu Hua will burst into force and trap them. It can be said that the two Ghost Valley wing envoys are completely entangled by Liu Hua at this time. The monster tribe always takes the survival of the tribe as the first priority. When faced with a crisis, Liu Hua stopped the powerful enemy regardless of his own safety, and then the rest of the Firefox monsters scattered and fled. The farther you escape, the more likely you are to survive. Anyway, they can't stay in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley anymore. As for where to go in the future, they can only take one step at a time except for the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. The vast territory nearby is all the territory of human martial arts. If these Firefox monsters leave the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, the possibility of surviving is very slim. Of course, there is at least a slight possibility of survival. If they still stay in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, they will eventually be overtaken by the Guizhong tribe of the Ghost Valley Yishur, and they will be wiped out one by one. Qihua didn't hesitate too much, although it was its father who stayed behind to fight desperately, but it also knew which was more important. The most important thing now is to save its own life, and prepare for revenge in the future. Qihua still remembered the direction in which Long Yu and the others left, and his lovely fiery red body rushed into the dense bushes, chasing after Long Yu in the direction in which he left. Lu Yuan supported Long Yu, whose body was stiff, and bursts of fragrant fragrance made Long Yu feel refreshed. From time to time, Long Yu would inadvertently touch certain places on Lu Yuan's body that shouldn't be touched, and the wonderful touch was simply fascinating. Mo Fengming led the way at the front, and he had achieved his goal all the way to Butterfly Valley, which was to catch up with Long Yu, and even make Long Yu owe him a favor. Therefore, what he has to do next is of course, to take Long Yu out of the Butterfly Valley and return to a safe place. But as Long Yu's body gradually recovered, he was finally able to speak. Lu Yuan, I can move now. Long Yu first said something in a low voice. In this dangerous Butterfly Valley, once a human voice appears, it will either scare away the weak monsters, or attract the powerful monsters. Long Yu is not that stupid, talking loudly to attract monsters. Lu Yuan nodded, then tried to let go of Long Yu's arm. Seeing that he could really walk by himself, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Long Yu asked, straightforwardly. Hearing Long Yu's question, Lu Yuan glanced at Mo Fengming's back in front of him, and then said softly, Qingqing Pavilion has been disbanded, so Mo Fengming and I came out to find you. Qingqing Pavilion, disbanded? Long Yu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. It seems that Chu Chaoxing's scheme, the left prince of the Tang dynasty, has already succeeded. What about your father? Long Yu thought of a question and asked quickly. Lu Yuan's father was hit by the demon seed of hell. If he didn't watch carefully, once he was killed, it would be a catastrophe. I sent him to Huang Qingfeng's family and entrusted him to your adoptive father to take care of him. Lu Yuan said. Royal city-style home? After thinking about it, Long Yu understood that it was a good thing that Feng Changge actually transferred the Xinfeng family from Yuguan City to the Imperial City. At least the cultivation resources and cultivation environment in the Imperial City were much better than those in Yuguan City. With Feng Changge taking care of her, nothing will happen to Lu Yuan's father. Long Yu shook his head, put the matter down for the time being, and then said, Actually, that bunch of monsters just now don't have any enmity with me. No grudges? When Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan heard this, they were a little puzzled. This matter is a bit complicated, so don't mention it. Looking at the appearance of the two, Long Yu still shook his head, and didn't say anything about being able to communicate with the demon. After getting along so many times, Long Yu has more trust in Lu Yuan, but Mo Fengming, Long Yu still can't figure out the real purpose of this kid coming here, so of course he can't tell him everything. Hurry up, a powerful monster is chasing up, it seems to be that fire fox. Mo Fengming was walking in front, and suddenly felt the powerful aura of flames coming from not far behind him, and his expression changed involuntarily. The promotion is complete? Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately felt the aura of the little fox demon Scarlet Fire. But just before being dragged away by Lu Yuan, he seemed to have heard some monsters coming to the Firefox clan to make trouble, and he didn't know what was going on. Long Yu's body was stiff at that time, and he really didn't notice anything specific. Now that the little fox demon Chihua came over, he probably had something to say to him, or maybe he wanted to take him back and let him act as an interpreter between the Firefox tribe and the alchemist Feng Hai. In this regard, Long Yu really has nothing against it. The speed of the little fox demon Chihua is really too fast. Even though Mo Fengming kept speeding up, he was still much slower than Chihua. Not long after, a little fox with red fur came out from the forest behind the three of them, and jumped onto Long Yu's shoulder. Superior. This startled Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was right next to Long Yu. Although she was startled, she reacted the fastest, and the flowing light sword shadow swiped towards the little fox demon on Long Yu's shoulder. Stop. Long Yu hurriedly stopped Lu Yuan from doing anything. It's not that he's afraid that Lu Yuan will hurt the little fox demon Chihua, but that if the little fox is annoyed, Lu Yuan's mere cultivation is not enough for this little guy. It's my friend. Long Yu answered, and finally made Lu Yuan stop. At this time, Long Yu has also conveyed his thoughts to the little fox demon Qihua, saying that Lu Yuan and Mo Fengming are his friends, so don't do anything. It can be seen that the little fox demon Qihua seems very depressed. It didn't care much about the existence of Lu Yuan and Mo Fengming, it just lay on Long Yu's shoulder with sadness in its eyes. After a while, it finally sent a thought to Long Yu: my father, in order to protect the tribe, is fighting desperately with 2 wing envoys from the Guizhong tribe. Our Firefox tribe has dispersed. The Firefox tribe is gone. So suddenly. Long Yu frowned slightly. When he just left, he still felt that the little fox demon Qihua had stepped into the realm of true spiritual unity. The Firefox tribe should rise up and return to the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. But unexpectedly, they encountered the invasion of Giguishur, forcing the main force of the tribe to burst out with full strength, burning their lives to buy time for the tribe members to escape. What about you? Long Yu's heart moved, and he subconsciously sent out his thoughts. Following you for the time being. The little fox demon Chihua's eyes flashed with anticipation. I hope you can join me in avenging my father and defeating Giguishur's Guizhong clan. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan felt uncomfortable with a little fox demon from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm following them. For Mo Fengming, monsters have always been used to kill them, then take away the inner alchemy, absorb monster energy, and improve their martial arts realm. But now, Long Yu seems to have developed a friendship with this little fox demon. It's just unbelievable. However, the little fox demon Qihua possessed the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but obediently lay on Long Yu's shoulders. Obviously he really had something to do with Long Yu. Friend. Lu Yuan looked at Long Yu, then at the little fox, at Long Yu, then at the little fox. There was a look of doubt in her star-like eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Long Yu seems to have a lot of secrets. Defeat the Guizhong tribe, maybe I will go, but not now. For the little fox demon Chihua's expectations, Long Yu only told it this way. The Ghost Sect tribe, randomly dispatching 2 Ghost Valley wing envoys, is the powerful existence of the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Such a monster tribe is not something that Long Yu can fight against. Not to mention, the Guizhong tribe is still deep in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, and whether Long Yu can get in is still a question. Careful ahead. Suddenly, the little fox Qihua stood up from Long Yu's shoulders, with a look of vigilance in his eyes. Following its movement, a huge and burly monster suddenly appeared in the dense bushes in front of it, and rushed towards Mo Fengming, Long Yu, and others at an extremely fast speed. It's a ferocious wolf at the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Mo Fengming immediately came to his senses, a serious look appeared in his eyes. The wild and ferocious wolf has an extremely huge body, much taller than an adult. The most important thing is that once a wild dire wolf appears, it means that there are many of the same kind nearby. If it is not gathered together, the wild dire wolf will not move at all. Red fire. The little fox demon on Long Yu's shoulder spewed out a tornado of scarlet fire, attacking the ferocious wolf that charged over. A shrewd look flashed in the wild ferocious wolf's eyes, and the whole body quickly jumped back and retreated. Obviously, it sensed the scarlet fire of the little fox demon, and it was not something it could resist. The forward momentum of Mo Fengming, Long Yu, Lu Yuan, and the little fox demon Qihua was forced to stop. In the dense forest around them, there appeared pairs of eyes like will-o'-the-wisps, and each pair of eyes represented a wild and ferocious wolf surrounding them. Surrounded. Long Yu frowned slightly, he could feel the murderous aura of dozens of wild wolves around them towards the 3 of them and 1 monster. It was Gigi Envoy who ordered them to come. In the nearby ferocious wolf tribe, the entire tribe only has 3 leaders from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The little fox demon, Chihua, is very familiar with the surrounding terrain, so he calmly analyzed, the three of us, if we deal with the three wolf leaders separately, there should be no problem, it's just. The little fox demon, Chihua's thoughts were halfway through, and then she turned her gaze to Lu Yuan. Obviously, it felt that Lu Yuan was dragging its feet back, that this woman was troublesome, and when it had just jumped on Long Yu's shoulder, Lu Yuan actually wanted to do something to it, which made Chihua even more angry with Lu Yuan. I didn't like it anymore. Looking back, Lu Yuan obviously saw the meaning in the little fox's eyes, and couldn't help but said calmly, if you want to kill, go ahead and kill, I have the ability to protect myself. Never mind. Long Yu shook his head, and shouted at Mo Feng, Brother Mo, protect Lu Yuan, Chihua, and I will deal with the leader of the wolf. No problem, Brother Long, be careful. Mo Fengming nodded solemnly. Long Yu didn't have time to worry about what Mo Fengming called him, so he and the little fox demon Chihua immediately charged into the surrounding pack of wild and ferocious wolves. The Ghost Valley Wing envoy ordered the entire tribe of wild and ferocious wolves to come and surround them, apparently to hold them back until the two Gigui envoys finished off the main Firefox tribe. If the two Ghost Valley Wing envoys who are still able to fly freely at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm catch up, it will be difficult for Long Yu and the others to escape from Butterfly Valley. Therefore, Long Yu must defeat this group of ferocious wolves as quickly as possible. Capturing the thief and the king, and killing all three leaders of the wild wolves, is undoubtedly the fastest way to defeat this group of wild wolves. Long Yu and the little fox demon Chihua act separately. Through the perception of killing intent, Long Yu quickly found where the leader of one of the wild wolves was, and rushed towards it alone. Standing in front of Long Yu were two ferocious wolves at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. These two monsters don't know how powerful Long Yu is. Seeing a mere human martial artist in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm dare to rush towards them, their eyes suddenly showed a fierce light, and a pair of fangs were ready to drink at any time. Blood. However, at the next moment, Long Yu's body was instantly released, freezing these two wild wolves instantly. 10,000 people killed. Long Yu held the 9 Serenity Dragon Spear in his hand, the infinite killing intent and lightning flashed at the tip of the gun, and a single shot swept out, instantly smashing the heads of the two feral wolves, under the lightning of lightning destruction annihilated. Kill. Long Yu killed two ferocious wolves with a single shot, and his momentum remained undiminished as he marched forward bravely. The next moment he appeared in front of him was one of the feral wolves in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Roar. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of this ferocious wolf, and it had already decided to kill Long Yu, who had killed two members of his tribe. The leader of the ferocious wolf opened his mouth wide, his fangs glistened with blood, and a pair of blood-colored fangs emerged from behind him. At this moment, Long Yu felt as if his whole body was surrounded by countless blood-colored fangs, and a fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. The power of this wild wolf is not bad. Long Yu's heart trembled, and then he stabilized his mind, finally not being affected by the field of law released by the other party. Immediately afterwards, he released the power of the sky-suppressing domain, using the sky-suppressing Yang True Spirit Entity to fight against the wild wolf's blood-colored fangs True Spirit Entity. Roar. The wild and ferocious wolf focused on fighting against Long Yu's true spirit, showing its fierceness, as if it was about to bite Long Yu's whole body into pieces and swallow his stomach in the next moment. However, at this moment, Long Yu was making a lot of noise, pretending to fight with the opponent with the real sun spirit, but actually quietly blasted out a punch. The strong 9 Serenity Chi condensed under the feet of that wild wolf, which made the wild wolf feel something was wrong. However, when it was about to jump away and escape, it felt a shadowless and invisible force completely restraining it, and in the next instant, Jiuyo burst out. The restraining effect of the spirit of the underworld is not very effective for the 6th level powerhouse and monster in the True Spirit Secret Realm, and it can only restrain the opponent for a breath. However, with just this one breath, Long Yu can kill his opponent. In just a moment, Long Yu had dealt with a ferocious wolf, and Mo Fengming's eyes lit up as he watched from the side with his berserk fighting style. He, Mo Fengming, is the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, yes, but when it comes to real combat power, he thinks he is inferior to Long Yu. After all, he, Mo Fengming, is definitely not Yu Channing's opponent, but Long Yu has defeated Yu Channing in the 7 schools of martial arts. Brother Long is amazing. Appreciation flashed across Mo Fengming's eyes, and behind the appreciation was boundless curiosity. Where did Long Yu's martial skills and strength come from? Mo Fengming doesn't want to explore other people's secrets, but if he can walk with Long Yu, maybe under his influence, he can have some new understanding of martial arts. As for the other side, the battle between the little fox demon Qihua ended even faster. After all, Qihua has already stepped into the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, reaching the realm of unity of True Spirit. The 9-tailed True Spirit appeared behind the little fox, and with a random sweep, it could sweep away an ordinary wild wolf. Even if the leaders of the 2 fierce wolves joined forces, they would not dare to fight against Qihua. The unity of True Spirit can make the power of the law comprehended by martial arts or monsters more than 10 times stronger, because only when they reach the realm of unity of True Spirits, can martial arts or monsters truly have a connection with heaven and earth. The little fox demon, Qihua, fought 1 against 2, without any signs of defeat. On the contrary, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Soon Qihua burned all over the dense forest, and he forced a way out. The leaders of the 2 wild and ferocious wolves looked extremely fierce, but they looked very timid. Although they were instigated by Gigu Isher, these feral wolves also have their own thoughts, so of course they are not willing to let others manipulate them and lose their lives. Blocking the firefox at the 7th level of the True Spirit Realm? Even if you lose your life, you may not be able to do it. Because of this, the remaining leaders of the 2 wild and ferocious wolves dealt with the little fox demon Qihua, and did not take the initiative to attack, let alone fight Qihua head-on. As for the leader of the wild wolf who was killed by Long Yu Ba, it seemed that he did not expect Long Yu to be so strong, so he was caught off guard and died in xuanhuan. Let's go. Long Yu watched the little fox demon Qihua firmly suppressing the 2 wild wolf leaders, then returned to Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan, and followed Qihua with them. Qihua moved forward all the way, leaving a road of Qihua behind his buttocks. Mo Fengming, Long Yu, and Lu Yuan can walk along the Scarlet Fire Avenue, but other wild wolves dare not approach the Scarlet Fire Avenue at all, because once they approach, they will be killed by the Scarlet Fire Avenue. The extended flame burns. The whole pack of wild and ferocious wolves was divided into 2 columns, closely following Long Yu and the others. Although they didn't dare to harass them, they followed closely. Monster beasts like wild wolves are not slow, even Qihua has nothing to do with their tactics. For the present plan, the only option is to leave the Butterfly Valley quickly. However, after being hindered by this group of ferocious wolves for a while, the 2 Gigi envoys seem to have caught up. The whistling wind came from the sky behind everyone. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Giguisher, catch up. The little fox demon Qihua, when he turned his head and saw the 2 Giguisher with flapping wings above the dense forest, there was a trace of deep hatred in his eyes. The appearance of these 2 Gigi envoys here means that the entire Firefox tribe has been destroyed by them, and Qihua's father, Liuhua, was also killed by them. Catch up. Long Yu's heart sank. The 2 Ghost Valley Wing envoys who came after them are both powerful existences in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and their greatest advantage is that they can fly. This almost made the 2 Gigu envoys invincible. The monsters at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, who are they targeting? Mo Fengming's expression sank when he saw the situation above the dense forest. No matter who it is directed at, if we don't unite to resist, we will all die. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Mostly, Giguisher wanted to hunt down the little fox demon Chihua, cut grass and roots, but seeing a few of them human martial arts, how could he let them go? Anyway, for these two Gigu envoys, Long Yu, Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan, the three of them have no fighting power. But they are flying in the sky, how do we deal with them? If we run like this, we will always be caught up by them. Lu Yuan's body and martial arts skills, dance of allure, her speed is not slow, barely able to keep up with Long Yu, who is slowed down. It's just that no matter how fast they run, they can't beat those two Ghost Valley wing envoys flying in the sky. What's more, there are a large group of wild wolves and monsters watching on both sides of them. It's time to do it, we can't let them lead Butterfly Valley. The two Ghost Valley wing envoys looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then swooped down towards the little fox demon Chihua, who was rushing to the front. At first, these two guys flew too high, Long Yu and others couldn't see clearly. Until now, when the opponent swooped down, the three finally saw the appearance of the two Giguisher clearly. They were two humanoid monsters with wings on their bodies. Their hands were very short. It can be speculated that they usually do not how to use the arms. The most attractive thing about them is the pair of wings. Except for ordinary birds, there are only such birds and monsters that can fly freely in the sky before reaching the secret realm of heaven and man. Of the two Ghost Valley wing envoys, one of them has gray-white wings, dotted with some black spots, giving it a gloomy appearance. The wings of the other one are bright red, as if clotted with fresh blood, extremely bloody. The wings of Ghost Valley I got were originally pure white, but because they were transformed by the 9-nether dragon seal with the law of Tying, they turned into gray wings and engraved with 9 nether patterns. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, and at this moment, he suddenly felt some restlessness in the Tying wings from behind. What happened? Long Yu frowned slightly, and he felt that the vague consciousness generated in Tying wings seemed to generate stronger resentment when the two Gigui envoys from the Guizhong tribe approached. By the way, my Tying feather wings original Giguisher was not the leader of the Xiangkong tribe, but was killed by members of the Guizhong tribe. Long Yu immediately understood what was going on. After a long time, the two Gigi envoys flying from the sky turned out to be the enemies of Tying Yui behind him. But even so, what's the use? Long Yu didn't think that the current Tying wings could help him. No matter how much his speed was increased, he still couldn't outrun the two Gigi envoys in the sky. Ninetail's true spirit, Scarlet Fire Whirlwind. Facing the two swooping Ghost Valley wing envoys, the little fox demon Chihua immediately released the 9-tailed true spirit, threw out 2 Scarlet Fire Whirlwinds, and rushed towards the swooping Ghost Valley wing envoys. At this moment, the leaders of the 2 feral wolves wandering on both sides finally found their chance. 2 giant ferocious wolves, with ferocious gleams in their eyes, rushed towards Long Yu, Mo Fengming, and Lu Yuan in an instant. They also killed several wild ferocious wolves at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. War. Long Yu snarled, and the 9-nether dragon spear in his hand immediately condensed infinite killing intent, and threw it towards one of the ferocious wolves at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm like a shooting star, piercing its head instantly. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu punched one of the wild ferocious wolves, Jiuyo Longquan, awakening palm reincarnation. The aura of the 9-netherness spread instantly. At this moment, the ferocious wolf chosen by Long Yu as the target seemed a little wary. After all, not long ago, another leader of their wild ferocious wolf tribe died in a similar situation like Long Yu's. Under the punch. However, the leader of the wild and ferocious wolf was vigilant for a while, but found that there was nothing restraining him, but a strange force ripped off his cultivation by a level. The 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. The leader of the wild wolf has never encountered such a strange situation, and he panicked. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan turned into a flowing sword shadow, holding a pair of red short swords, and performed the afterimage sword dance that she had only realized the realm of Desheng at the leader of the wild wolf. Immediately, two beams of sword shadow crossed out, bursting out the most beautiful sword light, dancing forward in midair, and in the next moment, cut off the head of the leader of the wild wolf. Lu Yuan's strength is not just the fourth level of the true spirit secret realm on the surface. Like Long Yu, she comprehended the general trend of heaven and earth according to the law of the yin and yang on the Tianbei. Line speed. Taiyin, cut with the sword. Mo Fengming, like Long Yu and Lu Yuan, did not use the Taiyin fragments he obtained before to comprehend the laws of Taiyin. He just used the Taiyin fragments to refine a Taiyin sword, and made a spiritual level super soldier, similar to the Xinghai sword. In the hands of Qi Guan of the Falling Rain Sword sect, the Xinghai sword can't exert much power, because Qi Guang's understanding of swordsmanship is not deep enough. But the power of the Taiyin sword in Mo Fengming's hands is completely different. Taiyin, sword cut. With a slash of the sword energy swept across and condensed into a stream of solar light, which penetrated the head of the wild wolf in an instant, killing it on the spot. This was the first time Long Yu saw Mo Fengming make a move, and he was shocked when he made a move. The leader of a ferocious wolf monster in the sixth level of the true spirit secret realm was defeated by Mo Fengming with a single sword strike. Although Mo Fengming yelled Taiyin, sword cut, everyone knew that the swordsmanship he was displaying at this moment must be the super-spiritual swordsmanship inherited from the Mo family of the great Tang family. As for the name, of course Long Yu couldn't guess it. Kill these ferocious wolves. Long Yu observed the front and found that the little fox demon Qihua was struggling to resist the attacks of the two Gigi envoys in turn. Although it was very difficult, he still persevered. As long as they get rid of these feral wolves, they can help Qihua, at least relieve some of its pressure, fight and go, and strive to leave the range of Butterfly Valley. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan rushed out, respectively, and started to fight against the scattered feral wolves and beasts. With a movement of Long Yu's footsteps, he was about to kill some ferocious wolves, but the Taiyin wings behind him flapped their wings and took him to glide towards the little fox demon Qihua. Isn't this hatred too great? Long Yu sensed the vague sense of hatred emanating from Taiyin's wings, and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Although it is said that Taiyin wings is in harmony with the apocalypse and his speed has increased sharply, but Taiyin wings also has his own consciousness. At this moment, Taiyin Yui is a little out of Long Yu's control, unless Long Yu agrees with him and wants to deal with Giguisher of the Guizhong tribe. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Just try it out. How terrifying is the powerhouse at the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm. Long Yu's heart was full of fighting spirit. It's already reached this point, and he can't do it if he doesn't take action, and if he can solve these two Gigi envoys, then what he will gain is absolutely astonishing. It's just that against the opponent at the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm, Long Yu's two trump cards probably won't be able to keep him. Get in the way. Among them, the bright red-winged Ghost Valley Wing Envoy, seeing Long Yu rushing towards the little fox demon Qihua, neighed and swooped down towards Long Yu with a sneer. The flying speed of Giguisher is much faster than that of Long Yu, combined with Taiyin wings. And halfway through the dive, the bright red-winged Giguisher finally discovered that the pair of Taiyin wings on Long Yu's back were refined from the corpses of their Giguisher. Sin cannot be redeemed, sin cannot be redeemed. The bright red-winged Giguisher suddenly became angry. It didn't see that the Taiyin wings possessed by Long Yu were made from the wings of which Gigi envoy, otherwise, it might have a little bit of vigilance towards Long Yu. But now, it only regards Long Yu as a kid in the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm who possesses top-grade fighters. Underestimated the enemy. Long Yu saw the contempt in the eyes of the Gigui envoy at a glance, and couldn't help being secretly happy. Underestimating the enemy is the first step to your defeat. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, and then he even flapped the Taiyin wings, and took the initiative to hover towards the bright red-winged Giguisher. At the same time, he condensed the energy of the 9 serenities with one punch, and blasted towards the opponent. You really dare to come and die. The Ghost Valley Wing Envoy with bright red wings showed infinite killing intent on his ferocious face. Immediately after flapping his wings, a burst of bright red arrow rain condensed out of thin air and fell from the sky. Yellow Spring Barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he condensed the energy of the 9 serenities, forming a barrier of the underworld. The opponent's burst of bright red arrow rain was completely resisted by the netherworld barrier. Because the opponent underestimated the enemy and did not use all his strength, Long Yu unexpectedly completely resisted his attack. And the Gigi Envoy's contempt for Long Yu's punch also caused it to be completely restrained by the invisible and invisible spirit of the underworld, making it unable to move for a while. When the Chi of 9 Netherness touched the opponent, Long Yu suddenly felt that the degree of fit between him and Taiyin wings seemed to have sublimated again. Fit Resonance, Psychic, Apocalypse, followed by Divine Harmony. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. If it is said that when martial arts and warriors are in harmony with the apocalypse, there will be a vague consciousness among the warriors, then if they reach the state of harmony with the gods, this vague consciousness will become clear. At this moment, Long Yu could clearly feel that the vague consciousness in Taiyin's wings suddenly became clear. That is the resentment left behind by Gigi Envoy after his death, which was integrated into the law of Taiyin and 9 serenities, and the new consciousness produced, as soon as it took shape, showed his deep love for the bright red-winged envoy Gigi in front of him. Deep resentment. Fly. Long Yu could only feel the consciousness shouting, and then, Taiyin's wings stretched even further, and with a flap, they flew up steadily with Long Yu. The harmony with the wings of Taiyin actually allowed Long Yu to really start to fly. Kill it. From the Taiyin wings, a ray of consciousness came into Long Yu's mind. This is the consciousness that he clearly felt from the Taiyin wings. I think so, but unfortunately, it's too strong. Long Yu's face darkened. Even though he and Taiyin wings are in perfect harmony now, allowing him to fly freely in the air, it is still too difficult to kill the bright red-winged Giguisher. There is a huge difference in the realm of martial arts between the two sides. The basic strength alone was nearly 10 times worse. Long Yu was able to survive a round under the opponent's hand, or because the opponent underestimated the enemy. If not, Long Yu would die if he made a move. Taiyin, cut with the sword. Mo Fengming's soft shout came from the ground below in the dense forest, and immediately after that, a flash of Taiyin sword light pierced the air and attacked the bright red-winged Giguisher. It was restrained by the spirit of the underworld condensed by Long Yu's punch drunk in the underworld, but it was a pity that it broke free quickly. This ray of Taiyin sword light struck, and the bright red-winged Giguisher let out a disdainful laugh, then flapped its wings and flew up into the sky, easily dodging the ray of sword light. Mo Fengming, who cannot fly, will not be able to help Long Yu in the future. Chihua, strike. Long Yu took the opportunity to convey a thought to the little fox demon Chihua not far away. The bright red wings of Giguisher flew higher and higher into the sky. Of course Long Yu would not chase after him foolishly. On the contrary, taking advantage of this opportunity, he must join hands with the little fox demon Chihua as soon as possible to kill the gray-white-winged ghost Valleyisher. If he can succeed, he will be able to turn his disadvantage into an advantage. Not far away, the red fire was fighting fiercely with the gray-white-winged messenger, and the gray-white ghost aura radiated from the gray-white-winged messenger, confronting the 9-tailed true spirit of the red fire, evenly matched. When Chihua received the idea conveyed by Long Yu, he immediately grinned, knowing that the critical moment for the decisive victory has arrived. Red Firestorm. The red fire stimulated the 9-tails true spirit entity condensed by the red fire, and a storm formed by the flames centered on the Ninetails' true spirit, and swept towards the Grey Wing emissary. This move was the strongest move that Chihua had ever used. Wherever the flame storm passed by, the entire dense forest was ignited. No matter how old the old trees were, they were all buried in a sea of flames at this moment. Facing the red firestorm, the gray-white winged officer could only keep retreating, but it didn't notice that Long Yu was approaching it at an extremely fast speed. Careful. Seeing this, the bright red wing envoy immediately reminded the past with a sullen face, and then flapped his wings, and chased towards Long Yu at a high speed, trying to stop Long Yu. It just had a face-to-face meeting with Long Yu, and after a move, although it didn't think Long Yu was very strong, this human martial artist still has the strength to threaten them. If the gray-white wing envoy is restrained by Long Yu, and then Chihua makes a final move, wouldn't it be bad? Therefore, the envoy of Scarlet Wings chased after him without even thinking about it. It's a pity that its speed is still a bit lower than that of Long Yu, who is in perfect harmony with Taiyin's wings. The Dragon of Nine Serenities, the true spirit, appears. Long Yu didn't hide anything this time. Facing the opponent at the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm, Giguisher, if he didn't use all his strength, he would definitely be defeated. Compared to dying in the Butterfly Valley, Long Yu would of course have to work hard. Release of the Nine Nether Dragon True Spirit would have unknown sequelae, which made Long Yu feel uneasy all the time, but no matter what, it was better than dying now. The Chi of Nine Netherness erupted in an instant and spread towards the surrounding dense forest. A true spirit entity of the Nine Serenity Dragon condensed behind Long Yu in an instant, and a pair of dragon eyes seemed to come from the underworld. At a glance, the gray-white winged messenger and the bright red winged messenger couldn't move for an instant, and even their consciousness was completely shattered. Freeze! Kill! Without hesitation, Long Yu punched drunk xuanhuan towards the Grey Wing envoy. At the same time, the little fox demon Chihua was amazed by Long Yu's Nine Nether Dragon True Spirit, but he didn't stop at all. His little paws waved, and the Nine Tails True Spirit suddenly condensed a burst of violent red fire, covering the gray-white winged envoy. In it, the aura of the Nine Serenity, the violent red fire, completely enveloped the Grey Wing envoy. As for the Grey-Winged envoy who was intimidated by the true spirit of the Nine Nether Dragon, he had no room to resist at this moment, so he was swallowed by the berserk red fire, and his whole body was surrounded by raging fire. A tragic hiss came from the mouth of the sober Grey-Winged messenger, but waking up now was useless. Being bombarded head-on by the berserk red fire of the red fire, the Grey-White Wingman was seriously injured in an instant. On the contrary, Long Yu's drunk xuanhuan still failed to cause too much damage to the Huabayishi. After all, the martial arts realms of the two sides differed too much. Without Chihua, even if Long Yu released the Nine Nether Dragon True Spirit, it would be impossible to defeat the two Ghost Valley Wing envoys. This true spirit. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan were shocked again. Although the two had also seen Long Yu release the true dragon spirit of the Nine Serenities in the 7 schools of martial arts, at that time, the two of them were also completely shocked by it, almost stopped thinking, and they were not given any time to be shocked. But now, Long Yu released the Nine Nether Dragon True Spirit, which only deterred the two Gigi envoys. And, now for a closer look. This is a giant dragon that seems to come from Nine Netherworld. Its body is pitch black, exuding a mysterious and strange aura, its long tail is hovering, and its eyes are fixed on the two Ghost Valley Wing envoys. The Scarlet Wing envoy finally came to his senses at this time, but just as soon as he woke up, he was swept by the tail of the Nine Nether Dragon True Spirit, slapped him heavily and fell to the ground, smashing a deep hole in the dense forest. Kill. Long Yu conveyed his thoughts to Chihua. The little fox demon Chihua didn't hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and sprayed a gust of red fire into the deep pit. The red flames covered the entire dense forest. In the middle of the Butterfly Valley, the flames soared into the sky, and a large dense forest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Whether it was the gray-white or the scarlet-winged envoys, they were all bombarded head-on by the scarlet firestorm. Although they didn't die, they were all seriously injured. Not to mention continuing to fight, it was extremely difficult to fly up and escape. Puff. Holding the 9-nether dragon spear, Long Yu condensed infinite killing intent, and pierced the scarlet-winged envoy's chest, shattering his heart. Receive. The dragon true spirit of 9 nethernesses was taken back by Long Yu, but the surroundings were still filled with aura from the underworld, gradually extinguishing the red flames all over the mountains and plains. Fortunately, the 2 Ghost Valley Wing envoys were all dealt with by the little fox demon Chi Hua, and it was regarded as a temporary victory in this confrontation. However, in a short period of time, the sequelae of releasing the 9-nether dragon true spirit twice finally manifested. When Long Yu took back the 9-nether dragon true spirit, he felt that a tyrannical consciousness from the ancient times had invaded his mind. This primordial consciousness is extremely tyrannical, and with Long Yu's current strength of consciousness alone, it cannot be stopped at all. No matter how firm the willpower Long Yu possessed, he was no match for the opponent. Feeling that the ancient consciousness wanted to invade his sea of consciousness, Long Yu immediately endured the pain and fought against the ancient consciousness. Originally, Long Yu felt that releasing the 9-nether dragon true spirit was not appropriate, but now it seems that there is indeed infinite danger in it. Long Yu, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuan was the first to notice that something was wrong with Long Yu. She hurried over and stretched out her hand to support Long Yu's body. No, nothing. Long Yu was covered in cold sweat. When Lu Yuan supported him, the ancient consciousness that wanted to occupy his mind suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before, disappeared without a trace. However, he can be sure that the primordial consciousness definitely appeared. The consciousness of the Dragon of 9 Serenities? Long Yu's head was covered with cold sweat, thinking in his heart, could it be that the release of the true spirit of the 9-nether dragon would wake up the 9-nether dragon's consciousness, and then his consciousness would occupy his body? So terrible. Feeling the irresistible strength of that primordial consciousness, Long Yu's heart sank. All along, he has regarded the 9-nether dragon's seal as his greatest reliance, and at any time, there will be a hidden killer to use to resolve the crisis. But now it seems that the 9-nether dragon seal has strengthened his strength, but it also planted a huge hidden crisis for him. Once the unstoppable ancient consciousness was completely invaded by it, Long Yu didn't know what would happen to him. Lost consciousness? Become the walking dead? Or, was it occupied by that ancient consciousness, walking under this world with his identity? The dragon of the netherworld, the descendant of the dragon, concubine Yu. A stern look flashed in Long Yu's eyes. These existences, one day he will find them all and uncover all the mysteries. Especially in memory, who is that hazy figure, concubine Yu? Why do you want to engrave the 9-nether dragon seal on Long Yu's chest? Reaching the secret realm of heaven and man seems to be just the beginning. And the current Long Yu is only the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm, and there is still a long way to go before the heavenly and human secret realm. The corpses of these 2 Gigi envoys should be dealt with quickly, we should be on our way. At this moment, Mo Fengming was the most rational. He pointed to the 2 charred corpses of Gigi envoys, and said in a deep voice, "Such a big battle here will definitely attract a lot of monsters. But it would be too wasteful to leave the corpses of the 2 Ghost Valley Wing envoys alone. These are the corpses of monster beasts in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm." The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The corpses of 2 monster beasts from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm are naturally extremely valuable. Long Yu, I will leave them to you. Mo Fengming glanced at the little fox demon Chi Hua not far away, and joked, "With that little fox around, I don't dare to attack the corpse of the monster beast." Besides, it's all thanks to you and the little fox that you were able to kill these two monsters. You deserve it. Lu Yuan brushed her snow-white hair lightly and looked at Long Yu. Long Yu didn't say much, took 2 steps forward, and the 9-yu dragon spear swept over, taking out the inner alchemy of the bright red-winged Giguisher, and at the same time, activated the 9-yu dragon seal, and began to absorb its demon spirit essence. The dragon true spirit of 9 netherness was released, and the 2 Gigui envoys didn't even have a chance to release the true spirit, so they were burned to death by Long Yu and the little fox demon Qihua. Unfortunately, this also brought huge hidden dangers to Long Yu. That tyrannical and terrifying primordial consciousness, after this time, has gotten closer to Long Yu. Maybe it will burst out suddenly at any time and seize the control of Long Yu's body. Next time, no matter what, you can't release the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon. Long Yu thought in his heart. Soon, he absorbed all the demon spirit essences of the 2 Gigii envoys, and at the same time, took one of the inner pills. For the inner alchemy of the same kind of monster, Long Yu could only take 1 pill, and if he took a second pill, the effect would be greatly reduced, not as good as half of the first pill. Long Yu handed the second Gigii envoy inner alchemy to Mo Fengming, and then Mo Fengming handed it to Lu Yuan. I have already reached the bottleneck of the unity of true spirit. What is lacking is not spiritual energy, but epiphany. So, this inner alchemy is useless to me, so give it to Miss Lu Yuan. Mo Fengming was quite humble. This made Long Yu take another look at him. Unexpectedly, Mo Fengming had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and was almost able to step into the realm of True Spirit Unity. No wonder that Taiyin sword slash was so powerful just now. It was able to kill the leader of a wild and ferocious wolf with 1 sword. Lu Yuan didn't refuse, and accepted the inner alchemy of the Grey-White Wing envoy. There is still a long way to go from the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. It seems that it is really not an easy task to improve the realm of martial arts. After Long Yu absorbed the essence of Nidangia demon spirit, he couldn't help thinking this way. Immediately afterwards, he wanted to put the corpse of Giguisher in the 9 nether space, but after another thought, he should be on guard against Mo Fengming. Brother Mo, let's take the corpses of these 2 monsters back together. Long Yu said casually, and then asked, I haven't asked Brother Mo yet, why did you come here to look for me? It's nothing. Mo Fengming smiled softly, I just want to go out with you to practice and experience, so that I can take care of you. Soon, it will be the day of the heavenly election. I think, I will fight for this opportunity no matter what. Heavenly mandate holy selection? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his mother, Bei Yuyao, whose power seemed to be Tianyu Holy Academy. What is this divine election? Long Yu couldn't help asking. In order to select disciples, the Tianyu Holy Academy gathered talented young people from all over the Tianyu continent to conduct the test and selection. Mo Fengming's eyes lit up. He found that Long Yu didn't seem to know about it. After saying this, he explained in detail. In the Tianyu continent, the most respected force is the Tianyu Holy Academy. The Tianyu Holy Court is divided into 5 parts in total, namely the Tianyu North Court, the Tianyu South Court, the Tianyu East Court, the Tianyu West Court, and the Tianyu Temple. In the entire Tianyu continent, the Datong Kingdom, the ancient Mongolian Kingdom, and the Dongri Kingdom are all relatively northern countries, so they are all under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu North Court. Tianyu North Courtyard, Bei Yuyao. Could it be that there is some connection between the 2? Long Yu thought in his heart, but did not make a sound, but continued to listen to Mo Fengming's explanation. Tianyu North Court can be said to be the strongest force in the northern part of the entire Tianyu continent. It governs dozens of countries, including the Tang dynasty, including monster kingdoms like Tianhun, Ghost Valley. In principle, they also submit to Tianyu Beiyuan. Courtyard. There is no other reason, the comprehensive strength of Tianyu North Campus is really too strong. And after a while, the Tianyu North Academy will select a group of talented young martial artists from dozens of nearby countries to join the Tianyu North Academy and become the disciples of the Tianyu North Academy. This move is called Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. If one can stand out from the selection of the Heavenly Mandate Saint, the benefits will undoubtedly be huge. Joining the Heavenly Mandate Holy Court, even if it is only the Tianyu North School, will obtain extremely rich cultivation resources, such as pills, martial arts, soldiers, etc. Everything you need. The Tianyu Holy Court is the most yearning place for martial arts practitioners in the entire Tianyu continent. As for the rules of the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, it will be different every time, so I don't know what the next Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection will be like. At this point, Mo Fengming finished his introduction, but then he added, of course, if you want to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection, the threshold is to reach the realm of the unity of the true soul before the age of 30. Before the age of 30, achieve the unity of true spirit. Long Yu is still far away from the realm of the unity of the true spirit, and he can't help but feel a little disappointed when he heard this. If the Heavenly Mandate Holy Election is held in the near future, he might not be able to participate. Seemingly seeing what Long Yu was thinking, Mo Fengming smiled and said, the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection is held every 7 years, and there are still 2 years before the next one. With Brother Long's talent and aptitude, he wants to participate in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection. Not impossible. Brother Mo was joking. At the stage of the True Spirit Secret Realm, it is extremely difficult to take a step forward. Don't say that I am still 3 levels away from the unity of the True Spirit. Long Yu shook his head, said with a smile, okay, let's not talk about it, since we have disposed of all these monster corpses, we should leave earlier. Just now while Mo Fengming was talking, together with Long Yu and Lu Yuan, they took out the inner alchemy of all the wild and ferocious wolves, distributed them equally, and the sum was worth several thousand crystal coins. In Butterfly Valley, once the action is successful, the harvest will be huge. This is why Guowei, Jianhei, and others took the risk to enter the Butterfly Valley to deal with the Firefox tribe. Unfortunately, because of Long Yu's intervention, they fell short and lost their lives. The 3 people and 1 demon were about to evacuate from Butterfly Valley, and walked towards the entrance of Butterfly Valley. However, after only 2 steps, another Ghost Valley wing envoy appeared in the air in front of him. It can be seen that it is a Gigu Isher with rainbow wings. Judging from its graceful figure, it should be a woman. At this time it is flying over the dense forest in front of everyone, and it seems that it has been staring at them for a long time. She's not from the Ghost Clan. The little fox demon, Qihua, could tell the identity of the female Gigu Isher at a glance. Good eyesight. Rainbow Wing stared at Qihua, and a faint thought reached Qihua and Long Yu's ears, you too, when the matter is over, it's time to come with me. Who are you? Long Yu squinted his eyes. This Rainbow Wing envoy exuded an extremely dangerous aura, and his cultivation might have reached the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. If such an existence is malicious to them, they will have absolutely no way out. I'm from the Soaring Tribe. Rainbow Wing Emissary replied, and then sent a thought to Long Yu alone, my grandpa wants to see you, so I hope you can come with me. Her grandpa? Soaring Tribe. Isn't this the tribe of the owner of Tying Wings, behind Long Yu? Moreover, not long ago, the owner of the Tying Wings was still the head of the Xiangkong tribe, but it was a pity that he was framed and killed by the wing envoys of the Guizhong tribe. Long Yu knew that he had no room to resist, so he could only ask calmly, where do you want me to go with you? Of course it's our Soaring Tribe, don't worry, in our Soaring Tribe, no one will take your life, and no one will take your life. The Rainbow Wings brought a cold consciousness. What she meant was obvious. If Long Yu went to the Xiangkong tribe, he would be a guest of the Xiangkong tribe. Not only would no one embarrass him, but he would also protect his safety. However, isn't the location of the Soaring Sky tribe in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley? This Rainbow Wing messenger wants to take him to the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley? Long Yu frowned slightly, he knew the danger with his toes. Brother Mo, Lu Yuan, it seems that I can't leave with you. Long Yu said calmly. What's wrong, Brother Long? In Mo Fengming's words, there was a bit of doubt, but also a bit of solemnity. He and Lu Yuan didn't know that the rainbow-winged messenger and Long Yu could communicate. They only saw the rainbow-winged messenger glanced at them all, then stopped moving, and Long Yu stopped because of this. Originally, Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan thought that there was another tough battle to be fought, and it was almost a hopeless tough battle. They had no chance of winning in the face of the Gigi envoy monster in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. But now it seems that the situation is not so bad. I still have something to do, you guys leave first, don't worry about me. Long Yu turned around and took a look at Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan, especially after staying on Lu Yuan's face for several breaths. Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed to see it. Lu Yuan, remember to take good care of your father. After Long Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand, causing the little fox demon Qihua to jump onto his shoulder. Rainbow Wing came forward to invite Long Yu and the little fox demon Qihua. There must be no possibility of escaping. If this is the case, why not go to the Soaring Sky tribe with her? Gone. Long Yu fluttered his wings and flew away, as if he had seen the Rainbow Wing emissary. The tiny wings behind him were unusually active, and there was an aura of extreme joy. Finally, looking back at Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan, Long Yu took the little fox demon Qihua to the sky above the dense forest, followed the Rainbow Wing envoy, and flew towards the depths of the Butterfly Valley. It's really strange, it seems that Long Yu can really communicate with goblins? Mo Fengming had incomparable doubts on his face. Don't think too much, let's go, it's too dangerous here. Lu Yuan glanced around and said immediately. Holding a dead body of Ghost Valley Wing envoy each, the two quickly ran towards the entrance of Butterfly Valley. Soon, they finally left Butterfly Valley, and they were temporarily out of danger. Mo Fengming regretted that Long Yu left with Rainbow Wing emissary, and became more curious about Long Yu. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was quite worried about Long Yu's safety. It's a pity that in the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, that is no place she can go to anyway. All she can do next is to make every effort to improve her martial arts realm. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After a day and a night, Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan finally arrived at the exit of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley with the corpse of the Ghost Valley Wing envoy. Both of them were completely relieved to return to the kingdom that belonged to humans. The corpses of the two Ghost Valley Wing envoys at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm have aroused the envy of many people. Just those two pairs of wings alone announced that two high-grade spirit-level warriors, with increased speed, will soon appear in the world. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan have developed, but no one knows what happened to them in Butterfly Valley. The two of them kept their mouths shut about everything they had experienced, and they left Mixing City very quickly, making it impossible for anyone to inquire about anything. The return of Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan also made Feng Hai's bodyguard, Yang Yu, who was guarding the entrance of Tianhun Valley, almost desperate. After so many days, alchemist Feng Hai and his two brothers not only did not come back, but also did not hear any news. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Feng Hai, who was in the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, was alone in the Butterfly Valley. Even if he hadn't been crushed to death when the Firefox tribe's lair collapsed, he would not have survived. 1 month later, the alchemist Feng Hai still did not show up, so Mixing City had no choice but to announce that the alchemist Feng Hai was dead. Fortunately, the good news is that Long Yu didn't seem to be able to get out of the Butterfly Valley, and he probably died in it too. As for the monster hunters, Guo Wei and Jian He, they should have died in the Butterfly Valley, or they would not have appeared for a month. All of this has nothing to do with Long Yu. At this time, he has already penetrated into the kingdom of monsters and beasts, the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. On Long Yu's shoulder lay the little fox demon Chihua. Following the graceful rainbow wing messenger, he quickly flew across the entire Butterfly Valley. In the Butterfly Valley, there are also many birds and monsters, but when they see the rainbow wings, they dare not even take a step closer. When flying over the middle of Butterfly Valley, Long Yu clearly saw that there was a very narrow canyon. If you are not able to fly, if you want to enter the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley from the outside, you can only enter from the narrow canyon. On both sides of the narrow canyon, there are many powerful monsters guarding them, including many powerful beings from the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Only under the leadership of Rainbow Wing Emissary, Long Yu could cross the Butterfly Valley safely, otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have died countless times. After passing the Butterfly Valley, there is a large plain area. Although the terrain is still undulating, the range is not large, and it is a very flat area as a whole. There are rivers, trees, grass, and lakes. In the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley behind the Butterfly Valley is the real kingdom of monsters and beasts. The living environment is no less fertile than the human kingdom. Soul Valley Monster Country is the name of this monster country. Along the way, Rainbow Wing Envoy didn't say anything to Long Yudhua. It could be seen that she had an innate dislike for human martial arts. In other words, any monster has an innate aversion to human martial arts. If it wasn't for Grandpa's order, the Rainbow Wing Emissary wouldn't want to have any communication with human martial arts at all. After Gigi divided the entire monster race into 3, the situation of the Xuanhuan tribe was quite bad. Although they still gathered in the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, they could only hide deeply. Fly low, don't lose track. The Rainbow Wing Emissary sent a mental reminder, then lowered the flight altitude, and began to circle around a dense forest, apparently to prevent being discovered by anyone. Are you afraid of being discovered by the Ghost Clan? Long Yu guessed in his heart, so he lowered the flying altitude as the Rainbow Wing Emissary reminded him, and flew into this dense forest with her. The heads of the Xuanhuan tribe were all killed by the Guizhong tribe. It can be seen that the Guizhong tribe has completely controlled the power of the Giguisha race. The current Xuanhuan tribe, in the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley, probably have to go around. Once they are discovered by the people of the Guizhong tribe, they will only have a dead end. The Rainbow Wing makes the flying route very strange, although Long Yu's flying speed is not slow, but sometimes he almost lost it. After coming to the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, the number of monsters seemed to have decreased a lot, but Long Yu knew that this was because the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley were too wide, so they rarely encountered groups of monsters. And this is also one of the reasons why the monsters outside try every means to enter the depths. Each group of monsters in the depths of Ghost Valley has more than 10 times the cultivation resources of the group of monsters outside. Almost there, come down. Rainbow Wing sent a thought to remind her, and then her figure suddenly disappeared, which shocked Long Yu. Where did you go? The little fox demon Chihua opened his eyes wide, but he still couldn't find the Rainbow Wing Emissary. Until Long Yu flew forward for a while, and finally found that there was a bottomless abyss in front of him. It's the Bone Abyss. The little fox demon Chihua shuddered, feeling the breath of deathly silence coming from under this abyss. It made people shudder. Ossuary? Long Yu could feel that under this abyss, there were indeed many monster bones hidden, and there was an endless dead breath. Obviously it was a very dangerous place. Could it be that the current Xuanhuan tribe is located under this hidden bone abyss? This is too miserable. Giguisha was originally one of the most powerful races in Soul Valley Monster Country, but after splitting into 3 tribes, the Xuanhuan tribe among them could only choose to live in places like Zhangguiwan. The winner is king, the loser is ko. Even in the kingdom of monsters, this sentence is still true. but Long Yu and Qihua obviously thought wrong. The gathering place of the Xiongkong tribe is not under Zhangguiwan, but in the mountain walls on both sides of Zhangguiwan. When Long Yu flew to the sky above Zhangguiwan, he felt that the Taiyin wings behind him seemed unable to bear the infinite dead air, and he had to use all his strength to push the Taiyin wings to ensure that he would not fall. And when he looked down, he saw the rainbow wing emissary who had just disappeared was pushing away a huge rock near the side of the mountain wall under Zhangguiwan, and a cave leading to the mountain wall appeared unexpectedly. The dignified Giguisher is a powerful race that can soar in the sky, but now they are forced to live in caves. Still in the cave near Zhangguiwan, under the erosion of the infinite dead air, the members of the entire Xiongkong tribe may have some bad influences in the long run. Long Yu is not very afraid of the erosion of these dead air. The reason is of course the existence of the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. On the contrary, the little fox demon Qihua lying on his shoulder was already shivering from the cold. Without any hesitation, Long Yu quickly followed Rainbow Wing Emissary, and entered the cave on the mountain wall with her, and then Rainbow Wing Emissary pushed up the boulder, blocking the entrance of the entire cave. The current living conditions of the Xiongkong tribe are very harsh, and this also makes Long Yu quite puzzled. Under such circumstances, this Xiongkong tribe still has the mind to go to the outside world and lead him a human martial arts here? Even if the consciousness in Taiyin's wings behind him is from the leader of the Soaring Sky tribe, it still makes people a little confused. Anyway, with the rainbow wings from the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm using their horses, Long Yu had no choice but to follow him. He could feel that the rainbow wings did not use all their strength along the way, and they all flew as fast as they could. Much faster than him. No matter what, it is impossible for him to escape, so why not follow obediently? Maybe what is waiting for him is a good thing. Red fire. The little fox demon, Qihua, condensed a fireball as soon as it entered the cave, illuminating the surroundings. This is a winding mountain passage. Rainbow Wings folded their wings and walked in front. Long Yu also folded the Taiyin wings and took steps. Looking at the sides of the passage, Long Yu could tell that this mountain passage was dug out not long ago, and there were still many traces of chiseling with knives and axes. Along the way, Long Yu soon followed Rainbow Wings to an extremely spacious underground space, as if he had come to a vast hall in a human kingdom. In this hall, the figures of Gigi envoys came into Long Yu's eyes one after another. Each of these Ghost Valley Wing Messenger has a different color and pattern of wings, with various colors. When Long Yu appeared, these Ghost Valley Wing envoys each cast their eyes on Long Yu, seeing Long Yu's heart fluttering. This feeling of going deep into the territory of monsters is really uncomfortable. Not only Long Yu, even the little fox demon Qihua was very nervous. Here, every adult Giguisher is a powerful existence at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. In the entire space, there are hundreds of Giguisher who are one with the True Spirit. This is an extremely tyrannical force, and such a force was actually defeated by the Guizhong tribe. It is conceivable how powerful the entire Gigi envoy race is. It's definitely stronger than families like the Long family of the Jiang family and the Mo family of the Xiong family. Long Yu's heart was shocked. The entire space was extremely silent, and all the communication of the Gigi envoys was based on consciousness. At this moment, no one knew what these Gigi envoys were communicating with each other. All in all, Long Yu didn't want to stay in this place for even one more breath. Welcome to the Soaring Tribe. A slightly old idea suddenly came into Long Yu's mind, making him look towards the place where the idea came from, but saw a stone gate next to the underground space. Just behind the stone gate, a Gigi envoy who looked a bit old was smiling and waving at him. It has to be said that Giguisher's face is covered with feathers, and the old man Giguisher's smile is very ugly. However, this also showed the other party's friendliness towards Long Yu. That's my grandfather, you go and see him. Rainbow Wing Emissary sent a thought, and immediately grabbed the little fox demon Qihua with one hand, and threw Qihua to the other two Gigui emissaries. Don't worry, my clansman just took it around. There are some things that my grandpa wants to talk to you alone. The Rainbow Wing envoy sent a thought to Long Yu, and after Chihua was taken away, she said, "This is for you, your martial arts realm is really too low. I hope that in our Xuanhuan tribe, you can get rid of it as soon as possible. Grow up." Long Yu looked down, but saw that in the hand of Rainbow Wing emissary, it turned out to be the corpse of a firefox monster. Chihua's father, Liuhua. Long Yu's pupils contracted. What does this mean? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Don't get me wrong, the head of the Liuhua tribe was killed by two guys from the Guizhong tribe. It has nothing to do with me. I just brought it back. Seeing Long Yu's expression, Rainbow Wing envoy conveyed an idea to explain. In the corpse of the 8th level monster in the True Spirit secret realm, there was an inner alchemy equivalent to a super spiritual elixir, and a demon spirit essence that was as effective as this inner alchemy. These are only useful for human martial arts. There is no doubt that the Rainbow Wing envoy brought back Liuhua's body to make Long Yu absorb his inner alchemy and demon spirit essence. Because of this, the little fox demon Chihua was taken away just now. After all, Liuhua is its father. Can you tell me, what exactly do you want to bring me here? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, consciously. My grandfather will tell you. The Rainbow Wing envoy threw the corpse of the fox demon Liuhua into Long Yu's hands, turned around and left. Holding the corpse of the fox demon Liuhua, Long Yu felt that there was still some warmth on it, and thought of the little fox demon Chihua who had just been taken away. He shook his head and didn't think much of it. After throwing the fox demon Liuhua's body into the 9 nether space, Long Yu turned and walked towards the stone door on the side, ready to meet the grandfather of the Rainbow Wing envoy. This old man, Giguisher, had his wings curled up behind his back, but when he got close, Long Yu could see the thunder light flying on his wings. Once it erupted, it would definitely be extremely destructive. Hello, human, my name is Kong Lei, and I am one of the 3 masters of the Xuanhuan tribe. The old man Giguisher conveyed his thoughts to Long Yu, who was approaching. My name is Long Yu. Long Yu replied symbolically. In fact, the other party must have known his name for a long time. From the current point of view, the Xuanhuan tribe does not seem to have any malice towards Long Yu, but he is willing to communicate with them. Whether it is to learn more about monsters or learn something unique from them, it is very important to Long Yu. Not bad. Come in. The old man turned around and walked into the stone room with no thunder. Long Yu carefully observed the old man Giguisher, Kong Lei, and saw that his feathers were dotted with lightning, which showed that he had a deep understanding of the power of thunder and lightning. The level of these thunder lights seems to be inferior to Long Yu's lightning striking law, but it is definitely formed by the condensation of the xuanhuan level law of heaven and earth. The hands, feet, and head of Giguisher are similar to those of humans, except that the whole body is covered with feathers and a pair of wings are added, and even the height is not much different. Long Yu followed Kong Lei into the stone room, and when he looked around, he saw that the stone room turned out to be a rather simple bedroom. It seems to be the place where Kong Lei lives. Master of the Xuanhuan tribe, what do you mean? Long Yu sent out a thought and asked. Among our large monster tribes, there is usually a tribe leader and 3 masters who are in charge of the entire tribe. Kong Lei didn't turn his head back, and sent a thought. Our soaring sky tribe, the leader is dead, but the consciousness remains on the wings, and now we are in harmony with you. There are 3 remaining masters, and I am one of them. 1. In addition, I am an army refiner. Military refiner, even monsters know how to refine warriors? Long Yu was a little surprised. Why not? Kong Lei smiled faintly, turned around, already holding a spear in his hand. You try this. Long Yu held the spear in his hand, and found that it was actually a super spiritual warrior, which contained a strong demonic aura, and seemed to be against Long Yu. Long Yu tried to move it with profound energy, but found that the monster energy in the spear bounced all his profound energy away and excluded it from the spear. The soldiers of our demon cultivators cannot be used by human martial arts. Similarly, your soldiers cannot be used by our demon cultivators. Kong Lei sent an explanation. It's just that the method and principle of refining soldiers are roughly the same. Demon cultivator. After Long Yu received Kong Lei's thoughts, he knew that the monsters called him a demon cultivator. Master Kong Lei, I don't know that the Xuanhuan tribe brought me here. What do you want to order? Long Yu nodded, handed back the spear to Kong Lei, then raised his head, and sent out his thoughts through Taiyin wings to ask. It's very simple, lead us to defeat the Guizhong tribe. Kong Lei's faint thought came. Long Yu was dumbfounded for a moment. Defeat the ghost clan? Dream it. Moreover, is he still leading? How can this be? Not to mention his ability, just because of his human identity, can he really participate in the battle between demon cultivators? This degree of danger is no less than going up the mountain of swords and down into the sea of fire. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Kong Lei's thoughts came, and he comforted, and then said, I will give you a little time first, so that you can improve your martial arts realm. Afterwards, you need to defeat some warriors of our Xuanhuan tribe, and gain the trust of the entire tribe. May I ask, what kind of cultivation do you warriors have? Long Yu frowned slightly. A month later, there will be some warriors from the 7th level of the realm of true spirits who will challenge you. You need to defeat them, and this is the first step. Kong Lei replied. This is the first step, that is to say, there is a second step, a third step. Long Yu's head is a bit big, but anyway, there are still 2 years before the election of the heavenly mandate, so he has enough time to spend here. Anyway, as long as it can improve its strength, it is not a waste of time for Long Yu, and there are also challenges from the warriors of the Xuanhuan tribe, so that Long Yu can improve his actual combat experience. Such an opportunity is really rare. To improve the realm of martial arts, unless there are enough monster inner pills, or a lot of pills, otherwise, it may not be so easy, right? Long Yu sent out a thought to ask. Yao Shounaiden, you can hunt and kill by yourself, we won't help you. Kong Lei said firmly. Although Giguisher does not belong to the same clan as other monster tribes around, they are all monsters after all, so it is impossible to help Long Yu hunt and kill monsters, and provide Long Yu with the inner alchemy of monsters. What's more, now the entire Xuanhuan tribe is huddled in the mountain wall of Zhangguiwan. If they go out and walk around at will, it is easy for people from the Guizhong tribe to find their traces. It will be a tragedy at that time. As for the pills, our Xuanhuan tribe has an alchemy master, but it's a pity that she can only refine the pills used by monsters, and she can't do anything about the pills taken by you humans. Kong Lei continued to send thoughts. This was in Long Yu's expectation. Hua, the leader of the Firefox tribe, had told him before that there was a powerful alchemist in the Xuanhuan tribe, and it was also at that time that Long Yu knew that there were alchemists among the monsters. Whether it's a human or a demon cultivator, is alchemy the same as refining soldiers, with the same principles but different methods? Long Yu thought for a while, and then sent out a thought to ask. Good. Kong Lei nodded. Then can I visit this alchemy master? Long Yu continued to ask. There is such a large area near Zhangguiwan, and there are very few monsters here, so there should be a lot of elixir and fairy grass growing here. If Long Yu could meet the alchemy master of the Xuanhuan tribe and ask some questions, then he might be able to refine some elixirs himself. Of course, no problem, but can you tell me why you want to see her? Kong Lei became slightly more interested in Long Yu. I want to learn alchemy. Long Yu did not hide his thoughts. Haha. If you want to make alchemy, you must have a loyal heart, not everyone can do it. Kong Lei laughed, although the laughter was sharp, but one could hear that there was a friendly reminder in his laughter. I think, I can try, even if it doesn't work, the Soaring Sky tribe won't lose anything, right? Long Yu smiled slightly. That's right. Later, I'll take you to see Master Hongyue. Kong Lei nodded, didn't say anything more, and then changed the subject. Long Yu, can you show me the wings on your back? Long Yu thought for a while, nodded, and then took off the Taiyin wings and handed them to Kong Lei. Taiyin wings were originally a pure human weapon refining craft, but they were transformed into Taiyin wings by the 9 Nether Dragon seal in the later period according to the laws of Taiyin. It's strange, these black lines contain some secrets, but it's a pity that I can't see the mystery in them with my eyesight. It's amazing. Kong Lei's intermittent thoughts came out, and admiration flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the skill of a human weapon refiner has reached such a level. Long Yu really wanted to tell him that these black Joyo patterns were not engraved by human soldiers, but after thinking about it, he didn't say much. Martial arts and soldiers fit together. There are 5 levels, from resonance to psychic, and then to apocalypse. This will make soldiers have a little self-awareness. Kong Lei narrated, after the apocalypse, there is a divine union. At this stage, just like you are now, you can basically play the role of a soldier. The next level of compatibility is called Wushuang. Compatibility with Wushuang, this is the highest level of fusion between martial arts and warriors. If it is compatible with Wushuang, then the consciousness in the soldiers will be as vivid as a real person, and this is called Qi Ling. Those who can give birth to weapon spirits among soldiers are definitely strong. And soldiers who can give birth to weapon spirits, even if they leave their masters, will have self-awareness, will be happy, sad, fearful, cry, and laugh. Such soldiers may no longer be simply called soldiers. The head of our soaring tribe is called Juhun. Kong Lei squinted his eyes, and returned the Taiyin wing to Long Yu. If you can match this wing with Wushuang, Juhun's consciousness, you should wake up again. At that time, it's time for us to attack. Why? Long Yu was puzzled. Because of Juhun, Gigu Ishur, one of the 3 major tribes, will join hands with us. Kong Lei explained briefly, and then walked out of the stone room. Come on, I'll take you to meet Master Hongyue. Master Hongyue is what Kong Lei said just now, the alchemy master of the Xiangkong tribe. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu followed Master Kong Lei out of the stone room, and 3 young Gigi envoys came in front of him. The leader, with a pair of purple wings, looked quite young, and looked at Long Yu with a hint of arrogance and disdain in his eyes. You are the human martial artist who is in harmony with the master's consciousness. It is really too bad. You are only the 4th level of the true spirit secret realm. It is disappointing. The purple-winged Ghost Valley Wing envoy cast a contemptuous look at Long Yu, and then sent out thoughts to the surroundings, not minding that Master Kong Lei was beside him at all. With this level of cultivation, even if you can match Wushuang with the tribe leader's consciousness, I'm afraid it won't have much deterrent effect, and you can win over the group plan tribe to join forces. That's right, the master actually found such a guy back. It really shames our entire race. The 2 followers also sent out their thoughts, mocking Long Yu disdainfully. Long Yu glanced at the 3, and was not angry, but said indifferently, Are you the so-called tribal warrior I will challenge in a month? I'm one of them. The purple-winged Ghost Valley Wing envoy raised his head and sent out a thought. Remember, I, Zigan, will be the first to appear on the stage. Gap. Is it Zigan? I remember you, see you in a month. Long Yu chuckled, turned around and left with Master Kong Lei. For the other party's provocation, Long Yu could understand, but he was naturally a little upset. This purple-winged Ghost Valley Ishur named Zigan actually looked down on human monks so much. It's just the 7th level of the true spirit mystery realm. Among the Gigu Ishur race, as long as they are not too poor in aptitude, they will have the 7th level of the true spirit mystery realm once they reach adulthood. What is there to be proud of? Long Yu, I'm sorry, The young people in our tribe are relatively reckless, don't take it to heart. While Master Conley was leading the way, he felt apologetic. It's okay, I know that if I want them to obey me, I must show enough strength. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. A month later, are you sure? Master Conley asked with some expectation. Should be no problem. Long Yu nodded. As long as you step into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm within a month, you shouldn't be too disadvantaged against the strong ones in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. I believe in your strength. Master Conley smiled slightly. I heard from Hongyu that you and that little fox, Chihua, joined hands to eliminate the 2 guys from the Guizhong tribe, which is very powerful. It was just a fluke. My martial arts realm is still too low, so I want to learn alchemy. Long Yu was rather modest, thinking in his heart that the female ghost Gai envoy with rainbow wings was named Hongyu. It seems that the name of the ghost Gai envoy is related to their winks. Watching Master Conley leave with Long Yu, Zigan, the purple-winged Gigi envoy, and his 2 attendants did not follow up, but stood in place, watching Long Yu's back. Brother Zigan, this human martial artist is really too arrogant. After 1 month, you must teach him a lesson. I don't know, why does the leader's consciousness recognize this human martial arts? It's incredible. Zigan listened to the discussion between the 2 followers, and said coldly, don't say anything, when he loses to me in a month, I want to see how much face he has left here. In fact, Long Yu didn't want to stay in this Xiangkong tribe, but obviously, Master Conley would never let him leave easily. Although Master Conley seemed polite, if Long Yu was not very obedient, the old man would definitely take some measures to control Long Yu. Soon, Long Yu followed Master Conley to the door of another stone room. Through the exchange of ideas, Master Conley informed the people in the stone room that he brought people to visit, and then the stone door opened to the side. Long Yu looked into the stone chamber and saw 2 Giguisher envoys. One of them was the female rainbow wing envoy, Hongyu. The other one is also an old man, but it is an old woman, and the wings on her back are like 2 crescent moons. This old lady Isher, presumably is Master Hongyue, the alchemy master of the Xiangkong tribe. Master Conley, you mean, this human martial artist wants to learn alchemy with my mother-in-law? As soon as the young Hongyu saw Long Yu, she immediately asked suspiciously. Good. Master Conley waved his hand, his martial arts realm is too low. If he can learn alchemy, he should be able to improve faster. This will be very beneficial to our tribe. I can try to teach him, but I can't guarantee whether he can learn it. After all, the methods and steps of our demon cultivation and human alchemy are different. Although Grandmaster Hongyu was old, his eyes were extremely shrewd. Just looking at Long Yu once, it was as if he wanted to see through him. Long Yu, come on, I'm leaving first. Master Conley turned around and left the stone room. Long Yu was left alone, facing the 2 female Gigi envoys, one old and one young, which made him a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Master Hongyu didn't say much, stood up, and said to Long Yu, Hongyu is also an alchemist, let her teach you some basic things first. If you need to practice, you can come to me again, I have some an alchemy furnace for humans. An alchemy furnace for humans? It turns out that even the alchemy furnaces used by demon alchemists and human alchemists are different. Fortunately, Master Hongyu has a human alchemy furnace here. Otherwise, even if Long Yu has learned alchemy, there is no way without the alchemy furnace it has become a pill. Come with me, don't stay here and disturb your mother-in-law. The young rainbow wing envoy, Hongyu, waved impatiently at Long Yu. You don't understand the characters of our demon cultivators, even if I show you a book, I can only teach you step by step. Miss Hongyu, please excuse me. Long Yu said politely. Just call me Hongyu. Hongyu turned and left, walking towards another stone room. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Long Yu always felt that rainbow-winged envoy Hongyu had a special feeling of repulsion towards him, but in the entire xuanhuan tribe, most Gigi envoys should have a feeling of repulsion towards him, right? After all, Long Yu is a human martial artist. Alchemists of human beings and demon cultivators have different methods and processes, but the basic principles are exactly the same. Alchemy furnaces were not divided into two types at the beginning, but if the alchemy furnaces used by human alchemists already contained some profound energy, naturally they could not be used by demon cultivators for alchemy. On the contrary, the same is true, the alchemy furnace used by demon cultivators will be filled with demonic energy. No matter how clever a human alchemist is, it is impossible to use such an alchemy furnace to refine pills for human consumption. The medicinal properties of all herbs are divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Hong Yu took Long Yu to another stone room and sat down, then took out some books on the basics of alchemy, and conveyed the contents to Long Yu. First of all, about the materials for alchemy. The most common one is herbal medicine. For human monks, they have also developed a method of refining elixir with the internal organs of some monsters, but there is no method for refining elixir with the internal organs of human monks. From this point of view, human alchemists seem to be more cruel. In the past, Long Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with this, but now that he has integrated into the group of monsters like the xuanhuan tribe, he also feels that human alchemists seem to be more crazy. In comparison, Yasho's alchemy is closer to nature. Most of the materials are herbs from nature. Since it is learning the alchemy of demon cultivators, the most important thing is to learn the medicinal properties of various herbs, as well as the principle of separation and fusion of medicinal properties. This is also the most important link for human alchemists. If you want to learn alchemy, you must have the process of rote memorization. Although Long Yu couldn't have a photographic memory, it was not difficult to memorize the characteristics of some commonly used medicinal herbs. In the Tianyu continent, most of the herbs are divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether it is a human alchemist or a demon alchemist, they are all divided in this way. If you want to master the separation and fusion of medicinal properties, you must understand the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, and cooperate with enough practical experience. For example, this dragon's head grass, can you figure out what its attributes are? Hong Yu took out a dragon's head grass from somewhere in the stone room, and asked Long Yu with some interest. If he can't even answer this simple question, then Long Yu is definitely not suitable for learning alchemy, and Hong Yu will persuade him to give up as soon as possible. After all, as long as someone has a loyal heart, he can definitely see the properties of the dragon's head grass. The 5 elements belong to wood. This dragon head grass has a refreshing effect, and it is generally used in antidote. Long Yu is quite familiar with Lan Shikaoko. With the help of Joyo Longyin, he also clearly saw the thick green halo emerging from Lan Shikaoko. This is the performance of its medicinal properties under Dan Xian's observation. Form. Yes, indeed. Hong Yu nodded, and then felt a little strange. She could tell that Long Yu definitely didn't have a loyal heart, but she was able to see the 5 elements attribute of dragon head grass. Did she use some other means? Hong Yu thought for a while, and took out another herb. What is the attribute of this herb? When Long Yu saw it, it was a small bright red flower exuding a refreshing fragrance. At first glance, it seemed that the 5 elements belonged to fire, but when Long Yu urged the Joyo dragon seal, he saw that the surface of this small flower was covered with a layer of gray-black halo, with a few blue lines dotted in it. The 5 elements belong to earth, but they also have a certain degree of water attribute. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Bingo! Hong Yu was a little surprised again. Does this Long Yu really have special means to observe herbs? Can you try to separate the medicinal properties of earth and water in this flower? Hong Yu handed the small bright red flower to Long Yu to separate the properties of the medicine. This is no longer a skill that beginners can master, but Hong Yu asked Long Yu to do this. It was clear that she wanted to see whether Long Yu could can the medicinal properties of herbs be separated. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. If Long Yu can really separate the medicinal properties of herbs, then there is no doubt that he can become an alchemist. Long Yu took the bright red flower and frowned slightly. He recalled back then, when he cooperated with Bai Lao to refine the mysterious pill, Bai Lao performed the operation of separating the properties of the medicine. Then try it. Long Yu made up his mind, and immediately activated the 9 nether dragon seal, covered the bright red flower with the profound energy in his body, and then separated the observed medicinal properties of earth and water. This is an extremely delicate operation, and a careless separation will fail. Originally, Hong Yu just wanted to see if Long Yu had the ability to separate the properties of the medicine. As for whether the separation was excellent or not, it didn't matter. After all, Long Yu was just a beginner. But soon, she opened her eyes wide, because she discovered that Long Yu's manipulation of the properties of herbs was extremely precise, even more nuanced than her. It didn't take long for the earth and water medicinal properties of this bright red flower to be separated. No, not bad. Hong Yu couldn't believe that this human martial artist could control the medicinal properties of herbs better than herself. The facts were before her eyes, she couldn't help but not believe it. You can try alchemy, but you have to prepare the materials for alchemy by yourself. I can show you some pills and prescriptions that we demon cultivators take, but I don't guarantee that they are also suitable for you humans. Anyway, Hong Yu would not give Long Yu the herbs she usually collected. Long Yu wanted alchemy materials, so she went out to collect herbs by herself. Immediately afterwards, Hong Yu explained some pill recipes to Long Yu. Fengnexiang, a top-grade spirit-level elixir, refining materials, smoked wind grass, blooming spirit flower, and fragrant feather fruit, each of which can be refined into one. Long Yu soon discovered that among the pills given by Hong Yu, this Fengnexiang was the highest grade pill. Spiritual level top-grade wind fury fragrance? Seeing that Long Yu's eyes stayed on that column, Hong Yu couldn't help but sneered, I just started learning alchemy, and I want to refine spiritual level high-grade pills. Good. Well, I will pay attention to it myself. By the way, if I want to leave here to collect pills outside, do I need to go to Master Kong Lei? Long Yu didn't pay attention to what Hong Yu said, but just sent out his thoughts to ask. Yes, in order to ensure your safety, Master Kong Lei should send 2 people from his tribe to accompany you out. Hong Yu said. Is it safe? Long Yu didn't believe this, they sent someone to accompany him, probably to monitor him. However, Long Yu didn't care about being watched, anyway, he just went out to collect some herbs, and his secrets would not be exposed, and he had no intention of running away now. It's good to be able to learn alchemy here. Although I'm with monsters and beasts all day long, this feeling is still quite fresh. The next day, Long Yu and the little fox demon Chihua met again. It's true that Chihua didn't suffer any unfair treatment, but he was not very interested. After all, the entire Firefox tribe it belonged to was wiped out, and its parents were all killed by members of the Guizhong tribe. Let's go out to collect some herbs and make pills. Long Yu took the little fox demon Chihua with him, and was about to leave the gathering place of the Xiangkong tribe, and wait for a day or 2 before going out. As expected, Master Kong Lei arranged for a Gigui envoy from the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to go out with Long Yu, saying that it was to ensure his safety, but in fact it was to monitor his whereabouts. And what Master Kong Lei arranged was Hong Yu. Hong Yu's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and along the way, she can teach Long Yu some knowledge about alchemy. Master Kong Lei thinks this arrangement is great. Long Yu didn't care, anyone who followed would follow anyway, but Hong Yu was a little unhappy about it. She hates being with human martial arts, especially. However, she had to listen to Master Kong Lei's arrangement, and for the sake of the head of the department, Juhan, she reluctantly agreed. Just like when he came back, the little fox demon Chi Hua lay on Long Yu's shoulder, and then Long Yu flew away, following Hong Yu, and left the mountain wall cave where the Shangkong tribe gathered. In the abyss of bones, just outside the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall, a chilling cold wind keeps rolling up. Few demon cultivators come here, and the dense forest above is our main source of herbs. Hong Yu introduced while flying, and soon brought Long Yu Fei to the dense forest beside the bone abyss. Due to its proximity to the abyss of hidden bones, this dense forest as a whole exudes a kind of cold atmosphere, making people feel lifeless when walking in it. However, such a place is inaccessible, which makes it difficult for people to collect herbs so easily. Gathering medicinal herbs is also a job that requires patience and is quite boring. If it were some youths from the Shangkong tribe, no matter what they did with Hong Yu, they would be full of energy, because for Giguisher, Hong Yu was undoubtedly a top-notch beauty. It's a pity that for human beings, Giguisher with feathers all over his body is really nothing to look at, but Hong Yu's pair of rainbow-colored wings are indeed very beautiful. It took nearly a day, one person and 2 demons to walk through the dense forest, and finally collected more than 10 different kinds of herbs, including 3 kinds of herbs that are used to refine fennuxiang, scented wind grass, blooming spirit flower and fragrant feather fruit. Most of the pill recipes that Hong Yu showed Long Yu could be obtained from here, otherwise it would be useless to show Long Yu. You really want to refine fennuxiang, I hope you can succeed. Hong Yu was quite displeased with this, and felt that asking Long Yu to refine fennuxiang was a waste of those 3 herbs. You must know that she accompanied Long Yu in this dense forest for a day, wasting her training time. I'm just trying. Long Yu shrugged his shoulders. Of course, he didn't guarantee that he would succeed in refining the pill for the first time, and the pill he refined for the first time was a spiritual top-grade pill. He also knows that the success rate is not high, but after refining once, he will gain experience, until he can truly master the secrets of alchemy, then it will be easy. As the sun sets, a man and 2 demons fly together on their way home. Every time he came to the sky above the abyss of hidden bones, Long Yu felt a creepy feeling. When he looked into the depths of the abyss, he could only see a large piece of gray clouds with a gloomy atmosphere, blocking his sight and making him unable to see what lies beneath the abyss. Suddenly, a figure of Ghost Valley Wing Envoy flew up from under the mountain wall at a very high speed, coming menacingly. Sword Wing? Long Yu only heard Hong Yu's slightly surprised voice, and then noticed a series of sword energy coming from below, and the target was Long Yu. Jianyi, what are you doing? Hong Yu seemed to be a little out of breath. She didn't expect that the other party would attack Long Yu at the first sight. Yellow Spring Barrier. Long Yu reacted immediately, and with a wave of his hand, he used the Chi of 9 Netherness to condense the barrier of the underworld in front of him. At the same time, he glanced at the figure of the other party, only to see that it was a Giguisher with a pair of wings like a long sword. His name should be called Sword Wings, and his cultivation had reached the real level. The 9th level of the spiritual secret realm. Judging by Hong Yu's appearance, this Sword Wing should also be a member of the Shangkong tribe, but I don't know why he guarded here and launched a surprise attack on Long Yu. He's a human martial artist, damn it. Jianyi's thoughts were a little deep, and he ignored Hong Yu's obstruction at all. Countless sword chi bypassed Hong Yu, and instantly penetrated the xuanhuan barrier that Long Yu condensed. With the tyrannical existence of the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm, it is impossible for the current Long Yu to contend with it, and the barrier of the underworld was completely shattered by the sword energy in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the sword energy continued to attack Long Yu. With Long Yu's speed, he didn't have time to dodge, so he could only dodge his chest at the most critical moment. However, he was not used to having a pair of tying wings behind him. That incomparably fierce sword energy passed through his shoulder, and then cut off half of Tying's wings with a single sword. Not good. Long Yu's expression changed drastically. Now he can only fly with the Taiyin wings, which are perfect for Shinha, but now, the Taiyin wings have been chopped off in half by the Giguisher called Sword Wing. Long Yu felt that he lost his balance in an instant, and his whole body fell towards the abyss of hidden bones. Long Yu. Hong Yu obviously didn't expect such a situation, and hurriedly wanted to keep up, and pulled Long Yu back. However, the sword wing on the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm blocked her figure, and a faint thought came out, Hong Yu, the next step is the abyss of hidden bones. You are the granddaughter of Master Kong Lei and Master Hong Yue. Don't go on an adventure. Jianyi, do you know that although Long Yu is a human martial artist, he is in harmony with the consciousness of our leader. Master Kong Lei and Master Hong Yu have high hopes for him. Hong Yue's face darkened. Although she has some repulsion towards Long Yu, it doesn't mean that she will kill Long Yu like Jianyi, at least, she can tell which is more important. Master Kong Lei and Master Hong Yue, I will apologize. Jianyi said brazenly, looking at Hong Yu's eyes, full of love. Obviously, Jianyi likes Hong Yue very much. Now that Jianyi disobeyed the master's order and attacked Long Yu, the biggest reason was definitely not because Long Yu was a human martial artist, but because Long Yu and Hong Yue got close. Snort. Hong Yue saw through Jianyi's thoughts, and snorted coldly, not to mention having no affection for this person. She lowered her head, only to see that the entire abyss of hidden bones was shrouded in grey mist. Where could she see Long Yu's figure? In the end, Hong Yue could only do her best to grab Long Yu's cut off half of Taiyin's wings. I hope Master Kong Lei will forgive your sins. After Hong Yue said this to Jianyi, she flapped her wings and flew back in the direction of the Xiangkong tribe. Long Yu, who fell into the abyss of hidden bones, had almost zero chance of surviving. Hong Yue and all Xiangkong tribes firmly believed in this. It took a lot of effort from the Xiangkong tribe to capture Long Yu, but it was destroyed by Jianyi like this. This also led to the counterattack schedule of their Soaring Sky tribe, which will be delayed for a long time, and even become indefinitely. As for what kind of punishment Jianyi would suffer after returning to the Xiangkong tribe, it had nothing to do with Long Yu at all. The current Long Yu, having lost half of his Taiyin wings, also lost his ability to fly, and quickly fell towards the depths of the bone abyss. The little fox demon Qihua was still lying on his shoulders, clutching his clothes tightly, and soon followed Long Yu, falling into the cold grey mist. A creepy and eerie aura instantly overwhelmed him. Surrounded by both. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The Abyss of Bones is said to be the place where humans and monsters fought infinitely long ago. Countless human martial arts and monsters were buried in the bones, accumulating throughout the year to produce infinite necromantic aura. These spirits of necromancy are almost fatal to both human martial arts and demon cultivators. Once they are completely eroded by the spirit of necromancy, there is no cure and a dead end. Long Yu and the little fox demon Qihua fell into the abyss of hidden bones together, and were instantly surrounded by infinite necromantic energy. The 9 nether dragon seal moved quietly, and a burst of 9 nether chi condensed into a barrier of the underworld, blocking the erosion of the undead chi, and even the little fox demon Qihua was protected together. It can be seen that although these spirits of death are tyrannical, just like the law of ghost marks comprehended by Jian He, a martial artist in the Jianghu, they are firmly restrained by the spirit of Joyo. However, the abyss of hidden bones is full of necromancy. It is hard to say how long you can last. Oh no. The little fox demon Qihua shivered in fright. I heard from the Soaring Sky tribe yesterday that once they fall into the abyss of hidden bones, even the strongest in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm can only last for less than an hour. Time. When Long Yu heard this, his face changed slightly. Although the chi of 9 nethernesses can restrain the chi of these dead spirits, but his martial arts realm is too low, and he might not even be able to hold on for an hour. One person and one monster fell quickly, and it didn't take long before they finally fell to the bottom of the bone abyss, smashing a deep hole in the soft gray ground. Fortunately, his cultivation base is good, otherwise, if he falls from such a high place, he will be crippled even if he does not die. It seems that the bone abyss is not very high, it is only a few 100 feet deep, but it is full of necromancy. If it does not reach the secret realm of heaven and man, even the flying Ghost Valley wing emissary may not be able to escape from it here. Long Yu speculated secretly, and then glanced around, only to find that there was a gloomy gray necromancy around him, and he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes. Careful! The little fox demon Chi suddenly sent an idea, and then lay on Long Yu's shoulder. The nine-tailed true spirit was released instantly, and a whirlwind of red fire swept forward. It's a dead spirit that has already produced consciousness. Long Yu also immediately discovered that in the direction where the little fox demon Chi attacked, there was a gray shadow flying towards them, which was extremely strange. Fortunately, the flames are relatively restrained against these necromantic auras. The little fox demon's scarlet fire, a whirlwind of red fire rolled out, enveloped the gray shadow of the necromancer, causing it to be wiped out in ashes. However, right after Long Yu looked around, he saw such dead spirits constantly appearing at the bottom of the hidden bone abyss. These dead spirits were in human form, and also in the shape of various monsters. It seems that the legend is true. This place was originally a place where human martial arts and demon cultivators fought. Too many creatures were buried, which led to the birth of such a strong spirit of death. Countless dead spirits surrounded Long Yu and the little fox demon Chi, making one's hair stand on end. Although these undead have no attack power, they have a strong penetrating power. If they touch the body, I am afraid that they will be eroded by the aura of the undead faster. At this moment, Long Yu could only rely on the scarlet fire whirlwind of the little fox demon Chi to keep cleaning up these undead. Long Yu tried his best to maintain the barrier of xuanhuan, thinking non-stop in his heart. Is it just waiting to die? Of course Long Yu would not be willing to die here. He still hasn't participated in the Tianyu Xingxian, he still has to find out the whereabouts of Long Zitian and Bei Yuyao, and he has to go back to the Tang dynasty to deal with Chu Chaoxing. However, he really couldn't think of any other way to escape him. Because what he is facing now is not an opponent with a physical body, no matter whether he releases the true spirit of the Nine Nether Dragon or casts the 9 explosions of the Nine Nether Dragon, it will not help. Suddenly, an extremely subtle sound of clanging metal chains reached Long Yu's ears from one of the directions. Chi, did you hear that? Long Yu's face changed slightly, and he sent out thoughts to the little fox demon Chi. Now, Long Yu can only leave this place if he works together with the little fox demon Chi. Hear what? The little fox demon Chi raised her head suspiciously, not knowing what Long Yu was talking about. Long Yu frowned slightly. Didn't Chi hear the clink of the chains? There's no reason for this. It stands to reason that the little fox has a higher cultivation base than him and is a monster with a natural sense of hearing. He must be able to hear more clearly than him. At the bottom of this abyss of bones, it is impossible for any living beings to appear, and it is impossible for these undead spirits condensed by the spirit of the dead to make such a sound of metal chains clanging. Could it be that there are other people who fell into the abyss of hidden bones like them? Go and have a look. Long Yu quickly made a decision. Regardless of whether the sound of the metal chain came from was a blessing or a curse to him, in such a desperate situation, he had no choice but to go and have a look first. The little fox demon Chi didn't ask too much, because it knew it was useless to ask Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, the little fox used the flame whirlwind to clear the way, while Long Yu condensed the barrier of the underworld to separate the spirit of the dead. One person and one demon, slowly moving towards the place where the sound of metal chains jingling came, and the undead that kept gathering around them were really disgusting. Although there is no real aggressiveness, it can greatly slow down Long Yu's forward speed. Once it speeds up, it will attract the attention of more undead, which is a very bad thing. The jingling of metal chains came intermittently from afar, and it was unknown how far away it was. Long Yu could only feel that the profound energy in his body was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Although the nine-nethered chi was very restrained against these undead breaths, it might not be able to hold on for too long. Dantian, jump. Long Yu's Dantian, tempered by Tian Lei, jumped instantly, making his profound energy recovery several times faster than ordinary martial arts. Even so, he still persisted for no more than an hour. Go, it seems to be getting closer. Hearing the sound of the metal chain, Long Yu got closer and closer, as if he was just ahead. After approaching this area, the aura of the dead spirits nearby seems to have faded a lot, as if something in front of them is constantly dispelling the aura of the dead spirits. All kinds of dead spirits formed by souls dare not even take a step forward. What's ahead? I still haven't heard the sound of the chains you were talking about. The little fox demon Xuanhuan jumped on Long Yu's shoulder, still extremely puzzled. There must be weird things ahead, be careful at all times. Long Yu reminded him, and then he became fully vigilant, ready to release the true dragon spirit of 9 serenities at any time. After all, everything in this abyss of bones is completely beyond the range that Long Yu can handle. If there is any emergency, it will definitely be impossible to deal with it without releasing the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities. Although there will be an ancient consciousness trying to seize control of Long Yu's body, it is better than losing his life inexplicably. If the ancient consciousness appears, Long Yu can try to resist at least. Soon, Long Yu and Xuanhuan stepped into the front together. The area where the spirit of death became extremely thin. This is a lake. Long Yu looked around, but saw a lake in front of him. The lake water was emerald green. It seemed that there was a kind of magical power dispelling the surrounding necromancy. The sound of metal chains heard by Long Yu seemed to be coming from the bottom of the lake. You, come here, come here. At this moment, Long Yu seemed to hear an old man's voice again, which was attracting him to walk towards the edge of the lake. Past? Still not going there? I've come here. If I don't go there, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Long Yu smiled indifferently. He wanted to see what kind of ghosts were hiding in the emerald green lake in front of him. He stepped forward calmly, and soon came to the edge of the emerald green lake. Looking into the lake, Long Yu frowned slightly, and his eyes were attracted by a figure in the middle of the bottom of the lake. It was an old man in ragged clothes, who had been soaked in the bottom of this emerald lake for an unknown number of years, and his feet were shackled and bound by metal chains to 2 stone pillars at the bottom of the lake. A dead old man? Long Yu thought in his heart. But at this moment, the head of the ragged old man suddenly lifted up, his eyes fixed on Long Yu through the emerald green lake water. This scene shocked both Long Yu and Xuanhuan. This old man is still alive after being soaked in water for so many years. It can be seen that the metal shackles are rusted and covered with moss, but the old man is not only not drowned, but is alive and well. A strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. Long Yu's heart was shocked. He could see the martial arts realm of the old man from the eyes of the old man. It turned out to be a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, who was bound by metal chains to the bottom of a green lake in the abyss of hidden bones. Ha ha ha. The old man opened his mouth and laughed loudly, and the water in the entire emerald green lake suddenly rose up. However, immediately after, the metal shackles on his feet emitted a burst of dark green light, which immediately calmed the entire lake, and the old man's strength could no longer be emitted. It is a human martial arts. Long Yu didn't expect that at the bottom of the abyss of hidden bones, he would meet an imprisoned human martial artist, who was also a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, and he didn't know who this guy was. Young man, come down. The old man raised his head and stared at Long Yu with burning eyes. Who is the senior? Of course, Long Yu wouldn't just jump into the lake in a foolish way. Isn't that an act of courting death? Don't you know that this old man is Wang Chongfeng, the head of the 7 disasters? The old man suddenly became angry, and stared at Long Yu fiercely, as if Long Yu didn't recognize him, which was the biggest sin in the world. The head of the 7 disasters? Long Yu suddenly recalled that when he was in the Tang dynasty, he was forced to retreat by Xinghai Impeller, one of the 7 disasters, and he didn't know the relationship between Feng Yao and Xinghai Impeller. Now, after he came to the depths of the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley, he fell into the abyss of hidden bones by mistake, and met the head of the 7 disasters. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After hearing about Xinghai Impeller, Long Yu searched for some information in Zhenshenzong, and got a general understanding of the 7 disaster stars in Tianyu continent. These 7 catastrophes are the titles that Tianyu continent has had a long time ago, ranking the 7 most notorious powerhouses in the secret realm of heaven and man on the continent. Xinghai Impeller is the last of the current 7 disasters, and the first of the 7 disasters does not seem to be called Wang Chongfeng. Could it be the head of the previous 7 disasters? Long Yu carefully looked at the old man at the bottom of the lake, and saw that although he was dressed in rags, his martial arts realm was surprisingly high, at least, much stronger than Xinghai Impeller. Wang Chongfeng? I haven't heard of it. Seeing the old man's distraught look, Long Yu pretended to smile with disdain. I've heard of the leader of the 7 disasters, but it doesn't seem to be called Wang Chongfeng. Damn, hate. When the old man heard this, he became even more angry, and even the water in the entire lake swirled around his body, as if to form a huge whirlpool. It must be because I was trapped here, Tianyu continent, and I have forgotten my existence. Damn, hate. If it weren't for that bitch, how could this old man have been trapped here for 10 years? If I hadn't been trapped here, old man, I left the Tianyu continent a long time ago. The old man struggled desperately, but to no avail. The metal shackles that locked his feet were made of some special material, which was not only extremely strong, but could even suppress the strength in the old man's body. Listening to the old man's words, Long Yu's heart moved. Leaving the Tianyu continent? It seems that this old man must know something that ordinary people don't. Wang Chongfeng, you keep saying that you are the leader of the 7 disasters, but as far as I know, each of the 7 disasters is very powerful. If you are the leader of the 7 disasters, why are you trapped here? Long Yu pretended to ask contemptuously. Brat, come down for me, the old man will let you see what it means to be powerful. The old man at the bottom of the lake stared at Long Yu. I have seen the end of the 7 disasters. I think he is much more powerful than you. At least he will not be trapped at the bottom of the lake. If you want me to believe it, then show some skills. Long Yu said leisurely. He could tell that Wang Chongfeng, the old man at the bottom of the lake, might have gone crazy after being trapped here for too long, but why shouldn't he make good use of such a good resource? Near this emerald lake, there is not such a strong necromantic aura. Long Yu has enough time to catch his words. Humph, skill, what skills do you want to see me use? Wang Chongfeng snorted coldly, his eyes were like a wolf's, staring at Long Yu closely, as if he would kill Long Yu as soon as he got out of trouble. It's a pity that the shackles on his feet made him only think about it. Let me ask you first, what did you say about leaving the Tianyu continent? Most people don't know about this matter. If you can tell me to my satisfaction, I will believe that you are the first of the 7 disasters. Long Yu took advantage of the situation and asked. Humph, you want to trick me? No way. The old man at the bottom of the lake snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm out of my mind? Let me tell you, boy, seeing that you are only the 4th level of the True Spirit secret realm, don't dream of leaving the Tianyu continent. Long Yu didn't expect that this old guy would still hide it, and it wasn't some kind of martial art, so why was he so mysterious? But if the other party doesn't say anything, Long Yu has nothing to do with him. Then there is no other way. I think you are a bad old man. You are the leader of the 7 disasters. You were just joking. Long Yu chuckled, turned around and wanted to leave. Of course he was doing this as a show, trying to provoke the old man, but in the end he walked a few steps, and the old man didn't say a word. Looking back, Long Yu saw the old man at the bottom of the lake staring at him jokingly. Seeing him turning his head back, he said, "Stinky boy, you fell into the abyss of hidden bones, unless you stay here with me, going out is a dead end." "Where are you going?" "It's better to die outside than to be with a bad old man," Long Yu said calmly. "Humph, you don't know how powerful this old man is." The old man at the bottom of the lake snorted softly, and then his face looked a little lonely. "You can hear the sound of the seal of the Forbidden God, and it is also fate to find you here." Forbidden God seal? Long Yu glanced at the metal shackles on the old man's feet, frowning slightly. "This is an extremely powerful soldier, and only the existence of the Forbidden God seal can trap me, Wang Chongfeng, here." The old man at the bottom of the lake, Wang Chongfeng, sighed. "Powerful soldiers?" Long Yu sized it up a few times, and thought to himself, a soldier who can trap a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man for 10 years will not be at the spiritual level. It's hard to say. "Stinky boy, come here, if you can answer a few questions for me, I will give you some benefits." Wang Chongfeng continued. "What good?" Long Yu asked subconsciously. "You answer these few questions first." Wang Chongfeng stared. "First, what's the name of the current leader of the 7 disasters?" "It seems to be called Feng Yin Zi Chen," Long Yu said. He hadn't agreed with Wang Chongfeng yet, and he wanted to answer a few questions the old guy started asking on his own. Fortunately, this question was not difficult for Long Yu, and it didn't matter if he answered it. Fei, it's really him, this kid. He used to hang around behind the old man's ass all the time, but now he has become the head of the 7 disasters." Wang Chongfeng sighed incomparably. "Fei Yin Zi Chen, what is the relationship with you?" Long Yu asked. "That's the old man's big apprentice." Wang Chongfeng said lightly. "Let me ask you again, have you heard of Ning Yixing and Lei Wensheng?" Ning Yixing, the soul-chasing ghost, and Lei Wensheng, the white-eyed wolf? Long Yu was a little surprised. Aren't these 2 people the second and third of the 7 disasters written in the information he checked? "They are my second and third apprentices." Seeing Long Yu's surprised look, Wang Chongfeng said with some complacency. "It seems that Wang Chongfeng does have a background. It stands to reason that Ning Yixing and Lei Wensheng have not become famous for less than 10 years. According to the old man himself, they have been trapped here for 10 years. If it wasn't as he said, those 2 were his disciples, and it was absolutely impossible for him to have heard of their names." Amazing. Long Yu felt that he had encountered a peerless treasure. This old man Wang Chongfeng turned out to be the master of the top 3 disaster stars among the 7 disaster stars. 3 of my good apprentices, unexpectedly, are now well known in the entire Tianyu continent. Wang Chongfeng's expression became a bit vicious, especially when he said the words, "good apprentice." He seemed to say it through gritted teeth. This made Long Yu's heart move. Did those 3 people have any evil intentions against this Wang Chongfeng? If they hadn't tricked the old man here, the old man would not have been locked here for 10 years. The expression on Wang Chongfeng's face became indifferent. "They wanted to get the heavens crying blood heart technique that I practiced, and tricked me into falling into that bitch's trap and ambush. It's a pity that these 3 stupid donkeys were also plotted by that bitch. I'm afraid I still think that I have died at the hands of that bitch." "Who is that bitch?" Long Yu asked. "You don't deserve to know her name." Wang Chongfeng's voice became cold, and he said immediately, "However, this old man can teach you the method of weeping blood. You are my 4th disciple, Wang Chongfeng. Come on, kowtow 3 times to this old man, and this old man will pass on the sky crystal level cultivation method, heaven weeping blood, to you." Wang Chongfeng stared at Long Yu arrogantly. The cultivation method of the Tianjing level has always been asked by others to teach him, and he feels that it is the same now. Who would be indifferent to hearing the method of the Tianjing level? If you are successful in cultivation, you can master the laws of heaven and earth that are stronger than the laws of the sky tablet. And this is exactly what the 3 disciples of Wang Changfeng wanted. Knock your head 3 times? I can't do it. If you don't teach it, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately shook his head. The Tianjing level cultivation method is quite attractive, but it's a pity that he is really not willing to do it if he is asked to kowtow 3 times to the old man at the bottom of the lake. You, stinky boy, do you know that the cultivation method of the Tianjing level can be counted on one hand in the entire Tianyu continent? Wang Changfeng was shocked. This brat was able to resist the temptation of cultivating the heavenly crystal level mental method. It seems that he has a firm mind. It's okay if you don't kowtow 3 times, then each person's head should be one. Wang Changfeng didn't force it, but took advantage of the situation and said, Du Sun, Ning Yixing, Lei Wenxing, if you can bring the heads of these 3 boys to me, I will also teach you the method of weeping blood from heaven. I told you in advance that if you want to leave the Tianyu continent, even if you understand the laws of the Tianbei, you can't do it. Only by understanding the laws of the Tianjing level can you finally break through the 1,000 layers of heaven. Wang Changfeng reminded him that he was afraid that Long Yu would be dismissive of the Tianjing level cultivation method. Break through the 1,000 layers of heaven? Long Yu's attention was focused on this. If he wanted to leave the Tianyu continent, what kind of heaven would he want to break through the 1,000 layers? It's a pity that Wang Changfeng didn't say much about this, but continued, this abyss of hidden bones, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get up if you fall, so this old man will teach you a movement technique so that you can fly up. Long Yu loves to hear these words. This old man, Wang Changfeng, did not intend to let Long Yu stay and accompany him to die of old age, but he was right after thinking about it. If Long Yu stayed, who would take the heads of those 3 good apprentices for him? The current Long Yu is only the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but Wang Changfeng seems to have seen that Long Yu's talent is extraordinary, and he has no doubt that he can take the heads of those 3 people. You know, those 3 people, but the top 3 of the 7 disaster stars in today's Imperial Edict, are even more powerful than Xinghai Impeller by themselves. Not to mention, the 3 of them knew each other. If they joined forces, the entire Tianyu continent would probably have no rivals. How could it be so easy to take their heads? Of course, for Long Yu, all he needs to consider now is how to leave this abyss of hidden bones. Agility and martial arts, the dance of dragons and sparrows. Wang Changfeng said lightly. Judging from the name of this martial skill, it doesn't look like you practiced it. Long Yu looked at the old man, shook his head and said. No matter how you look at it, this old guy doesn't look like a dragon at all. This is that bitch's martial skill. If you want to learn it, learn it. If you don't learn it, I won't beg you. Wang Changfeng snorted coldly. Study. Long Yu said a word, expressing his determination. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Although Long Yu didn't know who the slut Wang Changfeng was talking about was, but since he could learn Xian-level martial arts skills, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Mysterious level martial arts, like mortal level and spiritual level martial arts, are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. In addition, there are super grade and extreme grade. As Wang Changfeng spoke, he mobilized his profound energy and sketched one picture after another on the surface of the emerald green lake. The flowing clear water unexpectedly formed a dragon sparrow pattern very quickly. This is a pitch-black phoenix with plump wings. If it flies up in the air, it will definitely block out the sky and block out the sun. With the urging of Wang Changfeng's profound energy, this pitch-black phoenix, that is, the dragon sparrow, danced slowly on the surface of the clear water. Of course, it was demonstrating the martial skill, Dragon Sparrow Dance, to Long Yu. Xuanhuan martial skill, Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, is the grade of the super mysterious grade. As long as you can learn this move for the first time, you will be able to walk in the air in a short time, just like a dragon sparrow. Long Yu looked forward to Wang Chongfeng's explanation. As long as he is a beginner, he can walk in the air. It really deserves to be a Xian-level super-grade agility martial skill, which is stronger than all the agility martial arts he has come into contact with before. However, for you, if you want to learn mysterious martial arts, even if you only reach the beginner level, it will not be possible to do it in a short time. Wang Chongfeng chuckled. If you want to learn this trick, you'll probably have to stay here with me for 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. 3 to 5 years is for ordinary martial artists, but for him, it definitely doesn't take that long. This lake is connected to the groundwater, and there are fish and shrimps, so you can eat them and live on. Wang Chongfeng didn't know what Long Yu was thinking, so he said to himself. The most important thing is your martial arts realm. There is no way to improve it quickly, but there are aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, which have good medicinal properties. Although they cannot be refined into pills, if you directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in them, it can also make you step on the ground first. Entering the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Water plants with good medicinal properties? Long Yu's face changed slightly, and the aquatic plants that could directly let him step into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm were absolutely extraordinary. He took a few steps forward, came to the shore of the emerald green lake, looked at the bottom of the lake, and saw several fluorescent aquatic plants growing at the bottom of the lake, each exuding a very strong aura of heaven and earth, but it was covered by the clear water of the lake, can't let it out. It's the fluorescent water spirit grass. Long Yu's face suddenly changed, and there was a look of joy in his eyes. Fluorescent water spirit grass is one of the 2 main ingredients of Tianhua water spirit pill, which is used to refine the mysterious elixir. If another main medicine can be found, Tianhua vermilion fruit, the elixir that can be refined will definitely be above the top-grade mysterious grade. It's a pity that Tianhua vermilion fruit is extremely male, as rare as this fluorescent water spirit grass. There are 5 fluorescent water spirit grasses in total. I can pick one first and absorb the spiritual energy directly. Long Yu thought in his heart. The effect of directly absorbing the aura of herbs is much worse than refining it into pills, but now there are 5 fluorescent water spirit grasses, and it is a waste to keep them, there is no need to save them. In addition, the little fox demon Qihua can also absorb one plant first. Now Qihua is the biggest security around Long Yu, so it cannot be neglected. For the remaining 3 plants, let them grow first, and then take them away when Long Yu is about to leave. The essence of the dance of the dragon and sparrow is in this picture. Brat, if you are smart, 3 to 5 years is enough to comprehend it. After Wang Chongfeng finished the picture of a dragon finch dancing on the surface of the lake, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. If Long Yu couldn't comprehend the martial art of dragon sparrow dance within 3 to 5 years, then with his comprehension, it would be impossible to kill those 3 former apprentices for him in this life. On the contrary, the faster Long Yu comprehended the dance of the dragon sparrow, the higher his comprehension was, and the more likely he was to avenge Wang Chongfeng. Long Yu was not in a hurry to comprehend the dance of the dragon and sparrow. The picture of the dance of the dragon and sparrow was painted on the surface of the lake by Wang Chongfeng. It should last for a long time and will not dissipate soon. What he was struggling with now was how to pick the fluorescent water spirit grass at the bottom of the lake. He absolutely dare not let him go into the lake. Who knows if Wang Chongfeng will suddenly do something to him. It can be seen that although Wang Chongfeng is trapped by the Forbidden God seal, he can still control everything in the entire lake. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch fish and shrimp to eat, let alone draw the dragon on the surface of the lake. Bird dancing animation. Long Yu looked around, and soon pulled out a thick plant vine from the gray-white rock beside him. He wrapped a cover around the tip of the cane, and then threw the cane into the lake. Under his precise control, he immediately engulfed one of the fluorescent water spirit plants. Rise! As soon as Long Yu's profound energy urged him, he immediately caught the fluorescent water spirit grass, pulled it out, and quickly held it in his hand. A burst of incomparably abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy emanated from the fluorescent water spirit grass, making the little fox demon Xuanhuan on Long Yu's shoulder swallow his saliva. This one is for you first. Long Yu handed the fluorescent water spirit grass to the little fox Xuanhuan, which made it quite excited, and jumped aside with one mouthful, ready to absorb it. This scene made Wang Chongfeng at the bottom of the lake furious. Stinky boy, do you know how precious this fluorescent water spirit grass is? You actually used it to feed a monster, what a prodigal. Wang Chongfeng couldn't help cursing angrily. The value of a fluorescent water spirit grass will never be lower than the Tianxin dragon grass auctioned by Long Yu before. He gave a herb of this level to a monster, which of course made Wang Chongfeng feel violent. However, for Long Yu, no matter how valuable the herbal medicine is, it is not as real as the martial arts realm of himself and the people around him. If the little fox demon Xuanhuan can go one step further and step into the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm, then Long Yu's survivability will be greatly improved. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu ignored Wang Chongfeng, but continued to use the vine to pick another fluorescent water spirit grass. In the entire lake, there are only 3 fluorescent water spirit plants left, which are still growing in the emerald green lake water. 3 days later, Long Yu opened his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Finally stepped into the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm. Long Yu stood up, he felt that his strength had doubled again, and his fighting power became stronger. Even facing a strong person in the realm of unity of true spirit, Long Yu can resist for a while, so he won't be defeated soon. Of course, if you are unlucky enough to meet an opponent at the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm, you can only consider running for your life. Even if I have learned the dance of the dragon sparrow and can fly to the abyss of bones like a dragon sparrow, I am still in the depths of the kingdom of monsters and beasts. It is still a problem to go back alive. Long Yu thought in his heart, if this is the case, then there is no need for him to rush back. It's good to comprehend a few more levels of the dance of the dragon and bird here, and there will be more guarantees for escaping when the time comes. After the little fox demon Xuanhuan absorbed the fluorescent water spirit grass, it was not able to improve its realm. After all, it had just reached the realm of true spiritual unity, so it was impossible to advance so quickly. Although he was idle and bored, Xuanhuan did not practice dragon sparrow dance. There are obviously some differences between human martial arts and demon martial arts. The biggest difference is the difference in body structure, which makes it difficult for both sides to learn each other's martial arts. If you practice forcibly, it is very likely to cause blockage of the meridians, or even go crazy, bursting of the meridians, and other serious consequences. The little fox demon did not forcibly practice the dance of the dragon and sparrow, but the power that became stronger after comprehending the unity of the true spirit, and strived to integrate with the power of the law of red fire. According to the rumors, the dragon bird is a black phoenix with a fierce personality. Once it locks on the target, it will never turn back until it is killed. Long Yu observed the picture of the dragon bird dancing, and began to comprehend the body and martial arts of this mysterious supergrade. Soon he discovered that this dance of the dragon and sparrow was worthy of being a mysterious supergrade martial skill. For him now, it was very difficult. Even if he just wanted to comprehend the beginners, it would not be possible to achieve it in a day or two. Within a few days, Long Yu memorized the rules of the whole picture of Dragon Finch dancing in his heart, and the picture on the surface of the clear water lake finally gradually began to dissipate. As long as you follow this picture, you can at least comprehend the dragon sparrow dance to the level of Dashang, but at most it can only reach Dashang. the old man Wang Changfeng still hid a lot from Long Yu. From now on, if he wants to comprehend the deeper level of the Dragon Sparrow dance, unless he sees the real Dragon Sparrow and has some understanding, otherwise he can only come back to him. As for the Xian-level supergrade physical skill, Dance of the Dragon and Sparrow, as long as one comprehends it to a great degree, its effect will already be astonishing. Dragon Sparrow, dancing, can make wuxia walk in the air, just like a dragon sparrow flying. If it is chasing and killing others, the speed will be extremely fast, which coincides with the ferocious personality of the dragon sparrow, and if it is used when running away, not so fast. Long Yu kept comprehending the dance of the dragon and sparrow, and when he was hungry, he would use the plant vine to grab a few fish and shrimps and eat them with qihua, and his life was quite leisurely. However, he didn't know that the female Ghost Valley Wing envoy Hong Yu quietly left the tribe again at the gathering place of the Shangkong tribe in the mountain wall of the Hidden Bone Abyss. It has been more than half a month since Long Yu was cut off by the sword wings and fell into the abyss of hidden bones. Even though she knew that the hope of Long Yu's survival was slim, Hong Yu never gave up. Every day when the sun was strongest at noon, she chose to go down to the abyss of hidden bones, trying to find Long Yu. With her cultivation base, she could only last less than half an hour under the erosion of necromancy. Every time she searched for less than half an hour, she had to leave the abyss of ossuaries and return to the tribe to rest for a whole day, and she was able to recover and continue the next day. This kind of behavior is very dangerous, because the aura of the dead in the abyss of bones often breaks out storms of the dead. If there is a necromantic storm, not to mention the 8th-level demon cultivator of the true spirit secret realm like Hong Yu, even a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, I am afraid that they will be swept to the bottom of the hidden bone abyss, and thus will be swept away by the endless necromantic energy. Corroded to death. On this day, as usual, Hong Yu entered the abyss of hidden bones to search for Long Yu's traces with her severed half of Tai Yin's wings. But as soon as she flew into that layer of gray mist, she suddenly sensed something was wrong, and before she had time to react, a bitter storm of undead spirits swept over, with the breath of infinite death, dragging her into the air. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. At the bottom of the hidden bone abyss, Long Yu was practicing the dance of the dragon and sparrow. Over the past half a month, he had almost mastered some key points of the dance of the dragon and sparrow. I believe that he will be able to break through the bottleneck soon, and succeed in learning the Xian-level supergrade agility and martial arts, dragon sparrow dance. At noon, Wang Changfeng, who was at the bottom of the lake, raised his head and narrowed his old eyes. The storm of necromancy has begun again. Death storm? Long Yu didn't know what it was, and was a little puzzled. That's the storm formed by the condensed energy of the dead in the abyss of bones. Usually, the abyss of bones is not so deadly, but if the storm of the dead starts, even a strong man like me in the secret realm of heaven and man will be killed. Impossible to survive in it. Wang Changfeng said lightly. Are we going to be okay here? Long Yu frowned slightly. With this lake, it's fine. Wang Changfeng sighed, looking a little lonely. Soon, Long Yu really saw that in the sky above this lake, in the entire abyss of bones, suddenly there was a storm condensed by the energy of the dead, rising up. It didn't take long for the entire abyss of hidden bones to be swept away, and the whining sound of the dark wind kept coming, which made people's hair stand on end. Although the vicinity of this lake did not seem to be affected by the necromantic storm, the temperature in the vicinity suddenly dropped, making Long Yu shiver uncontrollably. On the contrary, the clear water in the lake really hasn't frozen, and I don't know what kind of power is contained in the lake. Anyway, I won't step into the lake at will. Long Yu thought in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from behind him, causing him to look back vigilantly, only to see that not far away from the protection range of this lake, there was actually a Ghost Valley Wing envoy caught in it. The necromancer storm fell heavily to the ground. Is it Hong Yu? Long Yu saw clearly the pair of rainbow wings of the Giguisher, and couldn't help but change his expression. Originally, after he was cut off by the sword wings of the xuanhuan tribe, he had no idea of going back to the xuanhuan tribe. Even if he wanted to go back, it was only after he had enough strength. But now, Hong Yu appeared in front of him and was sucked into the storm of death. Most importantly, Hong Yu was still holding on to Long Yu's chopped off half of Taiyin's wings, making it clear that she was here to look for him in the abyss of hidden bone. Long Yu stood up. "Stinky boy, what are you going to do?" Seeing Long Yu's movements, the old man at the bottom of the lake, Wang Chongfeng, was shocked. "The storm of undead is raging outside, you are looking for death if you go out. Save people." Long Yu left two simple words, and then recalled the dance of the dragon and sparrow that he had comprehended these days. Since he uses the awakening palm reincarnation from time to time to observe his future self, he already has enough understanding of the performance of the dragon and sparrow dance. "It's just that I didn't expect it to be exposed so soon, so I haven't really tested it." But now, in order to save Hong Yu, he finally used this trick that he had just learned. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow. As soon as Long Yu's body moved, a jet-black aura of a sparrow sprang out from his body, forming a pair of broad black wings, leading him to fly up out of thin air. This pair of pitch-black wings is completely condensed by the dragon sparrow breath he has cultivated, and it is much larger than the Taiyin wings. And when he used the physical skill of dragon sparrow dance, even though he was only at the beginner stage, Long Yu's flying speed was already much faster than before flying with the Taiyin wings. Seeing Long Yu performing the dragon sparrow dance and flying up like a black phoenix, the old man Wang Chongfeng at the bottom of the lake suddenly widened his eyes. "It's only been less than a month, this kid can actually comprehend the dance of the dragon and sparrow, the genius of the sky, the genius of the sky." However, immediately after, he saw Long Yu flying out of the area protected by the lake under the leadership of the pair of black wings, and his expression changed drastically. "Stinky boy, don't come back quickly. If you die in the necromancer storm, how will this old man take revenge?" Wang Chongfeng's eyes widened. He couldn't figure out why Long Yu wanted to save a monster that was impossible to save. At this moment, Long Yu's figure moved forward quickly, flying out of the protection range of the emerald green lake. An incomparably violent storm of undead spirits enveloped him in an instant, making him almost lose his balance and be blown away. Fortunately, even though he condensed the barrier of the underworld, he temporarily stabilized his figure by relying on the restraint of the spirit of the 9 secluded spirits against the spirit of the dead. Caught it. Long Yu grabbed the wrist of Ghost Valley Wing Envoy Hong Yu with one hand, and was overjoyed. Luckily the storm of necromancy just blew her near this emerald green lake. Immediately afterwards, he activated the profound energy in his body, pulled Hong Yu as quickly as possible, and returned to the protection range of the emerald green lake. The old man at the bottom of the lake couldn't believe this thrilling scene. Long Yu was able to enter the necromantic storm and rescue a monster, which was simply beyond his cognition. You must know that even he couldn't come and go freely in the necromantic storm. "You brat, what's that weird barrier?" "I'm afraid it has its own secrets, no wonder it's only been half a month, and I've comprehended the dance of the dragon and sparrow." Wang Chongfeng thought in his heart, this time he made a profit. With such a stinky brat, why should he cultivate him well, at least make him capable of avenging him? "How is it going?" Seeing Long Yu pulling Hong Yu back and landing on the edge of the clear water lake, the little fox Chi Hua hurriedly jumped over and asked with a thought. "It seems that death is not far away." When Long Yu pulled Hong Yu back, he felt that her body was filled with the spirit of death. Now, with a sullen face, without delaying for a moment, he immediately activated the Chi of the 9 Nethers, sent the Chi of the 9 Nethers into Hong Yu's body, and expels the Chi of the necromancer in her body as quickly as possible. This is not the first time Long Yu has done this kind of behavior. Before he got the Taiyin Tianbei, he also saved Lu Yuan in the same way, so that he could successfully get the Taiyin Tianbei. Not long after, Long Yu used the Qi of Nine Netherness to dispel all the energy of death in Hong Yu's body. Since he is not very familiar with the body of Giguisher, the meridians, veins, etc. are different from human beings, Long Yu still spent a little more time, but fortunately, before Hong Yu's heart veins were completely eroded. When Long Yu saved Hong Yu's heart, he was relieved that it was finally done. Now, although the meridians in Hong Yu's body are severely damaged, if she cultivates well, she should be able to completely recover to her previous state. This lunar wing. Long Yu looked down and saw that Rainbow Feather's hands covered with rainbow-colored feathers were still tightly holding the half of Taiyin's wings, which seemed to contain half of the consciousness of Juhun, the leader of the Soaring Sky tribe. The Taiyin wings have been cut in half, I'm afraid they can't be restored. Long Yu sighed, and took out his half of Taiyin wings. The Taiyin wings on both sides touched each other. Originally, Long Yu just wanted to restore this top-level spiritual level warrior from the past, but didn't want to restore it to its original state. But soon, Long Yu was shocked to find that the two Taiyin wings actually began to merge with each other and gradually reconnected. The traces cut off by Gigi's sword wings disappeared after a short while. Such a miraculous thing surprised not only Long Yu, but also the old man at the bottom of the lake. Even this old man has never seen a damaged soldier that can automatically return to its original state. It seems that it's because it was transformed by the 9 Nether Dragon seal. Looking at the shocked expression of the old man at the bottom of the lake, Long Yu thought to himself. Even the old man was shocked, so the reason why the Taiyin wings will automatically recover must be that even Wang Changfeng has never seen it before, and if he thinks about it casually, he knows that it must be because of the 9 Serenity Dragon seal. Long Yu was overjoyed when the Taiyin wings recovered, which meant that he could now perform the Dragon Sparrow dance while urging the Taiyin wings to explode at a faster speed. Powerful warriors, combined with powerful martial arts, of course complement each other and greatly enhance Long Yu's strength. The undead storm in the abyss of Ossuaries is still going on, but a small area near the clear water lake is calm and unaffected in the slightest. Hong Yu didn't wake up immediately, and it seemed that she would take care of her for a while. Stinky boy, come here, the old man asks you, what is the most important thing in martial arts? The old man at the bottom of the lake asked old-fashionedly. Of course strength is the most important thing. Long Yu replied without thinking. Wrong, the most important thing is not strength, but life. The old man chuckled, no matter how strong you are, once you die, you will lose everything. Therefore, as a martial artist, you must always put your own life first. So what? Long Yu asked back. So, old man, I decided to teach you a defensive martial skill. The old man at the bottom of the lake said, as long as you call me master, I will teach you the strongest defensive martial arts I have learned. Don't you need to knock 3 times? Long Yu doubted. Of course not, but after you leave here, you have to bring the heads of those 3 guys to the old man. You must remember this point. Wang Changfeng said with a slightly serious expression. I haven't asked you to be my teacher yet, so don't be teacher. Long Yu chuckled, not giving Wang Changfeng any face. You brat, this old man is the head of the majestic 7 disasters. Is it embarrassing for you to be a teacher? Wang Chang was so angry that his lungs would explode. In the past, if he wanted to accept apprentices, who would not rush to come over? It's really unreasonable that this brat is not rare now. It's really difficult. Long Yu answered truthfully. In his life, he does not worship the sky or the earth, nor does he need anyone to be his master. There is only one fundamental reason, he does not want to be manipulated by anyone. It doesn't matter, let's make a deal, as a man. Wang Changfeng pondered Long Yu's character for a while, and finally gave up the idea of taking him as a disciple, and said it in another way. Go ahead. Long Yu nodded, he was ready to bargain in his heart. The old man was locked at the bottom of the lake. Since he was going to make a deal, who would he cheat? The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Regarding Long Yu's calculations, Wang Chongfeng was naturally aware of it, but now that he was trapped at the bottom of the lake by the seal of the Forbidden God, he could only be in a passive position. The key is that Long Yu doesn't take advantage of lures. Next, the old man will teach you one defensive martial skill and one offensive martial skill. Together, you will get 3 martial skills. Wang Chongfeng said, "The 3 moves of martial arts are the prepayment I paid for those 3 heads. If the matter is achieved, I will hand over the cultivation mentality of crying blood to you. How about it?" What are the grades of defensive martial arts and offensive martial arts? Long Yu squinted his eyes. He had to ask clearly about this point, so as not to make any mistakes at that time. Of course it's also at the Xian level, but it doesn't reach the super level. Wang Chongfeng snorted softly. A set of offensive and defensive martial arts of the Xian level middle class, Yushui Vortex and Yeshua Xianmu are the master's favorite skills. A mid-grade mysterious water-controlling martial skill? Long Yu's heart moved. These 2 martial arts skills were actually Wang Chongfeng's mastery, so if they were performed outside, they might be recognized by others. That's no problem, deal. Long Yu nodded. A set of offensive and defensive martial arts at the middle grade of Xian level. If you don't learn it, you won't learn it. As for taking those 3 heads, Long Yu had to do what he could. If he had enough strength, it would be fine to kill those 3 former apprentices for Wang Chongfeng. Of course, when his own strength is not enough, Long Yu will definitely not seek his own death. Before Gigi envoy Hong Yu woke up, Long Yu began to practice this set of water-controlling martial arts. The principle of this set of martial arts is to condense the water vapor in the surrounding air to attack or defend, so the possibility of being affected by the environment is relatively high. If it is on the edge of a lake, or in a humid environment such as rainy days, the speed of this trick will be very fast, making it hard to guard against. But if it is in a desert-like dry area, it will not be so easy to use this trick. However, if it is successfully used, the attack power and defense ability of this move are also very terrifying, stronger than other ordinary black-level middle-grade martial arts. Water Control Vortex, a mid-level Xian-level attack martial skill, gathers the surrounding water vapor to form a water vortex, which is used to attack the enemy. It has extremely strong penetration, and is especially suitable for dealing with some defensive martial arts. Shuiyu Tian Curtain, Xian-level middle grade, defensive martial skill. It condenses water vapor to form a water flow barrier, which can defend against attacks from all directions. Due to the characteristics of water flow, this defense ability is not particularly strong, but the most important point is that this Yushui Tianmu can actually rebound part of the attack power. If the Yushui Tianmu is cultivated to the state of transformation, then as soon as the water flow barrier is released, 99% of the attack power can be reflected back to the attacker, and the effect is extremely terrifying. It is by no means an easy task to cultivate a middle-grade Xian-level martial skill to the level of transformation. Even for a superpower like Wang Chongfeng, who stands at the pinnacle of the entire Tianyu continent, it took 10 years to finally cultivate Yeshua Xianmu to the realm of transformation. Wang Chongfeng also depicted the training methods of these 2 martial arts on the surface of the clear water lake for Long Yu to refer to. Long Yu practiced for several days, and finally mastered the common foundation of these 2 martial arts, Yushui. Next, it's time to practice Yushui Vortex or Yeshua Xianmu. Anyway, there is a lot of time, and Long Yu is not in a hurry to learn these 2 martial arts skills. While comprehending these 2 martial arts moves, he is also practicing the body martial arts Dragon Sparrow dance that he has just learned, and his overall comprehensive strength is improving at an extremely fast speed. After learning these martial arts, if you cannot use the martial arts attached to the 9 nether dragon seal, then don't use them. The ancient consciousness is really palpitating. Long Yu thought in his heart that anyone would naturally be afraid of unknown existences that might be dangerous to him. Long Yu is no exception. The primordial consciousness generated out of thin air is so strong that he is not even sure of defeating it. While he was practicing martial arts, Ghost Valley Yi's envoy Han Yu finally woke up after being in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and she obviously didn't expect that she would have the chance to wake up. As soon as she woke up and opened her eyes, she saw a lake with clear water. Beside the lake was a little fox demon with fiery red fur. Wasn't this the firefox that followed Long Yu before? She sat up, feeling as if her whole body was falling apart, and she was seriously injured, as if her meridians had been eroded by some force. Is it the spirit of death? Hong Yu thought in her heart. She raised her head and saw a young human martial artist in black not far away, who was practicing some kind of martial art. Long Yu? He saved me? Hong Yu stood up while thinking. You finally woke up. I thought you couldn't wake up. Long Yu noticed the movement over there, and conveyed an idea through the wings of Tyene. You saved me? A thought came from Hong Yu. What do you say? Long Yu was non-committal, and didn't care much about Hong Yu waking up, and continued to practice those 2 mysterious martial arts on his own. Streams of water condensed when he waved his hands. Mysterious martial arts? Hong Yu could tell at a glance, and her expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that Long Yu would not die after falling into the abyss of hidden bones. Not only did he not die, but he seemed to have had some kind of adventure and comprehended some kind of cultivation method of mysterious martial arts. At this moment, her gaze finally turned towards the clear water lake, and she saw the ragged old man trapped by the seal of the forbidden god. He is? Hong Yu couldn't help asking. It's a senior of human martial arts. He taught me my martial arts. Long Yu replied, and then asked, by the way, do you think you can still fly? If you can, then leave here quickly, the storm of death has stopped. Hong Yu froze for a moment, and then thought, I'm here to find you. Go back? Long Yu squinted his eyes. Where are you going back? To your Shangkong tribe. I'm sorry for what happened before, but we didn't expect that Jianni would do such a thing to you. Hong Yu felt apologetic in her thoughts. On behalf of Master Kong Lei and Master Hong Yue, I invite you to return to our Shangkong tribe. In addition, I would like to thank you for saving me. You were drawn into the necromancer storm just to find me? Long Yu can probably be sure now, and can't help but feel a little puzzled. Even if there is the consciousness of Juhun, the leader of the Soaring Sky tribe in the Tyene Wings, but that is already a new consciousness, not the former leader of the Soaring Sky tribe. Master Kong Lei and Hong Yue want him to go back so much? Then tell me first, how is Jianni now? If he is still fine, I think there is no need for me to go back with you. Long Yu sent out an idea. The current Long Yu has not only learned the Xian-level supergrade martial arts, the dance of the dragon and sparrow, even the Tyene Wings have been fully restored. As long as he wants, he can leave here at any time. With just one Hong Yu, she will definitely not be able to catch up with him. Because of this, he didn't want to go to the Shangkong tribe at all. Although Master Kong Lei and Master Hong Yue treated him well, as a human being, he was not happy to be mixed with monsters all day long. Master Kong Lei has punished Jianni with 3 months of confinement. I can assure you that nothing like this will happen again. Hong Yu's thoughts were rather sincere. It's a pity that Jianni was only punished for 3 months of confinement, so he wanted to send Long Yu away? It seems that in the eyes of Master Kong Lei, my life is nothing more than 3 months of confinement. Long Yu faintly sent out his thoughts. Since this is the case, you can't guarantee that someone will attack me again. After all, I am a human martial arts cultivator, but you are demon cultivators. Little fox, let's go. Long Yu greeted him. The little fox demon Chi Hua understood Long Yu's meaning very well, and immediately jumped on Long Yu's shoulder and lay down obediently. Senior, there is a ghost cultivator tribe of Gigu Ishur nearby. In order to prevent them from chasing and killing them, I have to go first. Long Yu looked at the bottom of the clear water lake, and said apologetically. What he was sorry for was not that he wanted to leave first, but that he saved Han Yu, and the news that Wan Changfeng was trapped and locked here may spread. It's okay, you go first. Wang Changfeng smiled lightly. It's still a bit of a conscience of you, brat, knowing that my position has been exposed, but you don't have to worry about the old man. There are only a group of monsters, and there is nothing you can do to the old man. Then I will take my leave. After Long Yu finished speaking, he immediately performed the dragon sparrow dance, and a pair of huge pitch-black wings stretched out from behind him, leading him to fly upwards quickly. Han Yu was stunned when she saw it. She didn't understand human language, didn't know that Long Yu was saying goodbye to Wang Changfeng, and was still passing on ideas, apologizing to Long Yu and explaining something. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't want to pay attention to these things. The Guizhong tribe of Giguishur, Long Yu also listed it on the list to deal with, but it was not for the Xiangkong tribe. He just wanted to avenge the little fox, Chihua's father. Perhaps when Long Yu has enough strength, he will meet Han Yu, Master Kong Lei, and Master Han Yu, but it is definitely not now. Long Yu has already memorized the training methods of the 2 moves of Yushui martial arts, by heart. After returning to the human kingdom, finding a place with plenty of water to practice martial arts as soon as possible is the most important thing for him. Of course, before leaving, Long Yu did not forget to pick the 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses. These 3 herbs are very expensive. Even if you don't make alchemy, you can sell at least 30 or 50 crystal nuclei, and you can get a lot of useful pills. Of course, Long Yu was not in a hurry about this. He has just been promoted to the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he has not yet fully grasped the power of the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, so he is not in a hurry to improve the martial arts realm. Although the realm of martial arts is very important, the foundation is also very important. If you improve too quickly, the foundation will not be solid, which will have a great impact on your future practice. As if she had made up her mind, as soon as Han Yu saw Long Yu flying away, she immediately fluttered her wings and chased after Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu just flew up for a while when Han Yu stretched out her rainbow-like wings and chased after him. Tying wings, let's go. While performing the dragon bird dance martial skill, Long Yu urged the tying wings, and his whole body turned into a black streamer, and quickly flew towards the top of the hidden bone abyss. At the same time, he protected himself and the little fox demon Chihua with the barrier of the underworld, so that the surrounding necrotic energy would not have too much resistance. On the other hand, Han Yu, although she is a ghost beast who is good at flying, but due to recovering from a serious injury, she can't fly fast at all. In addition, as she flew all the way, she was always hindered by the spirit of the dead, which made her slow speed even slower. Are we going to the human world? The little fox demon Chihua, lying on Long Yu's shoulder, sent out a thought to him and asked. Well, let's find a place with water first. I must first successfully cultivate the martial arts of Yushui. Long Yu replied. The little fox demon Chihua didn't say much. It had made up its mind to follow Long Yu first, because it had nowhere to go now. It wants to reorganize the Firefox tribe in the Butterfly Valley, but so what? The Guizhong tribe will definitely not let go of a reorganized Firefox tribe. In the current situation, the many Firefox monsters of the Firefox tribe can only disperse and practice until they have the capital to fight against the Guizhong tribe, and then they can gather together again. The 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Chihua is very clear about its goal. Besides, following Long Yu, it should encounter many fighting opportunities and improve its sentry fighting ability. Long Yu didn't look back, and could feel Han Yu flapping her wings and flying behind him, but the distance was getting farther and farther away. Until he finally sprang up the gray mist of necromancy, and finally left the range of the bone abyss. The midday sun, which he hadn't seen for a long time, shone down, making him warm. But in Long Yu's heart, when he flew away from the abyss of hidden bones, a chill suddenly appeared. Look, it turned out to be that human martial artist. Brother Zigan, I really found that kid. What should I do now? 3 Ghost Valley Wing envoys from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm unexpectedly appeared in the sky not far from Long Yu, flying around looking for something. One of the purple-winged young Gigi envoys was Zigan, who had provoked Long Yu in the Xuanhuan tribe before. Zigan glanced at Long Yu, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Of course I killed him. Zigan's thoughts came out. Without even thinking about it, he flew towards Long Yu with the 2 followers behind him. The distance between the 2 sides is very close. It is impossible for Long Yu to avoid it. The only way is to face it head-on. Qihua, you harass them for me. I will kill one of them in seconds. Long Yu used his mind to convey his plan to Qihua. It was not the first time that Qihua and Long Yu cooperated. Immediately, the Nine-Tails True Spirit emerged from the sky behind him, and then a whirlwind of Qihua swept towards the 3 flying Zigans. The mere little fox demon dares to attack us Gigi, it's really beyond our control. Zigan's 2 servants didn't care about these flame whirlwinds at all, and used their methods at will to resist the red fire whirlwind. Zigan, on the other hand, completely ignored Qihua, and went straight to kill Long Yu. Monster skill, feather kill. Murderous intent flashed in Zigan's eyes, and then a series of purple wings pierced the air towards Long Yu like flying knives, obviously wanting to kill Long Yu with a single encounter. Yellow Spring Barrier. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, the aura of the 9 Netherness condensed out and blocked him in an instant. Countless purple feather killers flew towards Long Yu and bombarded the barrier of the underworld, smashing the entire barrier of the underworld within a short period of time. It's a pity that within such a period of time, Long Yu had already seized the opportunity and shifted his position. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, Death Looting. As soon as Long Yu's body moved, the pitch-black wings flickered away, leading him to appear not far from Zigan's side. He found that the stronger the killing intent in his heart, the faster the speed of performing Dragon Sparrow Dance would be, but the more profound energy would be consumed. Compared to other body skills, Dragon Sparrow Dance consumes a lot of profound energy. Even Long Yu, flying from the bottom of the hidden bone abyss to now, has already consumed half of the profound energy in his body. It must be done quickly. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, drunk in the underworld. Long Yu punched out from the side, and Zigan just wanted to react, but found that he could not move his body, and was restrained by a shadowless and invisible existence. The Spirit of xuanhuan. Long Yu punched out, and immediately the aura of the 9 Netherness condensed, forming a road to the underworld, covering Zigan in it. Wake up Palm Reincarnation. Fearing that the other party might have some powerful defensive means, Long Yu still blasted out his awakening Palm Reincarnation, lowering Zigan's cultivation to the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Stop. At this moment, Hong Yu from below finally flew up, and saw Long Yu fighting fiercely with Zigan at a glance. He wants to kill me, and won't let me fight back? Long Yu sneered, and immediately punched Huang Long straight, hitting Zigan's chest, and the chi of Jiuyo instantly penetrated its heart veins, killing him instantly. Gigui envoy Zigan, who lost his life, lost the ability to suspend in the air, and was about to fall. Long Yu grabbed him, and then flew away with wings. Those 2 followers of Zigan didn't expect Zigan to be killed by Long Yu when they met face to face, and they were stunned. The 2 of them were still dealing with those scarlet fire whirlwinds, and finally extinguished all the flames, but Zigan was killed, and even his body was taken away. You stop. Seeing this, Hong Yu suddenly became angry. Originally, she didn't have a good impression of human martial arts, but because of Master Kong Lei, for the benefit of the entire Xuanhuan tribe, she was willing to walk with Long Yu and communicate with him. Now seeing Long Yu kill her members of the Xuanhuan tribe with his own eyes, it is only natural that he would be extremely angry. This feeling is like a hunter who raised a wolf and wanted the wolf to kill the enemy, but before the wolf killed the enemy, he killed one of the hunter's family members first. Now Hong Yu's mood is exactly the same as that of this hunter. This is just the sword of the sword wing, return it to you. Long Yu faintly sent out his thoughts, and then without stopping, dragging Zigan's body, he flew farther and farther away. Due to the current situation of the xuanhuan tribe, Hong Yu and other Gigi envoys should not catch up, otherwise, if they were spotted by the Guizhong tribe, there would be only a dead end. The vengeance of a sword has finally been avenged. Long Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with him killing Zigan. After all, it was Zigan who wanted to kill him first, and the strong killing intent couldn't deceive his perception. Moreover, he didn't do anything harmful to the xuanhuan tribe before, and the sword wings of the xuanhuan tribe swung a sword at him. That sword cut off half of his Taiyin wings. If it wasn't for the fact that there is a lake with clear water in the abyss of hidden bones, and there is an old man locked in it, Long Yu might have died long ago. Hong Yu's heart is good, and she desperately wanted to come down to find him, but he also saved Hong Yu's life. From this aspect, the two sides are even. All in all, Long Yu has a clear grievance and hatred, and has a clear conscience. Are you still chasing? The two followers of Zigan looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Sure enough, there is nothing good for a human martial artist coming to our tribe. You go back and report the matter to Master Kong Lei. I will catch up first and follow him closely. Hong Yu's face was gloomy. However, if you chase him out, in case you are discovered by the Guizhong tribe. One of the followers hesitated. If you don't chase after him, Zigan's hatred will be forgotten like this? Hong Yu asked back. We're going right now. The two attendants quickly flapped their wings and flew down the mountain wall, ready to go back and inform the xuanhuan tribe about this matter. Long Yu never expected that Hong Yu would catch up directly. Holding Zigan's body in his hand, his flying speed slowed down a lot. With a thought, he saw a dense forest below, and flew down quickly. When he was in the dense forest, he took advantage of Hong Yu's loss of vision for a while, and threw Zigan's body into the Jiuyo space. A corpse of Giguishur, the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is very valuable, and Long Yu will not waste it by throwing it away. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu flew up from the dense forest again, and when he appeared in front of Hong Yu again, the Zigan corpse in his hand had disappeared. The reason for doing this is because he doesn't want the existence of the 9 nether space to be known by the monsters of the xuanhuan tribe. Where did you throw Zigan's body? Seeing this, Hong Yu's expression became even more gloomy, and she chased Long Yu at the fastest speed. With her cultivation at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, once she catches up with Long Yu will definitely have no choice but to catch her without a fight. However, she never expected that Long Yu would learn an astonishing movement and martial skill within a month of falling into the abyss of hidden bones, and his flying speed became even faster than her. Obviously a month ago, she needed to slow down so that Long Yu could barely keep up. Didn't you see it? It was thrown in the dense forest. Why don't you hurry up and find his body and bring it back? While speeding up, Long Yu conveyed his thoughts, which made Hong Yu, who was chasing after him, even more angry. Hong Yu only wanted to catch Long Yu now, and didn't think about the rest at all. As for Zigan's body, it wouldn't be too late to look for it after Long Yu was caught. Soon, she received the news that the powerhouses of the Soaring Sky tribe had been dispatched, and several peak powerhouses from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm were chasing after them at an extremely fast speed. Hong Yu was relieved and focused on following Long Yu. Her mission was to keep a close eye on Long Yu. As for Long Yu, his Dan Tian, which had been tempered by Tian Lei, jumped up quickly, which increased the recovery speed of his profound energy several times. At the same time, the dark dragon finch wings behind him quickly dissipated, leaving only a pair of lunar wings leading him forward. As a matter of course, his speed also slowed down. It's not that he doesn't want to leave this Soul Valley demon country quickly, it's just that the profound energy in his body can't hold up anymore. If he doesn't stop the dance of the dragon and sparrow, he will be overtaken soon. Seeing that Long Yu's speed had slowed down, Hong Yu couldn't help being overjoyed, and guessed that Long Yu's profound energy was almost exhausted. Chase. Hong Yu's pair of wings are like a rainbow, piercing the sky, getting closer and closer to Long Yu. And after Hong Yu, more Gigui envoys from the Soaring Sky tribe were chasing and killing Long Yu. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu quickly fled towards the distance with the little fox demon Chihua lying on his shoulders. Now he can only rely on the position of the sun to determine the direction, so he doesn't know whether the direction he is going in is 100% correct, but he can fly anyway, it doesn't matter which way he goes. Even if he didn't pass through the Butterfly Valley, he could still leave the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. So many people have come after me, it's true that they have a deep hatred with me. Long Yu felt quite emotional when he felt that many Gigi envoys were coming from behind him. The Xiongkong tribe treated him like a distinguished guest not long ago, inviting him and teaching him alchemy, making the relationship between the two parties seem to be very good. Now, Long Yu was just defending himself, killing a Zigan from their Xiongkong tribe, and their entire tribe would list him as an enemy. Even if the sword wing cut off the wings of Taiyin with one sword, causing Long Yu to fall into the abyss of hidden bones, he was only fined for 3 months of confinement. Among the Xiongkong tribe, even Master Kong Lei didn't regard Long Yu as a human being, he just treated him as a tool. Long Yu, the most uncomfortable thing in his life is being used as a tool by others. Chihua, I'm going to speed up, you hold on. Long Yu sent out a thought to remind him, and then he used the Dragon Sparrow Dance martial skill again, and his whole body was like a pitch-black phoenix flying across the sky. Many groups of monster beasts on the ground looked up at Long Yu flying in the sky. Immediately afterwards, he saw many Gigi envoys chasing after Long Yu. Which tribe do these Ghost Valley Wing envoys belong to? Many monsters are thinking in their hearts. You know, the information among the monsters is extremely well informed, and now in the entire Soul Valley monster country, the most eye-catching thing is that the Ghost Valley Wing splits the race. The grievances between the 3 major tribes, as well as the recent news released by the Guizhong tribe, if they can find the shelter of the Xiongkong tribe, they will be able to give a lot of rewards. Because of this, members of the Xiongkong tribe seldom appear outside, in order to prevent being seen by other monster tribes, so as to inform the Guizhong tribe. But this time, they are determined to catch up with Long Yu. Long Yucai is the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Although the flying speed is very fast now, there will always be times when the profound energy is exhausted. As long as they catch Long Yu and return to the abyss of Hidden Bone by detour, they will not be killed by monsters. Clans find shelter. Chase. Long Yu fled all the way, and after more than an hour, he finally saw an endless group of mountains towering into the clouds appearing in front of him. For more than an hour, he flew only on the Taiyin wings for a while, and used the dragon and bird dance martial skill for a while, always keeping a distance from the group of Ghost Valley wingmen behind him. And the profound energy in his body is finally almost exhausted. Now if he stops performing Dragon Sparrow Dance again, his speed will definitely slow down, and he will be overtaken by Giguishur. Therefore, even if his profound energy is about to be exhausted, he can only fly forward with all his strength. Ahead, the towering mountains are getting closer and closer, and gradually you can see the snow-capped mountains, interlaced peaks and valleys, and clouds and mist. Chihua, it's up to you. When he was about to enter the mountain, Long Yu sent a thought to the little fox demon, Chihua. Chihua nodded, then turned around, facing the group of Ghost Valley Wing envoys behind Long Yu, immediately released the 9-tailed True Spirit, and a whirlwind of flames exploded instantly. In an instant, the group of Ghost Valley Wing envoys lost Long Yu's figure in their eyes. Relying on this whirlwind of red fire, Long Yu hid his figure and quickly flew into the clouds of the snow mountain. A gust of cold wind blows, letting Long Yu know that he has already entered this snow-capped mountain range, and as long as he crosses this snow-capped mountain, he has already left the depths of the Heavenly Soul and Ghost Valley. He stopped performing the dance of the dragon and sparrow, trying to recover his profound energy as quickly as possible, and at the same time, urged the tying wings to take him to continue flying forward. However, since he killed Zigan, there seems to be something wrong with the tying wing. Originally, Long Yu and Tying Feather were in perfect harmony, and he didn't need to deliberately control Tying Feather. Tying Feather would automatically take him to fly. But now, Tying Yui seems to be less compatible with him, or he is dissatisfied with Long Yu, but unfortunately, this part of dissatisfaction is suppressed by Jiuyo longing forcibly. Long Yu can still fly with the tying wings, but the longer he flies, the more serious the resistance of the tying wings becomes. Could it be that killing its clansmen made it feel very uncomfortable? Long Yu was puzzled. Although under the strong suppression of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, Tying Yui has no chance of turning over, but this also shows that Long Yu and Tying Yui will definitely not have a chance to match Wu Shuang. Compatibility with Wu Shuang is the highest level of compatibility between martial arts and warriors. It's a pity that it's impossible for Long Yu to reach this highest level with tying wings. Since the Xuanhuan tribe regards Long Yu as a tool, then Long Yu also regards the tying wing as a tool. Anyway, with the 9 Nether Dragon Seal, the tying wing will not be able to escape, and its function will not be effective. Not weakened in the slightest. In the snow-capped mountains, Long Yu quickly walked between the snow peaks, and soon disappeared the group of Ghost Valley wing envoys. However, Long Yu knew that they must still be chasing after him. The group of Ghost Valley wing envoys who were chasing after him were all at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Once they were caught up by any of them, Long Yu would have no choice but to catch them without a fight. The next action is crucial. Long Yu walked through the snow-capped mountains. He didn't cross the snow-capped mountains all the way forward, but went all the way to the left along the snow-capped mountains. The Ghost Valley wing envoys never imagined that after Long Yu got into the snow mountain, he didn't even think to cross the snow mountain immediately and leave the deep range of Tianhun Ghost Valley, but flew along the snow mountain to other directions. They chased towards the snow mountain one by one, never expecting that Long Yu was flying farther and farther. "Brother Long, you can come up with such a plan, you are too powerful." The little fox demon Chi suddenly became quite admirable towards Long Yu. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't think it was a clever strategy, and when he received the word Brother Long in Chihua's mind, he couldn't laugh or cry. Is it really okay to be called Big Brother by a little fox demon? It's those Ghost Valley wing envoys who are too stupid, but we still can't take it lightly. As long as we haven't left Tianhun Ghost Valley, we are still in danger. Long Yu sent out a thought, and then changed direction, crossing towards the side of the snow mountain. A vast prairie appeared in front of Long Yu and the little fox demon Chihua. This is the outskirts of Soul Valley Demon Country. Chihua's eyes widened. It is only 12 or 13 years old this year. It has been following the Firefox tribe before, living in the depths of the Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, and the worst is in the Butterfly Valley. It has never been outside the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Well, that's it. Long Yu nodded, looking around. There was a blue sky, white clouds, and lush grasslands. If it wasn't for the fact that this place still belonged to the Soul Valley Demon Kingdom, he really wanted to put down his wings and go down to rest. It's a pity that now his whole body's profound energy is almost exhausted, so he must return to the human kingdom as soon as possible. Even if it is to go back to Mixed Sound City, it is better than being caught by the Gigui envoys of the Xuanhuan tribe. He flew all the way, and soon crossed half of the prairie, and in a few hours, he would be able to return to the human country. And the profound energy in his body finally fully recovered. At this time, several black spots gradually appeared in the sky behind him, and the group of Gigi envoys were still chasing after him all the way here. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, quick! Long Yu's use of this mysterious supergrade martial skill, even if it was only at the beginner stage, made his speed far surpass those of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, the Ghost Valley Wing envoys. The black wings stretched out, Long Yu's speed increased sharply, and it flew across the sky in an instant. In the distance behind him, several Ghost Valley Wing envoys quickly caught up, but found that the speed was no longer as fast as Long Yu's. The delay of these few hours actually made Long Yu almost recover the profound energy in his body. But they didn't give up. Obviously, unless there is no chance at all, they will not let Long Yu go. This is not only because Long Yu killed Zigan, but more importantly, the Taiyin wings behind him are the greatest reliance of the Shangkong tribe to unite with another tribe. Without the consciousness of Long Yu and Taiyin Yui, the leader Zhuhan, another group strategy tribe, would never join forces with the Shangkong tribe to fight against the Guizhong tribe. Long Yu flew all the way, and soon saw the mountain range in the outermost part of Tianhan Ghost Valley. The entrance to the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley appeared in his eyes, which made him a little lucky. Fortunately, he was going in the right direction, otherwise he might be in trouble. He ignored the Jianghu Wuxiu at the entrance of Tianhan Ghost Valley, but flew directly over them. Finally back to the human kingdom. However, when Long Yu looked back, he saw those Gigui envoys still chasing after him at the fastest speed, which made him frown slightly. Still chasing? Since this is the case, that's the only way. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu flew forward for a while, and finally saw the majestic mixing city appearing in front of him. Under the gazes of countless Jianghu Wuxiu in Mixing City, Long Yu stopped the Dragon Sparrow dance, put away the Taiyin wings, and landed on the city wall all at once. There are definitely more than 100,000 Jianghu Wuxiu in the entire Mixing City. Such a huge number, even if there is no strong person from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is still an extremely strong fighting force, and it is definitely not something that a few Gigi envoys can fight against. Seeing Long Yu falling into Mixing City, those Giga Wing envoys lingered in the distant sky for a long time, and finally left unwillingly. Long Yu has entered a human city, it is impossible for them to enter the city to arrest people. A crisis is resolved in this way. But Long Yu knew that he had just come out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Although those Gigui envoys of the Shangkong tribe wanted to capture him, but why didn't the Jianghu Wuxiu of Mixed Sound City want to tear him into pieces? In particular, he not only killed the largest gang member in the city, the Ghost Head Knife, but also caused the alchemist Feng Hai to disappear. Now, it was just over a month before Feng Hai entered the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. Mixed Sound City had just officially announced the disappearance of the alchemist Feng Hai, and it was the time when the hatred was the deepest. It's Long Yu, catch him. On the city wall, a general defending the city at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm saw Long Yu at a glance, and immediately commanded the nearby soldiers to attack Long Yu. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The guarding general of the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is already one of the strongest in the Mixed Sound City. The entire Mixing City is now ruled by the largest gang, and this gang, apart from the gang leader who is the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, has only 4 strong men from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to assist. This city guard general, Qin Jianwei, is one of them. His duties are to guard the city wall, charge tolls for Jianghu Wuxiu entering and leaving the city gate, and so on. As soon as Qin Jianwei gave an order, more than a dozen martial arts practitioners from all corners of the world rushed towards Long Yu and surrounded him. And Qin Jianwei himself did not dare to be careless. He was wearing a silver soldier's armor, holding a long knife, and personally attacked Long Yu. Rotating knife light. Qin Jianwei held a saber in his hand, with awe-inspiring power. Several saber lights swirled towards Long Yushi. Because he saw that Long Yu was flying down, he was afraid that Long Yu would fly away, so he immediately displayed the strongest martial skill at random, and let these saber lights surround Long Yu's head in several directions, blocking him. He flies away. Although he didn't know how Long Yu could fly, but no matter what, he had to keep Long Yu behind. Facing Qin Jianwei swirling saber lights, Long Yu hadn't moved yet, and the little fox demon Qihua on his shoulder had already condensed into the Qihua shield wall. The scarlet fire spread, forming a layer of flame shield wall, which blocked those few rotating saber lights at once. The little fox demon Qihua is also the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Facing Qin Jianwei sword light, there is no need to be afraid at all. Monster? Only then did Qin Jianwei notice the little fox on Long Yu's shoulder, and his expression couldn't help but change. It turned out to be a fire fox monster in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, helping Long Yu fight. It's no wonder that alchemist Feng Hai disappeared in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley. It turns out that you kid, are in league with monsters. Qin Jianwei snorted coldly, and the speed of the long knife in his hand did not decrease, and he continued to swing several sword lights, and these few knife lights were faster and more powerful. There are already quite a few monsters in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm that have died under my sword. Qin Jianwei rolled over with a sword light, his eyes were murderous. The little fox demon Qihua jumped off Long Yu's shoulder, condensed the Qihua, and confronted Qin Jianwei. Although it has only entered the realm of unity of true spirits not long ago, its strength is not bad at all. After all, it has the best bloodline in the Firefox tribe and has gathered the existence of 9-tailed true spirits. As for Long Yu, the profound energy in his whole body quickly recovered. Looking around, seeing that many martial arts practitioners around him wanted to kill him, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. These Jianghu martial artists all thought that he was only the 5th-level kid in the True Spirit Secret Realm, but who would have known that his combat power had also reached the point where he could defeat the 7th-level strongman in the True Spirit Secret Realm. Looking at the greedy looks in the eyes of these Jianghu Wuxiu, Long Yu didn't have any compassion. Since you are licking blood on the tip of your knife, you must be prepared to be slaughtered. These Jianghu martial arts practitioners all regard Long Yu as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and they show their martial arts skills towards him from a distance. Swords, lights, swords, and shadows are overwhelmingly coming towards Long Yu. Yellow Spring Barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the aura of the 9 serenities condensed into a barrier of the underworld, resisting all the attacks of swords, lights, swords, and shadows. Drunk and lying in the underworld, the 9 secluded worlds explode. Immediately, he slammed his fist on the ground, and a burst of 9 nether chi gushed out from the ground, turning into a pillar of air and killing a Jianghu Wuxiu, who was the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in one fell swoop. It stands to reason that Long Yu would have been able to urge Taiyin's wings long ago, and fly away with the little fox demon Qihua. But Long Yu raised his head to look at the horizon, but saw several black dots, which went back and forth unexpectedly. The Gigui envoys of the Shangkong tribe obviously saw the scene where Long Yu landed on the city wall and was immediately targeted by many martial artists. They saw hope again, and they went back and forth, waiting for Long Yu to be chased away by human martial arts and fly into the air again. At that time, Long Yuka will become their meal. If you can't fly, you can only fight. Long Yu's face darkened. It is not a wise way to fight against many Jianghu martial arts in Mixed City, but now Long Yu has no other choice. 10,000 people killed. As soon as Long Yu killed the enemy with his marksmanship, he shattered the heart of one of the Jianghu Wuxiu. The successive deaths of 2 Jianghu Wuxiu made everyone aware of Long Yu's strength. The young man in black in front of him, who looked like he was only the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, was definitely more powerful than the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. No wonder, I heard that this kid can kill the ghost knife when he reaches the 4th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Many people gasped. They didn't dare to approach Long Yu anymore. They only dared to surround him not far away to prevent him from escaping. "Old Qin, I'll help you." At this moment, a bold and rude voice came from under the city wall. Immediately afterwards, I saw a shirtless strong man leaping onto the city wall, holding a pair of huge axes in his hand, and waving towards Long Yu. Another strong man at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Axe King Linhe is one of the 4 guardians of the largest guild in Mixing City. He is extremely powerful. He once killed several martial artists from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who were causing trouble in Mixing City. He is the defender of order in Mixed City, and also the most violent protector. "Stinky boy, you dare to assassinate the alchemist of our soul-chasing gang. Today, I, He, will avenge Master Feng Hai." The Axe King, He, jumped onto the city wall, and slashed down at Long Yu with his twin axes. So strong. Feeling the attack of the Axe King Linhe, Long Yu immediately felt the terrifying coercion in it. This guy is much stronger than that Qin Jianwei. "Qihua, retreat first, go outside the city." Long Yu sent out a thought to the little fox demon, and then jumped out of the city wall, and the tiny wings stretched out instantly, allowing him to glide. The little fox demon Qihua nimbly jumped onto Long Yu's shoulder at the last moment, and glides with him across the moat, and soon landed on the grassland outside the mixed city. Boom! A loud noise came from the city wall behind, and the axe of the Axe King He slashed on the city wall like this, creating a big crack in the thick city wall of mixed sound, which shows its terrifying power. Even if Long Yu used the barrier of the underworld, he might not be able to stop the opponent's axe. "Hurry up." Seeing this, Qin Jianwei and Axe King Linhe immediately issued an order, and the entire Soul Chaser gang in Mixed City took action. Not long ago, the head of the soul-chasing gang issued a statement, saying that alchemist Feng Hai had disappeared, and wanted to recruit a Jianghu alchemist to take Feng Hai's place. Only 2 or 3 days later, Long Yu, the culprit, appeared in front of them. How could they bear it? "Brother Long, how did you provoke the martial arts in this city?" The little fox demon lay on Long Yu's shoulder and fled towards the distance of Mixed Sound City, sending out thoughts with some doubts. Long Yu recalled the scene at that time, and conveyed the whole thing to Qihua as an idea. At that time, Long Yu just wanted to find a place to sell some things, but alchemist Feng Hai's followers wanted to rob him by force, and wanted to forcibly keep a part of Long Yu's body. "Anyone who encounters such a thing, I am afraid it is impossible to bear it." Long Yu beheaded the follower of the alchemist Feng Hai, thus becoming enmity with the Soul Chaser gang. Before they ran far, Qin Jianwei and King Axe Linhe came out from the gate of the city and chased Long Yu at a very fast speed. At this moment, Long Yu saw a familiar figure appearing in front of him. "Lu Fuji?" Long Yu narrowed his eyes. The old man Lu Fuji is in charge of the business world of the Lu family, a family of the Tang dynasty, and at this moment, Lu Fuji is leading a group of Lu family members, and they are heading towards Mixed Sound City. Seeing that Long Yu was running away quickly, the old man Lu Fuji, who was sitting immediately as the leader, suddenly looked surprised. Immediately, Lu Fuji saw Qin Jianwei and Axe King who were chasing and killing Long Yu, and he had a plan in mind. "Little friend Long Yu." Lu Fuji greeted Long Yu. "The last time we were in the Imperial City, it wasn't that our Lu family didn't help you, it was just that our Lu family couldn't help us even if we took action against the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. So this time, do you want to help?" Long Yu said. While chatting and laughing, he had already brought the little fox demon, Qihua, to not far from Lu Fuji. That's natural, everyone obeys orders and protects little friend Long Yu. With Lu Fuji's order, a group of Lu family martial cultivators he brought immediately protected Long Yu one after another. It's really useless. It was Lu Fuji himself who had reached the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which made Long Yu pay attention to his movements and eyes. The two strong men from Mixing City are chasing and killing me, Lu Fuji, you lead someone to help me stop them now, and the favor owed to me by your Lu family will be cancelled. Long Yu said this on purpose. Good. Lu Fuji said in a deep voice. Long Yu led the little fox demon Chihua and ran at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he was about to pass by Lu Fuji. If Lu Fuji led someone to stop him, Long Yu would definitely be able to leave Mixed Sound City easily, but even without them, Long Yu might not be caught. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. When Long Yu and Lu Fuji passed by, Lu Fuji suddenly raised his hand, and a burst of profound energy condensed in his hand. At the same time, two Lu family powerhouses at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm behind Lu Fuji attacked at the same time. Meteorite Charm. In a short period of time, Lu Fuji has comprehended the charm of the law of meteorites, and can use it freely. Little friend Long, don't blame me. This time, our Lu family has an important deal with the soul-chasing gang in Mixing City. If I can capture you, I can take the initiative in the negotiation and let the soul chaser help me. A favor. There was a bit of regret in Lu Fuji's words. At the same time, a burst of tyrannical meteorite divine charm power descended from the sky, blocking Long Yu. Two strong men from the Lu family at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm attacked Long Yu with a kick and a punch, trying to force him back. I've been on guard against you for a long time, Lu family's treacherous person, how can I trust you a second time? Sudden attack, Long Yu did not panic at all. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth are slightly upturned, which is his expression when he succeeds in his scheme. Die the Dead. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu never expected that he would meet Lu Fuji and this group of people from the Lu family here. Originally, he thought that if Lu Fuji really blocked him, then the next time he returned to the Tang dynasty, he would not trouble the Lu family. But as he expected, this Lu Fuji is a hypocrite who looks very moral, but actually throws morality aside in the face of interests. Since you are ungrateful and want to deal with me, then let me go. Facing the attack from Lu Fuji and two strong Lu family members, Long Yu had already prepared to deal with it. A barrier of the underworld appeared in an instant, completely blocking Lu Fuji's punch that contained the charm of meteorites. Lu Fuji's punch contained the power of the meteorite charm law that he had just comprehended not long ago. With one punch, he could easily crush a boulder. But now, his punch was easily blocked by Long Yu. What? Seeing this, Lu Fuji's expression changed. He came from a distance, but he didn't see the scene where Long Yu jumped off the city wall, and he didn't know what kind of strength Long Yu had reached. At this time, he punched himself, but was blocked by Long Yu with ease, which made him stunned for a moment. Back then, when he had just met Long Yu, this kid had just stepped into the realm of the true spirit not long ago, but it had only been so long, and he had grown to the point where he could rival Lu Fuji. When discussing martial arts in the 7 schools, Long Yu was able to defeat Yu Qianning, which already surprised him, but it was a bit of a coincidence after all. After all, it avoided Yu Qianning's strongest spirit of summoning the Emperor of the Sword Spirit. But now, Lu Fuji suddenly attacked him. Even with a sudden sneak attack, he couldn't make Long Yu panic at all. It can be seen that the current Long Yu's strength has long surpassed his imagination. Let's go. Long Yu condensed the spirit of 9 seclusion with one fist, and swung it towards Lu Fuji. Wake up palm reincarnation. The power of reincarnation exploded out, covering Lu Fuji in an instant, causing his martial arts realm to drop to the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm, and this is exactly the same level as Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu punched, drunk and lying in Xuanhuan condensed the spirit of Joyo, and hit Huanglong directly. Meteorite charm. Lu Fuji didn't have time to display his defensive martial skills, but only had time to punch out the same punch, which contained the mysterious jade-level law power and meteorite charm that he had comprehended because of Long Yu. The fists of both sides collided together. Without any suspense, Lu Fuji was directly blasted by Long Yu's punch, fell heavily on the ground, overturned a carriage brought by the Lu family, and all kinds of goods fell to the ground in a mess. At the same time, Lu Fuji's whole body has been eroded by the qi of the netherworld. Even if he can be treated in time and survive, he will definitely be seriously injured and his strength will drop greatly. Red Fire Whirlwind. The little fox demon Qihua on Long Yu's shoulder was not noticed by the Lu family. Knowing that the Scarlet Fire Whirlwind erupted, the people of the Lu family discovered that there was actually a monster with the 7th level of real spirit mystery on Long Yu's shoulder. Under the whirlwind of Scarlet Fire, the two Lu family powerhouses at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who had sneaked up on Long Yu were immediately thrown away, their entire bodies were burned, and they rolled on the ground in pain. And the whirlwind of red fire spread rapidly, burning all the goods in the Lu family's carriage. Judging by the situation, it might only take a while for all these goods to be reduced to ashes. There was a complete enmity between Long Yu and the Lu family. Originally, because of the meteorite deal, it was possible for the Lu family and Long Yu to get together, but unfortunately, Lu Fuji facilitated that deal with his own hands, but buried his friendship with Long Yu with his own hands. Let's go. Seeing that the people from the Soul Chaser gang in Mixed Sound City were about to catch up, Long Yu took the little fox demon Qihua with him and quickly retreated. Where to run? Axe King Linha was the fastest, and immediately jumped over the pile of burning goods, and quickly caught up with Long Yu. He chased after him alone? Long Yu looked back quietly, and saw Lin He, the Axe King, shirtless, extremely strong, holding two big axes. While running, he slashed through the air with the two axes, drawing several saber lights, and swept away. Come over. Qihua, cooperate with me, kill. Long Yu's thoughts were conveyed, and then a pair of pitch-black phoenix wings stretched out behind him, allowing him to fly directly into the air. With this move, he easily dodged the several air slashes of Axe King Linhe, and seemed to want to escape. Want to run? Axe King Lin he smiled cruelly, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes, and his pair of big axes seemed to be extremely hungry and thirsty. There is no one who can escape from the double axes of my Axe King Lin he, but it is definitely not you, the double axes are in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the axes in his hand suddenly spun towards Long Yu as if they had spirituality, causing Long Yu's face to change slightly. The Axe King, Lin He, and this pair of axes are at least compatible with the apocalypse. No wonder Long Yu feels that his strength is stronger than that of Qin Jianwei. This guy, being able to be called Axe King, will definitely not be in vain. Facing the double axe move of Axe King Linha, Long Yu didn't dare to resist it head-on. After all, he didn't know what level this move was, and he didn't know its specific power at all. If the Yellow Spring Barrier can't resist it, it will be unlucky. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow. Lunar Wings, explode. Long Yu's back stretched out his wings, like a black phoenix, soaring towards the sky, and the two spinning axes were behind Long Yu, chasing after him. Red Firestorm. At this moment, the little fox Qihua found an opportunity and spewed a storm of scarlet fire towards the Axe King Linha, trying to deal with Linha who had lost his twin axes. True Spirit. Axe King Lin he didn't panic. At this moment, a pair of big axes and real spirits were released from behind him, and he actually held them in his hands. The appearance of these two axe spirits immediately blocked Chihua's gust of scarlet fire, but they couldn't hurt Linha the Axe King in the slightest. Ninetails True Spirit. The little fox Qihua gritted his teeth, and the nine-tailed True Spirit emerged from behind it. Immediately afterwards, 3 flame whirlwinds condensed at the same time, and swept towards Axe King Linha from 3 directions. Double axes, whirlwind. The Axe King Lin he didn't sit still, but swung the twin axes with great force, forming a whirlwind of axes. The three flame whirlwinds condensed by the red fire were blown away by the axe whirlwind in an instant, making it impossible to get close to the Axe King Linha. This human martial arts, so strong. The little fox's heart sank. Although Axe King Linha is also at the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm, his true strength is much stronger than it, and the key reason lies in his martial arts. Monster beasts can also learn monster skills, but the monster skills possessed by the Firefox tribe are of the same level as those in Zhenchenzong. Whether it is the Flame Whirlwind or the Flame Storm, they are all just high-level spirit-level demon skills. But the various battle axe martial arts performed by Axe King Lin he are all spiritual level supergrade. In mid-air, Long Yu soared up quickly, but the pair of axes of King Axe Lin he kept chasing after him. I can't hide, I can only fight hard. Long Yu's heart trembled, he turned around and punched Samsara with his palm, and the power of Samsara completely enveloped the pair of axes. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the power of the pair of axes in the chaotic world was weakened a lot, and then Long Yu raised his hand, condensing a layer of hell barrier. The next moment, the double axes cut on the netherworld barrier, and instantly chopped the netherworld barrier into pieces. However, the defense of the netherworld barrier also resisted the tendency of the two axes to continue advancing. Lower. Long Yu landed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. He saw from a distance the Gigi envoys of the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, who wanted to chase them down just now, but luckily he landed on the ground, which made them lose their minds. This made it impossible for Long Yu to escape from this place by flying, and could only run on the ground. And once they get away from the crowd, those Gigi envoys might still frantically catch up. What a hassle. Long Yu gritted his teeth, landed on the ground, and walked together with the little fox demon Chihua. Let's go first, this axe guy is very strong. Long Yu could tell that if he wanted to kill Axe King Lin he would definitely waste a lot of time. By that time, more people from the soul-chasing gang of Mixing City would probably arrive. The little fox demon nodded, without any hesitation, gathered a storm of scarlet fire, swept towards Axe King Linha, then turned around and followed Long Yu to flee into the distance. Axe King Lin he did not wait for Qin Jianwei to join him, but chased and killed Long Yu alone. Stinky boy, stop for me, where did Feng Hai, the alchemist of our soul-chasing gang, go? Axe King Lin he saw that he couldn't catch up with Long Yu for a while, so he started to ask loudly. How do I know where he went? You can go to the Butterfly Valley to look for him, he may still be alive. Long Yu laughed while running away. Stinky boy looking for death. Axe King Lin he was very irritable, he snorted coldly, and then a pair of axes flew towards Long Yu again. Wake up palm reincarnation. Xuanhuan barrier. Long Yu used 2 moves in succession, directly blocking his pair of axes back. I may not necessarily die, but the alchemist Feng Hai may have already been fed by monsters. Long Yu sneered. Ah. Brat, you are courting death. Axe King Linha became even more angry. You know, the alchemist Feng Hai has refined elixir and saved his life. If Feng Hai was really buried in the Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley because of Long Yu, he would naturally have to avenge Feng Hai and kill Long Yu. It's a pity that he can see now that Long Yu's speed is not slower than him at all. If he keeps chasing like this, he may be in danger himself. Brat, do you dare to stop and challenge me one-on-one? Axe King Lin he cursed angrily. You think I'll believe you? Long Yu scoffed. In the name of King Axe, I guarantee that others will never do anything. Axe King Lin he shouted solemnly. Now Long Yu didn't speak, but ran faster. What in the name of King Axe guarantees that others will not do anything? If Long Yu really believed this kind of nonsense, he would be too childish. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu and the little fox demon Chihua fought and retreated together, and soon moved away from the mixed city. Looking around, the city walls of the mixed city were no longer visible. Axe King Lin he chased after him desperately, biting Long Yu's butt tightly. As long as Long Yu relaxes a bit, he will chop off those axes. As for Qin Jianwei and other Jianghu Wuxiu in Mixed City, they were left far behind, unable to catch up with Long Yu's pace, and gradually disappeared. On the other hand, in the sky, the Gigi envoys of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, seeing Long Yu getting farther and farther away from the Mixed Sound City, actually courageously chased after him and flew across the sky. At this moment, a wide river finally appeared in front of Long Yu, which made him happy. There is a river, but you can try to use the water control martial art taught by the old man to deal with the Axe King Linhe, and see how powerful it is. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu quickened his pace and ran towards that river. Where to run? When Axe King Linhe saw a big river in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble, knowing that Long Yu couldn't be allowed to fly across this river. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch up with Long Yu. Thinking of this, Axe King Lin he immediately flew out with a pair of axes, causing chaos in the world. The pair of axes, carrying infinite power, broke through the air, brought a gust of hurricane, and rushed towards Long Yu, trying to stop him from escaping. Chihua, do it. When Long Yu's thoughts came out, his whole body suddenly flickered to the side. At the same time, all his thoughts were placed on feeling the moisture in the surrounding air. Waterproof vortex condenses water vapor to form a vortex. If successfully used, its power is stronger than ordinary middle-grade mysterious martial arts. The Yushui Tianmu uses water vapor to condense into a defensive barrier, which can also rebound part of the attack power. Long Yu thought in his heart, at this moment, his comprehension in the abyss of hidden bones for many days finally came to fruition. Just as he was approaching this wide river, Long Yu felt a breakthrough. At this moment, he finally raised his hand, condensing a layer of crystal-clear water curtain. This layer of water curtain was just a thin layer when it first appeared, but it soon became more and more solid in the water vapor that was continuously condensed by Long Yu, just blocking the pair of flying axes of the Axe King Linhe. The Yushui Tianmu. Long Yu let out a sharp shout, and the profound energy in his whole body was mobilized, and they all gathered on the Yushui sky curtain in front of him. This layer of water curtain looks translucent, and it seems to be easy to defeat. Axe King Lin he grinned. This kid, if he wants to use this defensive martial skill to resist his double axe chaos, he is looking for death. However, the next moment, Axe King Lin his smile froze on his face. I saw his twin axes rushing out with a hurricane, and quickly pierced through the water barrier in front of Long Yu. However, those axes seemed to be embedded in the water barrier, and were no longer affected by him. Control. The next moment, those axes carried the same hurricane, and turned towards the Axe King Linhe. What happened? Axe King Lin his heart skipped a beat, and he realized that something was wrong. He and the pair of axes were in line with the apocalypse, but now, he couldn't feel the vague consciousness of the pair of axes. How can this be? The next moment, he released his dual-axe true spirit entity, firmly blocking the pair of counter-killing axes. Bang! Clang! The axes collided and crisscrossed, and Axe King Linhe felt the consciousness of his pair of battle axes again, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He almost thought that Long Yu in front of him was so evil that he could wipe out the consciousness of his soldiers, which was too scary. Axe King Linhe was still in shock, but at this moment, a storm of scarlet fire had enveloped him, and the little fox demon Chihua, taking advantage of Long Yu's defense, naturally launched an offensive. I said it all, your trick is useless to me. Axe King Lin he grinned, swung out a pair of axes, and the whirlwind of the two axes instantly blew away the storm of red fire. However, the next moment, he discovered that just after this burst of scarlet firestorm, there was actually a vortex of water attacking out of thin air. Taking advantage of the little fox demon Chihua's attack, Long Yu sensed that the big river behind him quickly condensed water vapor, forming a vortex of water flow, gathered on his fist, and then swung out with one punch. Royal Water Vortex. It was the first time Long Yu used this mysterious middle-grade martial skill. At this moment, he could clearly feel the power of this move. The level of martial arts is really too important. Just like Long Yu back then, facing the great sword emperor summoned by Yu Qianning, was helpless with the big sword whirlwind move, the current Axe King Lin he also felt this way when facing Long Yu's move of controlling water vortex. This vortex of water sucked in the surrounding air, making Axe King Linhe, who was facing this move head-on, feel as if he was about to suffocate. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately held the double axes, and the real spirit entities of the two axes behind him condensed, making a total of 4 axes, and were ready to resist the vortex of water at the same time. There was a sound of turbulent water, and then King Axe Lin, he and his 4 axes were all sucked in by the vortex of water. Axe King Lin he couldn't believe that the 5th level of the Long Yucai True Spirit Secret Realm could display such a powerful martial skill, even he couldn't resist it with all his strength. Immediately afterwards, King Axe Lin he was swept away heavily, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. He didn't suffer much injuries, but he was thrown into disarray by this move of Yushui Vortex. Not only did he fall to the ground, but his whole body was soaked, causing a shadow in his heart. Before he stood up from the ground, Long Yu's next move arrived. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, drunk in the underworld. Long Yu punched out, quickly condensed the spirit of the underworld, and bound Axe King Linhe to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the road to the underworld spread out, enveloping King Axe Linhe. 9 Nether Blast. A column of 9 nether chi pierced through the body of Axe King Lin, he, gushing out, finally making him completely eroded by the 9 nether chi. Sharp. Seeing this, the little fox demon, Chihua stared aside. That move of Yushui Vortex is really powerful. Although it is a beginner and does not have much attack power, the water vortex can blow people away, make them lose their balance, and disrupt the enemy's position. Coupled with Long Yu's super powerful 9 Serenity Dragon Fist, he can kill his opponent in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the Yushui Vortex, Long Yu Guang would not be able to harm the Axe King Linhe even if he used the 9 Yulong Fist, because he and the twin axes are in harmony with the apocalypse, and those 2 axes have active fighting consciousness. Even if Long Yu restrained the Axe King Lin he with the spirit of the underworld, his axes would automatically defend against Long Yu's next attack. When he came to the edge of the river, Long Yu manipulated the water flow and killed the Axe King Lin he, which made him develop a lot of affection for the old man Wang Chongfeng under the abyss of hidden bones. However, Long Yu knew that his crisis had not been completely resolved. Come on, let's jump into the river. Long Yu picked up the tomahawk warriors of Axe King Linhe and threw them into the 9 nether space, then picked up the little fox demon Chihua and ran towards the river. Because as soon as Long Yu raised his head, he saw the Ghost Valley Wing envoys not far away, chasing him at an extremely fast speed. These monsters are really annoying. Long Yu and the little fox demon Chihua jumped into the turbulent river with a plop, followed the current, and quickly moved downstream. Due to the turbulent waves in the river, the figures of the 2 disappeared from the sight of the Ghost Valley Wing envoys very quickly. Chihua, can you do it? Holding the little fox demon in his arms, Long Yu hurried forward at the bottom of the river, and asked, with a thought. It's fine in a short time, but if it takes a long time, I may not be able to hold on. The little fox demon Chihua replied weakly. It's a firefox. If a firefox jumps into the water, it won't feel good. Fortunately, its cultivation base is not low, and it will be fine for the time being. Long Yu didn't know what happened to the Ghost Valley Wing envoys above. Now he could only follow the direction of the water flow. As long as he could get rid of those Ghost Valley Wing envoys, he would be free. Going forward under the water like this, those Ghost Valley Wing envoys should not be able to find me. Long Yu thought in his heart. However, before he was happy for too long, he felt a terrifying force coming from above the river and acting on him. Rise. With a chuckle of disdain, Long Yu felt himself and the little fox demon Chi-hua being dragged out of the water at the same time. With a bang, Long Yu was pulled up from the bottom of the water, and fell heavily on the shore, just like the little fox demon Chi-hua. Oops. Long Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that he was caught by those Gigui envoys? Enduring the severe pain all over his body, he raised his head, only to see that it was not those Gigui envoys, but a human martial artist. A young man in golden clothes was floating above his head in the sky. He was handsome, but there was a hint of arrogance and superiority in his eyes. Heavenly man. Secret realm. Long Yu was shocked. How could such a young expert in the secret realm of heaven and man appear here, and even dragged Long Yu up from the bottom of the water with great force? Looking at the eyes of this young man in the secret realm of heaven and man, Long Yu could tell that this guy definitely did not come here to save him on purpose. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the young man and the Gigui envoys, Long Yu wanted to escape, but found a huge force suppressing him, making him unable to move even a little bit. Giguisher, Xiangkong tribe, you have crossed the line. The young man in the secret realm of heaven and man said lightly. Those Gigui envoys looked at each other, but one of them could speak human language. Envoy of the Holy Court, we just want to catch this person and hope it will happen. The leader, Giguisher, said respectfully to the young man in golden clothes. Even though these Gigui envoys have reached the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, they can only bow their heads in front of the young people in the heavenly human secret realm. You are not qualified to negotiate terms. The young man in golden clothes sneered, and said bluntly, hurry up, or else you will be deprived of the qualification of your Xiangkong tribe to participate in the heavenly election. This envoy of the Holy Court, please don't deprive our tribe of Sword Wing of the holy election qualification, we will leave now. Several Ghost Valley Wing envoys said in a hurry, then looked at Long Yu unwillingly, then turned around and flew away from the place. When Long Yu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Sword Wing? Holy election qualification? Could it be that Jianni, a young man from the Soaring Sky tribe, who cut off his Taiyin wings, also wants to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection? Long Yu didn't think about this question for too long. Because the young man in golden clothes, after driving away those Gigui envoys, turned his head and looked down at Long Yu with a strong disdain and contempt in his eyes. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Who is this guy? Such a question popped up in Long Yu's mind. He could tell that the young man in the mysterious realm of heaven and man in the golden clothes in front of him seemed to know him. According to what that Gigui envoy said, this guy is the envoy of the heavenly mandate holy court. This man knows my mother. Long Yu quickly came to a conclusion, clenching his teeth, trying to break free. But he discovered that the tyrannical coercion emanating from the young man in the secret realm of heaven and man made him unable to move even a finger, and the profound energy in his body was completely suppressed and unable to circulate, making him unable to display any martial skills at all. An ant may shake a tree, beyond its capabilities. The young man in golden clothes felt that Long Yu wanted to break free from his shackles, so he couldn't help but smiled contemptuously and said, with your cultivation, if you can break free from my shackles, I, Xuanji Tianchen, will be in vain as a person in the secret realm of heaven and man. What do you want? Long Yu can't do anything with his whole body now, but he can do it with words. It seems that the other party let go on purpose. I am the envoy of Tianyu North Courtyard. Xuanji Tianchen said lightly, for helping you drive away those Gigui envoys, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Yeah? Long Yu asked back, if they weren't chasing me, I'm afraid you would have appeared and chased them away when they had just left Soul Valley Monster Country. Long Yu is very clear about this. This golden-clothed young man from the heavenly human mystery realm, Xuanhuan Chen, on the surface drove away those Gigui envoys for him, but in fact, he was targeting Long Yu from the beginning to the end. As the envoy of Tianyu North Courtyard, this Xuanhuan Chen's duty is probably to guard this area and prevent monsters from crossing the border. But until now, after Long Yu had been hunted down for so long, he didn't show up, making it clear that he wanted to make Long Yu suffer. You guessed right. Xuanhuan Chen smiled lightly, with contempt still in his eyes, but so what? I just want to see, as the grandson of that person, what kind of martial arts talent you have. Now it seems that it is nothing more than pretty normal. The grandson of that one? Long Yu's heart trembled. What Xuanhuan Chen said was definitely not his grandfather in the Tang dynasty, Long Yuanjian. In this way, it could only be on his mother Bei Yuya's side. It seems that Bei Yuya's father, that is, Long Yu's grandfather, seems to have a very noble status in Tianyu North Courtyard. It's a pity that Long Yu's identity must not be recognized by him. After all, the combination of Bei Yuyao and Long Zitian has been opposed by all the people in the North Court of Tianyu. In less than 2 years, it will be the holy selection of heaven's mandate. Xuanhuan Chen looked at Long Yu and jokingly said, if you have enough talent, you can participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection. It's a pity, now it seems that you don't even have the qualifications to participate in the heavenly mandate holy selection. Forget it, I won't stay here to attack you anymore, just let you fend for yourself. After Xuanhuan Chen finished speaking, he immediately shifted his gaze to the little fox demon Chihua, raised his hand, and grabbed the little fox demon Chihua. This little guy is quite interesting, Ninetail's true spirit. It is said that it is the inheritance that can lead the Firefox monster clan to glory. I took it away, Long Yu. I am looking forward to seeing you in this life, as long as it's a pity that now it seems that with your strength, there is no way to see me again. After Xuanhuan Chen finished speaking in disdain, he turned around and wanted to leave with the little fox demon Chihua. In the eyes of the little fox Chihua, there was a look of panic, and he wanted to escape in a little panic. But how could he escape from the palm of the strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man? Long Yu was suddenly filled with anger, his eyes seemed to burst into flames. Although he doesn't feel that the little fox is something he owns, Chihua has been with him for so long, and it can be said that he has established a lot of emotions. But now, this Xuanhuan Chen wants to forcibly take Chihua away. Why, not reconciled? Xuanhuan Chen turned around, didn't even look at Long Yu, but said disdainfully, in this world, martial arts are the most respected, and a weak person like you is like an ant in my eyes. What right do you have to be unwilling? Are you qualified to be angry? You let it go. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Idiot, this little guy is already mine, why do you let me go? Xuanhuan Chen laughed loudly, grabbed the little fox with one hand, and rose up against the sky the next moment. Long Yu gritted his teeth tightly, staring at Xuanhuan Chen's tyrannical back in golden clothes, feeling extremely unwilling. At this moment, he almost wanted to release the 9-nether dragon true spirit, and also prevented Xuanhuan Chen from taking Chihua away. But the little fox sent a thought to him, Brother Long, take care of yourself, don't be impulsive, even if I am taken away by him, I should be fine. Chihua clearly knew what kind of sequelae would happen if Long Yu erupted. What's more, in the face of the terrifying powerhouse in the secret realm of heaven and man, even if Long Yu unleashes all his trump cards, it is absolutely impossible to defeat him. Long Yu himself is also very clear, just like before in the Forbidden Army martial field of the Tang dynasty, when he released the 9-nether dragon true spirit, he only stunned the Xinghai impeller for a breath or two. In such a short period of time, it is impossible for Long Yu to bombard and kill a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man. In Long Yu's mind, rationality has always been in the dominant position. Although he is now angry because the little fox was taken away, he still held back after all and did not act rashly. He didn't need to do things that he wasn't sure about, lest he ruin his life in vain. You have to take care of yourself. Long Yu also sent his thoughts towards the little fox demon Chihua through the tying wings. Not long after, the back of Xuan Zi Chen's golden clothes disappeared into the high-altitude clouds. The strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man was flying much faster than Long Yu now. It wasn't until this moment that the strong coercion on Long Yu's body finally disappeared. He regained his freedom, however. The little fox who had been with him during this time was taken away by the mysterious Tianqin. Apart from the gushing river behind him and the vast grassland in front of him, there was no one in Long Yu's eyes, which made him feel even more desolate. Strength is everything. Thinking of what Xuanji Tianqin said, Long Yu's eyes shone brightly. Xuanji Tianqin didn't kill me, probably because he felt that I didn't pose any threat to him, but there might not be other reasons. It is very possible that due to certain factors, Xuanji Tianqin could not take the initiative to attack Long Yu. But just like Long Yu killed Zigan of the Shangkong tribe, not being able to take the initiative to do it doesn't mean he won't fight back. Long Yu could feel that if he hadn't restrained his outburst just now, it would have given Xuanji Tianqin a reason to attack. In the end, Long Yu's chances of winning were extremely slim, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he would die without life. You wait for me. Long Yu made up his mind, no matter what, he had to attend the Yeshangshuan that day. Not only to see this Xuanji Tianqin again, but also to meet the sword wing of the Shangkong tribe at the Tianyu Xingxian, and to avenge the sword wing that cut off the Taiyin wing. Not only that, but if Long Yu wants to climb to a higher level of martial arts, he can only continue to challenge the strong. As a grand event held every 7 years, there should be many strong people participating. There are less than 2 years left. During these 2 years, no moment can be wasted. Long Yu thought in his heart. 2 years is not short, but it is definitely not long, especially for Wu Xiao. It is very likely that several years have passed in the blink of an eye. For example, for Wang Chongfeng in the Abyss of Hidden Bones, although these 10 years were difficult, they passed in a flash. Brother Dragon. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly heard someone calling his name not far away, and the voice was somewhat familiar, so he couldn't help turning around to look. But in the distance of the grassland, in the direction of Mixed Sound City, there is a lonely figure running towards him. This person was wearing a brown fur coat, and it was Qi Xiaoxue, a Jianghu martial artist whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Brother Qi? Long Yu was a little surprised, he didn't expect to see Qi Xiaoxue here. Haha, Brother Long, we meet again. Qi Xiaoxue laughed, and said while running, fortunately, I'm smart. Just now Qin Jianwei from Mixing City led people to chase me, and I pointed them elsewhere. No wonder Qin Jianwei hasn't come for so long, he was lured away by Qi Xiaoxue. This warmed Long Yu's heart, it seemed that he still had 1 or 2 friends. Because of Feng Yao, there was a slight rift between Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue, but that was obviously irrelevant, because Qi Xiaoxue still stood by Long Yu's side at the critical moment. Perhaps because of this, Qi Xiaoxue did not hesitate to offend Xinghai Impeller. Thank you, Brother Qi. For Qi Xiaoxue, who lured away the people from Mixed Sound City, Long Yu was also somewhat grateful. After all, it was quite a trouble. The current city lord of Mixed Sound City is, after all, the strongest in the 8th level of the True Spirit secret realm. If he catches up with him himself, Long Yu will not be able to resist. It's useless to talk too much, but Brother Long, are you okay? Qi Xiaoxue finally came to Long Yu, and smiled heartily. I saw the body of Axe King Lin He on the way here, could it be that you solved it alone? There is another little guy who cooperates, but it's a pity. When Long Yu said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xuanji Tianqin, even if that guy is already a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, but sooner or later, Long Yu will get back the humiliation he suffered today. Regarding this, Long Yu didn't say much, and Qi Xiaoxue naturally didn't ask too much. By the way, Brother Long, I came all the way to catch up, because someone asked me to bring you a sentence. Qi Xiaoxue said with a smile, young genius Mo Fengming from the Mo family of the Prime Minister of the Tang Kingdom, and I met each other in Mixed Sound City. He and a white-haired girl went to Beihai Kingdom together. Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan? How are they doing? When Long Yu heard this, his heart moved and he asked a question. They disposed of the corpses of 2 Ghost Valley Wing envoys in Mixed Sound City. It seems that going to Heavenly Soul Ghost Valley has brought them a lot of benefits, but they didn't stay in Mixed Sound City for too long. Qi Xiaoxue said, they entrusted me to tell you that if they see you, they can go to Beihai to find them. Beihai Kingdom is a larger kingdom of human martial arts near Datong Kingdom, Ancient Mongolia Kingdom and Dongri Kingdom. Although it is also under the jurisdiction of Tianyu North School, its comprehensive strength is much stronger than Datong Kingdom. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The reason why Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan traveled together to the North Sea country was because there would be more opportunities to practice in the North Sea country, which would make it easier to improve their strength. However, on a territory that does not belong to one's own, the risk of experience is much greater. Once something unexpected happens, there is no family power to stand behind. Even if he is a descendant of the Mo family of the Great Tang Kingdom, Mo Fengming will not have any privileges in Beihai Kingdom. The Beihai Kingdom is the closest large country to the Great Tang Kingdom. Basically, most of the talented young people in the Great Tang Dynasty go to the Beihai Kingdom when they go out for training. In Beihai country, there are too many opportunities, which cannot be encountered for a long time in Datong country. Not long ago, there was news in Beihai City that a martial arts competition would be held, which attracted many martial arts practitioners from the surrounding area. Qi Xiaoxue continued, the reward of that martial arts meeting seems to be able to join a certain big sect in Beihai Kingdom, but Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan, they went to participate in the martial arts meeting, not to join the Beihai sect, but just to experience just myself. Well, joining the great sects of the Beihai Kingdom means being bound by them. As a descendant of the Mo family of the Great Tang Dynasty, Mo Fengming would naturally not be willing to join. Long Yu nodded and said, speaking of which, the martial arts competition should not have started yet. Brother Long, if you go now, you may still be able to catch up. Qi Xiaoxue counted the time, and suddenly said with a smile, Brother Long, why don't we go together to participate in the martial arts meeting in Beihai City, and meet the martial arts heroes of Beihai Kingdom? Also. Long Yu thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Anyway, he will not go back to the Tang dynasty until he has enough strength, otherwise he will definitely be plotted by Chu Chaoxing, and it is useless to go back. Apart from Datong Kingdom, he had formed a grudge with Mixed Sound City again, and there was no other place to go other than that. First of all, he wanted to find a place where he could learn the middle-grade mysterious martial arts, Yushui Vortex and Yushui Tianmu, but now that he has successfully learned both moves, there is no need to stay in one place. In the journey of martial arts, only by constantly fighting can you temper yourself and make yourself stronger. After not seeing him for so long, Qi Xiaoxue finally stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which shows that he has been working hard these days. Qi Xiaoxue was quite surprised that Long Yu could step into the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm so quickly. Specifically, Qi Xiaoxue didn't ask too much, he knew it was Long Yu's secret. No need to make any preparations, the two quickly headed towards the Beihai country together. The Beihai seaside city is on the edge of the Beihai country, not very far from Mixing City. After a day and night of traveling, the two finally entered the territory of Beihai. There are many freshwater lakes dotted across the territory of Beihai State, which are connected by rivers and traverse the entire Beihai State. And the North Sea country got its name because of this, not because the country was close to the ocean, but because there were many rivers and lakes within its range, converging together. Looking down from the sky, it seemed to be a country on the ocean. If you come from the direction of Mixing City, if you want to go to Beihai City, you only need to follow the river to the end. After passing a waterfall, Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue climbed up to look far away, and finally saw a huge city surrounded by several lakes. That was Beihai City. Although it is only a city on the edge of the North Sea country, the city's geographical location is quite important, so the trading industry is very developed. Whether it is the Tang dynasty, the ancient Mongolian kingdom, or the East Japan kingdom, or the cities under the jurisdiction of Jianghu martial arts, such as Huning City, Beihai City has many trade relations with them. This is Beihai City. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and at a glance, he could see the magnificence of this city. Let's go, the martial arts competition should start soon. I hope to catch up with the registration. Qi Xiaoxue nodded and smiled. He originally wanted to come to Beihai City to practice in this martial arts competition, but he took advantage of Mo Fengming and could only stay and wait for Long Yu. Fortunately, before this martial arts meeting officially started, he waited for Long Yu to come, so he happened to be able to rush over together. The two headed towards Beihai City. Along the way, they could see many wushou coming in and out of Beihai City. Most wushou were going to Beihai. Only a few people would come from the direction of Long Yu. Go to Datong country, Mixed City, and other directions. The number of martial arts practitioners in Beihai Kingdom is much more than that of Datong Kingdom and other countries. Beihai City is different from Mixing City. If you want to enter the city, you don't need to pay crystal coins, you just need to show your identity and the purpose of entering the city. In a big city, it is natural to count the martial arts entering and leaving, but this is actually not very useful. For example, Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue, when they entered the city, they each registered under a pseudonym, and because they entered the city to participate in the Border City martial arts meeting, they each received a jade plaque with this pseudonym engraved on it. Don't say anything. Mount Oak. The former was a pseudonym that Long Yu thought of casually, while the latter was a deceased friend of Qi Xiaoxue, who directly used it as a pseudonym. Holding these two jade cards, the two of them can enter the city to sign up and participate in the martial arts meeting in the Border City. Two fellows from the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm dare to sign up for the Border Town martial arts competition. It really makes people laugh. As soon as the two of them got the jade medal, there was a disdainful sneer from behind, which immediately aroused the laughter of many people around. Indeed, the scale of this martial arts meeting in Beihai City was not small, and it was initiated by the Wanjian sect of Beihai Kingdom. The Wanjian sect is one of the most important sects in the Beihai Kingdom. Among them there are several strong sects who are from the heavenly human secret realm. And the ultimate goal of this martial arts competition is to select some extremely talented young people to be trained by the Wanjian sect, so as to replace the Wanjian sect to participate in the Heavens Mandate Sacred Selection 2 years later. It can be seen from this that the martial arts realm of the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is simply not enough for this martial arts competition. Hearing everyone's laughter, Long Yu looked back, only to see that the person who was mocking them was a thin man in flowered clothes with a clown mask on his face. Sevenfold Powerhouse. Long Yu glanced at him, didn't care, turned around and left. Naturally, Qi Xiaoxue didn't want to cause extra problems, so she followed Long Yu away quickly. Humph, you are really two idiots. In this martial arts competition, in order to be selected, everyone will definitely use their full strength, and they will not give you any chance to admit defeat. Participating in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, you are looking for death. The thin man in the clown mask sneered disdainfully, turned and walked towards another direction in the city. After everyone finished laughing, Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue also left. There was nothing exciting to watch, so they dispersed quickly. Brother Long, do you know who that person was just now? After walking far away, Qi Xiaoxue finally asked with a serious expression. Wearing a clown mask? I've never seen or heard of it. Long Yu shook his head. It's a well-known Jianghu wuxiu in Mixing City, named Ling Feiliong, who single-handedly entered the depths of the Butterfly Valley and brought out several monster corpses from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Qi Xiaoxue said solemnly. He or King Axe Linhe, who is stronger? Long Yu asked. In a frontal fight, the Axe King Linhe is naturally stronger, but this Ling Feiliong is more agile and has practiced many kinds of physical martial arts. If there is a real fight, it is still unknown who will win. Qi Xiaoxue said. Long Yu nodded. Since that's the case, then he doesn't need to be afraid of Ling Feiliong. He even defeated King Axe Linhe, so he still needs to be afraid of this guy? Even if it's a competition of speed, after practicing the Xian-level super-grade martial art Dragon Sparrow Dance, Long Yu's speed will never be slower than this Ling Feiliong. No matter what aspect, Long Yu is stronger than Ling Feiliong. Of course he doesn't need to care too much about him. The martial arts registration office is just ahead, let's go. Soon, the two walked along the largest street in the city and came to the central area of Beihai City. On the central square, there were two disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect in blue costumes, who were queuing up for registration from many martial arts practitioners. Get out of the way, get out of the way. When Qi Xiaoxue and Long Yu were queuing up, someone suddenly crowded from behind and dispersed the queue. Long Yu frowned slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he saw a sturdy young man wearing a blue armor, holding a giant sword, pushing other people, trying to get in front. Who are you, and why do you jump in line? A 5th-level martial artist in the realm of True Spirit who was pushed away suddenly became angry and grabbed the waistband of the burly young man. Do you know who you're talking to? The burly young man turned around immediately, lowered his head, and looked down at the Jianghu wuxiu. This strong young man is tall, just standing there, it makes people feel a sense of infinite momentum. He is the strongest person in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Many people around have seen it, and even more people have recognized the identity of this person. No matter who you are, everyone is queuing up to sign up for this martial arts competition. Why do you jump in line? The martial artist at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm still had a childish face, and a trace of fear flickered in his eyes, but seeing so many people around him, he still had the courage to point out the strong young man with his chest straightened out. You are courting death. The burly young man didn't care what the occasion was, he swung the huge sword in his hand when he heard the words, and the tyrannical aura of the unity of True Spirit broke out instantly. The immature martial artist at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, before he had time to react, was cut off by the giant sword with one arm, and the whole person held in pain. I am one of the 3 major families in Beihai City, Su Changyi from the Su family, try repeating what you just said? The sturdy young man's eyes flashed with arrogance and domineering killing intent, and the huge sword was already lying in front of the neck of the immature wuxiu who was the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. That immature martial artist, how dare he say a word? His entire face was pale, he gritted his teeth, picked up the broken arm, turned and left. Everyone around, seeing this situation, no one stood up to help. Including Long Yu. Long Yu just squinted his eyes. At that moment, just now, he could see the strength of this burly young man, Su Changyi, definitely not as good as the Axe King Linhe. But let him intervene, he will definitely not do it. After all, he has no influence in Beihai City, and he doesn't want to be involved in any incidents. It can only be said that if he meets Su Changyi at the martial arts meeting, he doesn't mind being cruel. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Soon, Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue signed up together to participate in the upcoming Border Town martial arts meeting. I don't know where Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan are now. Qi Xiaoxue groaned. Since they are here to participate in the martial arts competition, as long as the martial arts competition starts, they will naturally be able to see them, so there is no need to worry. Long Yu said with a smile. After registering, the two left the central square of the border city first, found an inn, and lived in a room, respectively. Some time ago, Long Yu was either on his way or running away, so he really didn't have much rest. Now that he is not in a good state of mind, it is better to rest for a night first. Early the next morning, there was still the last day before the martial arts competition. Long Yu decided to go out to the city to see if there is an auction house or the like. He now has a lot of good things in the 9 nether space, such as the long sword at the spiritual level, the Xinghai sword, and the magic weapon at the spiritual level, the flame banner and so on, as well as the corpse of Gigi envoy from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. If these things can be exchanged for pills, the day when Long Yu enters the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is just around the corner. He did not call Shangqi Xiaoxue, but left the inn alone. Beihai City is more prosperous than the imperial city of the Tang dynasty. Among them, there are several large auction houses. Long Yu first passed by one, which is one of the 3 major families in the city, the auction house run by the Su family. The Su family, Su Changyi, forget it. Long Yu thought of the arrogant and domineering young man Su Changyi he saw when he signed up yesterday, so he shook his head, not wanting to have any contact with the Su family. Soon, he entered a border city trading house. Although this trading house is not an auction house, it was run by the Lord of Beihai City himself, and it is the most prosperous trading house in the entire Beihai City. The border town trading house does not hold auctions, but it is a place where martial artists, rich or poor, high or low, like to come here, because they can find all kinds of things they need here. Expensive, inexpensive, everything. There are a total of 10 floors in the entire border city trading house, and the more precious and expensive things are, the closer they are to the top floor. On the contrary, the things on the first floor are all the things needed by ordinary body-hardening secret realm martial arts, such as mortal pills, mortal soldiers, and so on. Long Yu is of course not interested in mortal things. With his cultivation of the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he could directly enter the 3rd floor of the border city trading house, so Long Yu directly stepped on the stairs and walked towards the 3rd floor. Compared with the messy people on the 1st floor of the border city trading house, the 3rd floor is relatively quiet. At a glance, it is all the 4th floor of the Real Spirit Secret Realm, where the strong people who condensed into the real spirit entity are here. In one layer. However, Long Yu's goal is not here. Spirit-level supergrade fighters will only be displayed on the 5th floor at least, and they are still rare. If Long Yu wants to sell soldiers of this level, he will naturally go to the 5th floor to find the 5th floor. Managers. I'm here to sell things. Look, can I go to the 5th floor? When Long Yu came to the stairs, he was stopped by 2 guards, but he was not nervous, and directly took out the Xinghai sword to show them a look. It's a super spiritual soldier. The expressions of the 2 guards changed, and they stood up straight. My lord, you can go up. Those who can produce super spiritual soldiers must be extremely powerful. Even if Long Yu Tsai is the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, behind him may be the 8th or 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. You must know that even the powerful martial arts at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm may not be able to obtain a super spiritual soldier. Long Yu put away the Xinghai sword, and stepped up 2 floors in a row. Border Town Trading House. As the largest trading house in Beihai City, naturally, there will be no such thing as bullying customers. The owner of this trading house must have kept his eyes open and will not cause trouble for himself. For example, if you come to the border city trading house to sell high-grade soldiers, there must be someone behind you, and you must be careful in everything. Because of this, when Long Yu took out the Xinghai sword, these guards would all become very respectful towards Long Yu. Border Town Trading House, 5th floor. Long Yu stepped into it, and at a glance, he saw that the number of goods on this floor was much less than that of the lower floors, and most of the people who could come here were those who had stepped into the realm of unity of true spirit. When Long Yu appeared on this floor, many of them turned their eyes to him, and their eyes lit up. With a fresh face, and being able to step into this level with the 5th level of the martial arts realm of the true spirit secret realm, it shows that this kid is probably here to sell things. Immediately, a middle-aged man in a black gown walked towards Long Yu. "Little brother, are you here to sell something? What is it, can you show me?" The middle-aged man in the black gown asked with a smile. "Are you from a trading house?" Long Yu asked directly. He took a look and saw that the martial arts realm of this middle-aged man was the 8th level of the true spirit secret realm, which was quite powerful. "No." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, shook his head and said, "However, private transactions are not prohibited in the trading house in this city. If you can come up with something good, I can buy it directly, lest you sell it to the trading house and have to pay for it. It's such a hassle to pay the handling fee. What do you need? Soldiers? Pills?" Long Yu was slightly interested. "Soldier." The middle-aged man solemnly replied, "A few days ago, my son just stepped into the realm of the true spirit, and I wanted to find a high-grade warrior for him, but it's a pity that none of the trading houses in this city have spirit-level swords. High-rank soldiers. You want sword soldiers?" Long Yu was a little surprised that it was such a coincidence that one of the soldiers he wanted to sell on this trip was the Xinghai sword. However, unlike other high-level spirit-level fighters on the 5th floor, his Xinghai sword is super spiritual level. "That's right, do you have any little brother?" Looking at Long Yu's expression, the middle-aged man looked forward to it. "Have." Long Yu nodded. "Haha, my name is Wenluan, what's the name of the little brother?" The middle-aged man smiled heartily and said his name. "My name is Jun Bayan." Long Yu said casually, but his heart was moved. Wenluan, could it be that he is a member of the Wen family, one of the 3 major families in Beihai City? In Beihai City, there are a total of 3 major families, one of which is the Su family that Long Yu saw yesterday where Su Changyi lives, and the other 2, one is the Wen family, and the other is the Xing family of the city lord's mansion. Let's talk here. Wenluan, a middle-aged man, pointed to some small private rooms on the side of the floor and walked straight over. Long Yu followed closely, and seeing the 2 guards at the door of the private room saw Wenluan, they bowed respectfully, and then stepped aside. Wenluan took Long Yu into the small private room. No one would bother him if he wanted to make a deal. "This is the Xinghai sword, a super spiritual grade, see how much Senior Wen can give you." While Wenluan wasn't paying attention, Long Yu took out the Xinghai sword from the 9 nether space, placed it on the table and asked. Wenluan saw that it was only a blink of an eye, and Long Yu took out a long sword from nowhere, and couldn't help but tremble, knowing that this kid had a space warrior on him. How could a kid at the 5th level of the true spirit secret realm possess space warriors if there were no people behind him? Wenluan immediately restrained himself a little, trying to take advantage of it. Everyone has this kind of thinking, but Wenluan knows people, whether he should be careful when facing someone, he has a clear scale in his heart. Holding the Xinghai sword in his hand, he observed it for a while, and his eyes gradually showed joy. Spirit-level supergrade long sword, and it contains strong seal-level law power. The value of this long sword is probably immeasurable. Originally, he only wanted to find a high-grade spiritual-level long sword for his son, and that would be enough. After all, his son had just condensed the true spirit, and even if he used a very good soldier, he would not be able to exert its true power. But now, since he had this Xinghai sword, he definitely couldn't miss it. Spiritual high-grade longsword fighters are worth about 2,000 crystal coins, and spiritual-level supergrade swords are worth at least 2 crystal nuclei. This Xinghai sword contains the power of the Law of the Sky tablet. I can give you the price of 5 crystal nuclei. Wen Luan made a rough estimate and said, 5 crystal nuclei, deal. Long Yu nodded in agreement, but at the same time was a little surprised. The price of the 5 crystal nuclei is exactly the same as the previous auction price in the Datong Kingdom trading world. It seems that this middle-aged man, Wen Luan, is very familiar with the prices of soldiers and the like. Long Yu was quite satisfied with being able to sell at an auction price. He didn't expect more, because he still had a lot of things to sell. Since Wen Luan is so familiar with the prices of things, why don't you just sell him the Xinghai sword at the price he said as a favor? When selling or buying other things later, Wen Luan can also refer to it. Little brother, refresh yourself. Wen Luan laughed, but he didn't feel that his bid was too high. After all, the spiritual level super longsword warrior that contained the law of the monument was indeed worth the price. After the deal was concluded, Wen Luan immediately took out 5 crystal nuclei, handed them to Long Yu, and then hung the Xinghai sword on his waist. Even Wen Luan doesn't have space soldiers, which shows how rare space soldiers are. Little brother, do you have anything else to sell? Although I don't need it, I can help you refer to the price. After the deal was over, Wen Luan offered to propose it. Then I will trouble Senior Wen. Long Yu nodded. This is exactly what he wanted. The two left the small private room, and immediately saw the butler on the 5th floor of the border city trading house, who was also a strong man in the 8th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Only such a strong man could hold the scene. Long Yu couldn't help but think to himself, there are a total of 10 floors in the trading house in this city, and I don't know what kind of people are guarding the upper floors. What kind of precious treasures will appear again? Okay, let's take out the things. If it wasn't for Wen Luan's introduction, I wouldn't even bother to come out in person. The housekeeper on the 5th floor of the trading house is a martial artist with a scar on his face. At first glance, he really doesn't look like a businessman, but from his eyes, it can be seen that this guy is shrewd. Hearing the slightly contemptuous words of the butler with the scar, Long Yu didn't care, and directly took out the things in the Joyo space all at once. Butler Scar was shocked. Wen Luan was also stunned. This kid has so many good things on him. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Just looking at Long Yu's martial arts realm, he would never have imagined that there would be so many good things about him. The middle-aged man Wen Luan was stunned. Little guy, you have a lot of good things on you. SOSO, Senior Wen, let's see how many crystal nuclei these things are worth. Long Yu said with a smile. Among the things he took out were a super spiritual soldier, the flame banner, and another super spiritual soldier, a pair of battle axes from the Axe King Linha. The appearance of these two warriors was enough to shock people, not to mention that Long Yu also threw out the corpse of a ghost beast. Many parts of the body of the Gigi envoy monster in the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm can be used to refine soldiers, which is very valuable. Not to mention, the inner alchemy is still preserved on the body of Gigi envoy, only the essence of the demon spirit was absorbed by Long Yu before. Elapsed and dissipated cleanly. These things are worth a lot. The scarred steward of the border city trading house changed his face slightly. He first took the soldier's flame banner to watch. The previous disdain for Long Yu had long since vanished. This is a good opportunity for them to make money in the border city trading house. As one of the 7 great sects of the Great Tang Kingdom, the Tibetan Fire Palace is not comparable to a city like Beihai City, but its treasure of the palace, the flame banner, has a very impressive effect on the enhancement of flame-type martial arts. Such a super spiritual warrior can exert extremely powerful power in the hands of a martial artist who has practiced flame martial arts or comprehended the law of flames. It's a pity that the demon cultivator can't use the warriors of human martial arts, otherwise Long Yu would have given them to the little fox long ago. 3 crystal nuclei. Soon the butler with the scar came to a conclusion and said to Long Yu. In my opinion, this soldier is worth more than 3 crystal nuclei. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man Wen Luan on the side said lightly, although there are relatively few people who can use such soldiers, if they are placed in an auction and those who need them compete with each other, they will definitely be able to sell at least one. The price of 5 crystal nuclei. Wen Luan, you're trying to tear me down. Butler Scar's face darkened. I'm just telling the truth. The middle-aged man Wen Luan shrugged. There was a smile on Lan Yu's face. This Wen Luan was really good, and he was quite loyal, even though he would offend the Border City Trading Company. Because of this, he still stood by his side. Compared with the previous Lu family and Lu Fuji, this is much more reliable. Snort. Steward Scar snorted coldly, and then said, although this flame streamer may fetch the price of 5 crystal nuclei at the auction, but if we want to attract enough martial arts practitioners who practice flame martial arts to participate in the auction, we also need to pay a lot of costs. For crystal nuclei, no more, whether you like to sell it or not, our Border City Trading House is not specially open to lose money. Look at the others first. Lan Yu said indifferently, and pointed to the pair of double axes beside him. This pair of battle axes has already produced a vague consciousness. It should have been matched with a certain martial artist before. Such soldiers, to be honest, are of relatively low value. Butler Scar weighed the pair of battle axes, squinted his eyes, and said, 2 crystal nuclei. Lan Yu didn't respond, but looked at Wen Luan, who was wearing a black gown. Wen Luan nodded this time. Compatibility with wuxia is mainly due to the fact that after matching with the apocalypse, there will be a vague consciousness among the soldiers, which is the product of its previous owner. It is indeed difficult to sell such soldiers, and many people are unwilling to ask for a second-hand product. Of course, the power of such a soldier is still at the level of a super-spiritual supergrade, so there are still many martial artists who lack funds are willing to pay for it to enhance their combat effectiveness. The price of 2 crystal nuclei is still fair. The corpse of Gigi envoy of the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, the inner alchemy is still there, worth 3,000 crystal coins, which is not a big deal. The key is that the wings can be refined to increase speed. Such soldiers are worth a lot. Butler Scar was observing the corpse of Giguisher, and said, plus, Giguisher always lives in groups, only in the Soul Valley Demon Kingdom. It is not easy to get the corpse of Giguisher. Before Steward Scar made an offer, Wen Luan who was at the side had already quietly raised 5 fingers with Lan Yu. 5 crystal nuclei. The corpse of this Giguisher is worth at least 5 crystal nuclei. If it can be refined into a speed fighter with its wings, the value will be even higher, probably reaching 10 crystal nuclei, or even higher. It was only then that Lan Yu realized that the Ghost Valley wings, given to him by Zhenchenzong, were worth so much. Although the Ghost Valley wings at that time were just broken soldiers, they were definitely comparable to 10 crystal cores. After all, they were spirit level, the super speed magic weapon. 5 crystal nuclei. Butler Scar finally made a price. The price was exactly the same as what Wen Luan said, so it can be seen that the butler with the scar probably also knew that Wen Luan was on Lan Yu's side, and he didn't want to offend Wen Luan. So, adding up all 3 of these things, there are a total of 12 crystal nuclei? Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. Good. Steward Scar glanced at the other things that Lan Yu took out, including the corpses of the 2 Ghost Valley snakes, some herbs, etc., all added together, but only 3 to 5,000 crystal coins. Selling? The corner of the butler's mouth twitched. I don't force you to sell it to our Border City Trading House, but you can sell these things anywhere else, and no one will offer the same price as me. He would offer such a price, on the one hand, because with Wen Luan by his side, he would give Wen Luan a face, and on the other hand, because he was sure to sell these things at a higher price and realize a profit. But if it was replaced by other trading houses or auction houses, No one would offer such a price to Long Yu. Long Yu thought for a while, and was about to make a decision when an old man's voice suddenly came from the 5th floor. I'll sell these pills. There was a hint of anxiety hidden in the old man's voice, but it didn't show clearly, it only made people feel quite majestic. Long Yu, Wen Luan, and Steward Dao Scar looked at the stairs respectively, only to see an old man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm walking towards this side with a basket of porcelain medicine pills. Senior, please. Butler Scar suddenly became enthusiastic. He could tell at a glance that this old man had not only reached the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in martial arts, but was also an alchemist. The alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is a very powerful existence in the entire Beihai country. You must know that the alchemy that an alchemist can refine has a considerable relationship with his martial arts realm. The alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can completely refine top-level mysterious pills. This kind of elixir is of great benefit to the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man. This old man came to sell the elixir. Could the butler Scar be not enthusiastic? As for whether Long Yu's things are sold or not, Steward Scar doesn't care much. Are you the steward of this floor? The old man looked at the somewhat vicious-looking butler with the scar, and frowned. Yes, it's me. Butler Scar bowed and said. I will give these pills to your trading house. The old man snorted coldly, and threw the basket containing a large pile of porcelain pills in his hand towards Steward Scar. Deliver? What's the situation? Not only Long Yu and Wen Luan, but also Steward Scar, were all taken aback by this scene. The scarred steward quickly caught the basket, feeling his hands trembling. Senior, this. You don't need to think too much, these things are given to your trading house, and there are still some worth 10 or 20 crystal nuclei. The old alchemist said indifferently, I only have one condition, and I need your trading house to do it. Behind your trading house is the city lord of Beihai City. I think you are capable of helping me complete this matter. This. Senior, can you tell me first, what do you want us to do? Hearing the words, Scar Steward trembled. The alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is as honorable as a strong person in the heavenly human secret realm. He dare not promise anything casually, lest he provoke a big enemy for the border town trading business. Find my granddaughter. While talking, the old alchemist threw a True Spirit imprint to Steward Scar. Her appearance is in this True Spirit imprint. It's not surprising that he used the True Spirit Secret Realm to record his granddaughter's appearance. But the question is, how could the granddaughter of the old alchemist get lost? Long Yu was a little puzzled, but it was none of his business, and he would not say anything casually. It's easy to handle. Even if your granddaughter appears in several surrounding cities, Senior, our people from the Border City Trading Company will find her for you. Butler Scar immediately smiled. It was just finding someone, and he thought it was such a big deal. He might not dare to agree to other things casually, but he had full confidence in finding someone. The Border Town Trading House belongs to the Beihai City City Lord's Mansion, and the Beihai City City Lord's Mansion will naturally spread its influence to several surrounding cities. Find a little girl and you can get a dozen or 20 crystal nuclei. Where can I find such a good thing? After the transaction was completed, the alchemist turned and left without even looking at Long Yu and Wen Luan. Except for the steward Scar who can help him with his affairs, he will not notice everyone else present. After all, the level of this alchemy old man is too high. Butler Scar, holding the basket of potions of pills, came back with a happy face. How about it, little brother, do you want to sell it or not? He glanced at Long Yu, and said calmly, you'd better make up your mind quickly, after all you have seen it, I have more important things to arrange. Sell, but I want to see if there are any of these pills that I need. If so, I want to buy them first. How? Long Yu quickly made a decision. Isn't he here to sell things, to buy some medicinal pills that are useful to him? This alchemy old man is very powerful, and the elixir he refines will definitely not be bad in effect. No problem. Butler Scar nodded. This request was nothing, but he was thinking about how to sell all these pills at a good price. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. When Long Yu left the border city trading house, he already had a lot of pills on him. Among them, there are 4 different elixirs of super spiritual level, and another elixir of super spiritual level, which was bought by Long Yu for a total of 10 crystal cores. There are still 2 crystal nuclei left on him, which can be saved for future use. Thank you, Senior Wen, this time. After coming out, Long Yu thanked the middle-aged man Wen Luan in the black gown. You're welcome, little brother, why don't you come to our Wenfu? Wen Luan smiled kindly. No, the Bianqing martial arts meeting will start tomorrow, and I have to take these pills when I go back. Long Yu smiled apologetically. Forget it, I will introduce you to my son again when I have a chance, haha, thank you for your Xinghai sword, and I will leave. Wen Luan clasped his fists and said, then turned and left. Long Yu glanced at his back, then turned around and left, and walked towards the inn where he and Qi Xiaoxue had settled down. 1 spirit-level supergrade medicine pill, plus 4 spirit-level supergrade medicine pills. It is still difficult for Long Yu to advance to the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Not enough either. However, there are only 5 types of spiritual level supergrade and top-grade pills that can be produced by the entire border city trading house. The same kind of elixir, although there are many in the border city trading house, it is useless to Long Yu. Only the first elixir is the most effective for Wuxiu, and the effect will be reduced by more than half if he takes the same second elixir. Qi Xiaoxue didn't rest in the end that day, but went out to find out some news. When Long Yu came back, Qi Xiaoxue was not there, so he ignored it, went straight back to his room, and began to take the elixir he bought this time. Spirit-level supergrade pills, spiritual-level supergrade pills, are already quite rare for ordinary martial arts practitioners. For example, the Longyue Golden Pill that Long Yu obtained before is a top-quality spiritual pill, and it is already the highest honor of the Tangguwu army, which shows its preciousness. For the children of big families and big sects, pills are not a rare thing, such as the Long family of the General family, the Chu family of the Royal family, and so on. For the children of these families, all they need to advance is to break through the bottleneck. As for the accumulation of spiritual energy, they have enough pills to provide. The speed at which their martial arts realm improves is of course much faster than ordinary people. It took Long Yu most of the night to take all the 5 elixirs and absorb all the spiritual energy in them. He felt that he was not far away from the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. His Tianmai has already been tempered to the advanced level, and the heaven, suppressing Yan True Spirit in his Dantian has also been condensed into the strongest entity. Only the 9 Nether Dragon True Spirit still needs some heaven and earth spiritual energy to condense. Without the assistance of other pills and external forces, it would probably take 2 years for Long Yu to advance to the next level, relying on the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. But if he can have another top-grade spirit level pill, he will be able to step into the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm immediately. He could feel that there was no huge bottleneck between him and the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. As long as the aura was enough, it should not be difficult to advance. The key is the next unity of True Spirit. If you want to achieve the unity of the True Spirit, you must have a strong understanding of the True Spirit and the laws of heaven and earth, which cannot be achieved in a short while. It seems that we still have to wait for a while. Long Yu stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could know an alchemist and teach him alchemy. He could go out to collect medicinal materials by himself, and then refine the elixir by himself to improve the realm of martial arts. There was a chance in the Xiongkong tribe before, but it was a pity that it was destroyed by the youth Jianni of the Xiongkong tribe. Of course, Long Yu didn't regret it. Monsters are monsters after all. Although they call themselves monster cultivators, they are not of the same species as humans. Early the next morning, Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxue walked together to the fighting arena in Beihai City. The martial arts meeting in Border Town this time is held in the martial arena, which is the place where the Beihai City Lord's mansion usually trains the military. Because it is a border city, the City Lord's mansion of Beihai City is in charge of many armed forces. They usually train, and they can act as a defensive force in case of emergency. The military army in the entire Beihai City is quite large, reaching 50,000 troops. Although most of the 50,000 troops are martial artists who cannot condense true spirits, they are also a terrifying force when gathered together. At least the current Long Yu didn't dare to confront the 50,000 army head-on. The fighting arena in Beihai City is guarded by many armed forces, among which crowds have already gathered. Although there were less than 1,000 real contestants in this border city martial arts meeting, it attracted almost all the martial arts practitioners in the city to watch. A martial arts expert above the 5th level. Moreover, the final winners of the martial arts will be fully trained by Wanjianzong, so that they will have the opportunity to participate in the Tianyu Holy Selection 2 years later. This is the highest level for ordinary martial arts in the entire Tianyu continent. Honored Brother Long, your first opponent turned out to be Ling Feiliong. Qi Xiaoxue got the first-hand news very quickly, and her face was a little unhappy. In the first match, they will fight against the strong man in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This is really a bit of bad luck. You know, in this martial arts competition, the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can be said to be the strongest group of characters. It is very likely that it will be taken away by the 10,000 Arrow sect. Because, the threshold for participating in the Heavenly Mandate Holy Selection is to reach the 7th level of the True Spirit Realm before the age of 30. They came to Beihai City to select candidates, and it was not too late to select some young geniuses who could reach this level within 2 years. As for those who have now reached the realm of unity of true spirits, of course they will not let them go. No problem. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, but he didn't expect such a coincidence. When he first entered Beihai City, he and Qi Xiaoxue were ridiculed by Ling Feiliong, who was wearing a clown mask. They never thought they would meet so soon. The entire Border Town Martial Arts Club adopts a knockout system, with nearly 1,000 people fighting in pairs. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated until the final 32 is determined. If the powerhouse at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is eliminated before, then he will have a chance to challenge any one of the 32 people. If they win, they will be replaced. In the end, the 32 people will be taken away by the Wanjian sect and will be vigorously cultivated within 2 years. This is an excellent opportunity for many Jianghu Wuxiu, and it is precisely because of this that so many people are attracted to participate and watch. Before the match started, Long Yu looked around, but he didn't see Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan. There are too many people. We will see them when they play. Qi Xiaoxue said with a smile, just like we used fake names, they must have used fake names in the martial arts competition, so I didn't see their names on the list. Long Yu nodded without thinking too much. He raised his head and saw that on the rostrum of the arena, there were 2 martial artists in blue costumes sitting high in the center with quiver on their backs. Those 2 are the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect, and they can be regarded as great figures in Beihai City. Qi Xiaoxue introduced it. The disciples of the Wanjian sect in Beihai City are like the disciples of the Tian sect of the Tang dynasty in Yuguan City, and they will naturally receive the best treatment. The one next to the 2 10,000 Arrow sect disciples is the young city lord Xing Liang, the son of the city lord of Beihai City. Immediately afterwards, Qi Xiaoxue pointed to a young man with a shiny face on the rostrum, wearing a soldier on his body, with a soldier on his back, a soldier on his waist, a soldier on his feet, and a soldier on his head. This young city lord, Xing Liang, is full of at least high-ranking soldiers at the spiritual level, like a wandering merchant who sells soldiers, but this kid is still proud of it. Don't say anything, the son of the city lord is rich. Soon, the martial arts meeting officially started under the announcement of the two Wanjianzong disciples. Although these two people were only at the 8th level of the martial arts realm of the True Spirit Secret Realm, in Beihai City, no one dared to offend. Even the city lord don't dare. I'll play first. Long Yu listened to the list announced for the first round, stood up and walked towards the field. Jun Bian fights against Ling Feiliang, the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, and the 7th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. The fighting arena in Beihai City can accommodate 10 battles at the same time, and every 10 battles are called a round, and the first 10 rounds of the first round, the battle between Long Yu and Ling Feiliang is the most interesting. Because Ling Feiliang is the first strongman of the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to appear. All eyes were on Ling Feiliang, who was wearing a clown mask, and they all wanted to see how this strong man at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm would hang and beat a boy at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. This is a contest of great disparity in strength. No one cares about the outcome at all. What they want to see is Ling Feiliang's wonderful performance. Boy, you are so unlucky that you met me in the first match. Ling Feiliang's thin figure stepped onto the arena and stood opposite Long Yu. A disdainful chuckle came from under the clown's mask. If you surrender now, kneel down and call my grandfather, I can still spare your life. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, all the spectators around laughed out loud. No one thinks that Ling Feiliang is talking big, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with him saying this, because he is the strongest person in the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The strong have the absolute right to speak. If you admit defeat and surrender now, kneel down and call my grandfather, I can spare your life. Long Yu remained calm and returned the same words to Ling Feiliang. As soon as these words were uttered, the surroundings were silent for a while, and then even more violent laughter broke out. Is this kid mentally ill? A mere kid at the 5th level of the True Spirit Mystical Realm dared to imitate Ling Feiliang, who was at the 7th level of the True Spirit Mystical Realm, and speak like this. Let's see how this kid dies later. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After Ling Feiliang heard Long Yu's words, his voice sank immediately. Boy, you will pay the price of your life for your words. The conflicts between the two sides were fierce, and the crowd watching the battle became excited. For them, in such a game with such disparity in strength, if there can be some dramatic conflicts, it seems to be good, at least not so boring. The game has already started, why don't you do it yet? Long Yu smiled faintly, with contempt in his eyes. This time, Ling Feiliang didn't say anything more. He wants to use his strength, to let the boy in front of him know what strength is, and what is arrogance with capital. The clown mask on Ling Feiliang's face soon turned into a bright red color, which made people shudder at first glance, and anyone who knew Ling Feiliang knew that this meant that he had murderous intentions. He is going to kill this kid named Jun Bian in front of him. In the spectator seats, Qi Xiaoxue, who was wearing a brown fur jacket, frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out why Long Yu angered Ling Feiliang so much. Could it be that Long Yu had the certainty of winning Ling Feiliang? Qi Xiaoxue felt that this was unlikely. Although the Axe King Lin He of Mixed Sound City died in the hands of Long Yu, but Long Yu also said that it was not due to him alone, but to others. Facing Ling Feiliang alone at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, is it really possible for Long Yu to win? Qi Xiaoxue's mood became tense. On the rostrum, the two Wanjianzong disciples and the young city lord Xing Liang also looked at Long Yu and Ling Feiliang with great interest. That kid really overestimated himself. He provoked a strong man in the realm of unity of true spirit and courted death. One of the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and his expression was naturally arrogant. In this Beihai city, as a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect, he should be worshipped by countless people. Let's guess, how many tricks will that kid die? Another 10,000 Arrow sect disciple looked decent, but when he spoke, his voice was high-pitched, with a hint of banter. The strength is twofold worse, and one move is enough. The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked Wanjian sect disciple chuckled. However, it depends on how Ling Feiliang plays with that kid. If it were me, I would slowly let him experience the taste of despair. The young city lord Xing Liang saw that the two 10,000 Arrow sect disciples were very interested, so his eyes lit up, and he suggested, in this case, we can't give that kid a chance to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Later, I will let my people, no matter what, don't interfere. How? Excellent. The sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the young city lord Xing Liang. On the battlefield, Ling Feiliang's clown mask turned bright red, and immediately raised his hand. A red thread flew out of his hand, winding towards Long Yu. This red line seemed to be made entirely of fresh blood, with a bloody smell that made people shudder just by feeling the breath on it. Even Long Yu paid more attention to this red line. Although it was not the first time for him to face an opponent at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, every time he would not take it lightly, because the opponent's basic strength was 4 times as much as his. Yellow Spring Barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he condensed a layer of xuanhuan barrier with the aura of 9 seclusion, and the gray-black barrier immediately blocked the red line. No matter which direction the red line twisted and flew in the air, he wanted to attack Long Yu, but he was blocked by the barrier of the underworld and could not succeed. After doing this several times, the red line was cancelled out by the barrier of the underworld. What? Ling Feiliang's clown mask turned a little green. He didn't expect that in the face of his strong attack from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, the boy in the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm would be able to resist it. Not only Ling Feiliang, but also all the martial arts around who were watching were whetted by this scene. This kid at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm seems to have such a bit of strength. This kid seems to be a little tricky. On the rostrum, the young city lord Xing Liang was a little surprised, but he didn't care too much. No matter what, facing Ling Feiliang, who was at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, that kid would definitely die. Even if you have some tricks, you can't be Ling Feiliang's opponent. The realm of unity of True Spirit is much stronger than the 5th level of the Secret Realm of True Spirit. The expressions of the two 10,000 Arrow sect disciples remained unchanged, and they didn't care much. In their 10,000 Arrow sect, there are also those who mainly practice defensive martial arts, who can resist the attacks of strong people who are 2 levels higher than themselves, but such martial arts must have weak attack capabilities. Especially since they saw that Long Yu was only in his 20s, they certainly didn't have that much time to comprehend any powerful offensive martial arts while practicing defensive martial arts. I want to see how you resist next. Ling Feiliang touched the clown mask on his face, snorted coldly, waved his hand immediately, condensed 3 colored balls with his whole body profound energy, and threw the 3 colored balls towards Long Yu. What is this again? Long Yu's heart shuddered, secretly thinking that this guy has quite a lot of methods. Various martial arts emerged one after another, and they were different. He didn't have any carelessness at all. When the 3 colored spheres spun and flew over, he immediately stimulated the profound energy in his body, and displayed the mysterious super-great agility martial skill, Dance of the Dragon Sparrow. Such a passive defense is not Long Yu's style. When Dragon Sparrow Dance was performed, a pair of black wings stretched out from behind him instantly, taking his figure together, turning into a stream of black light, which instantly bypassed the 3 colored spheres. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Without any hesitation, Long Yu immediately punched out after flying out, and the aura of the nine netherness spread towards the surroundings. The mask is real. At this moment, Ling Feiliang seemed to feel the terrifying power contained in Long Yu's punch, which made him feel very worried. A clown masking the true spirit emerged from behind him, and the power of the law he released suddenly became stronger. What moves do you have? Just use them. When the masked spirit emerged, Ling Feiliang regained his confidence, sneered, and let the masked spirit fly forward, trying to resist Long Yu's punch. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a binding force coming from behind him, binding his whole body firmly. The invisible and invisible spirit of xuanhuan bound Ling Feiliang on the spot without attracting anyone's attention at all. 9 Nether Blast. Long Yu smashed his fist to the ground, and immediately under Ling Feiliang's feet, there was a stream of 9 nether chi condensed, and then gushed out. This move was still Long Yu's most powerful attacking martial skill. With just one punch, he defeated Ling Feiliang, who was wearing a clown mask. With a bang, Ling Feiliang's body, which had been completely eroded by the chi of the netherworld, flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground. The clown mask on his face had been eroded by the chi of the 9 serenities and turned into pitch black, split into several halves. How can it be? This scene made all the wuxios watching the battle widen their eyes almost at the same time, unable to believe it. A kid at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm actually blasted away the strong man at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm? And he hasn't released his true spirit yet. On the contrary, the strong man at the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm even released his true spirit, but he couldn't block that kid's punch at all. In the face of a strong man who is 2 levels stronger than himself, he can blow him up with just one punch. Such a thing sounds like a ridiculous joke to everyone. If someone told them this beforehand, they would never believe it. But now, the facts are in front of them. What happened? Xing Liang, the young city lord, immediately stood up, angrily instructing his servants to investigate the matter thoroughly. On the other hand, the sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked disciple of Wanjian sect squinted his eyes and said, "Don't be angry, young city master. This kid is only at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he can blow up a strong person in the real Spirit Unity realm with one punch. It can be seen that there are many secrets in him. Let him fight all the way. If it can be used by my Wanjianzong, it will be a good thing." Senior Brother Qi said so. Xing Liang suddenly beamed, and he can talk about anything else, as long as the 2 disciples from the 10,000 Arrow sect are not angry. Qi Tianping and Kai Xinji, both of them are the 8th level disciples of the True Spirit Secret Realm from the 10,000 Arrow sect, and they are considered to be at the forefront among the core disciples of the sect, and their status is not low. This time, on behalf of Wanjianzong, they came to Beihai City to select young talents, and Beihai City naturally respected them very much. Qi Tianpeng, that sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect, squinted his eyes at this time, a little playful. Arrange a stronger opponent for him in the next match, and see how strong this kid really is. Yes, 2 senior brothers. Look, is Su Chang'e, from the Su family, okay? Xing Liang asked with a hey smile. Su Chang'e? What realm? Qi Tianpeng asked with a faint smile. The 7th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm, but Su Chang'e's strength can be said to be the top among the 7th level of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. The Ling Feiliang, just now is not enough for Su Chang'e's teeth. Xing Liang said. Okay, then let him have a fight with this kid named Jun Bian. Qi Tianpeng nodded and made a decision easily. And the other martial artists in the spectator seats were also shocked by the situation in the field at this moment. They never thought that Long Yu could defeat Ling Feiliang, and it was a punch to seal the victory. Looking at it with admiration, this word is very appropriate to be used here, but unfortunately, many people still think that Long Yu is relying on trickery. Ling Feiliang was defending the front, but Long Yu's attack was erupting from the ground, so of course he couldn't stop it. But they didn't want to, no matter what means, as long as they won this battle, wouldn't they be strong? Long Yu walked off the battle stage calmly. After winning the first game, he didn't think it was difficult, all of this was within his expectations. On the contrary, he occasionally raised his head and saw the eyes of the Wan Arrow sect disciple on the rostrum, and felt that the other party seemed to have a lot of interest in him. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu has no interest in joining the 10,000 Arrow sect. He came to participate in this martial arts meeting, he just wanted to fight against other martial artists, so he came to find Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan by the way. It's a pity that until now, Long Yu still hasn't seen the two of them. Not long after, Qi Xiaoxue came on stage. On the first day of the Bianqing martial arts meeting, nearly 1,000 people participated in the battle, and there were more than 400 matches in total. If there were 10 games in one round, it would take more than 40 rounds. Long Yu made his appearance in the first round, and with his absolute strength, he blew up the atmosphere of the audience. Qi Xiaoxue played in the 10th round, but it was a pity that he met an opponent in the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm in the first round, which made him lose. Except for Long Yu, there are very few martial artists who can cross the realm of martial arts and defeat their opponents, even Qi Xiaoxue can't do it. The basic strength is doubled, and the only way to make up for it is to use soldiers, martial arts, or the field of law that has been comprehended. It's a pity that in these respects, most Jianghu martial arts are on the same level, and even the higher the level of martial arts, the easier it is for the Jianghu martial arts to have higher quality fighters and stronger martial arts. After a whole day, except for Long Yu, there was not even one person who was able to defeat the opponent across the realm of martial arts. This shows how difficult it is to fight across realms. Haha, Brother Long, you are really good, even Ling Feiliang was defeated by you. On the way back to the inn, Qi Xiaoxue patted Long Yu's shoulder, said with a low voice and a smile. Because Long Yu's performance in the first game was too eye-catching, many people still watched the two of them on their way home, and Long Yu always felt that he seemed to be being followed by someone. It's just that the other party's tracking method is quite clever, he really can't find out where the other party is, so he can only give up, and at the same time, a trace of vigilance emerges deep in his heart. He's being careless. Facing Qi Xiaoxue's praise, Long Yu said modestly, then frowned slightly, I just don't know why Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan are missing. After a whole day, Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan were completely gone, which made Long Yu feel bad. Could it be that something happened to the two of them? It stands to reason that since the two have come to Beihai City, and they have already said that their goal is this martial arts competition, it is impossible not to show up. Brother Mo told me that at the time, but I really don't know why I didn't see him today. When Qi Xiaoxue heard this, she was also puzzled, but she didn't take it too seriously. Brother Long, Mo Fengming is not weak, so there shouldn't be any accidents. You should concentrate on the next battle. Well, if you can be selected by the 10,000 Arrow sect, you should get a lot of training resources. Long Yu shook his head. He was not interested in Wang Jianzong, but he always felt that Mo Fengming and Lu Yuan did not show up, which was a bit strange. Forget it, I think these are useless. I have been separated from them for more than a month. Now I want to find them, but I can't find them. I can only look for any clues in this Beihai City. Long Yu thought in his heart, and soon returned to the inn he had set. He made an agreement with Qi Xiaoxue to go to the fighting arena together tomorrow morning, and Qi Xiaoxue would watch Long Yu's match until the end. For Wang Jianzong, Long Yu had no idea, but Qi Xiaoxue was quite enthusiastic. This bold and unrestrained man was originally born in the Great Tang Kingdom, but it is a pity that he failed to reach the 4th level of martial arts before the age of 18, and was not able to join the 7 major sects. However, his talent in martial arts was only revealed after he was 20 years old, which made him have a dream after all, to join a certain big sect. Now that the 10,000 Arrow sect came to recruit disciples, They would also carry out special training, which was an opportunity, but it was a pity that Qi Xiaoxiu's martial arts realm was still 1 or 2 levels behind. After Long Yu and Qi Xiaoxiu separated, they returned to the room alone. As soon as he opened the door and entered, a figure appeared in the room, which startled Long Yu. "Mo Fengming? Why are you here?" Long Yu took a quick look and saw Mo Fengming and Xing Yi, wearing a black mask, waiting for him in his room. The reason why Long Yu could see his identity was because of the long sword that contained the Law of the Sun hanging on his waist, which can be said to be Mo Fengming's iconic soldier. "Problem occurs," Mo Fengming said in a low voice. Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough. Under the night in Beihai City, countless martial artists were still discussing the fighting scenes during the day, and they talked with gusto. The most dazzling among them was a martial artist who played in the first round. He was obviously only the 5th level of the True Spirit realm, but he actually defeated a 7th level expert in the True Spirit realm who was wearing a clown mask. Flybeam. This martial artist's name is Jun Bian, and there are countless martial artists in Beihai City, all of whom remember this name. However, they didn't know that the Jun Bian they were talking about was running towards the Beihai City Lord's mansion under the cover of night. Lu Yuan has been arrested. Mo Fengming brought such news, and immediately, he and Long Yu embarked on the road to the City Lord's mansion. It was the people from the City Lord's mansion who caught Lu Yuan. As for why they arrested her, even Mo Fengming didn't know. He and Lu Yuan also signed up for this martial arts meeting a few days ago, but 3 days before the martial arts meeting started, people from the City Lord's mansion suddenly appeared and attacked them both. Mo Fengming escaped the catastrophe by relying on his physical skills and martial arts, but Lu Yuan was captured by the people of the City Lord's mansion. These days, Mo Fengming has been looking for Lu Yuan in the city, but he can't find it no matter what. She seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Because Long Yu appeared at the martial arts meeting in Border Town today, Mo Fengming followed the road to find Long Yu. Although there is no special relationship between Long Yu and Lu Yuan, they are still friends after all. Of course, it is impossible to stand idly by when encountering such unclear things. No matter what, if you live to see people, if you die to see corpses, if Lu Yuan really encounters an accident, Long Yu will definitely make the City Lord's mansion of Beihai City uneasy. Long Yu put on a black night clothes, followed behind Mo Fengming, and ran quickly towards the City Lord's mansion. Mo Fengming used the movement martial arts of the Mo family of the Xiang family, and he followed him like a shadow. His whole body was like a black shadow, which was almost difficult to be found in the night. After Long Yu put on the black night clothes, he was also very good at using obstacles such as buildings and street corners to hide himself. When the two arrived outside the majestic City Lord's mansion, they were not noticed by anyone at all. The Bianqing martial arts meeting just started today, and the 2 disciples of Wang Jianzong also live in the City Lord's mansion. Mo Fengming lowered his voice and said to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded, expressing his understanding. Then the 2 quietly climbed over the wall and entered. Although Mo Fengming was sure that the people from the City Lord's mansion captured Lu Yuan, but he didn't know whether Lu Yuan was taken to another place during these 3 days. Now that the 2 invaded the City Lord's mansion, their primary purpose was to find someone, at least to know where they took Lu Yuan. The 2 climbed over the wall and entered the City Lord's mansion. Since they both practiced good body and martial arts, they were not discovered by anyone. Immediately afterwards, the 2 felt a large group of people approaching not far away, so they hid in a garden rockery, preparing to find out the following facts first. Senior Brother Qi, Senior Brother Kai, you have to enjoy yourself tonight. A slightly flattering voice came into the ears of the 2 of them. As soon as Long Yu heard it, he could tell that the compliment came from Xing Liang, the young city lord of the City Lord's mansion. That depends on the woman you prepare, whether it suits our appetite. Kai Xingji, a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect with a high-pitched voice, smiled, and seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming events. Just hearing these two sentences, Long Yu's heart moved, and he could probably understand what was going on. If you guessed correctly, Lu Yuan was taken away by the young city lord Xing Liang, and her purpose was to entertain two disciples from the 10,000 Arrow sect. Don't worry, the two senior brothers, the two girls I prepared will definitely make the two senior brothers full of praise. Xing Liang said very confidently. Then I'll wait and see, where are they now? Qi Tianpeng with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks looked impatient. Although with their identities and strengths, there is no shortage of women who want women, but they still like novelty after all. No matter what, the young city lord Xing Liang prepared women for them, which made them very satisfied. They are all in the front room, two senior brothers, you can see them when you enter the room. Xing Liang chuckled and said, Senior brothers, I won't go there now, you can enjoy it yourself. After saying this, Xing Liang's footsteps stopped, and even some followers behind him also stopped. Only the disciples of One Arrow sect, Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji, continued to walk forward. Looking outside through the gap in the rockery, Long Yu happened to see two disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect in blue costumes walking towards the two brightly lit rooms in front. Lu Yuan, is it in that room? Long Yu was thinking in his heart, and at the same time he couldn't help but think, this young city lord Xing Liang has prepared two girls, besides Lu Yuan, who is the other one? Suddenly, a scene flashed in Long Yu's mind, which was what an old alchemist said when he came to the trading house in the border town. Help find his granddaughter. Long Yu was still a little surprised at the time, how could an alchemist with such a precious status lose his granddaughter? Now it seems that it is very likely that the young city lord Xing Liang did it. Brother Mo, let's split up. If you lure the others away, I'll wait for the opportunity. Long Yu whispered. Mo Fengming was slightly taken aback. Brother Long, don't trick me, how can I lure them away here? With your agility that follows you like a shadow, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Long Yu whispered, if the room is really Lu Yuan, it will be too late if you don't act. As long as you lure away the two disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect who are in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, I will be sure to rescue her. Sure. Although Mo Fengming knew that Long Yu was very strong, he was still a little unsure. After all, to be honest, the two of them didn't know each other very well. Sure, I can fly, and I can definitely save people. Long Yu whispered with certainty. Hearing these words, Mo Fengming finally remembered, this boy surnamed Long can fly. At that time in the Butterfly Valley, wasn't it Long Yu who flew up to finally deal with the two Gigui envoys from the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm? With this in mind, Mo Fengming decided to trust Long Yu. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he sprang out of the rockery like a shadow. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Mo Fengming's figure crossed the courtyard like a shadow, and passed by the young city lord Xing Liang. Who? Xing Liang, the young city lord, was about to turn around and leave with people, and couldn't help becoming angry. One must know that this is the city lord's mansion of Beihai City, where anyone can come in. Still dangling in front of him like a ghost, of course he can't tolerate such a thing. Catch him. As soon as Xing Liang gave an order, the servants of the 4th and 5th levels of the True Spirit Secret Realm behind him started to work. They also only saw a figure flashing past, how could they know where that figure had gone? These attendants were about to start searching the entire courtyard, but at this moment, two roars came from the two rooms ahead. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Who dares to disturb my elegance? Two 10,000 Arrow sect disciples, Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji, shouted angrily, and then there was a bang on the top of the room in front of them, a big hole was blasted out, and then a figure rushed out. Mo Fengming's speed was very fast, and in a blink of an eye, he attracted the attention of everyone present, including Xing Liang, Qi Tianpeng, and Kai Xinji. And when he entered the room, he immediately saw two girls in the room, lying unconscious on the bed, and one of them was Lu Yuan, who was captured before. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Mo Fengming would never be wrong, because Lu Yuan's temperament was too different, and her snow-white long hair made her look extremely cold. Following Mo Fengming's figure leaping out from the roof, Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji, two disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, each chased them out from the big hole in the roof. God's arrow kills thousands of miles. Qi Tianpeng with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks chased after him for a while, and seeing Mo Fengming's speed, a longbow spirit appeared behind him, and then a magic arrow flew through the night sky, chasing Mo Fengming at an extremely fast speed. Facing the 8th level attack of the True Spirit Secret Realm, although Mo Fengming was fast, he might not be able to dodge it, let alone resist it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the hunting arrow disappeared into the night sky together with Mo Fengming's figure. Xing Liang, what's going on? Kai Xinji seemed to be a decent person, but at this moment he had a gloomy face and asked, "Is this how you let people come and go in your city lord's mansion?" Kai Xinji and Qi Tianpeng were naturally upset when they saw the good show being interrupted. The most important thing is that the opponent has not been caught yet. Doesn't this mean that it is very likely that when they are halfway through their work, there are still people peeking outside? It was really unbearable for the two of them. I'll send someone to arrest the thief. Xing Liang trembled all over. Seeing that the two 10,000 Arrow sect disciples were dissatisfied with him, he quickly reacted and gave orders to his opponents to send people to search the whole city. Hopefully someone can be caught. Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji snorted coldly, both of them were extremely disappointed in Xing Liang. Xing Liang kept admitting his mistakes on the surface, but in fact he was secretly cursing in his heart, "Aren't you two fools too? How about a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect who is at the 8th level of the True Spirit Mystic Realm, but he can't even catch a kid at the 6th level of the True Spirit Mystic Realm? What a shame." Although it was only a glimpse, Xing Liang recognized Mo Fengming as the accomplice of one of the girls in the house. He was allowed to run away last time, if he is allowed to run away again this time, he, Xing Liang, the young city lord, will really lose all face. All of a sudden, the entire city lord's mansion took action, and they were bound to catch the guy who disturbed the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect. At this time, Long Yu finally took action. Taking advantage of the confusion, he sneaked into one of the rooms, looked at the bed, but found that it was not Lu Yuan, but another beautiful girl with a delicate face. This beautiful girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, her skin was snow-white, her eyebrows were like the moon, but she fell on the bed in a coma, her posture was like a weak willow, which aroused pity. Unexpectedly, this Xing Liang, even this kind of girl who was only 15 or 16 years old, was kidnapped, which is really outrageous. Take it with you. Long Yu's heart moved. Without hesitation, he went straight forward and picked up the girl's soft body from the bed, and then he dodged to the next room. This time, he really saw Lu Yuan, with long snow-white hair hanging down beside the bed, also unconscious. Walk. Long Yu immediately stepped forward and hugged Lu Yuan with one hand. He embraced the two girls, and then performed the mysterious super martial skill, Dance of the Dragon and Sparrow, and a pair of wide and dark wings stretched out behind him, leading him out of the big hole in the roof. Originally, Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji, who were on the roof, were slightly aware of the movement in the room. Just when they wanted to go down to have a look, Long Yu took the two girls and soared into the sky. Here comes another one. And this time, this guy also took away the delicious food they were about to enjoy. Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji were truly outraged at this moment. Longbow real spirit entities appeared behind each of them, and they shot divine arrows at Long Yu one after another in pursuit of their lives. They didn't care at all, doing so might have shot the two girls to death. For them, there was never a shortage of women, but it was extremely rare for someone to trample on their face. For the two of them at present, the most important thing is to catch the person, and the rest can be discussed later. Sure enough, I only know how to shoot a few arrows, to hunt down. Long Yu held a woman in one hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He immediately activated the tying wings, and the flying speed of the whole person more than doubled again. This time, those so-called 10,000 miles killing arrows were left far behind. It's the guy who appeared at the martial arts meeting, and he's the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Qi Tianping recognized Long Yu's identity at a glance. He watched the several magical arrows he shot were easily dodged and dropped by Long Yu. His face became gloomy. Stinky boy, doesn't he plan to participate in the martial arts meeting again? Kai Xingji's eyes flashed fiercely. Since you've done this, then you definitely don't want to come back. Damn it, you don't pay attention to our 10,000 arrow sect, and this kid can fly. Qi Tianping gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do about Long Yu flying away. This person's name is Jun Bian, he must have an accomplice. Quickly ask Xing Liang to notify him, and arrest his accomplice. Kai Xingji's eyes lit up, and he quickly notified him. Long Yu took the two girls and soared in the night sky, feeling the warmth and softness of the two girls in his arms, but he had no intention of enjoying it. Mo Fengming is still in the city, I have to go and bring him out. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he took the two girls with him, and soon flew out of the range of Beihai City, and flew over a lake, and landed in the hidden grass beside a lake. Brother Long, you are here. A figure in a brown fur coat appeared from the grass, and it was Qi Xiaoxue. Long Yu and Mo Fengming acted. Of course they would not forget Qi Xiaoxue, otherwise, once the incident happened, Qi Xiaoxue would definitely be arrested as Long Yu's accomplice. Take care of them, I'll go back and bring Mo Fengming out. Long Yu placed the soft bodies of the two women in the grass, which were covered by the trees. You go, I'll wait for you to come back, you must be more careful. Qi Xiaoxue said in a solemn tone. He clearly knew the strength of Beihai City. Although the city lord of Beihai City had not yet reached the Heaven Man Mystery Realm, he was also a strong man at the 9th peak of the True Spirit Mystery Realm. Moreover, in the entire Beihai City, there are not a few strong people in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Long Yu's trip is really a bit risky. Fortunately, he can fly, otherwise it would be impossible to successfully rescue Lu Yuan. However, Long Yu rescued two at once, which made Qi Xiaoxue a little surprised. She thought to herself that the young city lord Xing Liang was too inhuman, and even kidnapped a girl who was only 15 or 16 years old. For the 10,000 arrow sect disciples. Long Yu flapped his wings and flew back to Beihai City. This time, he was likely to encounter a battle, and the closer he was to Beihai City, the more cautious he would be. At this moment, the entire streets of Beihai City were already filled with military troops under the command of the city lord's mansion, searching everywhere, looking for Mo Fengming's trace. Including Qi Tianping and Kai Xingji, they are all looking for Mo Fengming. If Mo Fengming can be caught, they will be sure to find the boy who took the beauty back. The disciples of the 10,000 arrow sect were dispatched in person, so it was naturally impossible for the young city lord, Xing Liang, to remain indifferent, and they also acted in person. Where will he be? Long Yu quietly flew back to Beihai City without attracting anyone's attention. He felt the chaos in the city, and couldn't help but feel a little headache, because he didn't know where Mo Fengming was now. After rescuing Lu Yuan, they can agree with Qi Xiaoxue to meet at a place, but Mo Fengming is fleeing in the city, and the situation is changing rapidly, so it is impossible to meet at the best place in advance. Just take one step at a time. He put away the wings of the sun, landed in a corner of Beihai City, and walked forward along a path. Search here. Soon, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps, and then a small group of armed forces entered the path. Before they could see clearly what was in the path, a burst of 9 nether chi surrounded them all, and then eroded their whole bodies. 9 Yulong Fist, kill. Long Yu stepped forward and easily beheaded all of this group of warriors who hadn't condensed their true spirits. Although he had already rescued Lu Yuan, he didn't know if Lu Yuan had suffered any grievances, and he would definitely get back the interest. Killing more armed forces in the city now can be regarded as Long Yu's revenge on Beihai City's city lord's mansion, and most importantly, it can also cause chaos, making the people of the city lord's mansion unable to take care of both left and right. If his side caused chaos, Mo Fengming's side would have less pressure and more opportunities to escape. However, the most likely to cause confusion is obviously not to kill a few soldiers who have not condensed their true spirits, but to go to the border city trading house to rob. Yes, it is robbery. Long Yu saw that there was no strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man in Beihai City, and he flew away as soon as he finished the robbery. What can Beihai City do to him? Moreover, the people in this city all thought he was called Jun Bian. Starting from this name, it is impossible to find Long Yu anyway. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu quietly moved forward in Beihai City, and soon came to the place where the trading house in Border City was located. It was Yu who robbed. Long Yu performed the dance of the dragon bird, spread his wings, flew directly to the 5th floor, and broke in through the window. Who? In the middle of the night, the trading house in the Border City had already closed, and at this moment, only the housekeepers at various levels were guarding it. The butler Scar on the 5th floor ran out as soon as he heard the movement, and when he saw Long Yu, he was shocked and angry. To my surprise, this kid actually dared to blow a big hole in the attic of the trading house in the Border City, and even broke in to rob things. What makes him angry is that this kid doesn't care too much about Beihai City's city lord's mansion and his 5th-level housekeeper for doing this, right? Goodbye. When Long Yu saw Steward Scar appeared, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he took away a spear soldier placed on the 5th floor with one hand, then turned around and left. This long spear is a super spiritual warrior, and it is very valuable. After being taken away by Long Yu, Steward Scar would naturally not tolerate it, and immediately used body skills and martial arts to capture Long Yu on the spot. It's a pity that even if he reached the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, his speed was still a bit slower than Long Yu's. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow. Long Yu's black wings stretched out behind him, and his whole body was like a black phoenix, flying out from the big hole when he came in. Don't try to escape. Seeing him flying away, Steward Scar didn't give up. He jumped up from the big hole like a cannonball, and shot straight at Long Yu. 10,000 people killed. Long Yu held the snatched long spear warrior, laughed, gathered endless killing intent, and shot back. In the air, he has an absolute advantage by virtue of the dragon and bird dance martial arts. Since the butler with the scar dared to catch up, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Humph, the gravel blasted the top. As soon as Steward Scar raised his hand, a bolder true spirit entity was released behind him, followed by a series of gravels rolling towards Long Yu with infinite impact. The attack of the 8th level expert in the True Spirit Secret Realm is not something that Long Yu can resist head-on now. But now that both of them are in the air, Long Yu's biggest advantage is that he is much more flexible than Butler Scar. I flash. Long Yu laughed, and dodged to avoid the impact of the series of crushed stones. Dragon Sparrow Dance, as a super high-grade mysterious martial skill, naturally has extraordinary effects. Even if it is just a beginner, it has also produced extremely amazing effects. The current Long Yu is as flexible in the sky as a strong man in the secret realm of heaven and man, making it impossible for the butler with the scar to touch him at all. Suppressing the sky spear art, the shadows of the spears are heavy. Long Yu held the super spiritual warrior spear and used this marksmanship martial skill. The spear came out of his hand and charged at the scarred butler with heavy spears. The butler with the scar swung his hand horizontally, and grabbed the long spear from the shadow of many guns. However, the huge force contained in it suddenly caused Steward Scar to lose his balance, and his whole body fell heavily towards the ground. I returned the things to you, I don't care about this thing. Long Yu chuckled lightly. He was only here to make trouble, but now he has successfully attracted the attention of many people around him, which is enough. He has no intention of taking the spear for himself. It's just a super spiritual level fighter. If he wants it, he can get it in a fair way. Why use this kind of snatching method? With a bang, Steward Scar fell heavily to the ground. Although he was not seriously injured, he was humiliated. Moreover, it is impossible for him to jump so high all of a sudden to fight Long Yu fiercely. He's there, grab him. Suddenly a series of swift footsteps came from the street, not far away. Long Yu looked down, but saw that it was Xing Liang, the young city lord of the city lord's mansion, who led people running towards this direction quickly. It seemed that he was attracted by the battle with Steward Scar. Well done. A cold light flashed across Long Yu's eyes. This young city lord Xing Liang was the culprit of the whole incident at first glance. No matter whether Lu Yuan suffered any bullying or not, this kid is absolutely unforgivable. Kill. Long Yu's black wings stretched out from behind, followed by a heavy slap, leading his whole body towards the young city lord Xing Liang and quickly attacked and killed him. Protect me, protect me. Seeing this, young city lord Xing Liang immediately yelled. He had seen it with his own eyes. Long Yu punched Ling Feiliang, who was at the 7th level of the true spirit realm, half to death, so even though Xing Liang was at the 7th level of the true spirit realm, seeing Long Yu Sha at this time come on, I'm still scared out of my wits. All of a sudden, a large group of followers gathered behind Xing Liang, and all kinds of defensive martial arts were displayed together, trying to resist Long Yu's attack. Among them, there was a strong man in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm, who waved out a flame banner warrior, condensed a cluster of flames, and rushed towards Long Yu. It turned out to be a flame banner. Seeing this, Long Yu frowned slightly, and immediately flew up with wings, avoiding the cluster of flames. Unexpectedly, the Bianqing Trading Company had just bought the spirit-level flame banner from him, and it was in the hands of someone who needed it in a blink of an eye. The Border City Trading House was originally opened by the City Lord's Mansion, and the things in it were naturally easy for the masters of the City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, one of the 9th-level powerhouses of the True Spirit Secret Realm, who protected the young City Lord Xing Liang, got the flame banner. Seeing so many people protecting him, Long Yu knew that there was nothing he could do to Xing Liang. He flapped his wings, and was about to move to other places, when suddenly arrows shot towards him from below one after another. It was the 2 disciples of Wanjianzong. Walk. Long Yu's heart moved. He knew that even if he could fly, if he continued to be arrogant under such circumstances, he would definitely be sifted by the martial arts of various strong people. He quickly flew low, and flew into the gap on the side of the building. A large group of wuxiu from the border city rushed in this direction, but they couldn't find Long Yu at all. Where did you go, kid? I don't know, I just saw him enter this alley, and then disappeared. He can fly, much faster than us, it's such a hassle. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that a martial artist who has not reached the realm of harmony between man and nature can really fly. He must rely on a certain soldier to fly. Even so, there's nothing we can do about him. There will always be a time when his profound energy is exhausted, and then it will be his death. A group of people had nothing to do with Long Yu. It seemed that they could only let him go on like this. However, Long Yu didn't think they would be so stupid. If he guessed correctly, the young city lord will soon design a trap to lure him into the bait, and capture him in one go. What trap can make me willingly take the bait? Long Yu thought for a moment, and immediately thought of a person, Mo Fengming. If the young city lord Xing Liang caught Mo Fengming, then he would indeed be willing to take the bait. Long Yu's guess soon became a reality. Not long after, he was flying around the city, and saw a burst of fireworks not far away. Under the burst of fireworks, Mo Fengming, who was dressed in green, was caught by the young city lord Xing Liang, showing off triumphantly. "Don't say anything, your accomplice was caught by us, if he doesn't show up again, we will kill him." Xing Liang raised his head, laughed loudly, and shouted triumphantly, "Every time I count a number, I stab him. How long do you think your friend can last?" As soon as the words fell, a follower behind him handed a stabbing blade into his hand. With this stabbing blade, after stabbing someone, it is easy to cause the opponent to bleed profusely. Even martial arts experts will die due to protracted bleeding. It doesn't take more than 3 swords, Mo Fengming will definitely die. At this time, Mo Fengming looked indifferent, as if he was not the one facing the desperate situation. He didn't know if Long Yu would show up, but he still had his last life-saving stunt. If Long Yu really didn't show up, he could only use that trick. But in that case, the friendship between him and Long Yu would definitely be completely severed. "I'm counting, 1. There was a fierce light in Xing Liang's eyes. With a bloody look on his face, holding the stabbing blade, he raised it up and was about to stab Mo Fengming in the chest. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong under his feet. A burst of infinitely strange aura was condensing from under his feet, and it looked like it would burst out at any moment. Xing Liang's heart skipped a beat. Why is this aura so similar to the power displayed by Jun Bian in the martial arts arena? He subconsciously wanted to move his footsteps, but it was too late. A pillar of 9 nether chi burst out from under his feet, straight into the sky. 9 nether blast. Xing Liang's whole body was enveloped by this pillar of 9 nether chi, and he flew backwards heavily and fell to the ground. Fortunately, his martial arts realm is high enough, and he is not dead for the time being, but the meridians all over his body have been eroded by the chi of the netherworld, and he must have been seriously injured. Of course, this Beihai seaside city is Xing Liang's territory. If Long Yu can't kill him on the spot, this kid probably won't die. Unfortunately, I don't have time to completely kill this kid. Like a black phoenix, Long Yu suddenly descended from the sky. Due to Xing Liang's surprise attack, the ambush circle that had been set up in the field suddenly became chaotic. The strong man at the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm originally wanted to hide, and once Long Yu appeared, he would trap him with flames, but now he can only take care of Xing Liang for the first time. This gave Long Yuka an opportunity. Walk. Long Yu grabbed Mo Fengming, and then he flapped his wings and flew high in the air. Behind the two, countless arrows, martial arts and profound energy followed, and the domains of various laws of heaven and earth intertwined together, trying to keep the two of them. The sun erupts. Long Yu felt that he was under the pressure of countless law fields, and his figure seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. He immediately let the Taiyin wings burst out, and relieved these coercion. Immediately afterwards, he flew higher and higher into the sky with Mo Fengming, and gradually disappeared into the night sky, leaving only the chaotic North Seaside City. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. An old man in gray clothes returned to the trading house in the border city at the same time that Long Yu Fei was leaving in the middle of the night. At this moment, the butler with the scar was about to go back to recuperate. When he saw the old man at a glance, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and had an idea. "I asked you to find my granddaughter, is there any news?" The gray-clothed old man paced forward, saw the scarred butler, who was slightly injured, and asked indifferently. "Yes, yes." Butler Scar immediately said obsequiously, "Our young city master knows this best." "Where is your young city master?" the old alchemist in gray asked. "Senior, I'm here. Xing Liang, the young lord of Beihai City, was carried on a stretcher by a group of people at this moment, and came to the border city trading house. He was wounded by Long Yu's fist punch, and he needed to take some healing pills as soon as possible, so his attendants brought him to the border city trading house as quickly as possible. The young city lord Xing Liang was still depressed at first, but when he saw this old alchemist in gray clothes, his eyes lit up. It's really another village. Are you the young city lord of this Beihai city? The gray-clothed alchemist frowned slightly, and glanced at Xing Liang. Why was this kid seriously injured and lying on a stretcher? Although Beihai City is not a big city, as the young city owner of Beihai City, who would dare to make a move on it? It's me. Xing Liang sighed. Senior, this is all for your sake. According to your instructions, I searched for a long time, and finally found your granddaughter, who was taken away by a boy named Jun Bian. Don't you say anything? The old alchemist in gray frowned slightly. Yes, this kid should be less than 20 years old. The realm of martial arts is the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. He also participated in the martial arts meeting held in our border town during the day. Xing Liang immediately explained. The 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. The gray-clothed alchemist snorted coldly. No matter how bad my granddaughter is, she still has the cultivation base of the 7th level of the True Spirit. Just relying on a kid at the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm, you still want to take my granddaughter away? Senior, you don't know something, this kid named Jun Bian is very powerful. Xing Liang quickly explained. During the day, he used a mere punch to severely wound a martial artist in the 7th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Not only that, but he can also fly. I don't know what martial skill he cultivated, or what kind of soldiers are there. We have so many people dispatched tonight, and we are still in such a mess, but it is all because of this kid. Can fly? The old alchemist in gray frowned slightly. Yeah, all the injuries on my whole body were caused by his sneak attack, ouch. Xing Liang wailed. He was not pretending, the spirit of the 9 nethers eroded his whole body, causing him to be in pain. If it wasn't for blaming Long Yu for kidnapping the granddaughter of the alchemist, he would have been lying down to heal his wounds. Now, where do you still talk so much? This gray-clothed alchemist old man is no ordinary person. Where are he and my granddaughter now? The old alchemist in gray asked, coldly. Going out of the city, to the south. I sent people out of the city to chase after him, but I don't know if I can chase him. After all, that kid can fly. Xing Liang immediately said, however, that kid shouldn't be able to fly far. He must have taken your granddaughter to find a foothold outside the city, and then came back to rescue his accomplice. Hearing this, the old alchemist in gray didn't say a word. This elixir can make you suffer less. He threw out a small porcelain medicine bottle, gave it to Xing Liang, turned around and left. It's a pity that the gray-clothed old man didn't know that his actions were purely blind, and that Xing Liang in front of him was the chief culprit who kidnapped his granddaughter. Xing Liang watched the old man turn and leave, holding the small medicine bottle, with an evil smile on his face. He could imagine how miserable it would be for Long Yu to be hunted down by this old alchemist. Although Xing Liang had kidnapped the granddaughter of the gray-clothed alchemist before, she passed out as soon as he caught her. Even she herself had absolutely no idea who kidnapped her. That is to say, even if the granddaughter of the gray-clothed alchemist woke up, she would not be able to defend Long Yu. Xing Liang's move can be said to have put Long Yu to death. Long Yu didn't know that Xing Liang, the young lord of Beihai City, would file a complaint first at this time, so that an alchemist from the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm would deal with him. He grabbed Mo Fengming, and quickly landed on the edge of a lake outside the city, to the place where he met Qi Xiaoxue before. You're still here. Mo Fengming was not disappointed in Long Yu. He patted Long Yu's shoulder, and laughed. That's natural. Long Yu nodded and smiled, then pushed aside the grass, and saw Qi Xiaoxue guarding the 2 unconscious girls. He and Mo Fengming walked into the grass together. Everyone, get out of here quickly. Beihai City is not stable now. I'm afraid someone will search it soon. While talking, Long Yu stepped forward to help Lu Yuan up. Brother Qi, do Do you see why they are unconscious? I don't know very well, but I can guess that it must be some kind of medicine that the young city lord took. Qi Xiaoxue shook her head. He is not familiar with pills, so of course he can't see what's going on. The situation is more urgent now. It is impossible for everyone to stay here for a long time, so Long Yu supported Lu Yuan, and picked up another girl as well. Anyway, they had already hugged them when they were rescued, and Long Yu would not think about issues such as whether a man or a woman should give or take a kiss. Compared with Qi Xiaoxue and Mo Fengming, Long Yu's speed was the fastest, so it was not surprising that he brought the two unconscious women. Soon, the three figures disappeared from the bushes by the lake. Not long after, an old man in gray came walking from the direction of Beihai City, much faster than Long Yu and the three of them together. This old man was obviously that old alchemist, the grandfather of another girl in Long Yu's arms. It should be not far away, there is the breath of her pendant. The old man came to the grass and stayed for a while, and saw the trace of someone lying here, frowned slightly, and then continued to chase forward. The three of Long Yu didn't know there would be such a strong man chasing after them. Even if Beihai City dispatched some strong men from the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, they would definitely not be as powerful as this old alchemist. If you offend this old man, life will definitely not be easy. Soon, the three of Long Yu approached the border of Beihai Kingdom and set foot on an endless prairie. If they kept going forward, they would be able to see Mixed Sound City within a day. Where are we going now? Qi Xiaoxue asked aloud. It doesn't matter to him, he can go anywhere, but Long Yu doesn't seem to be able to go to Mixed City. If you want to go to the Tang Dynasty, the journey will be relatively long, and you may be overtaken by people from Beihai City. It's a pity that they don't seem to need to think about this problem. Because Long Yu already felt that there was an awe-inspiring murderous aura coming from a distance behind him, obviously someone strong was chasing after him. If this continues, we will be caught up, let's go separately, you go first, and I will be the last. Long Yu said calmly while running. Okay, be careful. Mo Fengming nodded and didn't say much. In Beihai City, he was deliberately captured by the young city lord Xing Liang, just to see if Long Yu would show up to save him. Now that Long Yu had appeared, he had developed trust in Long Yu. At this moment, of course, he would not doubt Long Yu's decision. Shall we help you take them? Qi Xiaoxue was a little hesitant. No need, your speed is not fast. If you bring another person, you may be caught up, leave it to me. Long Yu made a decision. Anyway, he can fly, even with Lu Yuan and that girl, he can delay for a while, and then fly away directly. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Before taking action, Mo Fengming had already confirmed that there was no strong person from the heavenly human secret realm in Beihai City. For a while, the three of them split up and acted separately. Mo Fengming and Qi Xiaoxue headed towards Datong Country and Mixed Sound City, respectively, while Long Yu kept running along a wide river. As for the direction ahead, Long Yu doesn't care at all. All he knew was that with the two girls in his arms, the people from Beihai City would definitely chase him first if they caught up with them. As long as there was a slight delay, they would be able to fly directly and get rid of the pursuers. Stop. Long Yu was running fast in front, and then an old man shouted angrily. This voice made Long Yu stunned for a moment. Is it the old alchemist? When Long Yu was at the trading house in the border city, he had seen this old alchemist in gray clothes, heard his voice, and recognized him immediately. How could this old man come after him? Long Yu felt strange in his heart, but he didn't dare to turn his head back, because he could feel that an extremely strong killing intent was brewing on that old alchemist. This burst of killing intent made Long Yu absolutely sure that as long as he turned around, he would definitely be killed without even having a chance to explain. The strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm, now Long Yu has no possibility of confronting him head-on, But the trouble is that now Long Yu has to buy time for Mo Fengming and Qi Xiaoxue to escape. If he performed the dragon sparrow dance or urged the tying wings, he could escape directly, but if the old man chased after Mo Fengming or Qi Xiaoxue, the two of them would have no chance of escaping. Yellow Spring Barrier. Jump. With a movement in Long Yu's heart, he immediately condensed a layer of hellish spring barrier with the aura of 9 seclusion, covering himself and the two women in his arms. Immediately, he embraced the two women and jumped directly into the raging torrent. After jumping into the river, although Long Yu's speed will not become faster, it will eventually block the old man's sight, and it would be great to delay the time. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Seeing Long Yu jumping headlong into the wide river, with the two girls in his arms, the gray-clothed alchemist was stunned. This is terrible. He quickly ran to the place where Long Yu jumped into the river, looked at the rushing river, frowned slightly, after a while, finally determined the direction, and continued to chase downstream along the river bank. He can already be sure that his granddaughter is in the hands of this kid in front of him. You don't say anything, you don't say anything, a son of a flower-picking apprentice is actually playing tricks in front of me. Do you think you can escape from my palm? The old man snorted coldly, and headed downstream of the river at an extremely fast speed. Long Yu used the barrier of the yellow spring to block the water flow, then hugged the two girls and followed the water flow downstream. Why don't you put this girl down, so the old man won't come after her? Even if he does, it will definitely take a lot of time. After Long Yu felt the figure of the old man in gray on the shore pause, he continued to chase after him quickly, thinking about countermeasures with his heart moving. Soon, he denied this method. How did this gray-clothed alchemist know that his granddaughter was in Long Yu's hands? Apparently it was said by the people from Beihai City just now. You actually poured dirty water on me. Xing Liang, you are amazing. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. If this is the case, he will definitely not make it easier for the people in Beihai City, at least let the gray-clothed old man know the truth. It is true that Long Yu is not the opponent of the entire Beihai City, but at least they will not be allowed to live freely. As long as the gray-clothed alchemist knows the truth, the entire Beihai City will surely fall into crisis. Long Yu believed that this gray-clothed alchemist was definitely not just an ordinary 9th-level powerhouse in the secret realm of true spirits. Behind him, there were probably other powerful forces behind him, or many people with profound cultivation bases. Friends. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a powerful alchemist? At least Long Yu wanted to, because he also wanted to learn alchemy. It's a pity that now is not the time to make friends with this gray-clothed alchemist. As long as this girl wakes up, the truth should be revealed. Long Yu thought about it, and decided to persevere until the girl woke up. Feeling that the gray-clothed old man was getting closer and closer, Long Yu could only think about flying up first, avoiding disaster, and teasing him for a while. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, get up. Long Yu mobilized his profound energy, displayed his profound martial arts, flew up from the water, hugged the two women, and jumped into the sky. The old alchemist in gray felt that he was about to catch up, and was about to go into the water to catch Long Yu, but suddenly found that Long Yu flew up from the water, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Snort. He only heard a cold snort, and when he raised his hand, the profound energy in his whole body condensed into a whirlwind, which actually lifted his whole body and flew up. Agility and martial arts, Yu Fengxing. Brat, do you think you are the only one who can fly? The gray-clothed alchemist is able to refine elixirs that are very useful to the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man, so of course he can practice many powerful and useful martial arts. This mysterious level martial skill, Yu Fengxing, is one of them. Not only can it increase his speed sharply, but it can also allow him to walk against the wind and fly in the air. Looking back, Long Yu was shocked. This gray-clothed alchemist old man can actually fly martial arts, this is too bad. Take it. Long Yu didn't dare to make fun of his own life, and immediately threw the 15 or 16-year-old unconscious girl in his arms to him. The young girl's delicate body seemed to be flying in midair, full of intoxicating beauty, but it was a pity that neither Long Yu nor the old alchemist in gray had time to appreciate this beautiful scenery. The old man in gray immediately flew against the wind, flew towards where his granddaughter was, caught her, and heaved a sigh of relief. Long Yu, holding Lu Yuan in his arms, urged the wings of the sun and the dance of the dragon sparrow at the same time, and flew forward at a faster speed than before. The fascination is gone? The old man in gray took the pulse of his granddaughter, his face changed slightly, then he took out a small medicine bottle from his bosom, and immediately gave his granddaughter the pill in it. Fortunately, I came early, otherwise I would have made a big mistake. Brat, if my old man didn't catch you today, wouldn't it be a waste of my cultivation? The old man in gray was so angry that he continued to chase Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. Although Long Yu's flying speed was extremely fast, even faster than Giguisher, the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but the gray-clothed old man was not slow. Both sides were carrying a young girl, and their speed had dropped, but the distance between the gray-clothed old man and Long Yu was still getting closer. This old guy is really difficult. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Long Yu cursed inwardly. The people of Beihai City are really insidious enough to bring him such a big trouble, but he can't stop to explain, and there is no evidence to prove that the old man's granddaughter was not taken away by him. Do you want to leave Lu Yuan behind? Long Yu estimated that if Lu Yuan was also left behind, his speed would be enough to escape, but if he left Lu Yuan now, wouldn't it put her in danger again? Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, Dance of the Dragon Sparrow. If this martial skill can be improved to a higher level, the speed will definitely be faster. It's a pity that it is not so easy to comprehend and improve the mysterious supergrade martial skill. As soon as Long Yu gritted his teeth, did he have to release the dragon true spirit of 9 nethernesses again in order to escape the catastrophe? Thinking of the powerful primordial consciousness generated out of thin air, he felt a little palpitated. It was really not an existence that he could resist now. Once the consciousness is invaded by that ancient consciousness, who knows what will happen? Senior, the woman in my arms is my friend, her name is Lu Yuan. Like your granddaughter, she was captured by the young master of Beihai City. Long Yu had no choice but to tell the truth out loud first. As for whether the old man believed it or not, it was beyond his control. I was only here to save my friend, and I saved your granddaughter by the way. I didn't expect to be hunted down by you. It's ridiculous. Long Yu laughed out loud, no doubt mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. If you have anything to say, stop and talk. The old man in gray was unmoved, and said with a cold snort. His figure continued to move towards Long Yu at a high speed, and then he swung his palm out, gathering profound energy, forming a turbulent whirlwind, and rolled towards Long Yu. It seems that the old man didn't believe what Long Yu said, and decided to attack him. When the whirlwind hit, Long Yu didn't even think about it, and instantly condensed the barrier of the underworld, and the aura of the 9 netherness spread behind him, trying to resist the whirlwind. However, under the bombardment of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, this barrier of the underworld is completely vulnerable. In an instant, that whirlwind shattered Long Yu's condensed xuanhuan barrier, and then surged towards him, making him grit his teeth and protect Lu Yuan in his arms. Chi-chi. The whirlwind came in an instant, bombarding Long Yu's back, causing the night clothes he was wearing to be torn apart. Immediately afterwards, the power of this whirlwind seemed to tear him apart. Thunderbolt Overlord Body. Long Yu gritted his teeth, kept urging the dragon sparrow dance, and fled forward. At the same time, he concentrated the thunderbolt law he had comprehended on his back to resist the violent whirlwind. Lightning flashed on his back, and the body tempered by the thunder played a great role at this time, blocking the whirlwind for a while. It's a pity that the martial arts performed by the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is really too strong. Even if Long Yu has the thunderbolt body, he can't fully withstand it at this time. Under the bombardment of this whirlwind, his back quickly became a bloody mess, causing him to endure unimaginable pain. However, even so, he didn't stop, nor did he release the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities, but continued to flap his wings and fly forward. This scene shocked the old man in gray, who was chasing after him. This boy, is what he said true? If not, how could he resist my whirlwind with flesh and blood? He thought in his heart that if Long Yu was really that kind of shameless son of a disciple, facing this situation, he would definitely use the girl in his arms to resist his whirlwind. But now, Long Yu used flesh and blood to protect the girl in his arms. Either, this is a bitter trick played by Long Yu, or, what Long Yu said is true, that girl is his friend, and he is only here to save his friend, and by the way, he even saved his granddaughter. However, how could the people of Beihai City be so bold as to take his granddaughter away? The gray-clothed old man felt a little uneasy. If this was the truth, wouldn't he be a villain? But before the truth came out, he would not change his mind. Your friend should be the same as my granddaughter. You put her down, and I will give her the antidote. The old man in gray said while flying after him. It's a pity that the current Long Yu, his whole back is bloody from the palm of the gray-clothed old man. How could he listen to what he said? If the gray-clothed old man catches up again, he can only release the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 serenities. Seeing that Long Yu was unmoved, the old man in gray finally stopped and did not continue chasing him. He could see that Long Yu's determination to protect Lu Yuan in his arms was very firm, and since that was the case, it was probably his friend. No flower picker would consider the prey so important that he would do his best to protect it even if he was seriously injured. The gray-clothed old man shook his head, seeing Long Yu Fei go away, but he did not chase after him. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Old guy, take your palm today, and I will repay you in the future. Long Yu gritted his teeth and thought, holding Lu Yuan in his arms, and quickly flew forward. However, the injury to his back was so severe that his whole body quickly weakened, and he felt that the Lu Yuan in his arms seemed to be as heavy as Mount Tai, pressing him down and falling down. With a plop, Long Yu hugged Lu Yuan and fell into the rushing river. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. The gray-clothed old man hadn't left yet, and when he saw the two of them falling down, his expression changed. That's terrible. Unknowingly, the old man in gray had some appreciation for Long Yu's spirit. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking, could it be that the kid couldn't bear his palm and finally lost his strength? Not far in front of the turbulent river, there is a huge waterfall. The incomparably turbulent water flow continuously washes out and falls towards the bottom of the waterfall. If he falls into the waterfall, isn't that kid very likely to die? If it was a petty picker of flowers, the gray-clothed old man would wish to crush him to ashes. But if the facts are the same as what Long Yu said, then wouldn't he have killed a good person by mistake, aided the evildoers, and acted as a minion for a tiger? Thinking of this, the old man in gray quickly walked towards the place where Long Yu fell to Yu Feng, at least to save this kid's life before the truth came out. It's a pity that the closer you get to the waterfall, the more turbulent the water flow is. Even the gray-clothed old man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can't keep up with the speed at which Long Yu and Lu Yuan are washed down by the water flow. Not long after, both Long Yu and Lu Yuan were washed down the waterfall. The old alchemist in gray didn't even think about it. He walked against the wind at the fastest speed, came to the edge of the waterfall, and then flew down the waterfall. He immediately began to look for traces of Long Yu and Lu Yuan, but unfortunately, the current was too fast, so he couldn't see where they were. If you reach the secret realm of heaven and man, you can feel their aura in this situation, but it's a pity that now. The gray-clothed alchemist had a sullen face, and was a little helpless in such a situation. Soon, he landed at the bottom of the waterfall, and he was relieved to find that there was a deep pool under the waterfall. In this case, the two of them should not be killed if they were washed down by the rapids. After all, Wu Xiu's physical body is quite strong, and if they fall into the water, there is still a way to survive. But, where did the two of them go? The gray-clothed alchemist did not give up. While taking his granddaughter who hadn't woken up, he kept searching near the pool below the waterfall. Finally, after unremitting efforts, he saw a young girl in white floating above the water. The old man in gray immediately took out the antidote, went to bring her ashore, and let her take the antidote. Then he stood up and looked around, but no matter what, he couldn't find another figure of Long Yu. After a long time, the sky gradually brightened, and when the first ray of sunlight shone down in the morning, the two young girls beside the old man in gray finally woke up. "Grandpa, this is me, what's wrong?" His granddaughter woke up first, saw her grandfather in a daze, and asked a question. "Never mind." The gray-clothed old man comforted his granddaughter, and at the same time, blamed himself a bit. If he hadn't left his granddaughter behind and went into the store alone to buy alchemy materials, such a thing would not have happened. But now, he is most concerned about the other girl, that is, Lu Yuan. "Girl, are you awake?" The old man in gray looked at Lu Yuan and asked gently. "Who are you?" Lu Yuan woke up, felt the groggy in her head, and suddenly became alert. "My name is Shi Hasong, and I am an alchemist. You have been given misty powder, and I have given you the antidote." The old man in gray introduced himself, and then asked, "Miss, is your name Lu Yuan?" "How do you know?" Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Her memory was still at the stage of running away with Mo Fengming, and then encountered a group of people intercepting her, as if trying to capture her. She fought hard, but to no avail, and was finally taken away, and then lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she saw the old man in gray. "Then do you recognize a man named Jun Bian?" The old man in gray frowned slightly and continued to ask. "Don't you say anything?" Lu Yuan thought for a while, then shook her head. "I haven't heard of it, thank you senior, for saving me." "Have not heard?" The gray-clothed old man thought to himself, so that kid is lying? But how did he know the girl's name? By the way, Jun Bian may be his pseudonym. The gray-clothed old man was not stupid, so he immediately thought of something, and then asked, "That is a young man who is less than 20 years old. Although he is only the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm, he has flying soldiers, and can use flying body martial arts." The old man in gray, Shi Hasong, immediately described Long Yu's appearance. When Lu Yuan heard this, she immediately thought of a person she hadn't seen for a long time, Long Yu. "You mean, it was Long Yu who rescued me?" Lu Yuan frowned slightly, and couldn't help but turn her head to look around, but after all, she couldn't find the trace of Long Yu from the deep pool of the waterfall, which made her feel sad for a while. She already roughly knew what happened, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Long Yu actually took such a big risk for her, and rescued her from the young master of Beihai City. So far, he is still seriously injured and his whereabouts are unknown. "We don't want to stay here." The old man in gray clothes, Shi Hasong, stood up and said, "You will know the truth soon, Miss Lu. I will take you to Beihai City now, and see if you can recognize who is arresting you." "What's the use of that?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "Go by yourself, I want to find Long Yu." Lu Yuan didn't like the gray-clothed old man who injured Long Yu. This old guy actually listened to the words of the young city lord of Beihai City and chased and killed Long Yu. It was all revenge. She took a look at the lovely girl who was only 15 or 16 years old, and couldn't help but think that if it wasn't for Long Yu, the two girls would have already encountered an accident. However, it is unreasonable that this old guy actually seriously injured Long Yu. Seeing that the old man took out the antidote and saved herself, Lu Yuan didn't want to argue with him, but she didn't want to have anything to do with him either. For her, finding Long Yu is the most important thing. For Lu Yuan's attitude, the gray-clothed old man, Shi Hasong can understand. At this moment, he can only laugh. In that case, I will look for it with you. After the conversation between Zai Song and Lu Yuan, Zai Song's granddaughter, Xiangwu, also understood what happened to her. Therefore, the girl Xiangwu was also a little curious about Long Yu, who was seriously injured by accident by her grandfather. Lu Yuan didn't refuse, and the old, the young, and the three began to search under the waterfall. Long Yu only felt that he had been severely injured, not to mention performing the dragon sparrow dance and mobilizing the wings of the Taiyin. Even performing a random martial skill became very difficult. When he fell into the torrent, he couldn't hug Lu Yuan tightly, and his whole body was washed away by the torrent and passed out. When he fainted, he seemed to be dreaming of the woman in the memory of the Jiuyo dragon seal, the woman named Concubine Yu, whose figure was still hazy, making it hard to see clearly. However, this time, Long Yu felt that the distance between himself and her became closer than before. Is it because the realm of martial arts has improved? I don't know what cultivation level I need to achieve to meet her and learn the truth of everything. In Long Yu's mind, things like the 9 nether dragon seal, the female concubine Yu, and the tribe of the dragon's descendants kept appearing. And in these memories, he finally had a better understanding of the martial skill of Yulong 9 explosions. Yulong 9 explosions, the more profound the level is comprehended, the shorter the duration of the sequelae. If you can reach the state of transformation, you can use it at will, displaying incomparably terrifying power. Of course, Long Yu is still far from that level. He felt that he fell into the torrent, and then drifted with the current, and quickly followed the current, fell down a waterfall, and fell heavily into a deep pool. Immediately afterwards, he lost all perception of the outside world and fell into a semi-comatose state. The reason why he is semi-comatose is because his consciousness is clear, but he is just wandering in the ocean of memory, but he cannot perceive the external scene where his body is. I don't know how long it has passed, but Long Yu's consciousness finally seemed to return to his physical body. He felt that he seemed to be dragged on the ground by someone, and he was walking forward step by step. From the sound of footsteps nearby, he knew that there were 3 people nearby. Unexpectedly, after coming out this time, chasing in this direction, I really found this kid. Now we have made a great contribution. A slightly familiar voice came to Long Yu's ears. I didn't expect this kid to be seriously injured and fell off the waterfall. We just picked it up. But having said that, this kid's life is really hard enough. The scar on his back almost touched his heart, and he is not dead yet. Don't say so much, it's important to bring him back to Mixed Sound City. Anyway, if we catch this kid this time, Mixed Sound City will definitely give us a lot of good things. As Long Yu's consciousness gradually regained consciousness, even though he hadn't opened his eyes yet, he already realized who the 3 people who were dragging him on the ground were. Hua Iluan, Yi Yan, Lu Shuqing. Aren't these 3 people from the Tianzong of the Tang dynasty? Now you are actually helping Mixing City? Long Yu felt it for a while, and found that the injury on his back was indeed very serious. It seems that the destructive power of the martial arts displayed by the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is really terrifying. Out of these 3, only one, Yi Yan, has reached the 1st stage of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Long Yu quickly found out the martial arts realm of the 3 of them, and couldn't help but sneer. These 3 guys thought they were lucky, but they didn't expect Long Yu to wake up so soon. Stop. Long Yuji was concerned about Lu Yuan, who fell into the torrent with him. At this moment, naturally, he would not waste a single bit of time. He sternly shouted, then jumped up and stopped in front of the 3 of them. Seeing this, Yi Yan, who was dragging his 1st level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, was startled. Is this kid still human? There is such a long hole in the back, and it jumped up directly. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. As soon as Yan saw Long Yu standing in front of him, he immediately reacted. This kid was seriously injured, quickly cut off his limbs. Yan was not afraid, he knew very well now that Long Yu was seriously injured and dragged by them for so long, the strength he could display must not be very good. Unfortunately, he still misjudged Long Yu's strength. Royal Water Vortex. Long Yu didn't say any nonsense at all, just condensed the water vapor with his fist and blasted out. This time, he fell into the torrent and fell into the waterfall. He didn't gain nothing, but learned some techniques of condensing water vapor from it, allowing him to comprehend the two martial arts of Yushui Vortex and Yushui Xianmu to the realm of Xiaoqing respectively. The Yushui Vortex that reached the Xiaoqing realm instantly involved Yan, Hua Iluan, and Lu Shuqing and sent them flying away. Although Long Yu was seriously injured, it was still a trivial matter to deal with these three guys. Why are you here, Zhen Tianzong? Long Yu stepped forward, stepped on Yan's chest, and suppressed him firmly. We broke away from Tian sect. Yan was swept away by the vortex of Yushui, his whole body was drowsy, and he replied subconsciously. Break from Tian sect? Long Yu frowned slightly. That's right, Tian sect has even handed over the Tian Ju, and it's about to die. If we don't leave the Tianzong, how can we have a chance to become stronger? Yan had a mournful face. Then where did you find me? When Long Yu exerted force on his feet, Yan almost spat out blood. The martial arts realms of the two sides differed by several levels, and the difference in basic strength was too great. Yan was no match for Long Yu at all. Yan couldn't even bear this kick. It is conceivable that if Long Yu had used a little more force, he would have died. Under such circumstances, how dare he not tell the truth? Mixing City is looking for your whereabouts everywhere. We went all the way to the waterfall over there. We just saw you fell into the waterfall with serious injuries, so we wanted to take you back to receive the reward. Yan replied honestly. You're being honest. Long Yu snorted coldly, and retracted his right foot that was stepping on his chest. Yan thought he was saved, but just as Long Yu withdrew his right foot, he took out the 9 nether dragon spear in the 9 nether space. 10,000 people killed. With one move of spear, Long Yu immediately assassinated Yan, Hua Iluan and Lu Shuqing. The killing intent enveloped the three of them, leaving no room for them to resist at all, so they were heartbroken by Long Yu's heavy spear shadows, and stared at each other, as if they couldn't believe that they died like this. If he was facing the disciples of Xintian sect, Long Yu would certainly not kill him. But since these three people have already left Tian sect, Long Yu will certainly not show any mercy. You must know that Mixed Voice City is looking for him now. If he lets these three people leave, a large group of mixed voices will definitely be attracted. The martial arts powerhouse in the city. Of course Long Yu would not let them leave so stupidly, the only thing he could do was to kill them on the spot. I don't know what happened to Lu Yuan. Long Yu was thinking about Lu Yuan, so he didn't stay here for a long time, but immediately turned around and ran towards the waterfall that the three of them just mentioned. Just as the scorching sun was shining at noon, Long Yu finally heard the very loud squeaking sound of water flowing in front of him. He raised his head and looked forward, and he saw a huge waterfall. This waterfall is the place where he and Lu Yuan fell. He was found and taken away by Yan and the other three. I don't know where Lu Yuan is now. Below the waterfall is a deep pool with a light mouth. The water in the pool is so deep that even though the water is clear, the bottom cannot be seen at a glance. And around the deep pool, there is a large dense jungle, and some birds and insects are constantly singing, making people completely in the nature far away from the crowd. Long Yu glanced at the surface of the deep pool, but he didn't see any figure of Lu Yuan, so his heart sank. Is there anything wrong? But he remembered that Lu Yuan had been poisoned by some kind of ecstasy powder at that time. The poison was not a good thing, just by its name. Huh? Someone. Long Yu suddenly heard the sound of someone talking in the bushes, not far away, which made his heart move and he immediately hid in a hiding place. Soon, two familiar figures came into his eyes. It turned out to be Xing Liang, the young city lord of Beihai City, and his bodyguard of the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm, holding a flame banner. Young city master, we haven't found it after searching for so long. I'm afraid we can't find it. Why don't we go back first? The bald bodyguard, holding a flame flag, hesitated for a moment, then said. Why are you in a hurry? The young city lord, Xing Liang, was covered with all kinds of bright high-grade soldiers. Hearing this, he frowned and cursed, Idiot, are you still afraid that my father will not succeed if he is not the old man's opponent? Just follow my old man. Honestly, find that kid named Jun Bian, if you want to see a person, if you want to see a corpse. No, young city lord. The bald bodyguard holding the flame flag was really worried about the young city lord's father. Although the city lord is also the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm, his strength is ordinary after all, and the old man is the alchemist of the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. If there is any special pill on him, the city lord will suffer a lot. It doesn't matter, you have to work with me to find that kid's body. No matter what, I will kill the pair of winged warriors on him. The young city lord Xing Liang's eyes shone brightly. Thinking of the pair of winged warriors owned by Long Yu that could allow him to fly, he couldn't help being excited. If he had such a warrior, wouldn't he be able to go anywhere? It's just so handsome. The bald bodyguard holding the flame banner had no choice but to continue to follow the young city lord, looking for the trace of Jun Bian. The lord of Beihai City, Xing Liang's father, met an old man? Long Yu was listening to the conversation between the two, and couldn't help guessing secretly, could it be the old alchemist in grey clothes? If this is the case, it is impossible for the grey-clothed alchemist to lose. After all, he is capable of acrobatics and martial arts, and he can fly even if he is defeated. His shamelessness is no less than that of Long Yu. In this way, this old man has met with Beihai City? He must have discovered the truth. But I don't know where Lu Yuan is. If she is still here, the young city lord Xing Liang and his bodyguards have found her. After so long, it stands to reason that he would have discovered it long ago. Long Yu kept speculating in his mind, and quickly guessed, could it be that old man who found Lu Yuan first? Only in this way will the old man completely believe that the matter is caused by the people of Beihai City. Thinking of this, Long Yu heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, Lu Yuan's safety should not be a problem. Next, he has to think more about himself. Young city lord Xing Liang, you poured dirty water on me, caused me to be seriously injured, and fell into the waterfall. I have to take revenge for this. A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes. In that case, I'll find your father first, and see how your father fights with that old alchemist. Xing Liang had a bald bodyguard from the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm, holding a flame streamer, and Long Yu was definitely not his opponent. That being the case, Long Yu might as well find trouble with his father. Tai Yin wings. Long Yu condensed the Yin energy, urged a pair of wings to stretch out, and then flew towards the sky above the forest. Of course, he was flying close to the top of the forest at this time, not very conspicuous. As for Wu Shou in the forest, it was absolutely difficult to find him, because the forest here was too dense. Ahead, there was that huge waterfall. Long Yu looked around, and sure enough, he saw bursts of violent power erupting near the waterfall. That power is indeed the powerhouse at the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm fighting. Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately flew towards that place. It didn't take long before he saw the old alchemist in grey clothes again, standing in front of the two girls, fighting against a strong man in rock armor. You've already lost. The old alchemist in grey stood calmly, stroking his beard, and looked coldly at the strong man in rock armor. Xing Feichuan, this is how you taught your son to take my granddaughter away, as a gift to the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect. Humph, old man, you managed to draw with me by relying on the power of the elixir. What qualifications do you have to say that I have lost? The strong man in the rock armor, that is, the city lord of Beihai City, Xing Feichuan, snorted coldly, not feeling that he had lost the match. Yeah? The gray-clothed alchemist asked calmly. At this moment, the strong man Xing Feichuan suddenly pressed his chest with one hand, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You, stinky old man, you actually used poison. I am an alchemist. As long as it is a fighting method that can win, I will use it. What's the use of poison? The old alchemist in gray snorted softly. Call your bastard son, old man, I will abolish his cultivation personally today. Ha ha ha. Although Xing Feichuan was poisoned, he did not admit defeat, but suddenly smiled wildly. Old man, you are too naive. Do you think that you alone can really fight against our North Seaside city? Following his words, 3 figures suddenly jumped out of the nearby bushes. These 3 people had obviously been lying in ambush for a long time, but they were not discovered by the gray-clothed alchemist. Until Xing Feichuan felt that he was not doing well, the 3 of them finally jumped out. The 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. The face of the gray-clothed alchemist changed. He did not expect that Xing Feichuan in front of him, as a man, would actually bully the few with more people. Walk. The gray-clothed alchemist didn't hesitate at all, grabbed a young girl with one hand, and immediately used Yu Fengxing's acrobatic martial skill, wanting to fly away with the 2 girls, so run away first. Originally, this gray-clothed old man wanted to avenge the people of Beihai City, but he didn't expect that the other party would dispatch so many people directly. However, it seems a bit too late to fly away now. Keep him. Xing Feichuan, who was wearing rock armor, sneered and ordered, and immediately the 3 strong men from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who jumped out each showed their attacking martial arts at the old alchemist in gray clothes. The impact of the overwhelming force rushed towards the old alchemist in gray. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. In Tianyu continent, a martial artist's true strength cannot be measured only from his martial arts realm. For example, Long Yu. Although he is only at the 5th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, he can easily deal with 4 or 5 martial artists of the same level. Win in the end. And now, the gray-clothed alchemist in front of Long Yu's eyes is the same. As a high-level alchemist, the people he usually makes friends with are either rich or expensive, and there are even many secret realms of heaven and man. Under such circumstances, the martial arts he cultivated and the soldiers he used were much stronger than ordinary martial arts. When fighting alone with Xing Feichuan, the city lord of Beihai City, he was able to defeat Xing Feichuan without much effort. Even in the face of the ambush of the 3 experts of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm arranged by Xing Feichuan, the gray-clothed old man still has enough means to protect himself. Soldiers, cover the sea seal. I saw the gray-clothed old man take out a stone imprint from his arms, and suddenly a burst of endless desolation spread from the stone imprint, shocking the audience. Boom boom boom. The stone imprint known as the seal of covering the sea became larger in an instant, and a terrifying distance swept towards the old man in gray, and all the attacks of the 3 real sneak attackers were thrown away. This soldier. Looking at it from a distance, Long Yu couldn't help squinting his eyes. This soldier named Fu Haiyin is definitely a powerful soldier beyond the spirit level. Even Long Yu has never seen a soldier of this level, but he can feel a terrifying power from it, as if it wants to tear the sky apart. Rise. The old man in gray raised his hand and flew up against the wind with the 2 young girls. Don't let him get away. Xing Feichuan, the owner of Beihai City, let out a snarl, and the rock armor he was wearing all over his body suddenly disintegrated, turning into pieces of rubble, and bombarded in the direction of the gray-clothed old man. The other three, although the first attack they just came out were blown away, they were not discouraged, and continued to gather their own whirlwinds, attacking the old man in gray, trying to keep him. Even if the gray-clothed old man took out super-strong soldiers and covered the sea seal, but at this moment, in order to protect the two girls on the left and right, he could only exert less than half of his combat power. Fu Haiyin flew out quickly, resisting the attacks of the three of them, but he was too late to resist the attack of Xing Feichuan, the lord of Beihai City. Pieces of gravel hit the gray-clothed old man's back continuously, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Fortunately, after this round of bombardment, the gray-clothed old man flew up against the wind, and finally reached a high enough height, far away from the range that the city lord and others could attack. Damn it, let him run away. City lord, what should we do now? One of the sneak-attacking martial artists at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm asked with greed in his eyes. Seeing the tyranny of the soldiers Fu Haiyin, each of them wanted to take it for themselves. It is absolutely impossible to just let the old man in gray go. He was hit by my soldiers turning into rubble, and he definitely suffered serious internal injuries. If he relied on martial arts alone, he would never be able to fly very far. Keep an eye on them. City Lord Xing Feichuan snorted coldly, looking at the figure of the old man in gray flying farther and farther in the sky. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He knew that he absolutely couldn't let the old man go, otherwise even bigger troubles would come to him in a short time. He really hated his son for causing such a big trouble for him, but now that the matter was over, he didn't have time to scold his son. It's better to solve this trouble as soon as possible. Who doesn't know that the alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can be regarded as the person standing at the top of the pyramid in the entire Tianyu continent? At that time, the old man will call a few strong men from the secret realm of heaven and man to come over, and the entire Beihai seaside city may be reduced to ruins. Xing Feichuan could only lead the crowd to chase on the ground, but soon, the old man in gray flew into the clouds with the two girls, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Sky high let the birds fly. In the Tianyu continent, whether a martial artist can fly or not is extremely different. Whether it is reaching the secret realm of heaven and man, or relying on body skills and martial arts, or relying on some flying fighters, as long as they can fly, the gap with ordinary martial arts will immediately appear. Among the clouds, the gray-clothed old man was flying forward with two young girls. His gray-clothed chest was already stained with a layer of blood. Just now, although he resisted the deadliest attack with the Fuhai seal, he failed to resist the attack of Xing Fei's soldiers turned into rubble. He was injured, and not lightly. Young man Long Yu, how long are you going to follow? Ahem. The old man in gray flew ahead, and after a while, he said this sentence. Obviously, he found that Long Yu had been following behind him. These words made the faces of the two girls he was carrying change. Among them, Lu Yuan naturally looked happy. Long Yu rescued her from Beihai City. She has never seen Long Yu before, she must thank him well. As for the granddaughter of the old man in gray, she had a look of curiosity and confusion. She couldn't wait to know what kind of person the young man who saved her and Lu Yuan was. And this sentence made Long Yu, who was following behind, suddenly understand. This old man already knew his real name, and with Lu Yuan with him, he probably already knew who kidnapped his granddaughter. That being the case, there is no need for Long Yu to hide anymore. He descended from a higher cloud layer, and soon appeared in the sight of the old man and the two young girls, flying side by side with the old man. Long Yu. Sure enough, Lu Yuan saw Long Yu, her star-like eyes shone with gratitude. And the old man's granddaughter looked at Long Yu curiously, wanting to see how this character is different from other people. Little friend Long Yu, old man, I blamed a good person by mistake. It's really a sin. This is a healing elixir, which can quickly heal the injuries on your back. While talking, the old man threw a small medicine porcelain bottle at Long Yu. Long Yu took it unceremoniously. This old guy, without understanding the truth, actually beat him ruthlessly, almost killing him and Lu Yuan. This bottle of healing medicine alone is definitely not enough to compensate for Long Yu's loss. Long Yu opened the small porcelain medicine bottle, and found that there were more than a dozen pills in it. Judging from the medicinal fragrance emanating from it, these were spiritual supergrade or even top-grade healing pills. Just such a small bottle of healing medicine is worth at least 30 or 40 crystal nuclei, which is comparable to 3 or 4 Xinghai swords of the spiritual level. Sincerity is good. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he took one of the top-grade spirit-level healing pills, and suddenly a strong medicinal power emanated from the pills, spread all over his body, and then gathered behind him to heal what he had suffered. Serious injury. This healing elixir is very effective. Long Yu felt that as long as the injury was not caused by a strong person in the secret realm of heaven and man, as long as he was not dead at the time, he only needed to take such a healing elixir, and he would be able to fully recover soon. As an alchemist, he must carry the most healing pills with him. Little friend Long Yu, old man, my name is Shi Hasong, and I am an alchemist. The gray-clothed old man formally introduced himself, and then pointed forward. The entrance to that valley is narrow, how about we recuperate there? Old man, where did you come from? Why didn't you go home when you were injured? Long Yu asked, casually. He also needs to recuperate in the valley near Beihai City. What if someone catches up with him? Humph, that brat in Beihai City dared to kidnap my granddaughter Shi Hasong. How could I let it go? Shi Hasong snorted coldly. Long Yu, if you believe in me, you will stay and watch for me all night. Just wait until tomorrow morning, when the people from Beihai City come and die one by one, come and die a pair. Is this true? Long Yu was very interested in this. For Beihai City, Long Yu didn't like it at all, not to mention that the other party even kidnapped Lu Yuan. The fascination broke up. If there is an opportunity to take revenge on Beihai City, he certainly will not miss this opportunity. Now, as a powerful alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, this old man may really have this ability. I, Shi Hasong, naturally take it seriously when I say it. Shi Hasong nodded, and then took out the soldier named Fu Hai seal, just now, and threw it to Long Yu. Long Yu, this mysterious middle-grade soldier will be played with you for the time being. At night, you will watch for me at the mouth of the valley. With this sea-covering seal, even a martial artist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm can't do anything to you. Long Yu caught this stone imprint. Fu Hai seal, Fu Haiyin, is indeed in existence stronger than the best spirit-level soldier, a mysterious level soldier. The word covering the sea is engraved on it, exuding a shocking aura. This Shi Hasong has already matched the apocalypse with this sea-covering soldier. Long Yu soon felt the faint consciousness in Fu Hai's seal, and was a little surprised. It seems that Shi Hasong's true strength is absolutely incomparable to that of ordinary 9th-level martial artists in the mysterious realm of true spirits. Long Yu followed Shi Hasong and the two women, and quickly landed below, in a valley less than 100 miles away from Beihai City. The reason why he followed Shi Hasong was that besides Long Yu's belief that the old man had the strength to deflate Beihai City, he also had his own plans. Alchemy is a skill that he has thought about for a long time. Although the old man misunderstood him, seriously injured him and almost died, but it was not intentional, if he could teach him alchemy, that would be great. Of course, this must be said after the matter of the North Seaside City is resolved. Soon, Shi Hasong landed in this valley, found a big tree at random, took a healing elixir, and then took out the alchemy furnace that he carried with him. Space soldiers. Long Yu landed on the ground and squinted his eyes. He was sure that Shi Hasong had a space soldier on him, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to carry a huge alchemy furnace. It seems that he wants to use one night to refine something to deal with Beihai City. Poison? Long Yu didn't know about this, and all he had to do was to guard the entrance of the valley with the seal of Fu Hai, a mysterious soldier, to ensure that no one would disturb Shi Hasong this night. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu stood at the mouth of the narrow valley, hiding behind a tree. Lu Yuan, who was wearing a black dress, stood beside him, her long snow-white hair fluttered in the evening wind, gently plucking at Long Yu's heartstrings. Long Yu, thank you this time. Meeting Long Yu again, Lu Yuan felt much closer to him. You're welcome. What should be done? Your half of the sunny monument is still on me. Long Yu said with a smile. It's okay, let it go. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. Compared with her own innocence, half of the sunny monument was nothing to Lu Yuan. Long Yu rescued her from Beihai City, and she didn't know how to repay her. What's more, Long Yu was seriously injured because of this. By the way, Long Yu, do you really want to keep vigil for that old man? Lu Yuan turned to ask. In fact, because Shi Hasong seriously injured Long Yu, she has never had a good impression of Shi Hasong. Logically speaking, based on Long Yu's personality, if anyone hurts him, he will never end with anyone. Now Long Yu not only followed Shi Hasong, but also guarded him at night. If he just wanted to deal with Beihai City, this reason was too far-fetched, and it was definitely not enough for Long Yu to do so. So what if you keep watch all night? Long Yu smiled and said, by the way, it's okay anyway, let's comprehend the Tying Tianbei together. He didn't reveal his true purpose. After saying this, he took out the much smaller Tying Tianbei and placed it between him and Lu Yuan. Now that both of them have comprehended the general trend of the law of the sun, if they can go one step further and comprehend the field of the law of the sun, then both of them will be able to improve their strength to a higher level. As for going further, to truly cultivate the law, it is only possible after stepping into the secret realm of heaven and man. Lu Yuan didn't ask any further questions. Since Long Yu said so, let's comprehend the Tying Tianbei first. The two sat down cross-legged, the cloudy sky steel was between them, exuding waves of grey mist, with a cold air. If it was an ordinary martial artist who had not yet condensed into a true spirit, sitting in such an environment last night, he would definitely freeze to death. But these cold airs are nothing to Long Yu and Lu Yuan, who have comprehended the general trend of the law of Tying. Night fell soon. The entire valley was calm, with birds chirping and insects chirping constantly. Against the bright moonlight, Long Yu felt quite at ease. It's a pity that he knew that this valley might be relatively quiet in the first half of the night, but in the second half of the night, people from Beihai City will almost search for it. If Qing Longyu was the lord of Beihai City, it would be impossible to let Shi Hasong leave like this, otherwise there would definitely be big trouble soon. Beihai City sent people to search, most of them dispatched tens of thousands of military troops in the city, so the first batch to find this valley could not be some strong people. Long Yu was not afraid. However, the next few waves of people will definitely become stronger and stronger, and even the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm will come directly. At that time, Long Yu could only rely on the Xian-level middle-rank soldiers that Shi Hasong put on him, and he would be overwhelmed by the seal of the sea. In the middle of the night, everything is silent. Long Yuzheng and Lu Yuan were comprehending the power of the Tying Tianbei together, and suddenly noticed that there was a slight sound of footsteps in the woods just outside the valley. Somebody is coming. Long Yu's heart moved, and he immediately put away the Tying Tianbei. Of course, Lu Yuan also noticed the movement in the distance, and she became vigilant. Once she found a martial artist from Beihai City coming, she would definitely kill him immediately. As Lu Yuan's friend, Long Yu hated the shamelessness of Beihai City to the extreme, and Lu Yuan, as the person involved, of course hated those guys in Beihai City even more. There is a valley ahead, go in and have a look. If there is no one there, we should go back and rest. I'm really exhausted. I don't know who the grey-clothed old man is. He actually needs to send out tens of thousands of us to look for it? Don't talk nonsense, go to the valley ahead and have a look, go back early. After these whispers were finished, 2 military soldiers from Beihai City stepped on the dead branches in the forest and approached the valley step by step. It is estimated that because the valley is a suspicious area, they walked very slowly for fear of making any noise. It's a pity that these warriors, who haven't yet condensed their true spirits, haven't practiced any high-level physical martial arts skills. Even if they only make the slightest sound, they can be detected by Long Yu and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's figure turned into a streamer of sword shadows, and shuttled through the dark woods in an instant. She didn't make any sound, just like a gust of wind. She approached the 2 soldiers who came to explore the valley. Puff! Puff! With the pair of scarlet short swords in her hand swinging, the 2 warriors with 9th level of martial arts were killed by her in an instant, and they fell straight to the ground. At the same time, not far from the woods outside the valley, the sound of several soldiers falling to the ground was also heard. Lu Yuan knew that Long Yu succeeded. That's it, there's no need to deal with it. Soon, Long Yu appeared in front of Lu Yuan, and went back to the mouth of the valley with her. The actions of the opponent's armed forces are still very cautious. First, 2 armed forces are sent to patrol the valley mouth, and more armed forces are on guard in the woods. Once they find anything wrong, they can respond immediately and notify the large troops to come over. It's a pity that Long Yu quietly found these armed forces guarding behind, and killed them all with random shots. In the silent night, no one knew that such a one-sided massacre took place in the woods outside the valley mouth. Until, with the night wind, the bloody smell from the corpses of 6 armed forces continued to spread into the distance. Long Yu deliberately did not dispose of these corpses, in order to attract more people. He returned to Taniguchi, raised his head, looked at the moon, and knew that it was already early morning, and it was only 2 hours before dawn. At dawn, some strong men will definitely be attracted. At that time it will depend on how Shi Hasong can realize what he said, come one to die, and come to a pair to die. Someone is dead here, please inform others, quick, quick. Not long after, there was an exclamation from the woods, not far away. It seemed that the smell of blood attracted the armed forces from other North Seaside cities. Without any hesitation, Long Yu's figure flickered in the dark night, and it didn't take long before there were more corpses in the forest. However, the situation in this valley was finally conveyed. There should be some strong people coming over soon, be careful. Long Yu stood at the entrance of the valley, squinting his eyes, counting the time. I don't know, how is the refining of old man Zisong's elixir? It was already light in the sky, and before the refinement of Zisong's elixir was completed, Long Yu would guard the entrance of the valley no matter what, and prevent anyone from entering it. Go, it's right ahead, the old man must be hiding in this valley. After a while, a burst of chaotic footsteps came from the woods, making Long Yu's heart shudder, knowing that the real strong man is coming. From a distance, he saw a clump of flames rising from the forest, and then a figure appeared in the flames, holding a flame banner. It turned out to be the bodyguard of the young city lord Xing Liang. Fu Hai Seal, go. Long Yu didn't even think about it, facing the strong man in the 9th level of the True Spirit secret realm. He could only rely on the middle-grade Xian-level soldiers in his hands, covering the sea. This Fu Hai Seal has already matched with Zisong Apocalypse, has its own vague consciousness, can actively fight without human control, and resist powerful enemies. The sea-covering seal flew out from Long Yu's hand, and a sea-covering whirlwind flew out suddenly, causing an endless gust of wind to blow through the entire pitch-black forest. Under this gust of wind, the flames that had just risen in the woods ahead were completely blown out in an instant. It's that soldier. Li Jin, catch it quickly, there will be a lot of rewards. A familiar and urgent voice came to Long Yu's ears, which made Long Yu happy. Sure enough, Xing Liang, the young lord of Beihai City, came together. Young city master, please be careful and safe. Li Jin, the bald martial artist holding a flame banner, let out a muffled snort, and took a step forward, ready to fight Fu Haiyin. It is very difficult to subdue a mysterious middle-grade soldier, even Li Jin is not sure. But fortunately, he can be sure that the gray-clothed old man himself has been injured by the city lord, otherwise it would be impossible for only one soldier to fight. As for those two little girls, what's so scary about the fourth level of the two true spirit secret realms? Even if they go together, they won't be the young city lord Xing Liang's opponent. But he didn't know that it was not those two girls who were guarding the valley entrance, but Long Yu. While the bald Wuxiu was fighting with Fu Haiyin, Long Yu's figure was like a ghost, and he quickly walked through the woods, getting closer and closer to the young city lord Xing Liang. In the pitch-black forest, neither Long Yu nor anyone else could see anything clearly. Originally, there was a bald martial artist Li Jin who condensed a flame to illuminate the forest, but now it was also blown out by the power of Fu Haiyin. Long Yu approached quietly, the young city lord Xing Liang and a large group of martial artists around him didn't notice at all. The large group of martial arts practitioners beside Xing Liang are mostly martial arts soldiers who have not yet condensed their true spirits. Among them, there are only 3 or 4 military generals who have condensed their true spirits. At this moment, it is impossible to stop Long Yu's ruthless attack. 9 Nether Dragon Fist, 9 Nether Blast. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, he heard the young city lord Xing Liang's voice, and punched the ground from a distance, and a strong 9 Serenity Chi condensed in the ground where the young city lord Xing Liang made his voice. 9 secluded bursts, gushing out. The screams of young city lord Xing Liang rang out immediately. Young city lord. What's going on? Li Jin, a bald martial artist who was trying to subdue Fu Haiyin in front of him, heard Xing Liang scream, and immediately waved the flame banner, igniting a cluster of flames, illuminating half of the forest. He saw at a glance that the young city lord Li Jin, who was in the center of the protection of many martial arts, was enveloped by a jet of black air, and screamed in pain. Seeing this situation, how could Li Jin not know what was going on? Don't say anything. Li Jin gritted his teeth, waved the flame streamer in his hand, and suddenly the whole forest burst into flames. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu slammed his fist on the ground, and as soon as he heard the young city lord Xing Liang's screams, he knew he had succeeded. He didn't stay where he was at all, and retreated towards the entrance of the valley with a dodge. Even if you have all kinds of warriors on your body, if you are bombarded head-on by the 9 nether bursts, there is absolutely no way out. Long Yu thought in his heart, he didn't want to check how Xing Liang was doing, he was confident enough that Xing Liang had already died under the erosion of the 9 nether blast. As Li Jin held the flame streamer, causing the flames to spread throughout the forest, Zai-Sung's warriors immediately displayed greater power. At this moment, the strong wind blew up, forming countless tornadoes, and swept towards the flames in the valley, constantly extinguishing the flames that were produced. A small imprint of a stone tablet, after being engraved with a training circle, possesses such terrifying power. These whirlwind tornadoes gathered together can almost overturn the sea. Li Jin was entangled by Fu Haiyin, unable to chase and kill Long Yu, and became more irritable. This time, he failed to protect the young city lord Xing Liang. He definitely made a big mistake. The city lord of Beihai City, Xing Feichuan, would never let him off lightly. Based on Li Jin's understanding of Xing Feichuan, he is very likely to be ordered to be killed by Xing Feichuan in a rage. Under such circumstances, is it necessary for him to work for Beihai City? Li Jin is the 9th level powerhouse of the true spirit secret realm. His dream in this life is to step into the realm of the unity of man and nature. He originally followed Xing Feichuan in order to obtain more training resources in Beihai City. But when his life was threatened, he certainly wouldn't work for Beihai City. Walk. Holding the flame banner, Li Jin struggled with Fu Haiyin, but he had no fighting spirit at all. Of course, even if he wants to leave, it is impossible for him to go to small places like Mixed Sound City and Datong Country. If he wants to step into the realm of the unity of man and nature, he must leave Beihai country and go to a country that is at least no weaker than Beihai country. The flame banner waved, a burst of flames surged up, and instantly opened up a burnt road towards the other direction of the dense forest. Under the flickering of Li Jin's bald figure, he quickly fled here, with a flame streamer. As soon as Li Jin left, Fu Haiyan did not pursue him, but returned to Long Yu's hands, ready to meet his next opponent. This guy runs pretty fast. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Naturally, it is impossible for him to go forward and chase down the strong man at the 9th level of the True Spirit's secret realm. The opponent just ran away like this, which saved Long Yu some effort, otherwise it would be troublesome no matter what. Moreover, this bald Li Jin is just the bodyguard of the young city lord Xing Liang, not the culprit, so there is no need to spend a lot of effort chasing him. As soon as Xing Liang died and Li Jin ran away, the remaining dozens of armed forces suddenly didn't know what to do. The leader of the 3rd level of the True Spirit secret realm, the general, immediately shouted, "Everyone separate and run away, call the city lord." As soon as he finished yelling these words, the soldiers around him scattered without hesitation. No matter who they are, they value their own lives the most. The strongest Li Jin, who came with them, all ran away. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed? And in order not to be selected by Long Yu as the first target to kill, no one went to deal with Xing Liang's corpse that was eroded by the qi of the netherworld. Instead, all kinds of soldiers on him were looted. Of course, Long Yu would not let these guys go. Dance of the Dragon Sparrow, kill. A pair of pitch-black wings spread out from behind him. When chasing and killing prey, this pair of wings can increase Long Yu's speed to an extremely terrifying level. He was like a bird representing death, constantly attacking and killing those martial artists who were running away in the dense forest. Not long after, among a total of 32 martial artists, one of them was beheaded by Long Yu, and the whole forest was filled with bloody aura, which made Long Yu feel a little short of breath. Although it was a bit cruel, after all these military forces were just obeying orders, but Long Yu knew that if he fell into the hands of these people would not show mercy either. In the Tianyu continent, martial arts are the most respected. If you want to stand to the end, you have to climb to the top. Spirit level high-grade warrior armor, arm guards, spiritual level super-grade combat boots, leg armor, back armor. Long Yu searched for a lot of good things, and these warriors, without exception, were all stripped from the young city lord Xing Liang by these martial artists. Long, you can be sure that these guys must have some people who want to search for soldiers and leave here to find another place to develop. It's a pity that no one escaped alive under the pursuit of Long Yu, who seemed to be the god of death. These warriors are worth 20 or 30 crystal nuclei. No matter what, this young city lord is really rich and powerful. While sighing with emotion, Long Yu collected all these soldiers and put them into the 9 nether space. He didn't intend to use these warriors. To him, these things were just a burden. It's better to leave it alone, and then exchange these soldiers for some pills when there is a chance later, which will be more realistic. Long Yu turned around and headed towards the mouth of the valley. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a sharp voice piercing through the air, coming from behind at extreme speed. Flash! Long Yu didn't even think about it, he just rolled on the spot, and then he heard an arrow flying over his head, directly shot through several trees, and finally nailed to the trunk of a giant tree. Someone attacked with arrows. A disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect? A cold light flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and he immediately recognized the other party's identity. When he was in Beihai City, he had just rescued Lu Yuan and Xiang Wu, and he was hunted down by these 2 disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect. The opponent's magic arrow was very powerful, to be honest. It's just that facing Long Yu, they who can't fly can only catch up with them. It just feels like the realm is about to break through, so let's use you to practice. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. The disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect, Qi Tianpeng and Kai Xinji, must have acted together. It would be impossible for Long Yu to fight 2 against 1, but Long Yu still had the seal of Fuhai in his hand. The black wings on his back stretched out, leading him to fly quickly over the dense forest. Almost at this moment, powerful arrows were continuously shot from 2 different directions, trying to shoot him down from the sky. Even in the dark night, the disciples of the Wanjian sect have excellent eyesight. Perhaps they have practiced some kind of martial arts, allowing them to clearly grasp Long Yu's whereabouts. There are only these 2 people, then there is no problem. Long Yu nodded secretly. He flew around in the air and found that there were no other people from Beihai City nearby, which was undoubtedly good news for him. But in this dark early morning, he was not sure if he would be mistaken. Anyway, Long Yu relied on being able to perform the Dragon Sparrow dance martial skill to fly, so it can be said to be quite bold at this time. Fu Haiyin, go deal with one. With a wave of his hand, Long Yu threw Fu Haiyin in the direction of one of the 10,000 Arrow sect disciples. Immediately, there was a gust of wind that covered the sea, and gusts of whirlwind swept through the dense forest, blowing the arrows that were shot at Long Yu staggeringly, without any precision at all. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu quickly swooped down in the direction of other arrows. Yellow Spring Barrier. With a wave of his hand, Long Yu condensed the energy of the 9 nethernesses, forming a barrier of the underworld, which shone with a faint and strange light under the moonlight. Arrows of profound energy continued to attack Long Yu, without any hesitation. Only 3 or 4 arrows shattered and completely destroyed the barrier of the underworld created by Long Yuning. It can be seen that these arrows are not only extremely numerous, but also powerful. Facing the countless arrows, Long Yu urged the Taiyin wings, and his speed suddenly increased. He bypassed the rain of arrows, and finally saw on a hillside, a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect was releasing his longbow true spirit entity, constantly attacking him. Heart-piercing arrow rain. Seeing the explosion of Long Yu's speed, the thin disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect calmly condensed tens of thousands of arrows on the longbow true spirit entity with his profound energy. Shoot! Thousands of arrows fired in unison. The scene was spectacular, even Long Yu's expression changed. This martial skill is really powerful. These tens of thousands of arrows completely blocked his advancing route, and it was simply impossible to break through this rain of arrows and get close to that 10,000 Arrow sect disciple. Long Yu can be sure that even if he condenses the barrier of the underworld, he will be completely crushed by these arrows in an instant. Moreover, the rain of arrows hit him like a downpour, making it impossible for him to dodge, no matter how fast he was. By the way, this stuff. With an idea, Long Yu took out a back armor of super spirit grade from the 9 nether space. This soldier is of the super spiritual level, so it should be able to withstand the rain of arrows, right? Without any hesitation, Long Yu held this super spiritual back armor soldier in his hand, and faced the swiftly coming rain of arrows. Clang! 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 The sound of intersecting metals spread towards the surroundings, and it didn't take long for Long Yu to find that the super spiritual level soldier in his hand had been shot into a sieve. This back armor warrior was used by Long Yu to resist thousands of arrows, but it was scrapped all of a sudden. To be able to shoot down a spirit-level supergrade warrior with one move, isn't this heart-piercing arrow rain martial skill too strong? Long Yu was stunned for a moment. Although he resisted the rain of heart-piercing arrows with his armored soldiers on his back, his figure was also repelled by the strong force contained in the rain of arrows for a distance of several tens of feet. He supported his wings tightly behind his back, barely falling to the ground. Wanjianzong, as the main sect of Beihai Kingdom, the strength of its disciples is naturally extraordinary. The strength of this Wanjianzong disciple alone is probably not far behind Baiyunzong, the suzerain of Tianshanzong. A shooting star will take your life. A cold and sharp voice resounded through the night sky, and then Long Yu's heart shuddered, feeling a hint of crisis coming. The opponent's next move is definitely likely to take his life. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu's perception of danger is very keen. At this moment, the profound energy and blood in his whole body boiled almost at the same time, and the heaven-suppressing sun and 9 nether dragon true spirits in his dantian were ready to move. As soon as he raised his hand, he immediately began to condense the moisture in the surrounding air. Immediately afterwards, there was an arrow in the night sky, like a shooting star, carrying infinite killing intent, attacking and killing Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. That 10,000 arrow sect disciple was confident enough to take Long Yu's life with this arrow. The Yushui Tianmu. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, he finally unleashed a mysterious mid-level defensive skill, Yushui Tianmu. He has comprehended this trick to the level of Xiaocheng. If not for this, now that he is not near the water, there is really no way to condense the water vapor so quickly. When that layer of transparent Yushui sky curtain appeared, Long Yu did not relax, but waved his hand to condense a layer of xuanhuan barrier. With the Yushui sky curtain in front and the xuanhuan barrier in the back, Long Yu used double defenses to block the opponent's arrow. The arrow is like a meteor, piercing the sky and arriving in an instant. The thin layer of Yushui sky was shattered in an instant, but it also offset the power of this arrow by 30%. Not only that, but also bounced a stream of arrows towards the disciple of the 10,000 arrows sect. Fight back everywhere. This is the defense of Yeshua Xianmu, which can rebound attacks. Spirit level supergrade combat boots, spiritual level supergrade leg armor. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately took out the super spiritual soldiers from the 9 nether space, and threw these 2 soldiers out. The meteor-like arrow of the opponent, after smashing the Yeshuishan curtain, immediately smashed the barrier of the underworld. Until now, the power of this arrow is still more than 50%. In this situation, Long Yu could only throw out soldiers again, trying to resist with soldiers. 2 pieces of super spiritual soldiers, worth several crystal nuclei, were pierced by the meteor arrow in an instant, and lost their effectiveness all of a sudden. But based on this, Long Yu finally resisted the opponent's arrow. Lost heavily. Long Yu felt a little heartbroken. He had already been destroyed by the other party's 3 spiritual level supergrade soldiers. Although they had just been snatched from the young city lord Xing Liang, they were his spoils. Originally, he got a lot of good things in this battle, and he could find a place where he could exchange enough pills to allow him to sprint to a higher level of martial arts. But now it seems that he was shot back, before liberation, by the opponent. I'd like to see how many soldiers you can consume. The sharp voice continued to come, and Long Yu recognized that the other party was one of the 2 10,000 arrow sect disciples, named Kai Xinji. The powerhouse at the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm is really extraordinary. Must get close to him. Long Yu gritted his teeth, and before the opponent shot another arrow, a pair of pitch-black dragon finch wings spread out along with the Taiyin wings on his back, leading him towards the opponent's location at an extremely fast speed. If the 2 sides were far apart, Long Yu would always be at a disadvantage, and he would not have any super spiritual soldiers to resist. Unless he escaped, his life would be in jeopardy. But at this moment, it is impossible for him to escape. Then there is only one way left, and that is to find ways to get close to each other. As the distance between the 2 sides approached, Long Yu saw a flash of arrows flashing in the place where Kai Xinji was, and it seemed that he would soon perform another Wanjianzong martial skill. In Long Yu's heart, the pressure was enormous. For the first time, he fought head-on with a strong man in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, which made his whole body boil. Suddenly, he seemed to have entered a certain state, and began to frantically absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the surrounding air. The aura of heaven and earth exists between heaven and earth, and it is the basis for all martial arts and monsters to practice. The key to improving the realm of martial arts and martial arts is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth to temper one's body. Taking elixir, taking monster inner alchemy, and other methods are just to speed up the process. The most basic practice of martial arts is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth from the air, so as to step into a higher realm. After all, the types of pills in Tianyu continent are limited, and no one can step into the realm of the unity of heaven and man just by relying on pills. The same elixir, the second time it is absorbed, the effect will become negligible. For any martial artist, the most fundamental way to improve is to absorb the aura of heaven and earth from the air. Martial arts, with different talents, have different speeds in absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Before long you relied on the 9 nether dragon seal. He had been taking pills, monster inner pills, etc., to improve quickly. At this moment, although he has no elixir on him, he has stepped into a wonderful state at the juncture of life and death, making his base speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly increase by 10 times. He felt that he and the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be integrated, and he could clearly feel the flow of heaven and earth aura in the surrounding air, as well as the gathering of various laws of heaven and earth. This state allowed him to accumulate a lot of heaven and earth aura in a short period of time. Originally, he was only one step away from the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm. At this moment, after absorbing these auras of heaven and earth, the true spirit of the 9 nether dragons in his dantian finally became more solid, and together with his martial arts realm, he was raised to the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm. The improvement of his martial arts realm instantly changed his aura, and his basic strength doubled instantly. A shooting star, die. That 10,000 arrow sect's disciple, Kai Shinji, didn't notice the change of Long Yu under the dark night sky, and continued to attack and kill Long Yu with shooting stars. The Yushui Tianmu. Yellow Spring Barrier. Long Yu's eyes flickered with a cold light, and with a wave of his hand, he condensed the water vapor and the air of the 9 secluded worlds, instantly condensing into a thin layer of Yushui sky curtain and a gray-black barrier of the underworld. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm, and he suddenly felt that the 2 layers of defensive barriers he had condensed were nearly twice as strong as before. This is the most intuitive change brought about by the improvement of the realm of martial arts. This is also the difficulty for Wuxiu to cross the realm of martial arts and defeat opponents on Tianyu continent. Every time one realm is raised, the basic strength will be doubled, and the power of any martial skill will be nearly doubled. Naturally, it cannot be resisted by a martial artist who is one level lower. A shooting star, shuttles through the sky, arrives in an instant. In an instant, the Yushui sky curtain condensed by the Dragon Palace was shattered by this arrow again, but rebounded nearly 50% of its power, condensed into a stream of arrows, and flew towards Kai Shinji's location. Immediately afterwards, the xuanhuan barrier in front of Long Yu completely blocked the arrow. After raising one level of martial arts realm, Long Yu didn't need spiritual level supergrade soldiers to defend, and he was able to withstand Kai Shinji's shooting star martial art. I don't know what the wonderful state just now is. If you can stay in that state all the time, it will be much easier to improve the realm of martial arts. Long Yu thought in his heart, it's a pity, he knows that such a wonderful state must be met but not sought after. Since he stepped into martial arts, it was the first time he had entered such a wonderful state, and he had never heard of other people having such a state. It can be seen from this, that it is definitely not a simple matter to enter this wonderful state. Unfortunately, there is no time for Long Yu to reflect on it now. With his wings stretched behind his back, he quickly swept across the night sky, and he was only 10 feet away from Kai Shinji. At this moment, Long Yu knew that he should make a move. Just now, Long Yu rebounded 50% of the arrow's meteor power with the Yushui Tianmu, turned into an arrow streamer, and attacked Kai Shinji himself, causing him to change his position in an instant. The stream of arrows that were bounced back instantly blasted a big crater on the top of the hill, filling the surrounding area with smoke and dust. However, Long Yu firmly locked on Kai Shinji's position through his perception of killing intent. The general trend of the sun, the general trend of thunder. Long Yu yelled, and a layer of gloomy and cold heaven and earth force spread out instantly, covering a distance of 10 feet in the vicinity, and it shrouded Kai Xingji in it impressively. The power of Ji Lei followed closely behind, and a series of lightning and thunder exploded out of thin air, filling the air around Long Yu, and blasting towards Kai Xingji. Riding the wind arrow. Seeing this, Kai Xingji originally wanted to continue to use offensive martial arts to kill Long Yu, but now he can only immediately use physical martial arts, condense an arrow that rides the wind, and lead him towards the rear back off quickly. However, his speed was no match for Long Yu's. Heart-piercing arrow rain. Seeing that Long Yu was about to catch up with him, Kai Xingji gritted his teeth, condensed thousands of arrows at the fastest speed, and rushed towards Long Yu explosively. The sky filled with arrows. If it was Long Yu before, it would be absolutely irresistible. But now, he stepped into the 6th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, and he condensed a layer of hell barrier, which completely blocked the rain of thousands of heart-piercing arrows. The xuanhuan barrier can only be condensed after the first skill of the 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Zuiwo xuanhuan comprehended the transcendence. As long as the realm of martial arts is high enough, it is natural to have extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. Wake up palm reincarnation. There was still a little distance between Long Yu and Kai Xingji. Like an eagle, he swooped down from the sky, concentrated the power of reincarnation with one punch, and instantly enveloped Kai Xingji. Kai Xingji was horrified to find that his martial arts realm had fallen to the 7th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm at this moment. What's going on? Help me! Kai Xingji uttered in horror, and the sharp voice resounded through the night sky. However, at this moment, his accomplice Qi Tianpeng was being held tightly by Fu Haiyin, and it was impossible for him to come to help him. In fact, Fu Haiyin can calmly face even 2 strong men in the 8th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, but Long Yu wants to deal with them now, so Fu Haiyin is allowed to hold Qi Tianpeng by himself. In this way, of course, Qi Tianpeng was entangled to death by Fu Haiyin. 9 Nether Dragon Fist. Long Yu punched down, and the infinite energy of the 9 secluded worlds instantly condensed into the spirit of the underworld, restraining Kai Xingji on the spot. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of 9 secluded bursts, which erupted from the ground and completely eroded Kai Xingji's entire body, killing him on the spot. Junior brother Kai. Not far away, Qi Tianpeng felt that his junior brother Kai Xingji had been killed, and immediately let out a roar that resounded through the night sky. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. No matter how Qi Tianpeng shouted, it was impossible to break through the blockage of Fu Haiyin to save his junior brother Kai Xingji. Soon, Kai Xingji lost his life under the erosion of the 9 Nether Qi. For killing Kai Xingji, a disciple of the 10,000 Arrow sect, Long Yu felt no guilt at all. This Kai Xingji, including that Qi Tianpeng, as a disciple of the Wanjian sect, flaunted his might, came to Beihai City to hold a martial arts meeting, and even asked the young city lord to kidnap a young girl to accompany him. Obviously it would not be a good thing, and he did not know that he had already caused harm. How many people are there? It's a pity that the disciples of the 10,000 Arrow sect didn't seem to have any warriors on them. They were all practicing archery and martial arts, condensing the longbow and using it in battle, so Long Yu couldn't find anything valuable from Kai Xingji. 12 crystal nuclei, not bad. Long Yu collected the 12 crystal nuclei he found from Kai Xingji, guessing that this was a bribe given to him by the young city lord of Beihai City, so he accepted it unceremoniously. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu raised his head and cast his eyes on the remaining disciple of the Wanjian sect, Qi Tianpeng. When Kai Xingji died just now, Qi Tianpeng roared loudly, as if he wanted to rush over and fight Long Yu desperately. But when Long Yu raised his head, he saw Qi Tianpeng running away quickly, not to mention coming to seek revenge on Long Yu. He didn't even want to stay. 1000 Arrow sect, that's all. Long Yu smiled lightly. He really wanted to catch up, but it was a pity that at this moment, a ray of rising sun in the eastern sky finally penetrated the clouds and shone on this vast land. A delicate and lovely figure slightly poked its head out from the mouth of the valley. Brother Long, Sister Lu, Grandpa said that everything is ready, you can come back. Hearing this, Long Yu's heart moved. Is it finally over? He performed the dragon sparrow dance, waving a pair of pitch-black sparrow wings, and flew into the sky. At a glance, he saw on the plain outside the dense forest, a large number of martial artists were heading towards this valley facing the rising sun. The group of martial arts cultivators was headed by the city lord of Beihai City, Xing Feichuan, who was wearing rock warrior armor and was extremely tall, majestic and mighty. Behind him, followed the 3 experts of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm who ambushed the old man Shi Hasong, and some other martial arts experts of the 7th and 8th levels of the True Spirit Secret Realm. Looking at this battle, Xing Feichuan definitely wants to wipe out Shi Hasong, Long Yu, and others, and not give them any chance to escape. Xing Feichuan soon spotted Long Yu who was flying up, his eyes were shining fiercely. Of course he has already received the news that this boy named Jun Bian brutally killed his son Xing Liang in the dense forest in front of the valley. This made Xing Feichuan furious. Once Long Yu was caught, even if Long Yu's skin was peeled off, it might not be enough to vent his hatred. Long Yu turned around and went back to the valley, not only was not afraid, but instead cast a provocative expression towards Xing Feichuan. This expression made Xing Feichuan even more angry, but at the same time he was a little alert. This kid, waiting for them to come over so calmly, could it be that he has set up some kind of ambush? Both of you, break in directly from Taniguchi, and report to me immediately if you encounter anything. Xing Feichuan would not put himself in danger, so he ordered 2 of the martial artists in the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm to do so. These 2 martial artists, as the 9th level powerhouses of the True Spirit Secret Realm, naturally will not be easily manipulated by others. They succumb to the Xing Fei group, but it is only for money and to obtain more cultivation resources, so as to try to break through to the realm of harmony between man and nature. City Master, you let us go into the valley to explore the way, which is understandable, but this may be a fatal job. One of them, a middle-aged man in grey clothes, said lightly. Asking him to ambush and attack the old alchemist in grey clothes, Shi Hasong, already made him a little uneasy. After all, he was offended by a well-trained alchemist. After the sneak attack failed, the city lord Xing Feichuan not only didn't give them any reward, but even yelled at them, which already made them quite upset. That's right, City Lord, let me enter the valley to explore the way. It's fine, but please show some sincerity first. Another middle-aged man in Singi said, calmly. Neither the middle-aged man in grey clothes nor the middle-aged man in green clothes is a fool at the mercy of others. Without sufficient benefits, it is impossible for them to work for Xing Feichuan. Let you sneak attack on that old man, and let the old man run away. I haven't settled the score with you, how dare you bargain now? City Lord Xing Feichuan said coldly. This is not a matter of bargaining, the City Lord, one must be moral. The middle-aged man in grey said coldly, if you can't pay enough, don't blame us for leaving. Snort. Xing Feichuan was furious, but at this moment, he really didn't dare to get angry, because he really needed the help of these people to deal with the grey-clothed alchemist. 10 crystal nuclei per person, after the matter is completed, another calculation will be made. Xing Feichuan lowered his face and gave each of them 10 crystal nuclei. 10 crystal nuclei are given out just to investigate a valley. The reward is not low. Neither the grey-clothed middle-aged man nor the green-clothed middle-aged man is very satisfied, but Xing Feichuan is not a vegetarian if he wants more. In order to prevent Xing Feichuan from getting mad, the 2 immediately accepted the 10 crystal nuclei. City Master, let's go into the valley to investigate, and if we see anyone, we will report to you immediately. The gray-clothed middle-aged man and the green-clothed middle-aged man collected 10 crystal nuclei, immediately saluted Xing Feichuan with fists, and then walked slowly into the valley. In the Taniguchi in the morning, there is a little fog, making people unable to see the scene too deep. And Long Yu, who was flying in the sky, had already landed in the valley, and went back to find old man Shi Hasong, and it was impossible to appear in front of the city lord Xing Feichuan again. Soon, the gray-clothed middle-aged man and the green-clothed middle-aged man walked into the valley through the mist. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The city lord Xing Feichuan and the others opened their eyes wide, waiting for the two to bring the news, especially Xing Feichuan, since his son died here. He wanted to capture Long Yu no matter what, and smashed his body into thousands of pieces to vent his anger. Hatred. However, what everyone didn't expect was that half an hour had passed, but no news came out of the two people who walked into the valley, as if they had disappeared in the valley. It was as if the two of them had 10 crystal nuclei each, and took the opportunity to escape from here. Go in and have a look. With a gloomy face, Xing Feichuan took out 10 crystal cores from his bosom, and handed them to the remaining Jianghu martial arts follower of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. 10? The remaining man was wearing a big red robe. He just glanced at the crystal nucleus in Xing Feichuan's hand, and said with a sneer, "The two guys, who entered the valley but failed to come out, probably encountered some danger. Let me enter alone, check. Just 10 crystal nuclei can beat me? You are the best at cultivating body skills and martial arts, and it is most suitable for you to go on this trip." Xing Feichuan said lightly, "If those two people run away, the crystal nuclei on their bodies will be yours. If there is any danger in the valley, you can also convey the news. At that time I will give you more." "Alright, City Lord, remember your words." The Dahongpo martial artist took over the 10 crystal nuclei, and he also knew that Xing Feichuan ran away because he was afraid that his physical skills would be too powerful. Dahongpo Wuxiu was a little dismissive of this. If he stayed with Xing Feichuan, he would be rewarded continuously and get more training resources. If he ran away directly, where else could he find such a good place to serve him? Dahongpo paced back and forth, displaying body skills and martial arts. His whole body turned into a streak of crimson blood, and quickly shuttled into the valley. This is the power of the xuanhuan level law that he has comprehended, which can turn himself into a crimson bloodshot. Whether it is used for hunting or escaping, or for detecting the enemy's situation like this, it has excellent efficiency. As Dahongpo turned into blood-red silk thread and rushed into the valley covered by mist, Xing Feichuan and the rest of the group became nervous. I don't know, did the two 9th level martial artists who entered the True Spirit Secret Realm first really encounter danger, or took the opportunity to escape? And the Dahongpo who went in now, has cultivated a tyrannical martial art, turned into a bloodshot, can it bring any useful news? Everyone anxiously waited. 10 breaths passed, and there was no news from the valley. Soon, half an hour passed, and the sun had completely risen, but Dahongpo still hadn't come out of the valley. "City Master, there seems to be something wrong." This made many people brought by Xing Feichuan feel extremely uneasy, so someone said to Xing Feichuan in a low voice, "Is there any need for you to say that?" Xing Feichuan snorted coldly, with a fierce light in his eyes, staring fixedly at the mouth of the valley. In the valley, not only did no news come out, more importantly, not even the sound of a fight came out. This phenomenon was extremely abnormal, and made Xing Feichuan's face sink continuously. Could it be that those three guys really took the crystal nucleus and left? This is impossible. Xing Feichuan treats these three people well on weekdays. At least if he stays with him, he can get 10 crystal nuclei every month, which can be said to be a great deal. Could it be that what accident happened to these three people in the valley? Xing Feichuan thought, this should not be possible. After all, if there is an accident, there will always be some fighting sounds, right? But in fact, after the three of them entered the valley, it was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing any waves. Enclose the valley, if there is any movement, report it immediately. Xing Feichuan gave the order with a sullen face, so that many Jianghu martial arts behind him completely surrounded the entire valley entrance. But after being surrounded, he didn't dare to act rashly. The disappearance of the 3 people in front made him extremely vigilant. If he didn't ensure safety, he would never take any further actions. For Xing Feichuan, his own life is obviously more important than avenging his son. But he didn't know that in the valley at this moment, the grey-clothed alchemist Shi Hesong, together with Long Yu, 2 girls Lu Yuan and Shi Yongwu, looked at the 3 Jianghu who had passed out with a smile. Martial arts. The grey-clothed middle-aged man, the green-clothed middle-aged man, and the Dahong-robed martial artist, these 3 fell unconscious in front of everyone. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. After spending one night, Shi Hesong, an old alchemist in grey clothes, refined a powdered medicine that could be turned into white smoke and emitted into the air. Cooperating with the white mist generated in the early morning, no one can detect these powdered medicines at all, and once inhaled these powdered medicines, even the experts in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm will suddenly become unconscious. Unless the antidote that was refined together was taken in advance, there would be no solution at all. The old man, Shi Hesong, gave the antidote to Long Yu and the others first, and then turned the powdered medicine into white smoke, causing it to spread throughout the valley. This valley has completely become the territory of Zisong, and anyone else who enters will have to let it be slaughtered. A total of 50 crystal nuclei, the harvest is good. Long Yu searched the bodies of the 3 experts in the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm, and found 50 crystal nuclei, which made him quite satisfied. You keep these 50 crystal nuclei yourself. Shi Hesong smiled lightly, not coveting the 50 crystal nuclei at all. For him, the crystal nucleus is something that can be obtained very easily. He can easily refine some pills and exchange them for a lot, so there is no need to fight with a junior now. The key is the favor he owes Long Yu. Long Yu rescued his granddaughter Shi Yongwu from the hands of the young city lord, but instead of thanking him, he avenged his kindness and seriously injured Long Yu with a palm, which was simply adding to the crime. This is a double favor. Shi Hesong knows that what he owes Long Yu is far from repaid. These 50 crystal nuclei should be regarded as interest first. Long Yu was also polite, and put all 50 crystal nuclei into his bag, thinking that he would be able to buy a lot of pills when he went back, and it was hopeful to step into the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm. Of course, even if he has crystal nuclei, but there is no place to buy high-grade pills, that would be troublesome. But this is not something that Long Yu should consider at the moment. Old Shi, what should we do with these 3 guys? Lu Yuan, dressed in a black dress, stood beside the girl in the white dress, sunset dance, and asked aloud. Being a minion for a tiger will abolish your cultivation. Shi Hesong said in a cold voice, and then he did it himself, one by one, crushing their dantians, abolishing their cultivation base of the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm. Their money and wealth were all taken away by Long Yu, and now their cultivation bases have been abolished by Shi Hesong, and this life can be said to be over. Zisong was already very merciful by not killing them. After all, these were the accomplices who almost ruined his granddaughter Xiangwa's life. I just don't know, will the city lord of Beihai City come in? Long Yu looked at Taniguchi with interest. He could see that there were already many martial artists guarding the valley entrance. Although they did not dare to enter, they blocked the entrance firmly. It can be seen that the city lord Xing Feichuan has hesitated, but this does not mean that he will not come in. We still have a whole morning before the effect of the lost soul will pass. Shi Hesong said, if Xing Feichuan enters the valley, it would be great, but if he doesn't come in, then let him go, we can leave here on our own. This time, Beihai City suffered heavy losses. Not only did Xing Feichuan's son die, but the 4 important subordinates of the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm also ran away and were useless. Lu Yuan shook her head and sighed. That's what they asked for. Long Yu chuckled, showing no mercy to Xing Feichuan at all. He wanted Shi Hsong to cooperate with Fu Haiyin to go out and kill Xing Feichuan directly, but unfortunately, Shi Hsong still seemed to have some scruples about this. After all, Xing Feichuan, as the city lord of Beihai City, is not like other Jianghu Wuxiu, who can be killed if killed, or abolished if he is abolished. The Beihai Kingdom publicly recognized Xing Feichuan as the city lord. If Xing Feichuan is killed, it will undoubtedly be against the entire Beihai country. Even Shi Hsong, the alchemist at the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm, did not dare to do this. The 4 of them waited all morning, but Xing Feichuan did not have the guts to enter the valley, so he just sent a lot of men to explore in the valley. It's a pity that all these subordinates, without exception, failed to bring any news out, and all fell into a coma in the valley, and all their belongings were looted by Long Yu. In just one morning, Long Yu collected a total of 70 crystal nuclei, which can be called a huge sum of money. Most of these crystal nuclei were given by Xing Feichuan to those martial artists who came in to explore the way, otherwise they wouldn't come in obediently. Shi Hsong narrowed his eyes. Now, it's all cheap to you, kid. Even if I want to earn 70 crystal nuclei, I will have to spend a lot of effort. Since it belongs to Xing Feichuan, I can feel at ease holding it. Long Yu laughed. The effect of losing soul powder is about to wear off, let's go. Zai Song nodded, took his granddaughter Xiangwu in one hand, and directly performed the martial arts of Yufengxing, flying towards the sky above the valley. Long Yu didn't hesitate either, stretched out the black wings, behind his back, and then he stretched out his hand towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face was slightly red, but she still stretched out her little hand and held Long Yu tightly. Rise. Behind Long Yu's back, his wings stretched out, and he flew away. The 4 of them rose from the valley and flew away quickly. The speed was beyond the reach of the people in Beihai City, guarding outside the valley. Many people wanted to use their martial skills to beat the 4 of them down, but it didn't take long for the 4 of them to rise into the clouds and completely disappear from their sight. It wasn't until this time that Xing Feichuan was finally able to get the situation in the valley. What? Was it abolished? Xing Feichuan's eyes widened when he saw the 3 strong men from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm. These 3 strong men from the 9th level of the True Spirit Secret Realm have been abolished like this? Moreover, he didn't even hear the sound of fighting, so they were killed without a sound. Xing Feichuan felt a chill in his heart. Offending a high-level alchemist, life is really hard. At this moment, even if Xing Feichuan felt a little regretful, there was no one who could make him vent and teach him a lesson, because Xing Liang, who caused all these incidents, was already dead. If you want to blame, you can only blame him for not educating his son well. Within the territory of Beihai State, to the northeast, there is an extremely vast area of deep mountains and old forests. Heartless Mountain Range is the name of this mountain range. The reason why it is called this name is because there are several powerful monsters named Unfeeling living in this mountain range, for example, the Unfeeling Demon Knife, the Unfeeling Lynx, the Unfeeling Ghost Tiger and so on. The biggest characteristic of these monsters is that they always act alone. Of course, these ruthless monsters acting alone are not something ordinary martial arts can deal with. Even the strong ones in the realm of unity of true spirit and spirit often need 3 or 5 people to barely deal with one. Over time, the Heartless Mountains became an inaccessible place. Occasionally, powerful martial artists would form a small team to enter it, hunting 1 or 2 heartless monsters. Holding Lu Yuan tightly, Long Yu kept flapping the tiny wings behind his back, and soon followed the old alchemist, Shi Hsong, to this Heartless Mountain Range. The Heartless Mountain Range is where Xiao Wu and I live. Shi Hsong said lightly while walking against the wind. Unfeeling Mountain Range? Good name. Long Yu smiled. Will Mr. Shi be called a heartless alchemist? Yes, but that was in the past. Shi Hsung was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, pointed to a relatively high peak in the middle of the mountain range. Go down, we will live there from now on. The Heartless Mountain Range is already 108,000 miles away from Datong Kingdom and Mixed Sound City. The reason why Long Yu came here with Shi Hsung was because on the way, the two parties had agreed that Shi Hsung would teach Long Yu alchemy as a reward and compensation for Long Yu. Of course Long Yu readily accepted this. As long as you can learn alchemy, even if you are alone in the deep mountains and forests, you will not have to worry about improving the realm of martial arts. Moreover, alchemy is also an extremely useful way of making money. As we all know, alchemists are definitely the wealthiest group in Tianyu continent. Soon, the four of them landed on the mountain pointed by Shi Hsung. The reason why Lu Yuan followed was because she had nowhere to go, so why not practice with Long Yu and comprehend the power of the Taiyin Tianbei by the way. Along the way, Zai Song's granddaughter, the little girl Xiangwu in a snow-white dress, didn't say anything, and it was obvious that the girl was a little taciturn. However, the girl still respects her grandfather, Shi Hsung, very much. The conditions here are simple. Brother Long, Miss Lu, if you want to live here, you have to build another wooden house yourself. Shi Hsung pointed to the only wooden house on the mountain peak and said. That wooden house has a total of 3 rooms, 2 of which are the respective residences of Zai Song and Xiangwu, and the other is the alchemy room. It can be seen that the old and the young live here often, so that the wooden house looks very clean. It is very simple to build a wooden house. Long Yu and Lu Yuan joined hands, and quickly collected a lot of old tree trunks from around, and then built another wooden house together. This wooden house is not far from Zai Song's wooden house, separated by a small piece of woods, but it is divided into 4 rooms. Long Yu and Lu Yuan each have 2 rooms. This is the depths of the unfeeling mountains, very few martial arts can come in, and near this mountain, I have refined a medicine all year round to block all monsters. Shi Hsung's words let Long Yu know that he might be isolated from the world for the rest of his life. At least, he will never leave this mountain for half a step before he learns alchemy. The life of learning alchemy soon began like this. Due to its remote location, it is almost impossible to encounter battles, so Long Yu was not in a hurry to improve his martial arts realm, but first consolidated his current strength. Zai Song left the mountain alone and went to the nearby ruling mountains to collect medicinal materials. Of course, Long Yu was not worried about the old man's safety. The old man had lived here with his granddaughter for more than 10 years, so he was already familiar with this place and couldn't be more familiar with it. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time. Long Yu's alchemy life began. During the day, he followed Shi Hsung to learn the art of alchemy, learn various herbal medicine knowledge, distinguish the habits of various herbal medicines, and practice the separation and fusion of various properties of medicines. In the evening, he and Lu Yuan comprehended the Sunny Monument for a period of time, then rested, and continued the next day, repeating this cycle of life. And his understanding of alchemy was improving almost every day, which surprised even Shi Hsung. Ordinary martial arts, to refine the first elixir in life, it takes several months to learn theoretical knowledge, practice the separation and fusion of medicinal properties, and so on. But Long Yu, after only 1 week, refined a mortal-level top-grade pill. Although it was only a top-grade mortal, Shi Hsung had already praised him endlessly, and he was amazed. He obviously didn't feel that Long Yu had a heart of loyalty, but he was indeed able to make alchemy and see the properties of medicine, which can be said to be a great miracle in the world. Of course, Shi Hsung didn't know that Long Yu had the 9 nether dragon seal on his chest. Autumn goes and winter comes, winter goes and spring comes. Half a year passed by in a flash. At this time, the remaining half of the Taiyin Tianbei finally became only the size of a fist under the joint comprehension of Long Yu and Lu Yuan. As long as the fist-sized Taiyin Tianbei is completely absorbed, the two of them will be able to comprehend the laws of the Taiyin to reach the level of the domain. During this period, Long Yu refined all kinds of pills, ranging from mortal level to spiritual level, and the highest reached the level of top-level spiritual level, which made Shi Hsong extremely satisfied. For each type of pill, Long Yu usually refines 2 or 3 pills for himself and Lu Yuan to take. In the past 6 months, the two have each taken dozens of pills, and Lu Yuan has finally stepped into the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm. Long Yu, ever since he entered the miraculous state at night in that valley and stepped into the 6th level of the True Spirit mystery realm, his progress has been extremely slow. It is by no means an easy task to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of unity of True Spirit. Even though Long Yu took a lot of pills, it was just a drop in the bucket for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he needed to advance. If he wants to advance quickly, he can only take various mysterious pills, but it is still difficult for him to refine them now. The most fundamental reason, of course, is the lack of materials. Alchemy, although it is possible to directly use the raw materials of border city pills to improve the efficiency of direct consumption, but finding the raw materials is not an easy task. Finally on this day, Shi Hsong went out to collect herbs and brought back 3 vermilion xuanhuan fruits. This made Long Yu's eyes brighten. Shi Lao, Tianhua vermilion fruit, can you refine it into a mysterious Tianhua water spirit pill together with the fluorescent water spirit grass? The fluorescent water spirit grass obtained by Long Yu in the hidden bone abyss before finally came in handy. It is indeed possible, but the fluorescent water spirit grass is very rare, at least it cannot be found in this heartless mountain range. Shi Hsong said casually. Then, can Mr. Shi refine Tianhua water spirit pill for me? Long Yu took the remaining 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses out of the 9 nether space. It's strange to say that these 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses have been picked for more than half a year, but now they look the same as the ones just picked. It seems that the 9 nether space has the function of preserving the freshness of herbs. This surprised Long Yu quite a bit. After all, if the fluorescent water spirit grass is not fresh, its medicinal properties will inevitably be lost, and it will be quite difficult to successfully refine the mysterious pill. 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses. It's such a coincidence. Shi Hsong's eyes lit up, and he never thought that he would get 3 fluorescent water spirit grass just after he brought back 3 Tianhua vermilion fruits. This is simply a godsend. Moreover, these 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses are still so fresh, as if they were just picked. This let Shi Hsong know that Long Yu must have a very high-level space warrior, otherwise, it would be impossible to preserve the 3 fluorescent water spirit grasses so well. 3 Tianhua water spirit pills can be refined, just 1 for each of you. After Shi Hsong was pleasantly surprised, he immediately started preparing for alchemy. Tianhua water spirit pill is a high-grade Xian level pill, and it is very difficult to refine, but it is not too difficult for Shi Hsong. After all, he has refined higher-grade pills before. It can be said that no one can buy such 3 pills with money, and they are also very precious to Shi Hsong. If the refining is successful, his granddaughter Xiangwu will definitely be able to step into the 5th level of the True Spirit secret realm in one fell swoop, and even the 6th level of the True Spirit secret realm is not far away. Because of Xiaosong's identity as an alchemist, although Xiangwu is only 14 years old, she has already reached the same level of martial arts as Lu Yuan. It cannot but be said that the power of pills is infinite. Moreover, Sunset Dance's own talent in martial arts is not bad, and with the assistance of enough pills, the speed of raising the realm of martial arts is naturally extraordinary. However, most of the elixirs that Xiaosong can refine have already been refined and given to Xiangwu. If they want to improve, they can only refine some rare elixirs. Tianhua water spirit pill is one of them. Due to the properties of pills, they are divided into 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, for martial arts, taking pills to improve the realm of martial arts, generally speaking, can reach the 6th level of the true spirit secret realm, which is already the limit up. After that, even if you take different pills, the medicinal properties are always composed of 5 elements, so the effect will be reduced. Further up, the main thing to rely on is Wu Shou himself. However, some high-grade elixirs are not listed here, because these elixirs have very strong medicinal properties. Even if the effect is reduced, they can still significantly promote martial arts. Tianhua Water Spirit Pill is one of them. If this mysterious high-grade pill is taken out, even the strong in the secret realm of heaven and man will snatch it. In terms of its value, it is absolutely impossible to buy it without 50 crystal nuclei, and most of the time it is still valuable no city. Fluorescent water spirit grass and Tianhua vermilion fruit, the 2 main materials, are too rare. Moreover, alchemists who can refine Tianhua water spirit pill are very rare in the entire Tianyu continent. At least they must reach the 7th level of the true spirit secret realm before they can successfully refine Tianhua water spirit pill. For a martial arts realm like Shen Tianzong Bailao, to be able to use the Tianqing dragon grass to refine the low-grade Tianqing dragon pill of the Xian level, it still needs a group of people to help. Shi Hasong soon went out to find other auxiliary medicinal materials, and prepared to refine Tianhua water spirit pill. As for Long Yu, he could only watch from the sidelines during this process. In the past 6 months, one of his greatest enjoyments can be said to be the skill of the girl's sunset dance. Regardless of her young age, the food she cooks is infinitely delicious. Whether it is the old man, Long Yu, or Lu Yuan, they are all full of praise. As for sunset dance, she has gradually changed from being reticent at the beginning to now laughing all the time. Because she and Shi Hasong used to live here, life was very boring, but now, with Long Yu and Lu Yuan, she felt a lot of fun. I have to say that this girl looks very cute when she smiles. In terms of appearance, she will definitely not lose to Lu Yuan, but she is still young and her figure has not yet been revealed. Of course, Long Yu would not have any thoughts about this girl. On the contrary, Lu Yuan, because the two have experienced many things together, and now get along day and night, there is a tacit understanding between the two. Now that the two of them join hands, no matter what they do, they can be said to have a tacit understanding. Tianhua water elixir was soon refined by Zai-song. There were 3 in total, and 1 was given to each of Long Yu, Lu Yuan, and Xiang Wu. That night, the 3 of them took it separately, and Xiang Wu stepped into the 5th level of the true spirit mystery, and Lu Yuan also stepped into the 6th level of the true spirit mystery. Only Long Yu, even after taking the Tianhua water spirit pill, still failed to improve his martial arts realm. There is a huge bottleneck in breaking through to the realm of true soul unity, and this bottleneck is very difficult for any martial artist to break through. You must know that the unity of true spirit is the foundation of the unity of heaven and man. Only by uniting the true spirit first can we finally step into the realm of harmony between heaven and man. And the unity of the true spirit specifically refers to the complete integration of the true spirit into the heaven and the earth, and can borrow the stronger power of the law of the heaven and the earth. This heartless mountain range is hundreds of miles away from the nearest big city, Bingsheng City. After everyone took the Tianhua water spirit pill, Shi Hasong gave Long Yu a list of medicines. Go to Bingsheng City and buy some of these medicines for me. Long Yu took the list of medicines and took a look, only to find that each of the herbs on the list was as precious as luminescent water spirit grass and Tianhua vermilion fruit. What kind of elixir is this refining? Long Yu was startled. Heavenly Man secret pill. Shi Hasong smiled faintly. Although I am old, I also hope that one day I can step into the secret realm of heaven and man and achieve the legendary level. The reason why I took Xiaowu to Beihai City is because I heard that there will be blindly rare medicinal materials, so I went to buy. When Long Yu heard this, his heart trembled. Celestial Secret Pill. You can tell from the name that the function of this elixir is to help Wu Xiu step into the secret realm of heaven and man, and the value of such an elixir can be imagined. It may be difficult to buy with thousands of crystal nuclei. Not only because it is extremely difficult to refine, but the 16 main ingredients required for its refining are each worth more than 50 crystal nuclei, and they are extremely rare. Old man, I am now in my 70s, but in fact, as early as in my 50s, I had already stepped into the 9th level of the true spirit secret realm. Now more than 20 years have passed, and the Tianren pills we have finally collected more than half of the refining materials, and we are still short of these 3. Shihasong pointed to the list of medicines handed to Long Yu, and I recently heard that 2 of these medicines appeared in Bingsheng City. You go and buy them for me. Why am I going? Long Yu was a little puzzled. Because of the last medicinal material, I planted it in the unfeeling mountains 20 years ago, and now I have to pick it myself, but it is dangerous to go to that place, so I have to go there myself. Shihasong smiled and said, it just so happens that you have been bored in this place for the past 6 months, so you might as well take Xiao Wu out for a walk. The first release of this book is from novels.com, so you can read the genuine content for the first time.